Chapter 421. Izanagi's Art. Well, when did you find out? A gloomy humming sound came out. Danzo, whose body had been split in half just now, walked out of the dark corner on the other side intact. I saw that the Danzo just under Gong Yi's feet had gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Now Danzo's heart is extremely gloomy, and the whole person shows a very fearful expression. Although he was seen through by Gong Yi, he had already behaved very calmly, but in those eyes that were exposed outside, he still looked extremely shocked. I originally wanted to use Izanagi's art to attack Gong Yi secretly when he was careless. But now it's obvious that he has not only not showing any flaws at all, but has already seen through his own ninjutsu. But now Danzo is not panicking, he still can't figure out how much Gong Yi knows about him. So he didn't want to suddenly, because in that case, he would have exposed these trump cards. Hee. Seeing that Danzo has come out, and he is still there, hiding his Izanagi technique, Gong Yi felt a little funny. Seemed that the first generation cell information he had given him at the beginning must have already made a breakthrough. So now Danzo really used the first generation of cells to cooperate with Sharingan, thus successfully completing Izanagi. Still knows something about the ancient forbidden technique that can only be enabled by combining the power of the Senju family and the Uchiha family. Izanagi, to put it bluntly, its ability is that it only takes a very short period of time, and it can directly convert the damage received by the caster, as well as the unfavorable factors including death, into a dream, and vice versa. Attacks and other favorable factors become a reality. Therefore, as long as Izanagi is activated, any attack by the caster will be nullified, and at the same time, favorable factors such as attack can be materialized. Pervert ability that can be resurrected in disguise, and can directly carry out a Jedi counter kill without knowing it. Just like the scene just now, he seemed to have killed Danzo, but in fact Danzo killed himself at the moment of launching ninjutsu. The unfavorable factors of being killed are completely transformed, so the disguised form is equivalent to being resurrected again. Of course, this ability seems to be very pervert, but Gong Yi knows it, so he doesn't need to study it. Because its side effects are not small. A powerful thing is always accompanied by an equal risk. In this way, after using this ability, its Sharingan will lose its light and will never be able to open at any time. Well, this side effect is fatal to normal people. But it is estimated that for Danzo, the opposite is true, and it is estimated that it will not affect him at all. He must have collected a lot of Sharingan on the night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, which was enough to effectively control the backlash caused by the sequelae. After thinking of this, Gong Yi immediately. He suppressed his thoughts and returned to his eyes. On his indifferent face, a smile slowly appeared. It doesn't matter when I found out. The important thing is that I also want to ask you to die once. The 8 inner gates are open. Open the door, close the door, open the gate of life. A violent green steam has burst out around a body. When the 5th door was opened, Gong Yi stopped. Mouth twitched into a smile, and the golden evasion sword clenched in his hand swung towards him again. The speed of his whole person has already reached the speed of sound at this moment, and the whole ground he kicked just now collapsed in an instant. Countless gravels were sputtered around, and the entire surrounding flat ground was also cracked into spider webs. Traces. Asshole. Danzo saw that Gong Yi was still so arrogant and domineering, he just wanted to fight back. However, he didn't even have time to hand seal, so he only saw a green light dazzling. Pupils dilated, only Gong Yi with a smile was left in front of him. Chakra's violent power erupted, and the golden light in his hand shone down. Danzo ended with the same ending again, and his whole body was split in two. Now that he didn't even have time to release a single ninjutsu, he was completely killed in seconds. Damn, I have to say, your growth really surprised me at all. At this time, Danzo's voice came out again, echoing throughout the battlefield. Immediately after, a fierce futon wind style shot towards Gong Yi's back. Instant body technique immediately dodged, and there was a loud bang, and the position where Gong Yi had just stood had become a deep pit. Oh yeah. Gong Yi, who avoided Danzo's sneak attack on ninjutsu, didn't panic, but turned to look at Danzo, who appeared again. He smiled, "Thank you, Mr. Danzo, for your exaggeration." Humph. Seeing Gong Yi's face, Danzo couldn't help snorting coldly, and his whole person was obviously a little angry. Although he was trying his best to suppress his emotions, he couldn't restrain himself now. I saw Danzo now. He had already untied the bandages tied to his arms. The disgusting Sharingan has been exposed on it, covering the entire arm. However, it will be seen from time to time that 2 of these Sharingan have been closed. Haha, have you learned to use the Mokudan, wood-style, research materials I gave you back then? Seeing that Danzo was no longer hiding, Gong Yi's face was full of sarcasm. This requires the Senju clan, and Izanagi, which is activated by the combined power of the Uchiha clan. You are good at using it. You really already know. Danzo's eyelids twitched when he heard Gong Yi speak of Izanagi. Of relying on Izanagi to win was completely shattered by Gong Yi's words. It is indeed a coveted ability. Gong Yi stepped to a flat position. He looked up at Danzo, who was standing high, and continued with a sneer, "Then I don't know how long you can hold on." Gong Yi finished his words, as if he felt something, and burst out the power of Jin-dun. Immediately, a golden light bloomed, illuminating the surroundings of the entire route. I saw dozens of root ninjas. Although they were well hidden, they were all exposed at this moment. Secret art bloodthirsty killing formation. When the group of root ninjas saw that they were exposed, they quickly handed the seal and patted down. With a hum, bloody Yuhi-colored mist began to appear around, towards Gong Yi is surrounded. Procrastinating time by talking and secretly trying to ambush me. Danzo above him. After he showed a smug smile, Gong Yi shook his head. Then you were really a little naive, Danzo. Jin-dun Zan. Shua. ... Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read and collect. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT, otherwise collection will be banned. IP. Chapter 422. Today, I will kill you. The golden light is like the rising sun, dispelling all the darkness. Just one face of all the root ninjas facing Gong Yi, all of them have already felt their brains go blank. Of everyone, the giant sword that has turned into brilliance is just a simple sleep. The whole noisy route has been quiet, and I can see that everything in front of me no longer exists. Even these buildings have been silently dying and turned into ashes, completely disappearing. Gong Yi, I will kill you today. Danzo, who was resurrected again, was already very angry. The 3rd Sharingan on his arm also slowly closed. Seeing that my precious Sharingan didn't even take tens of seconds, I wasted 3. Looking at the countless root members in front of me, they have all been killed. Danzo was almost stomping his feet. Matter how calm he is now, it is impossible for him to stabilize anymore. If he continues to die like this, the few Sharingan on his arm will not be able to support him to kill Gong Yi. Wanting to simply consume his Danzo's gloomy face, he knew that Gong Yi's massive chakra would be difficult to really wear him to death. Especially the 8 inner gates with terrifying physical skills, even without chakra, can still kill himself. 10 Sharingans on his arm, plus the one in his current left eye. Gong Yi watched Danzo reappear angrily. He stood there and muttered to himself, has already died 3 times, so it only needs to kill him 8 times. Although he has taken away Uchiha Shisui's eyes now, Gong Yi can clearly perceive it. Danzo's eyes is now covered by bandages, it must be Sharingan. This kind of power from the Uchiha family, Gong Yi still won't miscalculate. But, whose eyes are, then Gong Yi is utterly unknown. But, no matter whose eyes, Gong Yi must get rid of Danzo here today. Mokudan, wood-style, thorn-killing technique. Thinking of this, Gong Yi stopped talking to Danzo, and immediately released ninjutsu. Was a rumbling sound, and the Mukuro land around Danzo suddenly began to appear wood Jinchuriki column. They rose up from the ground in all directions, and then there were countless rattan-like logs on them, bounding towards Danzo. Damn, it looks like your use of Hashirama cells is perfect. Face is still there. An angry Danzo's complexion is complicated, and his whole person is immediately dodge and dodge. He is a little surprised to see how easily Gongyi can release such a Mokuden, wood style, so easily. Although now his research on Hashirama cells has also reached a very high level. But it is far from perfect as Gongyi. After all, the direction of the two is fundamentally different. Futon, wind style, Kanai. Danzo shook his sleeves, and immediately turned towards Mokuden, wood style, who was approaching him. The attributes of futon, wind style, chakra are injected into them, and they all glow with blue light. You look closely, there is an invisible air knife that can kill you. PFF'd. The sharp futon, wind style, kanai, when it touches the Mokuden, wood style, rattan, it is also about to cut it open destruction. Danzo is also at this time, and immediately away from the wooden Jinchuriki column. Danzo, you're going there. Here, Danzo had just used the telekinesis technique to escape the confinement of Mokuden, wood style, but Gongyi's voice appeared behind. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Heart had exploded, and Danzo almost wanted to curse. He is completely elusive about the current Gongyi. Contrary, now his every move, as if he had pinpointed it. A terrifying force erupted again, and Danzo only felt a chill in his chest, and his consciousness was already blurred. With monstrous anger already in his heart, Danzo is very unwilling. Got killed for the fourth time, he didn't even see what Gongyi looked like. Mokuden, wood style, buried by roots. A roaring voice came out and sounded on the other side of Gongyi. Danzo, who had just been punched in the chest, his body disappeared again. I saw that when he appeared, there was no hesitation at all, and now he has begun to show his trump card. At this moment, his right arm has completely lost its previous appearance. At this moment, it is like a giant tree, swallowing up towards Gongyi. The sharp branches of its whole body, as long as it is touched a little, will hardly die or be injured, and its power is huge. Although now Danzo has 7 chances, he does not feel relieved at all. Always, if you are killed in such an instant by Gongyi, his 7 chances of resurrection will only allow him to survive for 7 seconds. This case, Danzo has already figured it out, so why not use all his strength now, and spend more of Gongyi's power before talking about it. In the next 7 opportunities, he will naturally be able to seize his flaws. Danzo has lived for so long, and he is naturally scheming. He has decided to take advantage of these few opportunities to find Gongyi's loopholes, find his loopholes. Then he can kill him in one fell swoop when he is resurrected next time. Futon, wind style, uses the technique of vacuum sphere. Having made up his mind, the moment Danzo unleashed Mokuden, wood style, he immediately both hands hand seal. This will allow Danzo to use the Mokuden, wood style, ultimate move in front of him to use a compound attack. The sharp and towering trees, accompanied by the fierce wind cannons around, make people feel a headache. All this is just fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, they are killing Gongyi. Broken jars. Gongyi looked at the killer move in front of him, and he smiled faintly. Hands are not idle, and it is also out in the hand seal. Kaden, fire style, great fire bullet technique. Puff up your mouth and spit out, and a piece of hot flame spews out immediately. Like a terrifying tsunami wave, Tong Yuhi reflected Danzo's entire face in front of him. Now he can't see Gongyi in front of his eyes, because there are only tens of meters of waves left. The entire route seems to be the only remaining flame, which has completely devoured Mokuden, wood style, and Futon, wind style. Like a violent wild beast, Danzo couldn't bear to react at all, so he immediately endangered Mokudan, wood style, and even collapsed Futon, wind style. It's just a face-to-face, too powerful ninjutsu, they have no trace at all. The power was not exerted, and it was immediately melted without a trace. You still have 5 lives. How long can you last? Feeling the chakra power of Danzo's disorder, Gong Yi's smile is confident and strong. Okay, the game is almost over. Chapter 423. A decent reputation. Engulfing Danzo like a wild beast, Gong Yi also continued to kill the past. As for Danzo is stuck in his heart. When Gong Yi has decided to kill him, he will never leave today. At the same time, when Danzo saw that Gong Yi's tyrannical Kaden, fire style, had come in front of him, he bit his finger and quickly hand-sealed again, and immediately slapped the ground. The psychic art, the dream-eating beast, the dream taper. Bang! Along with a puff of white smoke, Danzo has been forced to psychic out his psychic beast. A sturdy dream taper resembling an ancient colossus, it swayed its long nose and immediately spewed out a plume of white smoke. Opened his mouth towards Kaden, fire style, in front, and used the power of the tyrannical futon, wind style, to suck everything in front of him, and devoured it immediately. The powerful attraction is like an invisible big hand, which immediately drags the sea of flames in front of it, and keeps entering towards its mouth. In just a short while, the nightmare taper swallowed up such a large piece of flame, although it was a little painful, but it was considered to save Danzo from danger. A bang! When all the fires dissipated, the nightmare taper also released the psychic technique. Obviously, if it stayed here, it might really die. What? And this time, Danzo didn't feel lucky to dodge Gong Yi's Kaden fire style attack. Because he felt a monstrous killing intent erupting above his head, coming towards him. He stared at him with wide eyes, surrounded by Gong Yi, who was surrounded by green steam. He had already punched himself. Was a loud bang, and the whole root of the piece was like an earthquake, and it took dozens of seconds to stop. The position where Danzo just stood has become a deep pit of dozens of meters, and Gong Yi is in the center at this moment, slowly retracting his striking arm. Danzo, cherish your little time. Gong Yi smiled and looked to the other side. Danzo walked out again without any accident, but the Sharingan on his arm was more than half closed. Do you really want to kill them all, Gong Yi? Face was a little dreadful. Danzo had only fought for a few rounds, and he was already exhausted. He seems to have 5 more chances now, but for Gong Yi's offense, he can't bear it. Kill to kill. Gong Yi raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Danzo with a playful look. I can understand, are you begging for mercy? You. Danzo looked at Gong Yi's reckless appearance, and he continued with a gloomy face. Gong Yi, we are actually the same kind of people, why did we become like this? Really, that's really a pity. Gong Yi's smile disappeared, and Danzo saw that he had raised his arms. The last one looked like a chaotic chuck, but in Gong Yi's hands there was no riot at all. Immediately, it was getting bigger and bigger, and gradually people could feel Gong Yi's chakra ball. It was like a small meteorite. But, you still have to die. Big Ball Rasengan. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Yi suddenly exploded in speed and rushed towards him. Danzo didn't have time to dodge when he saw the huge Rasengan in Gong Yi's hand pressing down on him. Your Izanagi technique has a time limit, but you are here to put down your identity and beg for mercy. Gong Yi sneered, as if seeing through Danzo's conspiracy. Don't think I don't know what you, rethinking. A bang, apart from Danzo's screams, he was on the verge of extinction again. Of course, I have to say. Gong Yi clapped his hands and continued. If it's not a matter of time, I really want to use you to practice the ninjutsu I practiced recently. The seal of the curse of self-care. A cold drink appeared, and a burst of white smoke began to burst out around Gong Yi. I saw that there were countless black curse marks under Gong Yi's feet at an unknown time. Now his whole body is bound and unable to move, and he has completely lost the ability to move. Immediately after that, Danzo, who was resurrected again, also flashed in quickly, and the whole person did not stop at all. Mokuden, wood-style, gun tree. The arm with Hashirama cells transplanted, instantly created a giant tree and penetrated towards Gongyi. It turns out that I just delayed the time just for this. Standing there, Gongyi's face she didn't panic, she was still indifferent from beginning to end. Forget it, Gaara's side is about to start. Shaking his head, Gongyi obviously didn't want to continue consuming like this. The Jingmun opened. The Jingmun opened. With a bang, the surrounding green steam had completely disappeared, replaced by the sky-high blue steam. At this time, when Gongyi opened the seventh gate, the terrifying power of chakra even affected Danzo's binding curse seal. Ka ka ka. The black curse mark on it began to shatter every inch at this time, and Gongyi immediately stepped forward as if he didn't care. How is it possible? Danzo's eyelids twitched wildly when he saw that the ultimate move he constructed at the cost of his life was so easily deciphered. Because the current Gongyi has already rushed towards him. Blue steam burst out. Gongyi's whole body was like a dark blue devil, killing Danzo. The huge Mokuden wood-style tree in front completely collapsed, and at this time Gongyi came with a punch. All this is not over. Don't give Danzo extra time to think about it, and when he is resurrected again, Gongyi's powerful spiritual perception has sensed him in an instant. Day Tiger. Dodged. A roar screamed around. Danzo was killed again. In just a short time, Danzo's whole person was a little nervous. Sharingan on his arm was closed, his heart was already cold. How could he not know now that Gongyi now looks like he really wants to kill himself? Of my previous plans collapsed under Gongyi's absolute power. Gongyi, if you really killed me, aren't you afraid that someone in Konoha village will hold you accountable? Danzo was really scared, and when he was resurrected again, he immediately drink. If you die once, you are truly dead. He absolutely does not allow such a thing to happen, and he clearly still has a lot of things to do. Konoha village will be held accountable. Gongyi sneered, not at all reducing the killing intent because of Danzo's threat. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen will die today, and you are just one of the many endangered dusts. So, you can die in peace. Dodging, the blue steam rising from his body, Gongyi's indifferent face said lightly, but don't worry, after you die, I will give you a decent reputation. Chapter 424. The Death of Danzo. A decent reputation. Who do you think you are? Seeing that Gongyi didn't care about his own threats, Danzo's whole body was extremely cold, and he felt an unprecedented shame. When you asked me these questions, please take back your useless demonic illusion. Gongyi's indifferent face drew a sneer, and his fist slammed down. Danzo, your so-called stupid trick will only make you waste an extra second of your life. When the bang came, Gongyi seemed to have seen through everything. When he hit Danzo, he became countless pieces. Like a mirror that was shattered invisibly, the surrounding pictures suddenly dissipated. And just now, an angry Danzo begging for mercy, he stood in front of Gongyi with kunai in his hand, and was about to wave down. Sharingan on his arm was all closed, only the last one of his left eye remained open. That orangutan Yuhi's Sharingan is a strange pattern, but Gongyi doesn't. Will admit it wrong, that's Mangekyo Sharingan. When he finally killed Danzo, he actually used the power of Mangekyo Sharingan at the moment of his resurrection. It started to create an illusory environment around it. And Danzo seems to want to keep quiet and use the easiest way to get rid of himself. That's why he's just holding the kunai now, not even using the power of chakra. Because he had already accepted the weird lesson last time, he was afraid that he would be stimulated to wake up due to some circumstances. But unfortunately, with the passage of time, Gongyi's enhanced sense of consciousness has long been extremely powerful. At least it's not the only Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo, who can confuse himself. But it's not bad, it's really worthy of being a Danzo. Gong Yi smiled faintly and praised Danzo, who was as pale as paper in front of his eyes. He didn't bother about how Danzo's Mangekyo Sharingan got it, anyway. He's just a dead man. You actually PFF'd. No wait. After Danzo finished speaking, a golden light flashed across Gong Yi's hand. When the dazzling brilliance was transformed, it condensed into a golden longsword and penetrated Danzo's chest. An instant, Danzo could no longer say a word. Now with that last thought of unwillingness, he suddenly fell to the ground. In the pair of eyes, it seemed that he never thought that his final ending would actually fall into this. He closed his eyes slowly, and the thoughts in his brain stopped. The darkness of Konoha, a generational hero who has calculated half his life. Danzo, death. Boom, boom. A huge explosion sounded continuously, sending out a large cloud of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing there panting, staring straight ahead, and said gloomily, Orochimaru, what exactly do you want to do? The venue of the third Chunin test, Kazemaru is facing off against Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two have just played against each other, and obviously Sarutobi Hiruzen has begun to struggle a little because of his age. Of course, as a cage-level existence, he will not be defeated so easily. Orochimaru doesn't have the ability to be like Gong Yi, so if he kills him, he can kill him directly. What do I want to do, don't you know Sarutobi-sensei? Orochimaru held the blood-dripping kunai in his hand, he stuck out his tongue and licked it, and said with a sneer. I know you're not someone who acts like this out of hatred. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru, and he immediately responded with a serious face. Is it? Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile on his pale face, and said lightly, some old things, if they remain motionless, will actually be very boring. Although they seem to be no problem, they seem to have no value at all. No more. Saying that, Orochimaru pointed the kunai in his hand to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now I want to use this plan to destroy this old thing and welcome a new life. Well, you should be very pleased to be able to be the one who promotes the new students of Konoha village, Mr. Sarutobi. Whoosh. As soon as Orochimaru's voice fell, the kunai in his hand threw directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn, what should we do now? Isn't there any way for Lord Gong Yi? Seeing Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen fighting again, several Anbu members standing outside were a little anxious. Behind their masks all showed a very complicated look. 4. Orochimaru's 4 purple flame formations, they are completely at a loss. The whole Konoha village was in chaos, and they didn't even notice that Danzo was killed. Of course, Danzo is in an existence that is easy to ignore, and he is also a ghost. Whether he is dead now or not, it doesn't matter at all in the eyes of the rest of the people, instead they pay more attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen on the bright side. Well, no one is questioning Gong Yi now, after all, at this moment, he is leading a large number of ninjas from Konoha village, constantly beheading the troops of Sunagaku village. At the same time, just when Gong Yi's clone was still killing, the main body came out at the root. After erasing all traces, then Gong Yi can officially start his next plan. Thinking of this, Gong Yi also immediately use Hiraishin's technique to go to the battlefield. You guys continue to clean up the battlefield here, I'll go to the other side. Gong Yi's avatar here seemed to be feeling it, and he immediately turned his head to look at the group of Konoha ninjas he led and said. Understood, Lord Gong Yi. Seeing dozens of Konoha village ninjas nodding in agreement, he immediately responded. Flashed away. Soon, after waiting for a corner with no one, the clone immediately it disappeared with a bang. Swipe. When you have arrived at the top of a battlefield, the information transmitted by the clone has been recycled back to the main body. Everything seems to be going well. After digesting all the previous news images, Gong Yi's somewhat indifferent face showed a faint smile. Go to hell. Jingle when Gong Yi was still in his thoughts. The Konoha village ninjas below him were constantly fighting with Sunagakure village ninjas. Obviously, the ninjas in Sunagakure village have more advantages. Among them there are 3 or 4 in their team of dozens, and the famous Jonin is very strong. The Konoha village ninjas, who were originally small in number, suddenly began to be at a disadvantage. But they need to guard the entrance of this outer periphery. They can't escape at all, they can only hold on to Kiba. Okay, let's get rid of the ninjas from Sunagakure village, and then let's start the show. Gong Yi regained his senses and looked down. When the words fell, his whole body had already flashed and headed there. Chapter 425. Main Event. Damn, you bastards dare to break the covenant and invade Konoha village. One of the leaders, Konoha Chunin, bit Kiba and shouted angrily. He was staring at the front with Kuaijung in his hand and cursing. Breaking the covenant. Hearing the words of Chunin of Konoha village, Jonin of Sunagakure village here smiled sarcastically. Your so-called covenant is just a piece of waste paper. Ha ha ha, that's right, you are all dead today. Hearing his own Sunagakure Jonin sneered, the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas also laughed and continued. What can we do to kill you, anyway? There is nothing that can restrain us. Sunagakure village ninjas who have the upper hand here have all started unscrupulously. Everyone knows today that it is absolutely impossible for them to leave without taking a bite of the Konoha village. As for this alliance contract, to them, it's just a piece of waste paper that can be torn up unilaterally at any time. Now they already have some hatred with Konoha village, and just such a thing can't control them. Thinking of this, after that, every one of them exploded with murderous intent, killing the last few teams of Konoha village ninjas. Come on, I'll fight with you. Seeing that the faces of the ninjas in Sunagakure village were full of murderous intent, the few ninjas in Konoha village who were left here also saw death. However, in the next second, all the ninjas in Konoha village only felt a blackness behind them. And the ninjas in Sunagakure village in front also felt that the sun above their heads was also covered. All are stupid here. Because there was a big black and yellow hand above their heads, it covered the sky and the sun, and the palm lines were clear, making people look terrified. This ninjutsu, it's Lord Gong Yi. When all the ninjas in Konoha village saw the familiar ninjutsu and the powerful chakra fluctuations, they were all excited. They couldn't be more clear, that the man guarding Konoha village, he is here. But some people are happy and some are worried. While the ninjas of Konoha village have begun to rekindle their hopes, the faces of the ninjas of Sunagakure village in the front are frozen. The legendary dark blue demon was not something they could compete with. Now when they see the big hand of Doden, Earth style, coming towards them, everyone has given up and continued to move towards the front. Run. There is such a thought in everyone's mind, and it is the most important thing to leave now. From Sunagakure village, they were told by the upper floors that any dark blue demon who encounters Konoha must flee at full speed. Only in this way can the losses be minimized, and also fewer people can die in his hands. Because the executives of Sunagakure village also clearly know that at the level of Gong Yi, if they simply rely on numbers, they will not be able to defeat him. Well, the fate of going one's own way, only more. All the instant techniques are instant. Launch. Everyone wants to go fast. But unfortunately, they are on the outskirts of the wood, surrounded by open ground, so Gong Yi won't be afraid of anything at all. If you are in Konoha village, you may still be merciful. After all, these buildings will still need funds to be repaired later. But it is different now, because no matter what, the building complex of Konoha village will not be destroyed here. A bang! Dozens of Sunagakure village ninjas who were running away slowly immediately. Being photographed into flesh, the dead can no longer die. Sunagakure village in front of them, they had not had time to rejoice that they had avoided them, but there were 2 big black hands around them. No. Everyone saw this, and when they realized Gong Yi's horror, they were all heartbroken. The rumbling sound resounded through tens of thousands of meters. Start to fight back, and none of the ninjas from Sunagakure village will be left behind. As these surviving Konoha village ninjas watched with their mouths open, the figure of Gong Yi appeared in front of their eyes. Yes, Lord Gong Yi. When everyone saw Gong Yi's back, no one still questioned, and all eyes were hot. As if they had found the backbone, as if they had become their Jinchuriki column, they felt that as long as Gong Yi was there, everything would be fine. Before they knew it, the prestige established by Gong Yi had already begun to climb to vertex. Seeing everyone's excitement, Gong Yi nodded, and the whole person immediately disappeared. Mouth twitched on his face, and now Gong Yi needs to create this atmosphere. Now that this station is high profile enough, then this wave of people's hearts will naturally make a lot of money. When the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen died, he would naturally sit in the seat of the fifth generation of Hokage. Only with the people's will, Gong Yi can lead Konoha village to fulfill his future ambitions. Interior of Konoha village. The black three-headed snakes that were channeled by dozens of people before, they spit out snake letters and destroyed them all the way. Many ninjas from Konoha village are almost unable to resist it, and can only use their lives to delay its pace. The art of Hiraishin broke out. Almost just a thought, Gong Yi has already appeared here. Orochimaru, he really dares to destroy like this. Gong Yi stood on a towering roof, his brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the black three-headed snake in front of him. Although this place is only a marginal position, he is still a little unhappy about. This village that belongs to him in the future is destroyed in this way. When the words fall, hand seal with both hands. Raiden Thunder style, binding dragon spear. Sigh. When many ninjas have been sacrificed here again, Gong Yi has already shot. A violent thunderbolt burst out with a crackling sound. The azure blue light almost blinked, and it traversed hundreds of meters, killing the black three-headed snake. All the ninjas in Konoha village saw in an instant, the black three-headed snake just now was instantly killed by Gong Yi. It didn't even see the shadow of Gong Yi on this side, so it thumped and died limply here. As a psychic beast, it just died in this world like this, and it didn't even have time to go back. Master Gong Yi. It's Master Gong Yi who is here to help us. Great, we at least have Lord Gong Yi here. On the battlefield here, all the ninjas of Konoha village raised their arms and shouted when they saw Gong Yi. After simply commanding the battlefield, Gong Yi immediately activate Hiraishin and leave. The entire Konoha village is already full of Hiraishin's spells, and Gong Yi can reach any place in the blink of an eye. After killing a few destructive ninjas and killing a few tough enemies, Gong Yi headed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. What's next for me is the main event. Chapter 426. Gaara's killing intent. It seems that I was too soft-hearted at the beginning. It's also time to clean up the scourge for Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his former student and said slowly with a sad expression. Obviously at this time, he has already made up his mind to pay attention. Oh, it looks like I'm still being underestimated. But do you really think that the current you can still kill me? Orochimaru felt Sarutobi Hiruzen's killing intent. He didn't have any pressure, instead he joked with a wicked smile. Now the surrounding area of the two of them are all ruins of Mukuro. If the entire roof had not been blessed by the barrier, it might have collapsed long ago. They have fought for a few rounds in a short time, and it is clear that Sarutobi Hiruzen has gradually stopped trying to make Orochimaru change his mind. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen found out, he was determined to kill himself. Is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage robe has long since taken off, and now his eyes are shining brightly, and he continues, then give it a try. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. When the words are over, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately figure rioted and rushed towards Orochimaru, throwing several shuriken in his hand. Mr. Sarutobi, you are really impatient. Since you want to die so urgently, before that, let me give you a big gift. Seeing the densely packed shuriken in front of him, Orochimaru didn't dodge, and the whole person handed the hand seal with a playful smile. Spiritism Impure World Reincarnation. Haha, that Orochimaru guy has already started. Gong Yi, who had come to the vicinity of the battlefield between the two, did not show up. At such a sensitive moment, he naturally wouldn't stand there to watch the battle between the two. Coming here, Gong Yi just wanted to feel the power of Impure World Reincarnation up close. I currently have a lot of problems with Impure World Reincarnation's forbidden technique. Now this time, with the help of Orochimaru's practical operation. So that I can gain a little insight at a certain moment. This will make it easier for you to do your research later. Of course, what is more important now is that Gong Yi is also waiting for such a person. Master Gong Yi. Just as his thoughts fell, Kimimaro came to him at this time. How are you getting ready? Seeing Kimimaro appear, Gong Yi was not surprised, but asked lightly. I'm ready here, and I can lead Yue here. Kimimaro nodded, looked at Gong Yi and responded. But before Gong Yi could speak, he only heard, but he has left the Konoha village now, and he should have reached the periphery. I think it will take a while. And I was watching Naruto and Naruto before, and they were chasing him, so what are you going to do next, Master Gong Yi, are you still executing as planned? Hehe, Naruto Sasuke don't have to worry about it, they will cause harm to the plan. Not much of a hindrance. Hearing Kimimaro's doubts, Gong Yi said indifferently, now you can continue according to the previous plan, guide Yue to the edge of Konoha village here, and then I will personally take action to suppress it. Got it, Lord Gong Yi. Seeing Kimimaro leave, the smile on Gong Yi's face was still undiminished, and he was in perfect control of everything. He is not worried that Aikyo will break out quietly outside Konoha village. Gaara will definitely make him a sure kill target after seeing Kimimaro. According to the current Sasuke and Naruto can't contain him, so when Gaara was attracted by Kimimaro to come here, Gong Yi can take advantage of the situation to suppress him. The core of Gong Yi's entire plan is Gaara's Shukaku. It brings to itself are actually endless. When he fought against it, he naturally cleared the suspicion of not saving Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, you can also collect a chakra in the dark. And more importantly, you can increase your prestige again in front of everyone. Saving Konoha village is not something that can be created at any time. In order to achieve 3 birds with 1 stone, Gong Yi has already set the overall plan since the beginning of the Chunin exam. Of course, there's more to it than that. Outskirts of Konoha village. The art of puppets. Ka, the movement of a puppet joint came out. In this dense jungle, Kankuro stood on a towering tree, he controlled the chakra line in his hand, and blocked the puppet in front of him. At this moment, he no longer had the unscrupulousness he had before, but now he is looking at him seriously. The Aburame clan of Konoha village, while fighting, no matter what. How weak the opponent is, the bugs will not look down on him. In front of Kankuro was Aburame Shino, who was chasing after him. His hands were already covered with black bugs, densely covering his arms. The appearance of Aburame Shino now, it is enough to make people with intensive phobia go crazy. With black round eyes, he said coldly to Kankuro in front of him. HMPH, then let the horses come over. Kankuro snorted coldly, the chakra string in his hand immediately. One move, the puppet in front of him killed Aburame Shino. At the same time, Tamari here is also covered in scars, and at this moment, Naruto is constantly harassing him by using the shadow technique. Damn you bastard. Tamari bit Kiba and watched a lot of Naruto appear in front of her again. The huge fan in her hand swung forward again. A huge whirlwind burst out immediately, the sound of bang 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 continued to appear, and Naruto's clone touched again immediately after encountering a cyclone. Turned into white smoke and dissipated. However, although Tamari's strength is not weak, she is out of breath, and chakra is completely attenuated. She can't consume Naruto with huge chakra, and now she's out of tune. Boom. Here, While Kankuro and Temari were fighting Naruto and Aburame Shino, Gaara and Sasuke also fought. Sakura has already come here at this moment. It is a pity that he has become a spectator as usual, and watched with nervousness on his face. Damn, where did that guy go? Gaara is biting Kiba and still seems to be hating Kimimaro. Although the Sasuke in front of him is enough to make him feel the killing intent, it is far less intense than Kimimaro. He already felt the guy inside him coming out, but the only thing Gaara wanted to kill right now was Kimimaro. When it appears, that guy will definitely be killed. Gaara seemed to think of some kind of picture, and he put his hand on his forehead and laughed a little. His blood, you will love it. 427. Sasuke vs. Gaara. Go to hell. At this time, seeing Gaara's brief absence, Sasuke's face was indifferent and he didn't wait at all. I saw him immediately. A dodge, he charged towards Gaara's side, and with a flick of his hand, several kunai shot towards him. Since you want to die in such a hurry, then let's do it for you first. Gaara's hand covering his face has been slowly put down, and his whole body is already on the verge of going berserk. Sasuke's constant persecution from the beginning to now makes Gaara feel very uncomfortable. Whoops! The gourd behind Gaara's back began to appear in pieces of gravel, and he decided to kill Sasuke first before going to find Kimimaro. Hands of sand. When a piece of gravel appears, they quickly coalesce to form a giant sand claw. Sand claw formed, and it quickly grabbed towards Sasuke. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the kunai that shot out in front of him were stabbed in the sand claw. It is a pity that for such a lifeless ninjutsu, it is completely useless. Damn. Sasuke frowned immediately. Back off, trying to avoid Gaara's sand claw attack. However, when Sasuke was retreating towards the back, he only felt a darkness behind him, and his retreat was completely blocked. Because I don't know when, the gravel that was hard to notice with the naked eye was actually in his own. Behind him a yellow sand claw was formed and photographed towards him. Both sides, flanking, made Sasuke, who is now using his inertia to avoid the attack ahead, a little difficult. He could no longer forcefully twist his body to avoid the attack behind him. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke's embarrassment now, Sakura, who was standing on the branch, turned pale immediately. Drink. Oh, die. Gaara stood there, with a pair of dark-rimmed eyes already full of sarcastic killing intent. With a bloodthirsty smile on his face, Kankuro and Temari, who were still fighting with Naruto and Aburame Shino, felt cold inside. They had a bad feeling that this guy in Gaara's body might be about to appear. End substitute technique. Gaara looked at the battlefield ahead. He murmured. I saw Sasuke, who had just been caught in the front and back. After being shot by one of the huge sand claws, he turned into a half-shattered piece of wood with a bang. Here. Kaden Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. When Gaara just discovered the body art, Sasuke's voice suddenly sounded from the other side. I saw at this moment his pair of gorilla Yuhi's eyes were staring at me, and he quickly tied the seal and released a large ball of fire at him. Tough guy, you are also damned. Gaara saw the huge fireball from Chuck and bombarded him. He immediately grim-faced. At this time, everyone watched the scene of a jump in their hearts appear, only to see that Gaara did not choose to avoid it at all. But half of his whole face actually began to change, forming an incomplete Shukaku face. The same is true for his half-body, which has completely changed into Shukaku's appearance, and a huge patterned claw has been replaced. One of his arms. Is this the tailed beast that teacher Gong Yi once said? Sasuke's expression changed. He wanted to use the great fireball jutsu to rush over immediately. Select back. On the other hand, Temari and Kankuro were also pale, and did not choose to continue to entangle with Naruto and Aburame Shino. Ah, kill you. Gaara, who was in a half-Shukaku state at the moment, had a face that could only be described as a monster. Because everyone looked terrified, and now a force belonging to the tailed beast was vented. Although it is not strong, it is already very terrifying for those who are present, who only have the strength of genin. Although the current Sasuke also shows a face that is afraid of Gaara, but after Gong Yi's training for this period of time, he is not too afraid. Own strength is naturally the backing, and Sasuke feels that he may fight him again. Bang! Here, Sasuke's ninjutsu has just come to Gaara's eyes. It's a pity that the scene of the sneak attack to kill him did not appear, and Nuoda's flame was swept away directly. Gaara's huge Shukaku claws just moved forward with ease, and the fiery fireball had already hit it, instantly losing all effect. In the end, only the small flames that sputtered around were left. With a swish, Gaara at this time also turned towards Sasuke immediately. Dodging away, if the striking giant Shukaku claws were touched by it, Sasuke knew he was dead. Bang bang bang. With a loud bang, all the trees here were hit by Gaara and collapsed. Like a savage beast, he didn't care that there was something blocking him in front of him, and only Sasuke standing in front of Gaara's eyes remained. Damn! Looking at Gaara's mad attack, Sasuke's pair of blood-wheeled eyes also kept spinning slowly. Apparently he could clearly see his trajectory, but Sasuke still didn't dare to resist Gaara's attack. Immediately, step back and dodge towards the other side. At the same time, Sasuke's hands have formed the Indian style again, and now his mouth has bulged, and he continues to release Kaden fire style ninjutsu towards Gaara. It doesn't work at all. Sasuke frowned and looked at Gaara in front of him. When his second wave of Kaden fire style bombarded him just now, his huge Shukaku claws were just in front of him, easily offsetting his Kaden fire style. Fire style ninjutsu. Can't penetrate it at all. Damn it, it looks like it's hard to kill him. At this time, Sasuke's whole person has already fallen into a disadvantage. As for the crazy Gaara, although he has done his best, he still can't resist Shukaku's power. And at this time, Sasuke had the intervention of Gong Yi, so Orochimaru's curse was not planted on him either. So he can't burst out the power of the curse, and then compete with the power of Gaara's Shukaku. At the same time, just as Gaara and Sasuke were fighting, Kimimaro had already arrived in this jungle with a cold face. After talking to Gong Yi, he immediately prepared to lead Gaara away. These plans Gong Yi has been in for a long time, and Kimimaro naturally knows that he must not screw it up. His speed is very fast, and when he is about to enter the battlefield, he immediately stopped on a branch. His face was a little uncomfortable, and the whole person murmured alone, "This power. The tailed beast, it seems that the Gaara over there is about to explode." Thinking of this, Kimimaro is also rushing to speed up again. Chapter 428. The Ghoul Seal. Not long. At this time, still, Sasuke who fought Gaara is completely exhausted. The consumption was very serious in the Chunin assessment just now, and now facing the crazy Gaara, Sasuke's body and chakra can no longer be consumed. Besides, after Gaara's Shukaku power broke out, all his attacks were completely ineffective. In a short time, Naruto and Sakura stood in front of Sasuke, their eyes nervously looking at Gaara in front. Damn bastard, give me enough time. With anger in his eyes, Naruto bit Kiba and shouted at Gaara. Chikatsumyaku dead bone pulse 10-finger piercing bullet. Just as Naruto and Gaara were fighting with arrows, an indifferent voice came out. Immediately after that, 10 white shadows like bullets shot towards Gaara. Hula. Bang bang bang. Large pieces of gravel poured out frantically, forming a shield of sand, which perfectly blocked Kimimaro's sudden attack. 10 white joints, when they touched the top of the gravel shield, all of them seemed to be in a swamp, and were slowly sucked into it by the gravel. It's you. Gaara, who was on the verge of going berserk, looked even crazier when he looked at the position where he was attacking. The white-haired boy who was standing on the tree and looking at him indifferently, he was no longer able to recognize it. Kimimaro. The guy that he has been looking for is also the guy that he has always wanted to kill, and he actually appeared on his own initiative. Kimimaro-senpai. Naruto and Sakura also saw him at this time, and immediately relief appeared on his face. Whoosh! At this moment, when Gaara saw Kimimaro, he had completely ignored Sasuke and them, and instead attacked Kimimaro. Now, as if only Kimimaro was left in his eyes, Gaara's mind was full of monstrous killing intent. He rushed away at a rapid speed, and his mouth was even more angry. Today I will show you what I really am. The meaning of existence, go to hell. Hee hee. Kimimaro didn't talk nonsense at all, the whole person killed Gaara instead of retreating. Kimimaro, who now has a lot of experience, naturally won't be frightened by Gaara's incomplete tail beastification. After all, Gongyi had gone through so much with him back then, and he didn't pay attention to Gaara at all. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Camellia. Kimimaro was in the air, and he immediately drew a white bone knife from his left arm. Although seeing this picture, everyone felt a pain, but Kimimaro's face was still very indifferent. King, the next second, the two of them collided. Kimimaro swung forward with the bone knife in his hand, just to resist the Shukaku claws that Gaara grabbed towards him. Accurate and sturdy physical skills, combined with multiple attacks, now Kimimaro has begun to suppress Gaara. In a short while, sparks are scattered, although Kimimaro can't break Gaara, but he can't attack Kimimaro at all. Seeing that he has clearly released his power, it is still there. When he was suppressed by Kimimaro, Gaara had already begun to move towards the form of a complete tail beast. Eyes flashed, and when he saw that Gaara was already killing him, Kimimaro immediately leave. That's right, just when everyone thought there was going to be a terrifying battle, Kimimaro turned around and left. Didn't want to face it when he saw a tail that was about to explode. Want to go to die. At this time, Gaara saw Kimimaro leave, and he was willing to let him really leave. I have been looking for him for a long time, and today Gaara has only one thought in his mind, that is to kill him completely. With a bang, the thick branch he stepped on immediately shattered, and Gaara chased towards Kimimaro. Sealing Ghoul. Not long after Kimimaro left, the battle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru was drawing to a close. I saw that the current Sarutobi Hiruzen has been penetrated by Orochimaru's grass pheasant sword, but fortunately now behind him, his psychic beast Monkey King is still lying there struggling to grasp the hilt of the sword, and did not let it completely penetrate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who forcibly hanged his life, has already shown the appearance of dying, ready to die with Orochimaru. Orochimaru, Konoha village is my home, how could I let you really want to destroy it? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of embarrassment, and the whole person was starting to lose his ability to even speak. I saw him at this time, and an illusory figure began to appear behind him, a white-haired demon in a white robe with a dagger in his mouth. When the white-haired demon appeared, its illusory arms began to tug at Orochimaru's soul. But now Sarutobi Hiruzen is exhausted, he has no strength to drag Orochimaru's entire soul out. You immortal guy, let me go. Orochimaru, who had always had a calm face, was terrified at the moment, but now that he saw the ghoul seal, he was also in chaos. He never imagined that Sarutobi Hiruzen would end up with his own choice. Master Gongyi. At this time, when Sarutobi Hiruzen released the ghoul seal, Gongyi just happened to dodge. The Anbu members who have seen from the beginning to the end, after seeing Gongyi's arrival, all shook their heads a little sadly and said, 3 generations of adults, he has. Have you used the ghoul seal? After separating from Kimimaro, Gongyi came here. He is now looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a pair of deep eyes, without showing any expression. Of this ninjutsu can only be seen by the caster and the sealed person, Gongyi can still clearly feel the god of death. Its power cannot escape Gongyi's consciousness. Ghoul seal is derived from the super seal technique of the Uzumaki family. Gongyi himself has done research for a long time, and Kushina once explained it to himself. It is a kind of magician that summons the god of death at the cost of life, and can take out the soul of the target to be sealed. In looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's old-fashioned appearance, it is impossible to seal Orochimaru completely. He was able to hold on until now, and seal Orochimaru's hands, which is a miracle in Gong Yi's eyes. Gong Yi. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yu Guang seemed to see Gong Yi standing outside the barrier, and there seemed to be a sensible look on his face. But soon, he stopped thinking about it, and in turn used up the last ounce of strength to seal Orochimaru. Since I can't let you die with me, then I will send you one eternal punishment. That's this time, I'm going to take back all your ninjutsu. And at this moment, when Sarutobi Hiruzen's side was about to end, Gong Yi slowly turned his head to the other side. Chapter 429. The Death of the Three Generations of the Will of Fire. It can be clearly felt that a violent chakra gradually appears. Is it Kimimaro and Gaara? Faint smile, Gong Yi's consciousness spread very far. The trend in the periphery of Konoha village, I can also master here. You old man, stop me. Seal. Back to his senses, along with Orochimaru's unwilling roar, the third generation also lay peacefully on the ground. Where there are leaves, the fire will burn. The front Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking at had begun to turn. It was darkness, his eyes were slowly closing at this moment, and the last trace of life force was dissipated. Where there is fire, everything will be illuminated. Those who have inherited the will of fire, Konoha village will be handed over to you. 3 generations of Hokage, death. Boom, boom, and at this moment, everything is too late to be sad. Gong Yi didn't look at Orochimaru, who shrugged his arms. He was already looking at the edge of Konoha village. There was already venting the killing intent to the sky, and a terrifying chakra force covered the entire Konoha village. Tail Beast. It's the power of the Tail Beast. Anbu members standing here, they immediately. I sensed this familiar power. After experiencing the original Night of Kyubi, 9 tails, such slaves belong to the power of the tailed beasts, they dare not forget. Although it can't compare to the last Kyubi, 9 tails, but this time is scary enough. You guys are here for 3 generations, where should I go to see? Understood, Lord Gong Yi. After Gong Yi looked at Anbu here, he disappeared. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, now, it's time to perform. The art of Hiraishin starts. When Gong Yi reappears, he has seen Kimimaro. I saw Gaara behind Kimimaro, chasing after him frantically. Bang! As soon as Gaara entered here, Kimimaro in front of him immediately. Of continuing to leave, he killed him again. Haha, have you turned into a half-tailed beast? Seeing that Gaara's body was transformed into a tailed beast, but most of it still remained human, he murmured lightly. At this time, I saw that Kimimaro in front of him had already started to explode Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, and started to attack Gaara continuously. Just a few dozen seconds, Gaara has already started to ignore it completely, and his eyes are fixed on Kimimaro. You forced me. The art of falling asleep. Gong Yi's face. With a sneer, watching me finally couldn't take it anymore, using the state that put myself into sleep. I began to completely let the power of one tail burst out. Om. At the same time, after Gaara used this ninjutsu, his small body began to release the violent power. Soon, a gigantic monster in the shape of a raccoon appeared. It is all yellow with blue patterns on it, and a huge tail swaying behind it represents its identity. Aikiao Shukaku appeared. When its huge stature appeared, the Sunagakur village ninjas and Konoha village ninjas all hesitated. Of this tailed beast has completely descended upon the entire Konoha village. It was still there before. The 2 groups of people fighting fiercely, they both stopped their movements and looked at Gong Yi. That's a tailed beast. One of the ninjas from Konoha village, he hurriedly backed away with a terrified expression on his face. One tail. It's one tail. Sunagakure village here were dripping with cold sweat, and the kunai in their hands were still on the ground. Originally, the battlefields on both sides had all stopped, and they were all looking at Shukaku, who had completely formed over there. Damn, Sunagakure village, they actually released all the tailed beasts. Are they crazy? Kakashi, Might Guy and others, they all noticed it too. Without exception, several people looked angry, and all left their respective battlefields, dodging towards there. The events of the night of Kyubi, 9 Tails, they are vividly remembered, and now if Yue is also wanton in Konoha village. Konoha village is really finished. The damage that Kyubi, 9 Tails, inflicted on Konoha village was well known to every ninja. Quickly find Lord Gongyi. At this time, I didn't know it was the ninja who came back to his senses, immediately. Shout. Soon all the ninjas from Konoha village began to quickly counterattack against Aikyo. They know that Ichio is more terrifying than the group of Sunagakure ninjas. If it is allowed to enter Konoha village, then the entire Konoha village will be destroyed without the destruction of Sunagakure ninjas. Quick, tell everyone to leave Konoha village now. Seeing the appearance of Aikyo, the senior officials of Sunagakure village here also waved their hands. One Tail's sudden appearance, they don't know if it is the result of the negotiation of the upper management. But since Aikyo has appeared, they will only harm Yangchi if they go and stay here. As the ninjas of Sunagakure village, they naturally knew that Shukaku hated the most. But it was humans like them. Now that it has appeared, this guy will definitely not show mercy because they are ninjas from Sunagakure village. Sha. At this time, as Gaara released a Shukaku, Kimimaro also came to Gongyi beside. Because of the very remote reason here, no ninjas have come here at all. However, Kimimaro had just retreated to Gongyi's side, and one after another, there were also ninjas from Konoha village. Everyone could clearly see the tension on their faces. However, when they saw that Gongyi was also standing here, they all breathed a sigh of relief. With this man here, the whole Konoha village might not have any problems at all. Damn, this Sunagakure village actually released the tail. Might Guy came to Gongyi and bit Kiba, clenching his fists and cursing. Lord Gongyi, what should we do now? The group of Konoha village ninjas here are also looking at him, as if waiting for Gongyi's order. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is unknowingly overlooked, and now Aikyo is attracting everyone's attention. You continue to clear the Sunagakure village ninjas, just leave it to me here. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Gongyi smiled faintly. Humans, did you wake me up? At this time, Shukaku's pair of black cross, yellow pupils looked towards Gongyi. The disgust on his face did not hide in the slightest. It really hates the human beings in front of it. After speaking, without waiting for anyone to speak, it waved its huge palm and patted it here. Woke you up. Looking up at Shukaku who had already shot, Gongyi's entire figure disappeared instantly. Then I'll let you go to sleep. Chapter 430, Shukaku Little Civet Cat. First. Master Gongyi has taken action. Seeing Gongyi's disappearance, the Konoha village ninja was excited. Now as their only support Jinchuriki column, everyone sees Gongyi's shot, and their hanging hearts gradually let go. In the field. The power of the terrifying tailed beast is madly vented. In an instant, Shukaku's huge claws shot down towards Gongyi like a dark cloud covering the sky. The tyrannical pressure immediately pressed down, and cracks began to appear in the surrounding buildings. Every ninja in Konoha village standing behind Gongyi, they can clearly feel the wind on their faces. Aikyo Shukaku didn't seem to have any energy left at all, and his shot was the strongest blow. Doden, Earth-style, heavenly palm. The huge palm of Shukaku, who also did not lose, immediately appeared, and greeted it in the opposite direction. Gongyi's face was indifferent, and he didn't choose to avoid it. Although Shukaku attacked without hesitation, he had no fear at all. Aikyo is not very strong in the first place, and this is not a desert, which invisibly weakens Aikyo Shukaku's ability a lot. Gongyi can easily suppress it at any time now. There is nothing to worry about at all. Its existence today is only used to clear Gongyi's suspicions and gain prestige. Other than that, it's useless at all. Of course, the reason why Gongyi chose to entangle with it here is just to find a suitable opportunity to recover its chakra. His own small ten-tails Jinchuriki column force plan, Gongyi will not forget. Boom. As Shukaku's claws collided with Gongyi's sky-shattering palms, a loud thumping sound swept through all directions. An invisible shock wave of residual power spread around with them as the center. Cracks began to appear in the huge walls outside this Konoha, and some buildings were completely shattered. Konoha village ninjas who were standing behind were biting kiba and folded their hands in front of them. Little civet cat, you only have so much power. Sage mode is on. Gongyi is now hanging in the air, and he has walked right in front of Shukaku. With a playful expression on his face, he showed a look that didn't take Shukaku seriously at all. Shukaku's body froze when he saw that Gongyi easily blocked his attack and then complained to himself. The little civet cat never thought that someone would dare to call him this title. This worm that can be pinched to death at will, it actually thinks of this so recklessly now. Shukaku's face has begun to be angry. Human, you are courting death. Futon, wind style, empty bomb. When Gongyi purposely angered Shukaku, it simply has no physical strength to deal with him. Now it's immediately. Chuck was condensed, and he was going to use ninjutsu to kill this daring, little bug. To remove. With a big belly full of blue tattoos, Shukaku opened his mouth and spit it forward. Instant, a blast of gust of wind rippled around, and the power containing a large amount of futon, wind-style chakra attributes was continuously condensed, and the next second, a terrifying wind ball appeared immediately. When it was fully formed, it suddenly rushed straight towards Gongyi. So strong. Everyone was surprised when they saw that Shukaku actually used ninjutsu. Senpo, Sage Art Glazed Sky Curtain. Gongyi immediately stretched out his hand and waved forward. A huge crystal blue water curtain immediately appeared in front of him, and then began to spread endlessly, preparing to resist Shukaku's futon, wind-style attack. 4. Shukaku's futon, wind-style, Gongyi doesn't care, but he doesn't want Konoha village to be destroyed because of it. This normal futon, wind-style, ninjutsu is used by ordinary ninjas, then the power will naturally not be so terrifying. But the tailed beast is different. It is released by Shukaku, which is almost comparable to the power of ninjutsu. If you are affected by the Konoha village in the back, you will be in quite a trouble in the future. After all, his next plan is not over yet. After Konoha village is completed, the Sunagakur village has just begun. So that's why Gongyi personally took action, killing Sunagakur village ninjas for those Konoha village ninjas. It is said to earn enough prestige, but the main thing is to want to lose a little less. He has been in Konoha village for so long, his reputation, etc. is not low, so this is also optional for Gongyi. The most important thing is that he doesn't want Konoha village to suffer too much loss, so as not to affect the next plan. Bang, bang, bang. When Gongyi was thinking, Shukaku's terrifying futon, wind-style, attacked, and they were completely blocked outside the glazed canopy. Without showing a trace of power at all, they immediately neutralized and scattered in the air. The glass canopy that can easily defend against tailed beast bomb is naturally not something that Shukaku's simple futon, wind-style, can destroy. It actually stopped. Shukaku's pair of eyes looked in front of him. The ninjutsu he had just done had no effect, and then was cancelled. It seems that this guy still needs to be taken out of the village. This is the best way. Seeing Shukaku's destructive power, Gongyi immediately. Several characteristics of Kunai were thrown out. Next second, Shukaku only felt his eyes blink, and when he looked again, he found that his position had changed all around. Gong Yi used the technique of Hiraishin to transfer it outside the village of Konoha. Are dense jungles all around, so naturally there is no need to worry about Shukaku destroying anything. Okay, it's almost time to start. Seeing that no one was around, Gong Yi knew that this was his best chance. Hiraishin's art is activated again. No wait, Aikiao Shukaku reacted, and a golden light bloomed in his hands. That Jin Dun had transformed into was now held in Gong Yi's hand. Swipe to the front. With a bang, half of Shukaku's arm was completely chopped off. Almost as soon as it fell, Gong Yi was immediately. Take out the prepared scroll and seal it. The whole process went smoothly, but it was just a fleeting blink of an eye. A group of ninjas from Konoha village came over. Gong Yi successfully got a tail of chakra. Roar! Just before the end of the tail was waiting to speak, it only felt a golden light reflected, and then its half-face immediately. Eating pain. He actually hurt himself. Shukaku looked at Gong Yi in front of him even more angrily at the moment. Human, how dare you? Okay, the seal can be implemented. Seeing that it was almost over, Gong Yi didn't have the heart to entangle with Shukaku. He immediately dodged again, and pressed towards Aikiao Shukaku. Whoops, yeah. When Gong Yi was about to attack, he suddenly looked at Shukaku in front of him. Chapter 431. The Real Counterattack. Gong Yi saw Shukaku in front of him, its huge body immediately split apart and instantly turned into a piece of yellow sand. Seeing Aikiao Shukaku like this, Gong Yi hung in the air and quietly watched everything in front of him. Obviously, it had just sensed danger in its own body, and wanted to use its own gravel to leave the nine-tailed beast. One-tailed Shukaku was also cunning by nature, and his backbone was completely non-existent to it. Whoa, and at this moment, Gong Yi just thought of this. After that, the sea of sand that had covered the entire jungle converged again. When it reappeared, the arm that he had just cut off actually grew back. However, the overall shape of Shukaku is just a lot smaller in comparison. Hee. Looking at Shukaku's reappearance, Gong Yi's face. Wrong Zai sneered. Apparently just after it was gritted, he chose to refinish his body. Futon wind style is even in the air. When the Shukaku is recompleted, its pair of yellow pupils stares at him fiercely. He opened his mouth and spit out a continuous blast of wind towards the front. Tail beasts are very vengeful. This irascible Shukaku, it seems that he will not rest until he kills himself. In the blink of an eye, wind bombs condensed from massive chakras, like a rain of missiles from a group of aircraft, bombarded Gong Yi indiscriminately. It is indeed a tailed beast. Possessing completely endless chakra power is not worth mentioning for such consumption. Now Shukaku's chakra seems like he doesn't want money, and he is venting towards Gong Yi frantically. Humans' chakra is indeed much worse than that of tailed beasts. Gong Yi smiled and sighed as he watched the countless wind bombs rushing in front of him. Look, where is Lord Gong Yi? Shukaku, have you been moved outside of Konoha village? In the dense jungle around, ninjas began to appear. Without exception, they were all attracted by the loud explosion. There are Sunagakure village ninjas, and the same Konoha village ninjas, and they face each other. Although they were all hostile, no one dared to walk towards the battlefield ahead. They are waiting for the finale of Gong Yi's fight with Shukaku. Because at that time, whoever loses and who wins will naturally see Akatsuki. However, in the current situation, the ninjas of Sunagakure village are naturally drumming in their hearts, while the ninjas of Konoha village are ready to fight back. The man in front of them, but the existence that suppressed Luwei and beheaded Yutai. No matter how you think about it, you can understand that Aikiao Shukaku can't stop him at all. Boom, well, everyone's ideas are all correct. Just breathing, Gong Yi Dun transformed into a shield, perfectly blocking Shukaku's continuous futon wind-style attacks. From start to finish, it can't pose a threat at all. Human, I must kill you. Aikyo Shukaku roared. It had reached the state of immortality. Just now he actually cut off one of his own arm recklessly, and he dared to humiliate himself all the time. Tailed Beast, Shukaku Aikyo has completely disregarded it. Tailed Beast bomb starts to condense at this moment. There is no desert around, so many of Shukaku's abilities cannot be used. Go on and sleep well, little civet cat. Seeing that Shukaku was about to cast Tailed Beast bomb, Gongyi sneered and quickly hand seal. Senpo, Sage Art Raiden, Thunder Style, Jinchuriki, Column. Sigh. A burst of blue thunder and lightning burst out, and they rose from the ground around Shukaku. Immediately after that, there was an endless explosion of thunderous chain-like illusions, bounding towards it. Shukaku's Tailed Beast bomb had not had time to condense, it was completely bound. The moment when the thunder and lightning imprisoned Shukaku, the trait kunai was thrown out by Gongyi. The art of Hiraishin. With a hum, Shukaku saw Gongyi in front of him breathing, and he was already in front of him. Still had the same indifferent sneer on his face, as if everything was under his control. Next second, the power of a seal erupted. You don't. When Gongyi put his hand on Shukaku's body, its complexion changed greatly, and the entire fat body trembled. Ninja seal. Seeing Shukaku's gaff, Gongyi sneered and didn't stop. A suppressing chakra force suddenly appeared, as if an invisible big hand immediately grabbed Shukaku. Dragging down, the endless attraction makes it impossible to resist any resistance at all. Seal. As Gongyi finished speaking, Shukaku roared unwillingly with his eyes wide open, but it didn't do anything at all. His entire body was completely twisted, and instantly turned into a yellow light that poured into the bottom. Gaara's body slowly appeared, and Shukaku also submerged directly to his navel. Gongyi reseals the new sealing spell on Gaara's stomach. The tailed beast is sealed. What's the matter? This dark blue demon of Konoha has sealed one end so easily. Seeing the situation between Gongyi and Shukaku, all the ninjas in Sunagakure village panicked. Although they know that Shukaku has no upper hand compared to Gongyi. But no one thought that it would be sealed by Gongyi so easily. The two haven't fully confronted at all, and this time Gongyi actually solved everything. Quick, take back the Jinchuriki column force. At this time, one of the Sunagakure village Jonin came back to his senses and drank it immediately. Now if Gaara is mastered by the Konoha village on Gongyi's side, they will lose miserably today. Yes, we will bring Yue back soon. Hearing this Sunagakure Jonin shouting loudly, the rest of the people also woke up and looked at Gongyi immediately. Swish, swish, swish. With kunai in hand, they all headed towards Gongyi to bite Kiba. Although they knew the horror of Gongyi, they all risked their lives for the sake of Jinchuriki column. Want to take back the Jinchuriki column, force you to dream. The excited ninjas from Konoha village were naturally not idle, and they sneered and fought back with kunai as well. Gongyi on his side has sealed the tailed beast, then they have won the victory virtually. Kimimaro, bring the force of Jinchuriki column back to the village. Gongyi looked at Gaara who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, he said lightly. Yes, Teacher Gongyi. Kimimaro, who had been standing on the side, immediately dodged, took Gaara and immediately left. Seeing the ninjas from Sunagakure village in front rush over, Gongyi did not choose to continue killing them. I will need them to bring back the matter of controlling the power of one-tailed Jinchuriki column back to Sunagakure village. Counterattack, the real start is now. Phyllu reminds you. An LT, otherwise the collection IP and GT. 432. Jiraiya returns. The technique of Suiten, water style, water dragon bullet. The technique of Doden, earth style wall. The sound of rage appeared, followed by ninjutsu of various attributes. The clanging sound of the ninja gear also echoed throughout the street. Village of Konoha, the big one, there is a lot of noise now. As time passed, the ninjas of Konoha village gradually gained the upper hand, and the remaining ninjas of Sunagakure village were losing ground. They couldn't resist the Konoha village ninjas who were fighting back with all their strength, especially since they had gotten news of each other. The runaway Shukaku, it has been captured, and the force of the human Jinchuriki column has been controlled by the Konoha Dark Blue Demon. With the core executives as the chief commander this time, it has been announced that each Sunagakure village ninja will retreat quickly. Orochimaru has left, and now Sunagakure village is also fighting alone. Particular, Gong Yi's bloody crackdown in Konoha village has already begun, and everyone has long been afraid. With the harassment of excellent elites such as Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, etc. All the Konoha village ninjas who came to support them completely drove them out of the Konoha village. Short time, after leaving a painful price, only a few ninjas from Sunagakure village have completely escaped from Konoha village. Far, under the leadership of 29 Gong Yi, Konoha village has won a big victory. However, although it seemed that they had won, none of the ninjas in Konoha village showed excitement on their faces. For the third Chunin assessment, on the roof of Nuoda's eaves has been destroyed. There were already many people standing around Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Just when everyone was silent, Gong Yi also rushed back from the outer battlefield. When he appeared, everyone naturally gave way. Gong Yi's face she didn't show any expression. He walked to the Three Generations corpse. Looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who quietly closed his eyes, and looked at everyone around him. Faces are all sad and complicated, and more of a kind of disbelief. No one would have imagined that this powerful third-generation Hokage would actually die in this turmoil. Such a death is indeed painful for living people. Gong Yi, who had never spoken, opened his mouth slowly, but 3 generations, he didn't die in vain. Having said that, Gong Yi paused for a while, then looked at the crowd and continued, "He has left the most important things for us, hasn't he?" "That's right. Lord Gong Yi is right. Yes, we at least inherited the will of fire." Hearing Gong Yi's somewhat affectionate words, the ninjas who had previously looked gloomy slowly raised their heads. Was firmness on their faces, and hope rekindled in their eyes. Everyone now from Sarutobi Hiruzen to Gong Yi, third generation of Hokage, unfortunately died. But each of them knows that there is this man in front of them. He just led everyone to defeat the Sunagakure village, and even suppress the end to save Konoha from destruction. The night gradually became quiet. Star curtain hangs above the sky. At this moment in the village of Konoha, it is still, the lights are bright. All the people are tidying up the battlefield, and there is a special person recording the casualties. The ninja hospital controlled by Gong Yi has now become the main force unknowingly. Every ninja in Konoha village saw Gong Yi, as if seeing hope for survival. Basically because of his existence, many Konoha ninjas who were seriously injured were pulled back by Gong Yi at the Grim Reaper. Through this war, Gong Yi began to have an indelible place in the hearts of every Konoha villager. The leader of the palace. "Mr. Gong Yi, someone has found out that Danzo was killed." Kimimaro was dressed in Anbu costume with a mask on his face immediately. Reported. "Haha, did you just find out now?" Gong Yi sat there, sipping the freshly brewed tea lightly. From Orochimaru's Konoha crash plan. Over, it's been a week. The entire Konoha village have begun to turn slowly, and everything is back on track. Because of their intentional protection, the main buildings were not seriously damaged. But there are some remote outer corners that need to be repaired, and those are completely unimportant. And the ninjas in Konoha village also did not lose much, and most of them were injured. At present, every link is completely developing as Gong Yi envisioned. That's right. Kimimaro took off the mask on his face, looked at Gong Yi and continued. Now Homura Mitokado, as well as the 2 Hokage consultants Kaharu Udatane have also known. Now it is estimated that this will be Kung Fu. Probably the whole Konoha village has been completely spread here already. Is the spear pointing at Orochimaru now? Putting down the teacup in his hand, Gong Yi looked at Kimimaro and asked. With your guidance, Mr. Gong Yi, almost everyone now believes that Orochimaru did it. Kimimaro nodded and responded, because the timing didn't match up before, they thought Orochimaru killed Danzo first and then started the plan. Oh, not bad. Gong Yi smiled. Orochimaru has already carried a lot of black pot, so naturally he won't mind this one. By the way, Teacher Gong Yi, now Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, has heard that he has returned. Kimimaro seemed to remember something. He said to Gong Yi. 3 inches is Jiraiya back. Gong Yi's eyes were deep, and his whole face didn't seem to have changed. He didn't really care. Now that Jiraiya is back, obviously, it should be for the location of the 5th generation of Hokage. But Gong Yi, he is not worried. The 2 main threats are now dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen, naturally needless to say here, Danzo was also eliminated by himself. So, even though the current Jiraiya has come back, Gong Yi doesn't care at all. He is completely incapable of posing any threat to himself. Plan to collapse in Konoha this time, everything has been seen in the eyes of others. The indirect self saved Konoha once again. Of course, even if there is no such thing, then relying on his accumulated reputation for many years is enough to make Jiraiya ashamed. He has been away for such a long time, and has long been forgotten by people, so now Jiraiya is unable to compete with himself for the position of the 5th generation of Hokage. All the people in Konoha village have long been in the heart of the people, and even if he comes back, it will be of no avail. The next thing I need to wait patiently is the core meeting in a few days. That's when the moment really decides everything. Chapter 434. 5 Generations of Hokage. Hehe, since everyone highly recommends it. Seeing that it was almost time, Gong Yi showed a smile on his indifferent expression. Speaking, he slowly stood up and looked at the people in front of him. Then I will naturally not shirk and disappoint everyone. Basically everything was not what Gong Yi expected. Now in the entire conference room except Jiraiya, who did not speak, Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Utatane, and the core senior elders also expressed their opinions. Almost all opinions have reached a consensus, that is to recommend Gong Yi to serve as the 5th generation of Hokage. The time is ripe. Gong Yi is no longer silent. His words are now obvious, and now he has told everyone in disguise that he has agreed to take office for the 5th generation of Hokage, and no one can deny it. Especially Gong Yi looked at Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane with a full smile on his face. It seems to be admonishing the 2 of them. You agree and agree, and you have to agree if you disagree. As for Jiraiya, Gong Yi naturally ignored it. He didn't bother to pay attention to the person who had almost nothing to do with Konoha village in disguise. When Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya's presence could be completely ignored. He is not doing anything for Konoha village at all. Regardless of that Konoha disaster, Jiraiya was never seen. However, when some good things happened, he came back very quickly. For such a guy, Gong Yi doesn't really have much affection for him. Well, do you have any other opinions now? Seeing that no one is going to speak now, Homura Mitokado also immediately asked again. Exception, the audience did not speak again. Even Jiraiya continued to remain silent. Cough. Seeing that no one was going to speak again, Homura Mitokado coughed lightly, smiled and looked at Gong Yi. Well, in that case, I also think that Gong Yi's appointment of the 5th generation of Hokage is the most conscious choice. Tomorrow I will sort out the documents, go to the country of fire, and report the name. Homura Mitokado is naturally aware of current affairs, and at such a juncture, he does not want to be unhappy. The Konoha village is already headless, many big families are just around the corner, and some are not stable. It would be fine if it was really an internal trouble, but now that Konoha village was attacked by Sunagakure village and the 3rd Hokage died in battle, it was completely publicized. Then the surrounding Kumogakure village and Iwagakure village and others, it is definitely impossible to say that there is no action. This case, the situation of external and internal troubles will be a big blow to Konoha village. But now it's different. If Gongyi is now in the position of the 5th generation of Hokage, it may be a good thing. All bad things will come to an end. His appearance can not only suppress the big family in Konoha village, but also a shocking force for those villages outside. Just thinking about it, since he has already agreed with the people, how can he say, "Stop this matter"? Kaharu Udatane heard the announcement, and nodded with a faint smile on his face, and did not show any disagreement. Happy. Now that the whole situation is a foregone conclusion, she, too, doesn't think too much about Homura Mitokado. Gongyi, who was sitting here, heard this. Naturally, he didn't speak too much. As for Homura Mitokado going to the Land of Fire in person, Gongyi is naturally clear. Taking the position of Hokage, in addition to requiring the votes of all senior management and advisors, it must also be approved by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Both parts are indispensable. Of course, now that everyone in Konoha village has agreed, then the daimyo of the Land of Fire is just going through the motions. His decision is not really important, or his power is huge, but for Konoha village can't be stretched here. Gongyi's appointment to the 5th generation of Hokage is already irreversible. Oh, Gongyi, I heard that you captured Jinchuriki column force from Sunagakure village. When the dust had settled on Hokage's appointment, Kaharu Udatane remembered something else, and she immediately asked Gongyi. Since the 5 generations of Hokage belong to him now, Kaharu Udatane naturally no longer hides it. After all, this is a major event related to the village. That's right, the power of their people, Jinchuiki column, is indeed in my hands now. Gongyi nodded, but also didn't hide, and answered her directly. Then now, what are you going to do with him? Kaharu Udatane was not surprised to hear Gongyi's answer. Apparently she got the news before. The same is true for the rest of the people. Now that they heard this, they all looked at Gongyi, waiting for his answer. After all, the matter of human Jinchuriki column power is no trivial matter, and everyone naturally has some doubts. Now what to do with this person Jinchuiki column force? They really want to hear Gongyi's answer. Now the force of the one-tailed Jinchuriki column has been resealed by me. Gongyi smiled, looked at the people in front of him, and said slowly, I'm going to use the power of the one-tailed Jinchuriki column to go to Sunagakure village to make a claim, and use it to coerce them to pay a price. Yes. A group of people sitting in the conference room, after hearing Gongyi say this. All of them were engrossed. Using the power of the one-tailed Jinchuriki column, they went to Sunagakure village to make a claim, and used it to coerce them to pay a price. They had never thought of such a thing. Gongyi actually wants to use the force of the human Jinchuriki column to contain the Sunagakure village. It's a bit risky to do this. The force of the human Jinchuriki column belongs to their Sunagakure village, and now we in turn threaten them with the force of the human Jinchuriki column. Sunagakure village will not accept it. Kaharu Udatane heard this. She looked at Gongyi and expressed her thoughts. Will not accept. Gongyi showed a smile, a little indifferent. Even if they don't accept it, now that I have made such a decision, they must accept it too. There are a lot of casualties in the Konoha now, and the various repairs after the war also need funds. Looking at Kaharu Udatane, Gongyi said slowly, these resources that are wasted and consumed in vain, naturally all need to be borne by Sunagakure village, the initiator of this time. But once this happens, the country of the wind will. If they don't agree, I naturally have a way to get them to agree. Seeing Homura Mitokado continue to speak worriedly, Gongyi interrupted him by knocking on the table. Hehe, you can rest assured. I will naturally handle the matter in Sunagakure village this time. Well, it's also the first thing that everyone supports me after taking office for the 5th generation of Hokage. Smile, Gong Yi completely restrained the two of them before opening his mouth. They are old, their natural thinking is as old-fashioned as Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they are unwilling to provoke right and wrong. But Gong Yi doesn't. Same, now that they dare to reach out to him, he naturally needs to get it back. Chapter 435. Everything has just begun. 5th. The night is deep. When evening comes, let everything gradually return to tranquility. There was only the chirping of crickets all around, echoing and making noises all around. The leader of the palace. Gong Yi, are things going well? Just after finishing in the conference room, Gong Yi returned home. I saw Yu Li, who had been waiting for him now, and slowly helped him take off his coat and asked him, who was standing on the other side, was obviously also waiting for his news. Attending this meeting today, the two women naturally know that this is about the succession of the 5th generation of Hokage. Almost everyone in Konoha village knows that now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has died, someone has to fill the place. Well, everything went well. Gong Yi's indifferent face disappeared, replaced by a smile. For the two women in front of him, naturally he will not be indifferent to each other. Really? It's true, of course I won't lie to you. When Wei Li heard Gong Yi finished speaking, her face already showed surprise. This is really good. The owner can become the 5th generation of Hokage, this is indeed a very happy thing. Gong Ling also came over with a smile on his face. Happy for Gong Yi from the bottom of their hearts. After all, 320 can become Hokage, which is the most supreme glory in the whole Konoha village. And this position is something that many people dream of. Now Gong Yi has paid so much for Konoha village, and now he can finally sit on it. Eri Yi and Gong Ling naturally knew that everything Gong Yi got was due. It's really not bad. Gong Yi smiled and couldn't deny the position of Hokage, although he has always shown an indifferent attitude towards it. But thinking back carefully, when I had just crossed over at that time, I was even trying to figure it out in the ninja school. This is such an unreachable power. The shadow that can dominate countless people. At that time, it was really like a magnificent mountain to myself. Looking back now, I have reached the top before I know it. No, it should be said that it has even surpassed the peak of the peak. When the plan of the 10 Tails Jinchuriki column power is completed, and when the time comes to use the power of his 6 paths, then his own strength can naturally rise to a higher level. Only by constantly strengthening themselves, then those big enemies, they naturally can't pose any threat to them. Now that he has successfully obtained the position of Ying, Gong Yi has new plans for the future. Soon, Gong Yi entered the secret laboratory after a few words with Eriri and Gong Ling and the two girls. Looking at the knot that is now sealed at a place, where Gaara is lying quietly with his eyes closed. He was captured by Gong Yi, he was kept in the palace leader. As the next pawn to target Sunagakure village, he didn't want to be destroyed by some instability. At least he is the leader of his own palace, and no one can take him away. Now that I have taken control of Konoha village, everything about Sunagakure village is just the beginning. What he needs now is an opportunity. Apart from exploiting the village of Sunagakure, his hands are naturally not satisfied with these. Looking at Gaara where he was walking, Gong Yi twitched the corners of his mouth and showed a faint smile. Well, the prelude to everything is about to start slowly. At the same time, Hokage building, inside the consultant's office. When everyone had left, Jiraiya sat here lazily. Crunch. You came to find me here, what do you want to do? The door was pushed open, and when Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Yutane walked in, Jiraiya turned around and asked. It's been a long time since you came back, and now it looks like you don't have any bonds with Konoha village anymore. Looking at Jiraiya's appearance, Kaharu Yutane shook his head in disappointment. As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya is naturally the child they have seen since childhood. Of them actually knew quite a bit about the him in front of him. Cough, don't talk about this matter anymore. Homura Mitokado, who has always been a peacemaker, waved his hand, then changed the subject and said, "Today we asked you to come alone, and we also wanted to ask you what you think about Gong-yi's appointment of the 5th generation of Hokage." Idea. Hearing Homura Mitokado's question, Jiraiya's carefree expression slowly subsided. He seemed to think about it for a while, then shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Gong-yi is very good, and he is indeed qualified as a 5th generation Hokage. Jiraiya didn't appear to have any opinions. Instead, she turned into a condescending appearance and continued with a smile. "This guy is very strong, and his progress is indeed very fast, even beyond my expectations." ... Indeed it is. Since the last battle with Kumogakure village, Jiraiya saw the scene where Gong-yi beheaded Yahweh with one-man power, and turned the tide and brought Konoha village to victory. He has to admit now that Gong-yi, as the 5th generation Hokage, is simply impeccable. Powerful, resourceful enough, and popular with the people, Jiraiya can't pick a single flaw. And here, although he is also qualified to compete for the 5th generation Hokage, Jiraiya also knows it in his heart. The beginning of the Night of Kyubi, 9 Tales, to the following several wars, he did not appear. Until today Orochimaru and Sunagakure village calculated the village of Konoha, and he also did not appear. Now when Gong-yi led everyone to resist all, he came back when he was fighting for the position of the 5th generation of Hokage. In such a situation, it would undoubtedly be the most stupid thing to say to try to strive for the position of Hokage. After all, almost everyone in Konoha village, whether they are high-level or ordinary ninjas, has a lot of opinions on him. To say that Gong-yi is the hero who saved them and the benefactor who avenged their hatred for them, then he can only be an ordinary person who is indifferent and has no village in his heart. Under this circumstance, Jiraiya would not have participated in this core meeting if it wasn't for the opinions of Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane. That's good. Now that you don't have an opinion, it's naturally the best thing. Seeing Jiraiya's free-spirited appearance, Homura Mitokado naturally nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't want an Orochimaru to appear in Konoha again because of Hokage. After all, this Orochimaru has already made Konoha suffer a lot, and they don't want to experience it again. So, now they will call Jiraiya to try to enlighten him. Well, they don't want to make Jiraiya feel bad about it because of this. Chapter 436. Tsunade's question. Gong-yi can become the 5th generation of Hokage. I naturally have no opinion. On the contrary, you have to help him well, this is the most important thing. Seeing Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane breathe a sigh of relief, Jiraiya laughed and joked. Well, now that this is the case, then Gong-yi is indeed the most suitable choice. But there may be one more thing now, I need to trouble you, Jiraiya. Nodding, the two were obviously not just for this matter. Now that the 5 generations of Hokage took office, they naturally talked about the next thing. What's the matter? Jiraiya was not surprised, and asked immediately. While they understand Jiraiya, Jiraiya naturally understands them as well. As Hokage consultants, now they won't just come to comfort themselves. Well, as expected, they did have other things to do. Now with Tsunade, I think you will have some news. Kaharu Udatane sat across from Jiraiya and asked him. Tsunade. When Jiraiya heard them mention Tsunade, she asked rhetorically, you guys don't want Tsunade to be involved in Hokage's appointment as well? No, this is of course impossible. Homura Mitokado shook his head awkwardly, looked at Jiraiya and said, Tsunade, I hope you can get her back. What do you want to do to get back Tsunade? Jiraiya looked puzzled, not knowing what the two old guys were thinking about. Cough. Now that Gong-yi has become a 5th generation Hokage, things at the Konoha hospital naturally need someone to preside over them. As if he knew what Jiraiya was thinking, Kaharu Udatane continued with a light cough. After all, after becoming Hokage, Gong-yi may be busy going to the hospital. That's it. Now there is no one in the hospital to preside over it, and it's not acceptable. Homura Mitokado sat beside him and said in harmony. Jiraiya naturally understood what the two meant. It is indeed a good choice for Tsunade to come back. Nodding, Can't. Jinchuriki column forces in the village now, so Tsunade's return can naturally relieve the pressure. After all, Gangyi's place has really become a Hokage, so the affairs of the ninja hospital will naturally need to be delayed a lot. It is indeed a good choice for Tsunade to come back and host the ninja hospital again. And he will leave after attending the funerals of the 3 generations, so being able to get Tsunade back can be regarded as making up for his guilt towards Konoha. Thinking of these, after that, Jiraiya ordered, I will try my best to bring Tsunade back. As for whether she likes it or not, I can't control it. Good. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado nodded after seeing Jiraiya agree. Although it is not certain whether Tsunade will come back, it is also a hopeful thing. A day later. The bustling village of Konoha, a new day dawns. On the street that started to become lively, people came and went, as usual. Of course, some of the damaged buildings and the positions of the defensive walls are still being repaired. Inside Hokage's office. At this moment, Gangyi was sitting on a large chair, looking at the documents on the table in front of him, almost piling up a hill. Homura Mitokado's application for the 5th generation of Hokage has now been applied to the Fire Country Daimyo. But there will hardly be any problems. The Fire Country Daimyo has already heard about Gangyi's record, so he will not refuse at all. In this way, this clear-cut scene naturally has to go again, so Gangyi sat here as the agent of Hokage for the past few days. And Nara Shikaku was called by Gangyi to re-enable him as his own counselor. When the 3rd generation of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4th generation of Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku has always been in this position. I still have no problem with suppressing the village and beheading the enemy. However, the general direction of some details, as well as various political issues, need to be handled by Nara Shikaku. Although he now controls Konoha village, Gangyi doesn't want to focus his energy on this internal affairs. Bang! Nara Shikaku walked in at this time and placed the pile of documents dragged in his hand on it again. Basically, that's all. Nara Shikaku clapped her hands in fear and looked at Gangyi with a smile. Although I am acting as Hokage's agent now, the workload will not be less. Yeah, Shikaku, sensei, I really didn't expect that there are so many things to deal with. Gangyi put his hands on the table, he rubbed his temples and sighed a little. After the 3 generations of Lord Hokage died, the whole village has no one to deal with. Nara Shikaku's smile gradually disappeared, and a complicated look appeared on his face, so now the piled-up documents can only be handed over to you for review. Obviously, the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen is indeed a very regrettable thing for the older generation of ninjas like them. After all, in Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the oldest Hokage, does not need to question the handling of some political affairs. Of course, Gangyi is also undeniable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability is very strong. So at the beginning, after the death of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, all of them did not choose to elect the new 5th Hokage. Instead, they all chose the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had retired, came out again and came forward to manage Konoha village again. About these, Gangyi also clearly understands that although Hokage is a position that everyone yearns for, but when you actually sit in this position, it really makes people feel a bit overwhelmed. There is a mountain of information that records all kinds of things. Of the country and the country's borders, the confrontation between ninjas, and a series of contradictions in the big family. From the trivial matters of the common people, as well as various complaints and opinions, etc. In all of these cases, Hokage is required to personally see the purpose. For a good Jonin like Kakashi, he needs the next task arrangement. There are also various small class students, etc. The assignment issue also requires Gong Yi to make the final decision. Although the following high-level executives will help to screen and review, the final decision is made by Gong Yi. The power is really great. Randomly flipping through the documents on the table, Gong Yi doesn't. You secretly said. Now he finally understood, almost why, Shadow. You can control the entire ninja village so directly. Because their power is really great. Enter. Chapter 437. The Yamato of Mokuden, Wood Style. Lord Hokage. After Nara Shikaku left, Gong Yi was about to open the document when Kimimaro, wearing an Anbu costume, flashed in front of him. Now, although Gong Yi is only an agent of Hokage, the next 5 generations of Hokage will naturally no longer be someone else. It has long been a sure thing. Therefore, everyone's name for him now has long been changed from Lord Gong Yi or teacher to Lord Hokage. As the controller of the new generation of Konoha village, such an honorary title is indispensable. What's wrong? Putting down the file, Gong Yi looked up at Kimimaro. There are people from Sunagakure village now. Sunagakure village is coming. Hearing Kimimaro's response, Gong Yi's face revealed a faint smile. But now I have ordered Anbu to make them all 3220. The ministry stopped outside the village. Lord Hokage, what do you think we should do with them next? Kimimaro nodded and asked Gong Yi. Now that Anbu is Hokage's direct subordinate army, when Gong Yi sits on Hokage's seat, the power control within Anbu has been unknowingly favored by him to Kimimaro. After all, he is loyal to his own existence. Those old subordinates of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Gong Yi also disguised them all separated from the center of power. Although currently because of the agency Hokage, Gong Yi is not able to completely control Anbu. But when he is fully convinced of all this, the Anbu members of the entire Konoha village will naturally carry out a new round of big shuffle. As for Danzo's previous roots, he didn't care, nor did he want to accept them. As for the machines that have been brainwashed by Danzo, I wasted my time, so when Danzo died, they were all cleaned up by Gong Yi. There are not many root members, and now there is a Yamato left. This outstanding Jonin in Konoha village, Gong Yi still has quite an impression of him. Because he also has the cells of Senju Hashirama flowing in his body, and also successfully continued the Mokuden, wood-style Kekkei Genkei of the original Hokage. However, although he joined the root, he is now completely under the control of Gong Yi. Now that Danzo is dead, the mark of the eradication of his tongue has naturally been completely removed by Gong Yi. Sometime in the future, when the time is right, Gong Yi will also give him a normal identity and re-enter the light. At that time, he is in his own hands, and naturally it is also a rare fighting force. Konoha village is now, the stronger it also means. After becoming the 5th generation of Hokage, Gong Yi is enhancing his own strength, and at the same time, the level of the whole village must also be improved. Returning to his senses, Gong Yi smiled faintly and looked at him. Don't stop them, put them in the village first. Slowly opening the file that had just been closed, slowly continued. I think they should be here for the sake of Jinchuriki column, so that's fine, we can continue our next arrangement. Understood, Hokage-sama. Oh yes, after you have arranged them, ask the deer to call me here. Kimimaro, who was about to leave just now, heard Gong Yi finish, he nodded, and the whole person immediately flashed away. Dong dong dong. After a while, I knocked on the door and entered. Nara Shikaku, who was called back, walked in with a puzzled face. Lord Hokage, you are looking for me. Well, Shikaku-sensei, I want to ask you to do something. Up to see Nara Shikaku looking a little puzzled, Gong Yi smiled lightly. Sir Hokage, please speak. As Hokage's assistant, Nara Shikaku naturally would not refuse, but nodded happily in response. Now that Sunagakure village has sent people over, I asked Anbu to bring them in. Gong Yi kept smiling, and continued slowly, since they have come now, I naturally won't go to see them in person, so this matter requires you to come forward, Shikaku-sensei. Sunagakure village sent people. Nara Shikaku's face froze, obviously not thinking. That's right. That's fine. I guess they can't sit still as you expected. Nodding, Nara Shikaku rested his chin with his hand, obviously thinking a lot. They really can't sit still. With a sneering smile on Gong Yi's face, he said, although Akatsuki is not known to the outside world for the war between our two villages, it is obviously like the tranquility before the storm. This news is probably about to break out. There will be someone to hide. Well, the situation in Sunagakure village is grim now. Looking at Gong Yi, Nara Shikaku has to say that this young Hokage in front of him is really thinking very long-term. Jinchuriki column force of the one-tailed man really made Sunagakure village feel very uncomfortable. They are naturally grim. Now that the 4 generations of Kazekage are dead, they have suffered heavy losses from the attack on the Konoha village ninjas, and now even Ichio is under our control, so if this information is leaked, then for other ninja Omura, what else can they do? Let's fight. The current Sunagakure village is just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It seems that he has already seen through everything. Gong Yi has completely seized the lifeblood of Sunagakure village. How could Gong Yi give up without letting them cut off a large piece of meat this time? And Gong Yi is even more prepared to take advantage of this weak opportunity, and if possible, secretly subdue them. Then how do you want me to negotiate with them now? Nara Shikaku didn't immediately leaving, but continued to ask Gong Yi. For the young Hokage in front of him, he gradually felt a lot of goodwill towards him. Not only is its strength strong, but now it seems that it is the number one in dealing with such political matters. 6 However, Master, Nara Shikaku really didn't think of it. The idea of sticking to Chen Nian before, it seems that it no longer exists in the hands of this young 5th-generation Hokage. Konoha village, has it ushered in a new life? Seeing Gong Yi in front of him, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but say these words in his heart. There's no need to negotiate, Shikaku-sensei just needs to tell them. It's easy to get back to the Jinchuriki column force, just pay the price. Gong Yi twitched the corners of his mouth and smiled, revealing a very meaningful look. Well, I understand. Hearing this sentence, Nara Shikaku immediately understood what Gong Yi meant. It's not enough just for them to come here. Without any sincerity, Gong Yi naturally won't let go of Jinchuriki column force easily. Chapter 438. Exclusive Skills. 3rd. Simply handling all matters in Konoha village, Gong Yi left the Hokage office. Facing the sunset that has gradually set, he has already returned to the palace territory. The Sunagakure village sent someone over to ask for the power of the one-tailed Jinchuriki column, but of course it was unsuccessful. Sunagakure ninjas, who had arrived as missions, left Konoha village with anger on their faces. Beginning to end, it was Nara Shikaku who dealt with them, and Gong Yi never came forward to meet them. Even until they left, a group of people didn't even see the shadow of Gong Yi. Now Gong Yi's message from Nara Shikaku is also very simple. If you want to be like Jinchuriki column, you naturally need to show sincerity. They teamed up with Orochimaru to attack Konoha village, but Gong Yi hasn't figured it out with them yet, and now they dare to turn around and find the tailed beast that they want, which shows that they really think too much. Mr. Gong Yi. As soon as he opened the door and came in, Gong Yi saw Sasuke 29 standing there waiting for him. What's wrong? Seeing the confusion on Sasuke's face, Gong Yi asked lightly. I imagine you would ask a question about ninjutsu. Sasuke stood there obediently and looked at Gong Yi, as if waiting for his response. Who is somewhat indifferent in front of outsiders, is indeed like an innocent little Shota here in Gong Yi. Ninjutsu. Hearing Sasuke finish speaking, Gong Yi smiled and walked over slowly. Tell me. It's Teacher Gong Yi. I now want to try an innovation of Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu. Seeing that Gong Yi did not refuse his request, Sasuke said quickly, but now I can't fully control the Raiden Thunder-style chakra, its violent power. Oh, you want to create your own Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu? Sasuke finished speaking. Gong Yi's face wrong showed a hint of surprise. He really didn't expect that after Sasuke, who he had cultivated for so long, actually came up with this idea. Self-created ninjutsu not only looks very compelling, but also researched, it has unexpected effects. However, the innovation of ninjutsu is not on paper, it requires a lot of practice and the combination of various theories. Of course, Gong Yi didn't attack Sasuke now, but still smiled. Then show me the ninjutsu effect you want first. Good. Coming to the courtyard, this is where Kimimaro and Neji are training. Every time Sasuke stretches out his arms. At this time, I saw a chuck belonging to the Raiden Thunder style attribute coming out and condensing on Sasuke's palm. Oh. Did you have some ideas after seeing Kakashi's Raikiri? Seeing this demonstration of Sasuke now, Mei murmured to herself. That is beating in the assistant now is the basic version of Kakashi. Hehe, Sasuke must have seen Kakashi use Chidori in the previous battle. After thinking about it, Gong Yi smiled. It seems that because he changed the plot, Kakashi does not seem to have given this exclusive skill to Sasuke now. After all, he is his teacher now. If Kakashi rashly teaches some unnecessary things, it will naturally cause some misunderstandings. And Sasuke here must be out of phase, and Gong Yi here, naturally, will not open his mouth to help Kakashi. So he is now doing research on his own, and now he should be unable to bear it, so he has come to ask himself. Chidori. 4. This Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu, although Gong Yi has no experience with it, he naturally understands its principles. If Gong Yi remembers correctly, it was a ninjutsu developed by Kakashi in his youth. It consists of Raiden Thunder-style chakra nature transformation and morphological changes, and then gathers Raiden Thunder-style chakra in the palm to form a high-intensity current. The final effect is to make his palm like a sharp blade, with extremely strong penetrating power. Thinking of this, Gong Yi regained his senses and continued to look at Sasuke. I saw that at this time, there was only an apple-sized lightning energy ball in his palm. At this moment, it was extremely chaotic, and it was about to explode in the end. Sasuke bit Kiba at this time, forcing it immediately. Stopped to continue to gather strength, which made it gradually calm down until it gradually extinguished. This Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu, did you get some insight after seeing it on Kakashi? Gong Yi smiled and asked Sasuke. That's right, Teacher Gong Yi. Hearing this, Sasuke nodded and didn't hide anything. As such a tyrannical existence, how could Gong Yi not be clear about such ninjutsu? Actually, Kakashi's Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu is called Chidori. Gong Yi opened his mouth slowly, looked at Sasuke and explained, and its secret is very simple. It lies in the speed of sprinting, and the physical activity of using powerful chakra, and finally concentrates its violent Raiden Thunder-style chakra on a single palm, add sprint speed, and then form a unique Raiden Thunder-style attack rhythm. Seeing that Sasuke seemed to understand, Gong Yi continued, but this kind of ninjutsu seems to be very powerful, but its shortcomings are also obvious. Gong Yi said, raising his arms as well. A 320 destructive and extremely tyrannical Raiden Thunder-style chakra erupted, and they slowly condensed in Gong Yi's palm like a violent catastrophe. That is, when it needs to attack, it runs towards the opponent very quickly, so it may be unclear and the opponent will counterattack. So if you want to use it perfectly, then your Sharingan is the best help, because it needs to be matched with strong insight before it can be used perfectly. He smiled and saw that Sasuke at the moment was staring blankly at the thunderbolt in Gong Yi's hand. Teacher Gong Yi, what do you mean by sprinting to form a unique Raiden Thunder-style offensive ninjutsu requires the cooperation of Sharingan? Sasuke seemed to have understood something, and his whole face became more excited. No, that's really just a sine qua non of one of them. At this time, Gong Yi said, the Raiden Thunder style chakra in the center of his palm had begun to condense a small energy ball. The crackling thunder and lightning are like a snake, constantly intertwined on it, although they are extremely violent, but they are very obedient. Now Sasuke, if you want Raiden Thunder style ninjutsu-like master, then naturally the first thing to do is master Raiden Thunder style chakra's control. Said that, Gong Yi has already started to demonstrate the next step for Sasuke in front of him. Chapter 439. Guiding Sasuke. ZZ. As Gong Yi stopped injecting the Raiden Thunder style chakra, I saw that the violent lightning energy ball on his palm had begun to grow slowly. The high-intensity current on it is extremely chaotic, but it is still naturally wrapped together, and there is no trace of leakage. Seems that there is an invisible force that keeps them firmly within this range. At this moment, Sasuke's entire face has been reflected in an incomparably azure blue, and he saw a shocking color in his eyes. Seeing this scene, he already deeply felt Gong Yi's terror towards Master Chakra. Well, don't look at Gong Yi's long-term use of Jindan and other original ability ninjutsu. But in fact, his attainment of Raiden Thunder style ninjutsu is also very high. Especially Reikiri ninjutsu like Kakashi, basically once you know its essence, you can easily imitate it. Even in comparison, the one that I have improved is even more powerful than Kakashi's. Especially now that with Sasuke saying this, Gong Yi's combination of Rasengan and Reikiri is actually a bit of a fusion. The two have essentially the same meaning. I saw that on Gong Yi's palm now, the irritable lightning energy ball has begun to be slowly compressed into a high-density energy like Rasengan. Have you seen it now? If you can also completely master the control of his Raiden Thunder style chakra, then the problems you encountered before will naturally not exist. Gong Yi looked at Sasuke who was stunned, he smiled and then continued to inject Raiden Thunder style chakra. Instant, the lightning energy ball that had just stabilized before burst into a dazzling white light again. The electric currents around like small snakes continued to chaotic, and they began to radiate outwards, so that they almost covered Gong Yi's entire palm. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't help but take a few steps back. Now he can feel Gong Yi's hand, it doesn't seem to be Chakra's attribute energy ball, it's more like a very dangerous bomb. Because Sasuke feels that it will soon to explode, to release all the power contained in it. Course, it's not over. I saw Gong Yi slowly raise his palm, the riot on it was extremely violent. Like a Raiden Thunder style energy ball that was about to explode at any time, it was still getting bigger. Just a few seconds, the Raiden Thunder style energy ball on Gong Yi's palm was nearly half the size of a meteorite, which is extremely exaggerated. Sasuke's mouth was a little open at this time, and he seemed to be looking at everything in front of him in disbelief. This is still that Raiden Thunder style chakra that is a bit irritable and obedient. Quote. Staring straight ahead, Sasuke felt more and more destructive power filling his surroundings. Don't think about it, if the Raiden Thunder style energy ball in Gong Yi's hand explodes out of control, then half of the yard will be turned into a deep pit and ruins. Hee. Looking at Sasuke's appearance, Gong Yi's face wrong showed a smile, and the Raiden Thunder style chakra, whose mind was still skyrocketing just now, stopped growing rapidly, and then began to be slowly compressed. Almost it was clearly visible to the naked eye that it was shrinking rapidly, and slowly it gradually became the size of a fingernail. The lightning point on it was still there, blossoming, but after Gong Yi grabbed the master, it disappeared with a snap. All the catastrophic scenes Sasuke had just imagined did not appear at all. As if it never appeared, it was completely played by Gong Yi in the palm of his hand. Can be big or small, it can be compressed, or it can riot. Okay, it's amazing. Sasuke looked at the man standing in front of him, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. Although it was just a small demonstration just now, it still left an unmistakable, shattering impression in Sasuke's heart. Okay, now I think you should be clear. Putting his hand down, Gongyi looked at Sasuke and smiled and said, "Now if you really want to use this type of ninjutsu, and if you want it to be more powerful, then you need to control the use of chakra." Now Gongyi naturally decided to teach him this Raiden, Thunder-style ninjutsu. Of course, it is stronger than the enhanced version that Kakashi gave him. To follow what Kakashi taught Sasuke if he was like the original. However, since he is now his own disciple, and will be the pillar of the village in the future. So what Gongyi wants to teach him is naturally the best. "Teacher Gongyi, what should I do next?" "I have seen these demonstrations by Gongyi," Sasuke naturally asked very excitedly. "Now, if you can control the power of chakra freely like Gongyi, then your power in peace talks is not strong enough. Take a good look at what is recorded in this scroll. If there is something you don't understand, you can ask me again," Gongyi said, reaching out and handing Sasuke a scroll. "The above record is the experience of my master chakra, and there are also a series of steps for training chakra control." Now Gongyi doesn't let Sasuke learn too much directly. After all, if such a foundation is laid perfectly, then the so-called Chidori like Kakashi, Gongyi only needs a simple guide, and Sasuke can easily learn. So now Sasuke only needs to take good control and changes of master chakra, then he will naturally have a lot of Raiden, Thunder-style ninjutsu to give him. Bang! An angry slap on the table echoed in the meeting room of Sunagakure village. While Gongyi was still teaching Sasuke leisurely here, Sunagakure village was not calm at all. "They're out of line in Konoha village." An elder from Sunagakure village shouted gloomily. Obviously now he is a little embarrassed. Even though our Sunagakure village is also a victim, they still want to blackmail us with the tale of our village. On the other side, the core high-level executives of Sunagakure village also had a very bad expression and echoed. "I saw that in this small and good conference room, all the people sitting here are the elders of Sunagakure village, as well as the core high-level executives. With the 4 generations of Kazekage dead, they have no choice but to regain control of Sunagakure village now. And at the moment sitting in the Kazekage seat is Marky. Generation of Kazekage has not been officially elected, he will temporarily represent the Kazekage. Although Maggie's strength is not very strong, but in the current state of the entire Sunagakure village, only he can be competent with good comprehensive ability. After all, he is Gaara, Tamari, Konkuro's master. It is also deeply trusted by Kazekage in the past, and reused by the elders, and the leadership of the whole person is also very good. Therefore, as an indispensable general of Sunagakure village, everyone can only let him replace the upper position first. After all, in Sunagakure village, it is naturally impossible for a group of dragons to be without a leader, so the symbol that should be there cannot be less. Chapter 440, Silent Game. The ninja team of Konoha village was sent to the village before. When they came back, they reported everything to the senior management of Sunagakure village. So, now there is a meeting held in the middle of the night. Now Gongyi's attitude is obvious, so they have to pay the price. And now he is also angering Sunagakure village, so as to complete his further plan. In short, now that Sunagakure village is willing to bite Kiba for compensation, then Gongyi naturally doesn't mind. But if they are not honest, then Gongyi naturally wants to completely subdue Sunagakure village. Of course, now a group of high-level Sunagakure villagers, who knew that Gongyi would have so many plans, are still angry and cursed here. After all, they only knew where the Konoha village was, and they just dispatched a consultant to prevaricate them at will. The Konoha village will definitely think that we will compromise. After all, Gaara is still here, master in their hands. Sat on the seat of Kazekage and said coldly with a bad expression. Humph. Then let's be silent for a while and see. An elder Sunagakure snorted coldly, somewhat dissatisfied. After all, the conditions in Konoha village are very harsh. If 320 really agree to compensation, their entire Sunagakure village will be very uncomfortable for the next few years. Although in terms of financial resources, they are second only to Konoha village among the 5 great ninja villages. However, now with the various consumptions of the war and chaos in these years, it has actually completely declined. The material transported by the Land of Wind has been unconditionally reduced by half, and their Sunagakur village has long since lost its original glory. It is because of this that the exploitation and oppression in Konoha village now makes everyone feel uncomfortable. Then let's wait and see what the Konoha village wants to do. The core high-level members of Sunagakur's side spoke in agreement. I agree. The Sunagakur elders on the other side obviously thought the same thing. Now we just need to drag it a little bit, and then give Konoha some compensation. I think they will also give back the Jinchuriki column power to us. Okay, that's it. Nodding, obviously the wishful thinking of each of their old things is ping-pong. They all feel that the current situation in Konoha village is actually not optimistic. So they chose to continue dragging on with Konoha village, and naturally they won't be able to sit there all the time. In the eyes of every Sunagakur village executive, now is a silent game. 2 days later, in the village of Konoha. When the last battle between Orochimaru and Sunagakur village was completely summed up and dealt with, today's place is serious. The usual cloudless sky was gone, replaced by a thick cloud covering the sky. The sky began to drizzle, and Nuo Daijing was in continuous rain. At this moment, I can only see outside the village of Konoha. Here is Yi's cemetery. Nuoda's surroundings are extremely solemn. I saw the tombstones on it today, and the names they engraved were all just filled in. Obviously, these ninjas were sacrificed in the last war. The raindrops kept falling from the sky, but the place was still full of people at the moment. They are all ninjas from Konoha village, as well as high-rises. At this moment, everyone looked very serious, all wearing black clothes, looking forward. In this depressing environment, Konoha Maru was still crying non-stop. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and others are also very complicated. The faces of Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma also showed a trace of remorse. Everyone seems to be a lot more mature and more stable after going through all this. Today is the funeral of 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the ninja who died in the last war. When the dust settles, everyone from every Konoha village comes here to say goodbye to them. Gong Yi stood at the front and slowly placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the stone monument belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although this old man was a little stubborn, he finally gave everything for Konoha village. His exploits Gong Yi is not. It is undeniable that Sarutobi Hiruzen has naturally won his respect for the construction and development of the village. Slowly retreating in front, everyone still offered flowers in an orderly manner. Rain started to get heavier at this moment, the mournful wind was blowing, and in the whole sad funeral, they seemed to be crying and saying goodbye to the dead. The harrowing funeral is over. Everyone in Konoha village has turned their grief into strength, and they are starting to get back on track. While the old generation is passing away, the new light is slowly rising. Just the day before yesterday, Homura Mitokado had returned from Daimyo in the Land of Fire, and Gong Yi's position as the 5th Hokage was naturally no problem at all. Especially when the Daimyo of the Land of Fire knew about this, and expressed his full support. In this way, after this funeral, Gong Yi will officially assume the position of the 5th generation of Hokage. Meanwhile, after Gong Yi took full control of the Konoha village, he also let people start to associate Orochimaru with Sunagakur village, and finally was beaten by Konoha village, and the news of detaining Jinchuriki column force spread. Since the last time the Sunagakur village sent people over, they just haven't moved. Gong Yi naturally knew what they were thinking, so he wasn't prepared to keep the things hidden in the 2 villages as a secret. Because now the time is ripe, he has begun to fully develop his plans. And the one who will be the first victim is naturally still the proud Sunagakur village. Time is fast. With Gong Yi behind the scenes as a driving force, the speed of the whole news spread like a plague. Like a huge stone, it was suddenly thrown into the calm water of the ninja continent, creating a ripple. Almost a day of viewing, the whole ninja world is well known to everyone, and everyone is shocked. After all, there has been news about this news before, and it is impossible to be really airtight. But no one can really prove it directly. Now it's different, when the official news, here in Konoha village. After it can be proved, everyone began to pay attention to this incident. Although this battle seems to be a collision between two villages, but now because of two, shadow. Death is completely different. The third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of Konoha village, and the fourth generation of Kazekage Rasa of Sunagakure village, the death of both of them made everyone feel incredible. I believe it. Now, over the entire ninja world continent, a gust of wind has once again stirred up. Chapter 441. Boiling Ninja Continent. Particular, everyone in the ninja world continent, when not yet in the two, shadows. Shocked by his death, he came to his senses. Another piece of news once again made everyone feel suspicious. Deep Blue Devil, by Konoha. This man who can suppress and kill tailed beasts and make all ninjas fearful. Gong Yi, he has officially taken up the post of Konoha village, 5 generations Hokage. Such a thing is no child's play. Everyone naturally doesn't take it seriously, and some of them completely treat it as an impossible joke. Until this day, after Konoha village and the Kingdom of Fire jointly issued a statement, the entire ninja continent was boiling again. No doubt, with the authority of the Konoha ninja and the Fire Country daimyo, everyone knows that the village of Konoha is really going to change. And in large ninja villages like Kumogakure and Iwagakure, they even smelled a hint of danger. After Gong Yi took office as Hokage master in Konoha village, he would definitely not be as dreadful as Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, when Gong Yi officially took the seat of Hokage here, he quickly reached out to the core of political power. After all, sitting in this position now, he still doesn't want someone to do some meaningless things in secret. In particular, some of the actions that you will take next require all your own talents. In this way, those who were loyal to the Sarutobi Hiruzen faction in the past, as well as those who have inherited their will, were completely dispersed by Gong Yi. And basically their power has been completely reduced, almost no real power. As for the existence of the Hyuga clan, who had supported him from the beginning, and those subordinates that he could control, they were all placed in an important position. As for Anbu, Gong Yi also handed over to Kimimaro. There are no good candidates here, so Kimimaro can't come back to the table yet, so Gong Yi also decided to let him stay in Anbu first. As for other aspects, Gong Yi naturally did not pass anyone, and completely reformed a change. Any threats to his existence, as well as various families and high-level officials who had a prejudice against him at the beginning, were naturally all settled by Gong Yi. In just a few days, Gong Yi's methods were vigorous and resolute, completely dismantling the power of the previous old faction. That I can use now is all that already belongs to my loyalty and my existence. The entire Konoha village is now under Gong Yi's perfect control. Next, no one will ever threaten any of his plans again. Sunagakure village, meeting room. Now with the news spread from Konoha village, they can't sit still here at all. Originally, Sunagakure village is still here, Zan can be consumed with Konoha village. But now, with Gong Yi succeeding the 5 generations of Hokage, the people on this side of the village are completely stupid. Their third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, tragically died in a battle with Orochimaru. The 4th generation Kazekage Rasa on their side was also assassinated by Orochimaru. Therefore, the two villages were supposed to be the same game, but now they are different, because Gong Yi suddenly stood up, which made it tilt all of a sudden. Who is Gong Yi? He is a guy who can cut off 8 tails with one knife, and can easily suppress tailed beasts. Not only that, but his record is completely innumerable. He alone can decide the victory or defeat of the war, which is enough to make everyone in the ninja world feel terrified. It is because of this that the people of Sunagakure village really want to get angry and swear at people. After the announcement of the Konoha village side, although some people wanted to take advantage of the situation, with Gong Yi becoming, for the sake of the 5th generation of Hokage, everyone immediately stop this thought. Gong Yi's style of behavior is well known to everyone who knows him. Gong Yi, who is not going to suffer in any way, if they really come to Konoha village to get some benefits, then the consequences can be imagined. 3 fires of the new officer's appointment. Obviously at this time, I don't know how to touch this young Hokage's bad head, so what awaits them is very likely a bloody storm. After all, they know that Gong Yi should be ready to open Sunagakure village now, so many people are already watching the excitement. Sunagakure village here, all of them are well aware of this kind of thing. Now there is danger, it's more Sunagakure village, not Konoha village. After all, since the news has spread now, it's a good thing for Konoha village. This is the long-established, Deep Blue Devil. He is now the 5th generation Hokage. So obviously, the rest of the ninja Omura will be quiet for a while. Konoha village put it bluntly, from weak to strong. But on his own side, from strong to weak. The situation on both sides actually makes people feel very extreme. There is Gong Yi here in Konoha, so naturally he is not afraid of any village. But here is Maki taking office. Although he has a lot of prestige in the village of Sunagakure, his influence in the entire ninja continent is minimal. And the 4th generation of Keizukage Rasa, he is completely different. With the super strong Kekkei Genkei Jiden magnet style, he has the power to suppress Aikiao Shukaku. When he was there, Sunagakure village naturally wouldn't worry about anything. Unfortunately, things are different now. Rasa was assassinated by Orochimaru, and Sunagakure village suffered heavy losses from the attack on Konoha village. That can deter the outside world, and the Jinchuriki column force of Aikido is mastered by Konoha village. The whole news spread. It would be impossible if the surrounding. The great shinobi village had no idea about them. They are all a bunch of old cunning, and now they can imagine the possible endings in their minds. Well, it's really painful. Originally, they were still there. They thought they could delay and compromise until Konoha village, but they didn't expect that now Konoha village would force them to a dead end. A group of elders and high-ranking people were gathered around the conference table, and everyone's expressions were helpless. Their brows have become Chuon font. Obviously, after this news continued to ferment, they were very passive. Everyone looked at each other, thinking about the best way to do it at the moment. According to the situation, they can no longer go to Konoha village to delay time. Thinking of this, Maki was the first to speak. Enter. Chapter 442. Konoha's newborn. Elders, now that this is the case, do you have any good suggestions? Maki sat in Keizukage's seat and asked the crowd with his eyes. The way is, there is one, and I feel it should be the best one. At this time, Ebizo, who was sitting next to Maki, spoke up. He is the oldest member of Sunagakure village, and Chiyo's younger brother, Sunagakure village's consultant. If Rasa hadn't died this time, if it hadn't been for the older generation died in battle, then he wouldn't have bothered about the village. Of course, things are different now. The interior of Sunagakure village has begun to be unstable, and there are various levels of internal and external troubles. Even Keizukage can only be represented by Maki now. How could he, an old guy, choose the leisurely and now Ebizo in the back, only to come forward and plan 3220 for Sunagakure village next? Plan. Seeing that everyone kept their mouths shut and looked at him, Ebizo continued to speak immediately. Compromise with Konoha village, get back the Jinchuriki column power of the one-tailed man, and then use the power of the tailed beast to let the rest of the ninja village temporarily give up on us. Idea. Well, get back the force of Jinchuriki column. Also compromise with Konoha village. Elder High, I heard right, aren't you joking? When Ebizo finished speaking, the rest of the Sunagakure village executives who were sitting here obviously had different expressions. Everyone showed a hint of compromise, while others showed unwillingness. Especially those. The existences of the main battle faction have already frowned. When they chose to cooperate with Orochimaru in attacking Konoha village, it was. They were behind the scenes to express their support for Rasa. Now it has become this situation, which makes them lose face, and even feel that some anti-war people are ridiculing and resenting them. Besides this, do you have any other way to do it? Ebizo looked a little bad, looked at the still stubborn person, and continued, as long as we remaster Jinchuriki, column power, then naturally there is still a fight. Even if those villages want to come to Misunagakure village, then it is a big deal to die with them. What I just said, do you think the old guys in those villages can't think of it? Ebizo shook his head and said lightly, as long as we remaster the Jinchuriki, column power, at least for Sunagakure village, we can relieve our urgent needs. That's right. Now I also think what Elder Hai said is right. Indeed, after remastering the Jinchuriki, column force, we at least still have the capital to face the rest of the Dainin village. Hearing this, after that, almost all the senior officials of Sunagakure village nodded in agreement. They know how to work hard, although some people feel that they can't swallow this breath, but they did not say it again, deny. Okay, now we'll do it right away. Compromise with Konoha and agree to their terms in exchange for Gaara. Seeing that everyone agreed, Maki, the almost puppet-like agent Casecage, also nodded and said. But this time, the people we sent out to Kazuki must no longer be ordinary ninjas. After basically confirming this matter, Asant here reminded, after all, now the 5th Hokage of Konoha village is Gongyi, and he is an ordinary person in the past, and he will never come out in person to meet him. Negotiating these things. The ordinary messengers have already suffered this loss last time, so they naturally have a memory. I'll go. Ebizo immediately. Led, he said, the agent Casecage needs to stay in the village, and you all have your own responsibilities, so now it's the most suitable for me to go. Well, then it's up to you, Elder Hai, to invite you to visit in person. Maki did not refuse, but agreed. Ebizo has a high status in Sunagakure village, and is also one of the few existences of the older generation. His Majesty was actually much higher than his own agent, Casecage. In this way, if he can go there in person now, the situation last time should not happen again. Time passed quickly, and after everything was simply said, the meeting ended abruptly. Next day, in Hokage's office. The current Gongyi is wearing the Hokage royal god robe, and is sitting here at the moment. With the consent of the daimyo, Gongyi is not acting as Hokage here. Before some power, as well as various aspects, Gongyi has solved it perfectly. The entire current situation has basically been completely settled. The only thing left is the inauguration ceremony of Hokage in a month. But those, Gongyi, don't worry about it anymore, he's only thinking about the Sunagakure side of the village. After he had completely released the news, Gongyi didn't believe that they would still be able to sit still. Dong dong dong, come in. With the sound of a knock on the door, Gongyi raised his head and said lightly. Crunch. Nara Shikaku who came in response, he walked in. Shikaku-sensei, what's the good news? Gongyi put down the pen in his hand and looked at Nara Shikaku with a good face, he asked with a smile. That's right, Lord Hokage, there is indeed some good news now. Nara Shikaku nodded, looked at Gongyi and said. Now there has been news from Sunagakure village, they should have an elder delegation arriving tomorrow to discuss compensation with us, as well as the issue of Jinchuriki column force. Hehe, the elders, mission. Gongyi's face. Rong showed a smile and said, it seems that the guys from Sunagakure village have compromised a little too quickly. Unexpectedly, only a few days after the news came out, Sunagakure village has completely given up. Originally, Gongyi thought that if they were going to be tougher, it would be better for them to start here. But now it seems that I still need to take it step by step. Yes, the identity of the person who came this time is not low, it should be Sunagakure 1. 6th village has no longer dared to delay. Nara Shikaku looked at Gong Yi with a little more admiration. Originally, Nara Shikaku knew that Gong Yi's strength and talent need not be questioned, he is indeed very tyrannical. Especially when he took office, he is also the best candidate to solve the current dilemma of Konoha village. Now, Nara Shikaku knows that Gong Yi's calculations made him have to be impressed. Very strategic, his vision is very far, and Nara Shikaku has no idea that he can be so good in politics. It did make him feel now that the whole Konoha village seemed to be slowly starting to regain its life. And what brought them all is this young Hokage Gong Yi in front of them. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, and push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates find 99 novels. Otherwise the collection IP will be banned. Chapter 443. A big gift. They naturally need to show sincerity. When Gong Yi heard Nara Shikaku finish speaking, the smile on his face was a little sarcastic. Now there is pressure from the rest of the Omura. If they don't take back the Jinchuriki column power, they will lose the last umbrella. Gong Yi had already fully understood the situation in Sunagakure village. Marquis got Keisuke's agent, plus the old stuff of the entire Sunagakure village has completely fallen to the bottom. Even the Kumogakure village, which has been in rehabilitation, they probably can't compare at all. In particular, the daimyo of the Land of Winds continued to exploit them and cut their funds. Then, after waiting for the conditions that they put forward, if they really put in action, it is estimated that most of them will fail. At that time, it is also the best chance for him to secretly control Sunagakure village. And now, Gong Yi is naturally not worried. Even if Nara Shikaku doesn't tell himself these things today, Gong Yi knows that 29 Sunagakure village won't last long. The ninja world is very cruel, far less beautiful than imagined. Ninjas rely on their strength to speak, and the ninja village also needs to rely on their strength to speak. For example, Sunagakure village, which used to be very strong, suddenly declined slowly, and the other ninja villages love to do things that go downhill. Under normal circumstances, they would still be afraid of the tailed beasts in Sunagakure village. However, if they lose their Jinchuriki column strength now, the outcome is completely uncertain. It is very likely that a ninja village will cross the level of the country of wind and directly secretly suppress Sunagakure village. Yeah, if it wasn't for your appointment this time, and the rest of the people were jealous, our Konoha village would have to face the same predicament as Sunagakure village. Nara Shikaku nodded happily and couldn't help sighing. Now he has found more and more that recommending Gong Yi to succeed the 5th generation of Hokage is the most correct decision he has made. In fact, Konoha village is the strongest ninja village among the 5 major ninja villages, and its exuberant resources have always been coveted by the surrounding guys. If such a threat accompanies Sarutobi Hirazen's death, it might really explode out of nowhere. When the 4th generation of Hokage Namikaze Minato died, Sarutobi Hirazen did not spare any effort to stand up again, naturally, to form a shock. Today's Gong Yi, in fact, is the same. Of course, Gong Yi's role is much bigger than that of Hokage in all dynasties. Because of his appearance, all the ninja Omura pointed their finger at Sunagakure village. Well, although it seems like this, I don't think the village will really give up and just dormant. Gong Yi put what he had just reviewed and put it aside. He stared at Nai Shikaku and said lightly, "So Shikaku, sensei, don't relax your monitoring of other villages. I will handle it personally in Sunagakure village." With a confident look on his face, Gong Yi continued, "This is the first big gift I gave to the entire Konoha village before I took office as the Hokage ceremony. Sunagakure village finally wanted to compromise. How could he possibly pass them? Okay, Hokage-sama, you can rest assured." Nara Shikaku nodded in response, apparently starting to trust Gong Yi in front of him more and more. "Kimimaro, what's the matter?" Soon, after Nara Shikaku had just left, Gong Yi looked at the front and said. I saw that there was no one in front of him, but Gong Yi seemed to be talking to himself. Just as Gong Yi finished his words, Kimimaro, who was wearing an Anbu uniform, suddenly appeared. Lord Hokage, I now have a message about Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane. Oh, those two old things, what do you think? Hearing Kimimaro finish speaking, Gong Yi didn't complain about his respect at all. Apparently, Kimimaro, who now calls them both by their first names, doesn't have any liking for him either. According to the previous Anbu intelligence network, they may have wanted to kill Jiraiya to bring Master Tsunade back. Kimimaro nodded, watching Gong Yi respond. Is that so? When Gong Yi heard this, he smiled and didn't show any surprises. That's okay, I have a lot of things here recently, since Jiraiya can go and get Mr. Tsunade back. I am also very happy. With a trace of aftertaste on his face, it seems to have returned to the original scene of tenderness. This time, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane wanted Jiraiya, and the big reason they went to get Tsunade back should be to restrain themselves. The two old people naturally knew that Tsunade was his teacher, and he was the only existence in the entire Konoha village who would listen to his opinions. As for the rest of the family and those big families, although Gong Yi didn't show anything, the two of them knew that the rest of them had long since become their puppets unknowingly. Lord Hokage, what should I do next? No need to do it. Orochimaru has been sealed by 3 generations using the forbidden technique. I think he will find Tsunade. Gong Yi said indifferently. If Jiraiya can go now, it would be good to act as Tsunade's free bodyguard. Saying that, Gong Yi paused for a while, then smiled. As for Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane, of course there is no need to worry, they have not been able to make any waves. Of course he didn't have any worries. Not long ago, in the entire Konoha village, those, some of whom were not in Gong Yi's mind, and those who would affect his future expansion plans, were all hidden by him. As for the 2 Hokage consultants, although they seemed to be powerful, they were actually taken away by Gong Yi long ago. Gong Yi is very displeased with these 2 scourges, they are regarded as mascots. Gong Yi decided to keep the 2 of them first. Of course, if they really dare to make themselves unhappy, or do something out of the ordinary, then the 2 of them shouldn't blame Gong Yi for being ruthless. After all, once they betray their own interests, they must die. The twilight was like a large gray net, quietly falling down, covering the whole earth. Before you know it, the night has come, and the moonlight shines down, like a layer of veil, and like a layer of frost. His head and looking at the view from the side window, Gong Yi was also ready to leave the Hokage office. However, when he really wanted to step out, he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Since you're here, why don't you come out and meet? Chapter 444. Night Talk about Jiraiya. I didn't expect to be discovered by you just when I came here. Just as Gong Yi finished speaking, a very unexpected voice came out. Looking back, I saw a white-haired man squatting on the wide windowsill just now. He was wearing a yuhi-colored jacket and clogs on his feet. Gong Yi naturally couldn't get acquainted with a man with such distinctive features. Smiling, Gong Yi looked at him and said lightly, "It's so late, what are you doing here, Jiraiya?" Ha, of course there is something going on. Jiraiya scratched her head, opened the window and jumped in. The whole person smiled a little, and didn't care that Gong Yi didn't have the honorary title of adults or anything like that. After all, the strength and power of the 2 no longer belong to the same level at all, and he feels that there is nothing wrong with this. Well, is there something wrong? Hearing Jiraiya finish, Gong Yi's face showed no surprise. In fact, he was skilled, and he could gradually guess what was going on. And for this matter, Gong Yi actually came up with the result long ago. No hurry, it's time to congratulate you on your official appointment as Hokage. Jiraiya waved his hand and walked in. The whole person did not talk about this directly, but continued. But I can't think of it, time has passed so quickly, the young man who just showed his prominence at the ninja school in the blink of an eye, has already become the Hokage of Konoha village. Yeah, time is really fast, and there are always some unexpected things that will happen. Gong Yi twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled, looked at Jiraiya and said lightly, but since unexpected things have happened, it's not entirely accidental. What do you think? Haha, that's natural, Gong Yi, you have indeed made a lot of credit for Konoha village over the years. His head, Jiraiya can't be denied, he smiled awkwardly. Originally, he still wanted to celebrate with emotion, but he never wanted to be completely blocked by Gong Yi's words. Since Orochimaru's defection, he has almost never been in Konoha village. So now I think about it for a lot of time, if there is no Gong Yi, the situation in Konoha village will not be as optimistic as it is now. It was no accident that he became Hokage. Well. Gong Yi shrugged and said slowly, it's been a busy day today. If you don't have any big business, I'll go back first. Too lazy to talk nonsense anymore. He and Jiraiya naturally belong to two types of people, and he has nothing to say. He is a person who implements the Sarutobi Hiruzen philosophy, so he is completely at two extremes with himself. So now Jiraiya has left Quan Xin, otherwise the first person who needs to do something is him. But fortunately, Jiraiya seems to be normal and carefree, but his whole person can be understood by anyone. Just that Gong Yi can't see through it, and Jiraiya does the same. Of course, as long as it stays that way. No matter what, Jiraiya is a must-have after all. More combat power is much better than becoming one's own enemy. Cough, cough, yes, these. We won't talk about greetings. Seeing that Gong Yi was really about to leave, Jiraiya hurriedly coughed, immediately. Said, Gong Yi, I really have something to tell you. Well, then please tell me. Gong Yi replied calmly. I want to take Naruto out of Konoha village. Jiraiya didn't say anything unnecessary at this time, and opened his mouth and said, now you naturally know Naruto's identity, I want to take him out to have a good experience, and it can be regarded as the last due to Konoha village. A little bit. Having said that, Jiraiya looked at Gong Yi, trying to find out a little bit of his thoughts on his expression. Unfortunately, he was completely helpless, because he couldn't see anything on Gong Yi's face. Although he said that he wanted to leave with Naruto, Gong Yi still did not change his face, and the corner of his mouth still had a faint smile. Gong Yi's feeling now seems to be giving Jiraiya an illusion. That is, he knew for a long time that he seemed to be taking Naruto away. It's impossible. Jiraiya secretly thought to herself, now she has never told anyone about this matter. Even in Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane, the same goes for himself. Could it be because, I saw that I had some brief contact with Naruto, as expected. Gong Yi here, after hearing what Jiraiya said here, also secretly said in his heart. In fact, after careful calculation, Gong Yi also knew that now Jiraiya is indeed going to leave with Naruto. So now that Jiraiya suddenly came over in the middle of the night, he actually estimated that this was the case. After all, Naruto is not an ordinary child, he is the Jinchuriki column force of Kyuubi, 9 tails, the strongest force in the entire Konoha village to shock the outside world. Despite the presence of Gong Yi, the presence or absence of Kyuubi, 9 tails, really doesn't matter to Konoha village. After all, he is also Kyuubi, 9 tails, Jiraiya can't just take him away quietly. Besides, Jiraiya is not stupid, he knows he has to be able to take him away under Gong Yi's eyes. Obviously, no matter how careful he is, he should be afraid that he will not be able to escape Gong Yi here. So he still chose to respect Gong Yi and came to seek his opinion. Naruto, as Kyuubi, 9 tails, leaves Konoha village like this, it's really embarrassing. Regaining his senses, Gong Yi slowly sat back on the large chair, he raised his head and said to Jiraiya. Then Gong Yi, you mean? Jiraiya's face was a little complicated, but she didn't show any disappointment. He had already thought about it when he came, and it is indeed difficult for people to agree to such a thing. However, I agree with you to take Naruto away and go outside to practice and practice. Okay. Nodding, Gong Yi looked at Jiraiya as if he was gasping for breath. Quote. Hearing what Gong Yi said, Jiraiya was stunned. His calm look before was completely gone. Rao is an old guy like him, and now hearing Gong Yi's answer to him, he can't help but be stunned. Originally, he had already figured out that Gong Yi would disagree, but he never thought that Gong Yi would now turn around and say that he had no problem. Now that Naruto is still young, as a human Jinchuriki column force, he really needs to go out and meet the world. Gong Yi put his hands on the desk and continued. I'm already sitting in this position, and naturally I can't find the time to take him away, so your current idea is fine. Agree, Gong Yi will naturally agree. Furthermore, with Naruto now, Gong Yi is not worried that he will be led astray by Jiraiya. Chapter 445. Gedo Mazo, Demonic Statue of the Outer Path. 5th. Taking care of Naruto since he was a child, he has had a subtle influence on him for a long time. If we say Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, they were influenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen since childhood. Then the current Sasuke and Naruto are also a routine, completely changed by their own will. In this way, the two of them have grown up slowly now, and naturally they will not be affected by the others. For this point, Gong Yi is still full of confidence. That's why Gong Yi agreed to Jiraiya's request. Although Naruto is not his own disciple now, he is like half of his children. He and Wei Li have seen him grow up since childhood, and naturally they have also considered his future and future. As the next war is getting closer and closer, in addition to, I need to strengthen my own strength, and Konoha village will gradually strengthen itself. So for Naruto's single situation, he really has very little time to think about him. So Jiraiya is the best choice here, at least his values are correct. And as Sanin. One of them is the master of the 4 generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato, who also taught Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. For such various studies, Jiraiya is still very capable. Well, since you have agreed to Gong Yi, I will naturally teach Naruto well. Seeing Gong Yi's reassured appearance, Jiraiya's face also became serious. After your Hokage appointment ceremony 320 is over, I will officially leave with him. He is such a person, since Gong Yi has already trusted himself, he will not really play any tricks. This time, he wanted to take Naruto to experience, and he really wanted to make a little contribution to Konoha village. After all, he owed Sarutobi Hiruzen too much. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has unfortunately died, he knows that he can only use this meager power to benefit Konoha village. Okay, then Naruto will trouble you, Jiraiya. Gong Yi smiled and said to Jiraiya. Oh right. Jiraiya finished talking after seeing these things, as if she suddenly remembered something, and continued. This time I will take advantage of the opportunity to go out to find Tsunade. Do you have any thoughts now? Jiraiya didn't hold back about Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane before. Regarding Gong Yi, he felt that this matter could not be hidden at all, so he might as well take this opportunity to tell it all. No idea, Tsunade-sensei can come back and go to the ninja hospital instead of me to support the overall situation. That's fine. Gong Yi shrugged, the whole person didn't seem to care at all. Quote. Nodding, Jiraiya saw Gong Yi's indifferent attitude, and he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart again. Gong Yi's mind is completely incomprehensible. At the same time, while the two were still talking, the quiet night continued. The pale full moon hangs high in the sky at this moment, reflecting the whole earth a bit sad. In a no-man's land far from the prosperous location of the ninja continent, at this moment, a huge human-shaped statue is standing in a large cave. I saw that its overall color and texture were like dead wood, as if the whole wood was carved out. However, it has 10 Jinchuriki column-like spikes on its back, and the blindfolded eyes on its huge head, but its identity has long been revealed. If Gongyi stood here, he would know Akatsuki. It is Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, 10 tails body. Now, you must have heard about the things on the ninja continent. Pain heavenly path wearing a black robe of yuhi-colored auspicious clouds. He stood on the huge fingers of Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, looked at the black shadows in front of him, and said slowly. I can't believe that now Orochimaru will kill 2 shadows. On the other side, Kisame Hoshigaki, who was also standing on a huge finger, sneered and teased, this really surprised me. But now Orochimaru, he hasn't done anything good. Ju shrugged, his expression could not be seen on the Black Phantom, but he said helplessly, now in Konoha village, because of this situation, the dark blue demon Gongyi has actually assumed the position of Hokage. Haha, did you take up the position of Hokage? Hidan, who was a bit talkative, suddenly interjected, and the whole person seemed to be very excited. The powerful strength matches this identity. I think Lord Cthulhu will definitely like such a Matsuri product. Then what should we do now? Our next tail beast plan may be affected. Corner. Hidan was ignored here. He looked at Pain Heavenly Path and asked lightly. Absolutely, about the situation in Konoha village, do you have any news? Hearing Kokaku, all this question, Pain Heavenly Path looked at Black-White Zetsu and said. There is no news right now. Ju shook his head and continued. Now Konoha village has become a forbidden place for me, especially around this dark blue devil. I can't get involved, he is very vigilant, and I think. If as soon as he got there, he should have felt it. Certainly, of course, is aware of certain dangerous situations. His investigative abilities, as well as his various concealment abilities, do not need to be questioned. But, for Gongyi, he never dared to go too far. After all, through so many long-distance contacts before, he deeply understands that Gongyi's perception is very terrifying. His combat effectiveness is not high, if he is really caught by Gongyi for inquiring about information now. So obviously, his fate will definitely not be much better. That has been designed for countless years, and it is about to be successful. I will definitely not allow myself to take risks and let anyone catch any clues. Since it's impossible to inquire now, I'll go there myself. Pain Heavenly Path's face didn't show any expression, still the indifferent look. Now it seems that nothing can make him move. No, I think it would be most appropriate for me to go. At this time, Uchiha Itachi, who had been silent for a while, said coldly, after all, I am the most familiar with Konoha village. Oh, not bad. Then let's go. With a smile, Kisame Hoshigaki stood beside Uchiha Itachi and agreed. Ha, why didn't we go? What do you think, boss? When Hidan heard this, he seemed a little unhappy, and immediately asked. Alright, as for the situation in Konoha village, it's up to you to find out. Still ignoring the talkative Hidan, Pain Heavenly Path a pair of Rinnegan looked at Uchiha Itachi and agreed lightly. Well. Nodding, Uchiha Itachi and Yuhi's eyes did not waver at all. Next second, the black shadow that belonged to him disappeared immediately. Chapter 446. Negotiating Konoha. First. The wind blows gently. The newly born sun slowly appeared in the early morning, and the warm sunshine had already shone on the whole land. Elder High, we are about to arrive at Konoha village. In a dense jungle in the land of fire, there is a small team of ninjas moving forward. There were dozens of them, all dressed in khaki ninja combat uniforms. It is very clear from the forehead guards they wear that all these people are from Sunagakur village. When you arrive in Konoha village, don't be impatient and wait for my orders. Ebizo, who was surrounded by the center, looked at the group on the periphery. The Jonin from Sunagakur village spoke lightly. Understood. When Ebizo finished speaking, the surrounding Sunagakur Jonins nodded. At this moment is the elder messenger who came to Konoha village. Well, to put it bluntly, that is, I want to prepare to discuss compensation with Gongyi, as well as the matter of the one-tailed Jinchuriki column force Gara. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, as they were about to move on, several Konoha Anbu ninjas stopped them. What do? One of the Anbu ninjas came to them and asked coldly. The animal mask he was wearing made it difficult to see the expression on his face at this moment. Of course, the ninjas of Sunagakure village who were present could feel the coldness of each of them. Apparently, they colluded with Orochimaru and attacked Konoha village, but it's not. It can be washed away in a short period of time. Not only these, the members of Anbu are very hostile towards them, those ordinary ninjas and civilians. It is estimated that they are all full of hatred. After all, although Gongyi has intervened to save a lot, there are still many people who died in the last war. Ahem, everyone from Konoha. Ebizo broke the silence. He walked out among the crowd, and smiled politely. We are the messengers from Sunagakure village to negotiate with your village. You wait here. At this time, the leading Anbu ninja did not give him a face, but turned around and said to another Anbu member, you go and report to Hokage-sama. Understood. Nodding, the Anbu ninja immediately flashed away. The rest of the people stood here coldly, not letting them take a step forward at all. It seems that if they really dare to go forward, then a few people will really do it. After all, at a distance of several kilometers, it is already possible to officially enter the Konoha village. Damn guy. The surrounding Sunagakure Jonins showed a hint of anger on their faces. Apparently the current Konoha village is doing things a little too seriously. In such a situation, the normal Konoha village is polite. But looking at it now, they entered the Konoha village, and they had to be guarded like Ebizo. After all, their identity is here. Even if they have opinions on Sunagakure village, they still have to do normal superficial work. Now it's not as they imagined, but they don't think for a while. The current Konoha village is not. Sarutobi Hiruzen is in control, but the man. Konoha village, in Hokage's office. Gongyi sat here quietly, holding a stack of documents in his hand, constantly checking. Now, as time goes by, he naturally needs to have a comprehensive understanding of the interior of Konoha village. There are all kinds of obscure things, and now that I have become Hokage, I know a lot. Even all kinds of secrets about Konoha village, and all kinds of information, Gongyi has just learned. Lord Hokage, the elder messenger sent by Sunagakure village, has arrived. An Anbu ninja suddenly dodged, came to Gongyi's eyes, knelt down and reported. Oh, it's already here. Putting down his work, Gongyi looked at the Anbu ninja in front of him and asked lightly. Yes, but we were stopped at the door. Nodding, the Anbu ninja responded immediately. Okay, let Shikaku-sensei bring them in first. Gongyi raised the corner of his mouth and smiled, looked at him and said. Understood, Hokage-sama. His head down, Anbu ninja immediately. Dodge out of here. Hee, now it seems that we can finally continue with the plan. Standing up, placing the Hokage hat on his head, Gongyi turned his head. And looked at the window behind him. In the bustling central street of New Oda, Gongyi slowly revealed a thoughtful smile. At the same time, elders of Sunagakure village here have also entered the Konoha village at this moment. With Gongyi's order, Nara Shikaku quickly led them into the Hokage building. In the big conference room, Ebizo and other 2 or 3 other senior members of Sunagakure village have already sat here quietly. Now that we are here, isn't Lord Hokage coming out? Ebizo saw the meeting room. Gongyi was not sitting here waiting for them, but now Nara Shikaku was standing here watching them all the time. Smile on his face made him feel a little uncomfortable. Because from the beginning to the present, this is nothing like what Ebizo imagined. Hee, don't worry everyone, Lord Hokage will be here soon. As soon as Ebizo finished speaking, Nara Shikaku responded with a faint smile. Quote. Hearing this, the faces of the few people sitting here became even more gloomy. As the high-level executives of Sunagakure village, they still have some patience. There was no exit, a scene of sarcasm, but more or less they felt very uncomfortable. After all, under this situation, the entire Konoha village seemed to ignore them from top to bottom. Crunch. Soon, as Ebizo and the others were a little impatient, Gong Yi, wearing a Hokage imperial robe, pushed the door and walked in. Hee, everyone from Sunagakure village has been waiting for a long time. Some things have just been delayed. Hokage had on his head on the table. Gong Yi smiled and looked at them and sat down. Cough, Hokage-sama, you are very kind. Feeling Gong Yi's introverted power, the people in the Sunagakure village who are sitting here can clearly feel it. Strong, much stronger than they knew before. Ebizo is also smiling. Obviously he knows that the next negotiation will not be too smooth. The Konoha village controlled by Gong Yi has given them enough power from the beginning to the present. And in disguise, it is also warning them about one thing. Now it is their Sunagakure village who is begging Gong Yi's Konoha village, not Konoha village here to compromise and make peace with them. Enter. Chapter 447. The lion opened his mouth, second more. Okay, Lord Hokage, we're not welcome either. Ebizo doesn't wait. Gong Yi speaks again, and he does it right away. Straight to the point, he said, presumably you should know the purpose of my coming here now. Ebizo really doesn't have the heart to entangle with Gong Yi in the dilemma of Sunagakure village. It's very easy for you to get back the Jinchuriki column force, you just need to satisfy the compensation opinion put forward by Konoha village. Gong Yi showed a faint smile, without any urgency at all, he just replied lightly. Well, we will naturally compensate for the damage to the buildings in Konoha village this time, according to the price. Ebizo nodded and seemed to compromise. Oh, reimbursement for the damaged building according to the price. Hearing Ebizo finish speaking, Gong Yi was surprised by his face that seemed to suffer. Smile on his face, Gong Yi continued to laugh. 3220. He said, Elder Hai, you really can tell jokes with me. My conditions are naturally not only these. Wait, Ebizo waited for others to speak again. Gong Yi immediately said again, for this time compensation, you must also include the dead ninjas in my village, including their pensions, and various training expenses in our village. As for the construction loss in Konoha village, in addition to, you need to compensate for the normal labor funds, the materials you need will also be provided by your Sunagakure village. Well as various losses after the war, as well as the villagers, psychological persecution, counseling, and various miscellaneous expenses, you Sunagakure village will naturally be responsible. Also, you are now breaching our previous alliance contract, so naturally you need to pay a lot of money you set before. At the same time, as one of the most important ones, that is the ninja mission of your Sunagakure village, which you get in total every year. We, Konoha village, will take 10% of the funds, for a total of 5 years. Gong Yi, as if he had already thought about it, opened his mouth and said a few things. Didn't show any sympathy at all, but he said everything that had colluded with Konoha village's interests. Even in the alliance contract here, there are many life-threatening clauses, and he also told them without any hesitation. Apparently he had made sure that the village of Sunagakure couldn't raise its head again this time. Quote. When Gong Yi finished speaking, the entire conference room was silent for a lot. Ebizo on the side of Sunagakure village, and the Sunagakure village executives who were sitting beside him were speechless. The look on their faces that looked a little at a loss before was gone, replaced by a look of surprise that they didn't expect at all. Even Nara Shikaku, who was standing behind Gong Yi, and another Anbu captain, both of them were equally surprised. Obviously not expecting that, Gong Yi opened his mouth, that is. Without showing any sympathy at all, he said so much money that needs to be compensated. Particular, Nara Shikaku, who was familiar with political affairs, twitched slightly. He had never seen anyone who really spoke so loudly. Such conditions are not bidden down Sunagakure village. This is to bite off the whole face of Sunagakure village. Think about it, this is not a small number, especially for today, it is even more so. Nara Shikaku didn't know about Gongyi's conditions before, all he knew was a few basic compensation conditions. Now Nara Shikaku feels that the whole, long insight. Lord Hokage, you are absolutely right. After a long silence, Ebizo swallowed and asked with a gloomy expression on his face. Wrong. When Gongyi heard Ebizo speak, he suddenly said again, "Oh, by the way, I forgot one item. Your Sunagakure village has to compensate our Konoha village once, the loss of logistical support after the war, these also have to be counted." Ebizo. Lord Hokage, isn't your Konoha village a little too deceiving? One of the high-level officials of Sunagakure village, they finally couldn't take it anymore. Now Gongyi is well known in the ninja world, and his strength is terrifying. However, now that he wants to kill Sunagakure village like this, it is unrealistic for them to swallow it up. Yes, our Sunagakure village is also a victim after all. Now that we have promised you compensation, but Hokage-sama, are you joking? On the other side, the high-level officials of Sunagakure village spoke again, and his face was so gloomy that water could drip. Hee, you are also victims. Gongyi's previous smile gradually changed. It became a lot colder, and then he said again, you are a victim in Sunagakure village, so let's talk about it as much as possible. Our 4 generations of Kazekage Rasa died at the hands of Orochimaru. You Kazekage of Sunagakure village died at the hands of Orochimaru. What happened to our Konoha village? Knocked on the table, Gongyi's face. Wrong gradually became indifferent, he died or not, and finally chose to invade Konoha village, but still, you are here, now that you have agreed, then naturally you have violated everything, the same. Your losses are just asking for trouble. Gongyi spoke without any sympathy, leaving Ebizo and the others choked for a while, not knowing how to answer. The 4 generations of Kazekage were killed by his disciples Kimimaro and Hyuga Neji, and Orochimaru revealed everything to himself. Sunagakure village wanted to take advantage of Konoha, but in turn became a victim. The scourge of trying to destroy Konoha again and again, if Gongyi doesn't completely force them, how can he be at ease? Not only to force them to the point of nowhere, Gongyi naturally chooses to control them from behind. These conditions for compensation, Hokage-sama, you must be serious. Ebizo stood up and looked at Gongyi quietly, his whole voice had cooled down. I am the Hokage of Konoha village, am I sitting here now, joking with all of you? Gongyi shrugged, a sarcastic look on his face. He was not afraid that Sunagakure village would not agree. No, it should be said that Sunagakure village had better not agree, because he naturally had a way to solve Sunagakure village. Now don't take advantage of its weakest one. Start at 6, don't you have to wait until it is really strong to start, humph. You Konoha village hold a Jinchuriki column force like this, don't think it will be comfortable. Ebizo snorted coldly, and then spoke again, the rest of the ninja village will also speak out against you. Oh, then don't bother you. Gongyi smiled, looking at the current situation, it was clear that the 2 of them had completely broken down. Okay, then let's say goodbye first. Ebizo looked at Gongyi's indifferent expression, and he already knew that the matter of taking back the power of Jinchuriki column today seems to be impossible to do. Konoha village is busy, so I won't send you off. Seeing that the current Ebizo was about to leave, Gongyi didn't hold back at all. It showed a casual look. Chapter 448. Great Ambition, 3rd more. Lord Hokage, you are. Seeing Ebizo and others leaving, Nara Shikaku looked at Gongyi with a puzzled face. Hee, don't worry, they will come back again. Gongyi twitched the corners of his mouth and smiled, without showing any regret. Current condition is really unacceptable for Sunagakure village. And Ebizo and the others, it is even more impossible for them to agree to this immediately. Of course, Gong Yi doesn't care about these things either. He didn't just because he had a tail in his hand, so. The lion opened his mouth. The main reason is that he wants to enrich the resources of Konoha village while exploiting Sunagakure village in disguised form. Only in this way will it be easier for him to control his plans in the future. The final fourth ninja war seems to be a long time away. But for Gong Yi, it's not enough. In his mind unknowingly. That is, when Obito and Kabuto launched the 4 battles, he took control of all the ninja villages in the entire ninja continent. Put it bluntly, that is, with Konoha as the territory of 29, it will spread to the entire continent and completely unify them. And taking advantage of this opportunity of Sunagakure village's broken bones, they are naturally Gong Yi's first and foremost target. Well, these things, Gong Yi naturally won't tell anyone before implementing it. Although Nara Shikaku is here, Gong Yi is not completely trusted, and he is naturally one of the objects of Gong Yi's embankment. Is this kind of compensation a bit too much for them? Seeing Gong Yi's confident look, Nara Shikaku reminded him with some concern. More. Gong Yi looked at Nara Shikaku and continued, is this too much? You can rest assured, as long as Sunagakure village wants to take back the Jinchuriki column power, they must agree. Raising the corners of his mouth to smile, Gong Yi said confidently. Financial resources, etc. These are all things that can be regenerated. But there are only 9 nines in the entire ninja continent. If they really lost their weapons to deter the outside world for those foreign objects, it would be a stupid fool's practice. Gong Yi couldn't believe that the Sunagakure village would be so stupid. Okay. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku didn't speak too much, just nodded. The inauguration ceremony of that guy, Gong Yi, has been confirmed and announced to be held in a month. In the Mizukage building in Kurigakure village, Shuru sat in the office and looked at the green man in front of him. According to the previous news, this is true. Because the dispute between them and Sunagakure village should not be resolved, this succession ceremony has been postponed so much. Ao nodded and answered Terumi, and immediately asked with a puzzled face, Mizukage-sama, you are asking this because you want. Oh, I'm going to go and see for myself. After all, Konoha village has formed an alliance with our Kurigakure village, and that guy has become Hokage, and he has helped our Kurigakure village so much before, these. No matter. That one, I have to go to celebrate him in a reasonable manner. With a charming smile on Terumi Mei's face, the image of Gong Yi appeared in her mind. Been so long now, although Kurigakure village's previous hatred with Gong Yi has not been cleared. But after the last 6-tailed change, perhaps their attitude towards Gong Yi has also improved a lot. Terumi Mei believes that with the passage of time, such hatred will gradually diminish. But Mizukage-sama, I can handle this matter. The blue face showed surprise, immediately. Opened his mouth and said, you are now the Mizukage of our Kurigakure village. If you go out so casually, you will take a lot of unnecessary risks. Okay, don't talk about it anymore, that's the decision. After I leave, things here in Kurigakure village will be handled by you for the time being. Terumi Mei waved her hand and seemed to have thought about everything. Before waiting for Ao to continue talking, Terumi Mei immediately shouting, Chanjuro. Mizukage-sama. This, Chojuro, who was standing behind Terumi Mei, stepped to her side. Prepare well for the Hokage inauguration ceremony in a month, and congratulate me on my mission to Konoha village. Ah, I see, Mizukage-sama. Nagajiro immediately. Nodding his head, he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Chin could only hold his forehead with his hand, and shook his head helplessly. Obviously, for such a meaningless preaching of himself, this Mizukage-sama in front of him would not listen at all. Well, as Ao, who has been dealing with Terumi Mei for so long, he really understood her temperament long ago. Now that something has been decided, it is basically difficult to change it. So Ching did not speak anymore, and could only say in compromise, "I see, Mizukage-sama." A day later. Here in Sunagakure village, it is no longer peaceful. The entire ninja world continent, only now they are the most troublesome. When Ebizo has returned to Sunagakure village, everyone gets a piece of chilling news. Jinchuriki column force didn't get it back. And, when Ebizo finished the request from Gong Yi's side, everyone almost smashed the conference table into pieces. Especially Marky, who clenched his fists and bit Kiba, was irritated. Having experienced the last battle, he saw with his own eyes countless casualties in the entire Sunagakure village, and felt very uncomfortable. Now that the situation in Sunagakure village is getting worse and worse, Konoha village is still taking advantage of the situation. No, they should say that they want the life of Sunagakure village, which is more appropriate. What Gong Yi wants. If Sunagakure village really agrees, then the whole economic system will be in a downturn for a long time. It was as if Gong Yi had directly pressed the mountain on the Sunagakure village. Then what shall we do now? Seeing that this is the case, the elder of Sunagakure village asked with a puzzled expression. I do have a way, and now it should be the most effective way to get Konoha village to give up this idea. Maki looked at everyone and continued. Now use the spread of news to make the rest of the entire ninja world jealous of Konoha, so as to put pressure on them together. After all, they have mastered the power of Jinchuriki column, and they want to covet our funds so recklessly. Their ambitions are obvious to all. I think if the rest of the villages now know this more deeply. And with our agitation, some people will really not be able to sit still. Maki smiled faintly and said slowly. Chapter 449. The Consequences of Conceit. This is indeed the best way. Hearing Maki finish speaking, Ebizo nodded in agreement and said, now that their Konoha village is becoming more and more powerful, and especially when the Konoha Dark Blue Devil has assumed the position of Hokage, then although the rest of the ninja villages have not shown anything, they are secretly natural. It is also quite dissatisfied, and will be very afraid of Konoha village. It seems that Maki is thinking like this now, and Ebizo is also thinking the same way. I saw him open his mouth, and before waiting for everyone to express their opinions, he continued, then we can naturally use their power to detain the Jinchuriki column of our Sunagakure village, and use it as an article to encourage the rest of the ninja village to jointly denounce Konoha village. That's right, the method that Kazekage and Elder Hai said is indeed feasible. I think the same is true. Konoha village is too arrogant now, and it doesn't take our Sunagakure village seriously at all. HMPH, then let those guys have a good taste of the consequences of being conceited. The rest of the people around all nodded, and no one spoke at all to have an opinion. Now I have to admit that it can be regarded as the best way, that is, this is the only way. Their Sunagakure village currently does not have any tyrannical force that is capable of turning the tide of the current situation. Who can protect them as the one-tailed Jinchuriki column force Gaara? Now Gong Yi is Hokage, the suggestion he put forward, Sunagakure village can't accept at all. If it really compromises, it will be a great shame for the entire Sunagakure village. Moreover, if such a situation really occurs, it will make the Sunagakure village unable to breathe for a while in the future. Now that the ending can be guessed, how could Sunagakure village endure so at this moment? After this third meeting, everyone started to execute the plan. Time is fast. With the practice of Sunagakure village here, they slowly started to promote the progress of the whole thing behind the scenes. Didn't take long for the big villages in the entire ninja continent to receive such various news. More or less, it's almost all about the village of Konoha. All kinds of domineering. Obviously, everyone, they can also clearly see that someone seems to point the finger at Konoha village. In such a situation at the cusp, it is not a good thing for Gong Yi and Konoha village now. Kumogakure village, inside Reikage office. Hee, I can't believe that Konoha village was targeted. Not bad though, that's what I'd like to see. The fourth generation of Reikage, with an indifferent smile on his face, quietly looked at the document in his hand. Naturally, all the information recorded above is information such as Konoha village. Now when he sees the Konoha village being targeted, he takes a lot. The relationship between Kumogakure village and Konoha village is also very bad. Even now, they hate Konoha and Gangyi even more than the people in Sunagakure village. Especially now that Gangyi has become, for Hokage, and even more so for Konoha, have already lost too much in that station. Eight-Tails in their own village, and Killer Bee, who is like his brother, were all killed by Gangyi himself. This made their Kumogakure village's combat power even more weakened. Now that the Kumogakure village has been reduced to such a situation, Gangyi has a lot of credit. Well, basically Konoha village has been acting a little high profile recently. Especially now that it has developed into such a situation, it is completely asking for hardship. Fourth generation Reikage, a white-haired ninja with darker skin, said lightly. She was dressed in a refined black dress and held a small stack of documents in her hand. Mabuyi, although we can't say anything more on the bright side now. Reikage's face gradually became colder. He raised his head and continued. It's natural that Konoha village cannot be better in such a dark place. Now this kind of news, I think it is very likely that Sunagakure village released it. Hearing this, Mabuyi said with some dissuasion, if we take the initiative to respond now, we are very likely to fall into their arms. After all, Konoha village forcibly detained their people, Jinchuriki column force, and also made such a demand for compensation. There is no reason for Sunagakure village to be really silent. As the secretary of the fourth generation of Reikage, Azubuyi carefully analyzed it. As Mabuyi, who is deeply trusted by Reikage, she is very calm, and her judgment and analysis of certain things are naturally very accurate. Especially after seeing the direction of the whole thing now, basically everyone knows it, and there is no doubt that Sunagakure village is behind it. Well, in fact, even the current fourth generation Reikage, he can clearly understand. But he didn't care. Instead he shook his head and smiled at Mabuyi. I naturally know that there is a shadow of Sunagakure village behind this, but these are not important, we just need to help us secretly. After all. The fourth Reikage said this, he paused, and immediately said again, the strength of Konoha village is already strong enough. And now if they are controlling the power of the second-person Jinchuriki column, it is indeed not a good thing. Also, if there is no response from the village now, Sunagakure village is under pressure and obviously may actually agree to this condition of Konoha village. Then, no matter that possibility, I don't want to see it. As a powerful fourth-generation Reikage, he obviously has his own considerations. The most important thing, what he wants to do now, is naturally to restrain the continued growth of Konoha village. Well, as a man who has been well known in the ninja world for a long time, Gangyi has now become the helm of Konoha village, and has indeed become a thorn in the eyes of many people. They all felt that this powerful young Hokage was likely to affect the entire ninja continent. The thoughts on Reikage's side, in Iwagakure village and so on. The village also has the same thoughts. Many people think that if the Konoha village grows without repression, it will really threaten them. Especially now, the guy who can easily kill the tailed beast, he is in control of Konoha village. So lawless things, I am afraid that a lot of things will really be created. Thinking about it like this, unknowingly in the entire ninja continent. And rumors about Konoha village are starting to appear. Although it is not as blatant as Sunagakure village, it does reveal a lot of attitudes secretly. Chapter 450. Interesting things. Streets of the bustling Konoha village are bustling with people. As the most powerful ninja village, it shows its own power. The whole area of Nuoda, there are towering buildings, and everything is booming. Konoha village, inside the Hokage office. Oh, it's kind of interesting. When Narashikaku, who was standing in front of him, finished speaking, Gangyi smiled faintly. Just now, the whole ninja continent is well known, how could Konoha village not know it? When they got the news, they immediately came here to report to Gong Yi. These guys from Sunagakure village are really broken. Nara Shikaku was a little helpless, looked at Gong Yi and said, I've long thought they would do something like this. Gong Yi didn't seem to have any surprises on his face, on the contrary, he was very calm. But the whole ninja world seems to have started targeting us, Konoha, intentionally or unintentionally. Nara Shikaku, he seemed a little worried and said, after all, everyone can't see us well. Now the rest of the ninja villages naturally no longer pose a threat to us. Gong Yi 320 shook his head, not caring about the attitudes of the other villages, and instead continued, now we just need to settle the matter in Sunagakure village, then that's it. Now for Sunagakure village, do you have any idea, Hokage-sama? Hearing the present Gong Yi finish saying this, Nara Shikaku seems to feel that he is confident. Yes, indeed there is one. Gong Yi nodded, without denying it. That's this. Nara Shikaku looked at him with a puzzled face. Give back the Jinchuriki column power of the one-tailed man of Sunagakure village to them. Gong Yi's face. Rong showed a smile, looked up at Nara Shikaku and said slowly. Quote. Hearing Gong Yi finish saying this, Nara Shikaku was immediately stunned. After being silent for a few seconds, he asked again as if he had misheard. Give back to the Sunagakure villager Jinchuriki column. Did I hear it wrong, Hokage-sama? Nara Shikaku seems to feel a little weird, he thinks this is not Gong Yi's character at all. In this way, he compromised the plan of Sunagakure village and directly returned the power of Jinchuriki column to them. Thinking of this, Nara Shikaku could feel the Gong Yi sitting in front of him. It was really the one he knew. Gong Yi, you heard that right. I'm talking about giving back the Jinchuriki column force of Sunagakure villagers. Gong Yi looked at Nara Shikaku, and showed a faint smile, but I don't know if it was sealed or not. Yes. Soon as she heard Gong Yi's words, Nai's heart skipped a beat. Lord Hokage. Don't you want it? Okay, I'll do it myself. Waved his hand, but did not let Nara Shikaku continue. Lord Hokage, when are you going to? It's better to hit the sun than to choose a day, it's better now. Gong Yi doesn't. When Nara Shikaku has finished speaking, he will immediately interrupted. This matter has been dragging on for too long. If a Sunagakure village continues like this, it will only affect the pace of our Konoha village to move forward. Saying that, Gong Yi stood up, walked in front of Nara Shikaku, and patted him on the shoulder. He just smiled. The affairs of Konoha village will be handed over to you for a short time instead of me, let's go. Wait. Nara Shikaku speaks again. Gong Yi's whole person is immediately disappeared without a trace. The leader of the palace. Didn't take long for Gong Yi to stand in the secret research room. He has just returned here after using several Hiraishin techniques in a row. Gong Yi naturally has his own ideas about Sunagakure village. So he won't let anyone interfere. And the reason why he chose to act today is because Gong Yi doesn't want to wait any longer. After all, he had been procrastinating with Sunagakure village for a long time, and he had no patience at all. Well, then it's better to take this opportunity to use the reason Sunagakure village took the initiative to provocateur, to completely and fully surrender to them. Thoughts came quickly. Gong Yi quietly stared at Gaara who was lying in front of him. Kang. The next second, when Gong Yi's mind moved, a golden light burst out, reflecting the golden color all around. I saw Gong Yi's golden escapes, and when they appeared, they immediately disappeared. Transformed into a huge golden palm. It seems to have life, and when it is condensed, it is about to grab Gaara in the palm of your hand. The wind whistled past, and the yellow sand hanging from the sky swept all around. The scenery of the Land of Winds is the same throughout the year, and it has not changed at all. Gong Yi has come here now, and now he has not slowed down due to the harsh environment around him. Such foreign factors can no longer stop him now. I saw these pieces of gravel. When it was about to touch Gong Yi, it was immediately resisted by an invisible barrier of power. They couldn't touch Gong Yi's body at all. His white robe is still extremely white, and it has not been stained with dust at all. Time passed quickly. Gong Yi stepped forward, and behind him was the giant hand of Jin Dun, who was holding Gaara. As he was not slowing down, now the buildings of Sunagakure village had gradually appeared on the horizon, and caught Gong Yi's eyes. Their buildings are almost distinctive due to environmental reasons, and the windows of each house are built very small. So for these, at a glance, Gong Yi knew that he had arrived here. The village of Sunagakure, surrounded by huge rock walls, has arrived. In this majestic rock wall, there is a gap like a thin line of sky. There is the only entrance to Sunagakure village, and it is only through there that you can enter it. Gong Yi got closer. He could clearly see that there were several teams of ninjas from Sunagakure village guarding this long entrance. Not only that, but there are also many ninjas from Sunagakure village watching on the rock wall of the towering platform above. In just a short while, Gong Yi's eye-catching target was instantly discovered by them. As if he had already sensed it, Gong Yi's face showed a faint smile. Today, he naturally didn't think of doing some sneaky things, but he was very upright. Because what I'm going to do next is very interesting. Since Sunagakure village here is so eager for people, Jinchuriki, column force, oneself, return. Just give them. Chapter 451. The Mad Gong Yi. Well, 8,000 meters away, someone seems to be walking by. Standing on a platform with a steep high wall, a Sunagakure village ninja looked at Gong Yi's position and said, That seems to be the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. One of the ninjas from the Sunagakure village who came here, had a look of horror in his eyes. Konoha's dark blue demon Gong Yi. Okay, it looks like it's really him. At this time, with the guarding ninjas of Sunagakure village one after another, they were all shocked when they looked at the person who came to that position. No one would have imagined that a ninja who has been in the ninja world for a long time, he actually came to Sunagakure village today. Everyone naturally knows the relationship between Gong Yi of Konoha village and Sunagakure village. But even so, no one dared to stop them. On the contrary, their ordinary group of 3220s. The ninjas of Sunagakure village unknowingly shed a cold sweat behind their backs. Quick, go and inform Kazekage-sama about them now. Let's just say that the dark blue demon of Konoha village is here. Soon, he was still staring at the crowd in front of him in a daze, and he didn't know who was immediately. Drink loudly. At this time, everyone reacted and immediately flashed away. Go into the village. Hee. Looking at the entrance of Sunagakure village's Yishintian in front of him, Gong Yi had already clearly sensed the reactions of those Sunagakure village's ninjas. He walked there step by step like this, and the big hand behind Jin Dun floated in the air and followed quietly. Meanwhile, inside Kazecage's office in Sunagakure village. What did you say? That the dark blue demon actually came to our Sunagakure village in person. As the agent Kazekage Maki, when he heard the Sunagakure village ninja who came to report, he immediately said with disbelief. Lord Kazekage, indeed, we all saw it. His head, the Sunagakure village ninja looked anxious and continued, please go and see for yourself. Alright, go and inform Elder Hai and the others of this news. Seeing what he looked like now, Maki naturally understood that this guy was obviously not joking. As soon as his words fell, the whole person disappeared in Kazecage's office. You come to our Sunagakure village, what do you want to do? Just as Maki came, the Sunagakure village ninjas bit their hair and stopped Gong Yi. They were a whole squadron, all standing at the entrance of Yishantian and looking forward. Everyone's palms are constantly sweating, obviously they feel a lot of pressure on Gong Yi. Sha. Before Gong Yi can speak again, the agent Kage Maki is using a very fast speed. It has also arrived here. When he fixed his eyes, a strange expression appeared on his face. Gong Yi. Gaara. He could clearly see that Gong Yi was there looking at them with a smile. And behind him, a big golden hand was still holding Gaara at this moment. Gaara closed her eyes at the moment, in a state of deep sleep. I didn't expect the dignified Hokage to come to my stand in person. Maki was holding back his composure at the moment, and looked at him without smiling and said. To say that he is not nervous now is simply impossible. As a well-known demon in the ninja world, he didn't feel the slightest sense of security because he was in Sunagakure village. Swish, swish, swish. Here, following the notification of several ninjas from Sunagakure village, Ebizo and other high-level officials also came here one after another. The current situation is not a small matter. When they got the news that Hokage Gong Yi, the 5th generation of Konoha village, had actually arrived at the gate of Sunagakure village, they all rushed there quickly. Well, it's really this guy. How could he suddenly come to us? After everyone saw Gong Yi, their mood was completely the same as Maki's, and it was completely impossible to guess. Blinking, seeing that the people in front were almost there, Gong Yi, who was standing there, smiled. I heard that everyone from Sunagakure village, you need the power of one-tailed Jinchuriki column. That's naturally the case. Hearing this, Ebizo was the first to speak. You Konoha village now control 2 people's Jinchuriki column power, but it's not a good thing, and it's not a good thing to be greedy. The cunning man now feels that Gong Yi may have compromised. After all, he is now bringing Gaara to Sunagakure village in person. Not only does he think so, but the rest of the people are actually beginning to secretly rejoice in their hearts. They feel that the current plan has succeeded, which leads Gong Yi to personally want to return Gaara to them. Oh, still young after all. One of the senior Sunagakure village elders sneered inside. Although Gong Yi is powerful, he is no longer the ordinary ninja he used to be. Now that he still has the Konoha village on his back, it is naturally impossible to use his spirits. Everyone thinks that now Gong Yi may have wanted to give up the previous naive idea of compensation. Okay, since you both need it very much, what do you think of the previous compensation? Gong Yi looked at them with a half smile but not a smile, as if he had already seen through everyone's inner thoughts. Impossible. Maki was right at this time. Rejected it, and immediately said again, our Sunagakure village also belongs to the victims, don't go too far. In that case. Gong Yi said, grabbed Jin Dun who was behind I Love and moved his big hand, and placed him in front of Gong Yi. You Sunagakure village need it very much, and I am willing to give it back to you. But Maki and the others were excited. Gong Yi continued, he voluntarily released a tale before, but it was sealed by me. If you want, then you can take care of it yourself. Yes. Hearing Gong Yi's words, Ebizo's heart throbbed immediately. 6 for a moment. Everyone suddenly felt a little more foreboding. What do you want to do? Ebizo stepped forward and saw that Gong Yi had already stretched his hand to Gaara's navel. Of course the original jade returned to Zhao and returned to you. The seal is released. No wait. The people of Sunagakure village went to stop Gong Yi's face. Rong showed a sarcastic look. In the next second, he immediately released the seal inside Gaara's body. Aikiao Shukaku at this time, it has started to rush out of Gaara's body, and then erupts to catharsis. No. Everyone in the Sunagakure village felt cold from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads after seeing this. No one would have thought that Gong Yi, he actually released the tailed beast in a maddening manner. Chapter 452. 3 birds with 1 stone. Everyone, just enjoy the joy of the return of Jinchuriki column. Of course, you can also agree to what I said earlier. Gong Yi smiled and looked at the pale-faced Sunagakure villagers in front of him. The words fall. When Aikyo Shukaku appeared, Gongyi didn't wait for them to answer, he immediately dodged out of here. When he reappeared, he was already standing on a towering building in Sunagakur village. Standing here quietly, Gongyi's eyes were staring at him with incomparably deep eyes. There is the entrance to Sunagakur village, and Gongyi seems to be able to clearly perceive it there. Today, he deliberately released the tailed beast, preparing to use such force to force their consent. Since they like to play tricks behind their backs, Gongyi naturally won't passively get involved with them in Konoha village. As for Gongyi, he doesn't have any time at all to spend all the time with Sunagakur village. Simply took this opportunity to solve the problems in Sunagakur village by myself. Unleashing the tailed beast, of course, wanted to weaken Sunagakur's power again in disguise. And at the same time allow them to usher in a development fund for Konoha village after paying the price. At that time, Sunagakur village has learned a lesson, and Konoha village has also developed, and they can be more easily controlled by themselves in the future. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, this is the perfect solution Gongyi can think of. Roar. The sound of Shukaku's roar resounded throughout the Sunagakur village. Is that a tailed beast? How could it be in the village again? Run, get out of here quickly. Following the voice, Shukaku's huge body was revealed. The commoners of Sunagakur village can't fully see it, but they will never forget this kind of atmosphere. Everyone knows that now the terrifying tailed beast may have appeared again. Within half a second, chaos had begun in the entire Sunagakur village. Countless civilians had fled, and they had the courage to face such terrifying things. Seeing their group of civilians leave, Gongyi did not choose to stop it. The reason why he didn't choose to keep quiet at the beginning, he went directly to the interior of Sunagakur village to cast a tale. Naturally, I do not want to reappear in the village of Kurigakure, which caused a large number of civilian casualties. If he kills civilians too much, in addition to, it will really cause public anger in the ninja continent, and it will also hinder his future plan to control Sunagakur village. And as the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, he is not the one who was all light at first. He is naturally not stupid, and everything he does now has been prepared and arranged. Now Shukaku is outside the village, and the only casualties are some Sunagakur village ninjas. And when they can't resist, they scatter civilians, so there won't be anything too extreme. But for Sunagakur villages, lessons, this time, Gongyi will not choose to let them go easily. Since they always wanted to return to Yue, well, Gongyi satisfied them. Bastard, he actually released a tale. Sunagakur village, where Gongyi was still outside, all at once. Angrily drink. No one thought that Gongyi actually dared to do this now. Everyone who was complacent before, only felt the pain of being beaten on the face. Especially now that they were completely shattered when they saw that Shukaku's gigantic body had obscured them into darkness. Quick, all get out of here. Ebizo was the first to respond. When Shukaku didn't seem to be fully awake, he immediately stepped back towards the back. And everyone hurriedly backed away with a look of fear. Go to the village and evacuate all the civilians from here. A big wave of Maki's hand, he seemed to know that he and the others couldn't stop Shukaku's footsteps. The entire Sunagakur village of Nuoda, the only 4th generation Kazekage Rasa who can suppress Shukaku, he has died. Then, in the entire Sunagakur village, I am afraid that no one can resist Shukaku's attack. I was actually released again. At this time, Shukaku seemed to have just gotten used to it, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. It didn't expect that, after he had not been sealed for a long time, now he was released again and again and again, some playing with it, making Shukaku vaguely show a violent face. Thinking, as if perceiving everything in front of him, Shukaku's eyes looked down slightly. Maki and others have already seen everything. Just this simple glance, except Ebizo and a few others were able to endure the pressure and move around, the rest of them were all scared and stupid. HMPH, let's take your anger out first. Shukaku seemed to sense his surroundings, and it seemed to regain his confidence. This is a desert, as it is good at attacking with sand, it is like a fish like the sea, extremely comfortable. Hula. Shukaku's voice fell, his momentum changed immediately, and then the power of chakra swept out of the sky. Quick, defense. Seeing that Shukaku was about to start, Maki immediately. Hand seal with both hands wants to release ninjutsu. At the same time, I saw that during the synchronization, the gravel around Shukaku was beating wildly, all converging towards it. Ah, help me. At this moment, the huge sand claws transformed by the gravel in front of Shukaku caught several of the Sunagakur village ninjas in it. Immediately, no wait, the rest of the group made a move, and when they saw the gritty claws made by Shukaku clenched tightly, they were immediately turned into crumbs. Even its blood didn't bleed, it became mixed with countless gravels, and the instant kill, there was no chance for any Sunagakur village ninja to react at all. Doden Earth Style Wall Art. Doden Earth Style Wall Art. At this time, the defensive ninjutsu of Maki, Ebizo, and the others was also immediate. Released out. They saw several towering Doden Earth Style walls in front of them, which began to rise from the ground, firmly blocking everyone's eyes. Naive humans, go to hell. Seems that the grievances of Gongyi before are spread on their group of Sunagakur village ninjas. Shukaku opened his mouth involuntarily and gathered all the chakras again. Futon wind style with empty bombs. Bang, bang, bang. The invisible air cannons condensed by massive chakras shot out like missiles. As if they didn't want money, they were made by Shukaku almost innumerable. Densely packed, and it was bombarding towards Maki and others. Chapter 453. The Disaster of Sunagakur, 3rd. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosive vibrations vented around. When Aikiao Shukaku's futon wind style attacked and touched the defensive ninjutsu released by the Maki crowd, its tall earth wall could not resist at all. Like destroying dry grass and pulling rotten, completely vulnerable to a single blow. The thick walls that seemed to give people a sense of security were all penetrated like thin paper by Shukaku's destruction. They didn't even have time to resist Shukaku's attack for half a second, and they began to shatter and collapse. Damn, Shukaku is too strong. Ebizo cursed inwardly, looking up at the Doden Earth-style defense that had been destroyed in half in an instant. It's not over yet. The terrifying shock wave of futon wind style is still there. It devours frantically, like a wild beast. Go to hell. Shukaku's eyes were filled with endless indifference and murderous intent. It has been sealed by Sunagakur village for so long, and it has been continuously oppressed by 4 generations of Kazekage Rasa before. In this way, Shukaku's hatred for Sunagakur village is endless. New and old hatreds are avenged together, and it does not show mercy at all. Especially in this huge desert, Shukaku is infinitely enhanced. The gravel that filled the sky was rampant, and they kept gathering around Shukaku. Go and find the seal class. While everyone was retreating, a high-level executive of Sunagakur village immediately shout. Apparently everyone now knows that if Shukaku is not sealed, the village of Sunagakur will usher in a disaster. We are now without the cooperation of 4 generations of Kazekage, and it will be difficult to seal Shukaku. Ebizo shook his head, his face covered in dead ashes. Quote. Maki didn't say a word, and looked forward with a gloomy face. The current situation is actually not optimistic. The battle with Shukaku started, many ninjas died. And even their defenses were insignificant in Shukaku's eyes. Then how can we resist this terrifying tailed beast? What should we do next? Quote. Has it been like this forever? Everyone's eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. Sunagakur village has been decayed enough, and now it can't breathe. Gongyi and Shukaku suddenly rioted, which made things worse for them. The loss of Sunagakure village ninja power, and the exploitation of materials. The death of 4 generations of Kazekage. Now add this disaster. Maki and the others all knew in their hearts that Sajin was at the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages, which is not bad. Once the situation goes badly, they will be completely removed from the entire number 5 middle school. Quick, don't care, let's stop and defend for a second. Ebizo immediately. Hand seal with both hands, he released ninjutsu towards the front. As long as the villagers leave safely, we at least still have hope. Yes. All the ninjas around looked at Death and nodded in response. At this moment, they also know that they and others need to help their little smarts. To pay the price has come. Oh, not bad. Play well. Standing on the towering building, Gongyi looked at Shukaku with a faint smile. Now the furious Shukaku noticed that Gongyi, who had surprised himself before, was watching it silently. Well, it's not in the mood to care about this at all. After all, its goal is to destroy the entire Sunagakure village. The roaring sound continued to appear, the yellow sand was constantly flying in the sky, and the smoke and dust filled the position of Tianishan at this moment, and the battle between the two sides was obviously extremely fierce. But Gongyi is completely irrelevant. Now dealing with Sunagakure village, it seems that they will not give in at all without strong repression. In some cases, a good surge. It's actually a good choice. Doden Earth Style Earth Dragon Bullet. Doden Earth Style Earth Cutting Technique. In the battlefield. A huge earth dragon condensed by chakra, it roared out of the air and killed Shukaku. Where it was standing began to shake continuously, and slowly the whole piece of gravel began to separate into 2 halves. As if it was cut neatly, Shukaku's movements began to be restricted. Looking around, the battle situation here is already very tragic at this moment, and there have been countless casualties at the entrance of the entire one-line heaven. Many ninjas in the Sunagakure village, unable to even see the shadow of their corpses, are on the verge of extinction in the desert. Now several seal classes have arrived here at this moment. Each of them had totem-like marks painted on their faces, and a huge scroll was carried behind them. However, everyone seems to be well equipped, but unfortunately it is impossible to get close to Aikiao Shukaku at the moment. Captain, what are we going to do now? A ninja of the seal class, he looked at the captain standing in front and shouted. Don't act rashly, Jiden magnet style of the 4th generation can just restrain Shukaku, so when Shukaku is suppressed, we can also go to use the short time seal. The captain in charge of the sealing class, when he said this, he bit Kiba and cursed, but now the 4 generations have sacrificed. We have nothing to do at all. The leader of the seal class frowned, and continued with despair on his face. In a situation like Shukaku, we estimate that it will be killed before it reaches its eyes. Damn it, you guys still want to seal me. Shukaku completely ignored these. Doden Earth-style attacked, and its pair of 11-character yellow eyes swept the seal class immediately. He drank coldly. Obviously for this guy who has sealed himself many times, it is very impressive. The huge palm immediately slapped forward. In an instant, the gravel gathered around its body began to burst out in an instant, covering Sunagakure village and the others in front of it. A single piece of sand stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, like a tsunami of gravel, and when they appeared, they were dozens of meters high. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Seeing Shukaku's well-rounded attack, they all at once left without any hesitation. For such a large-scale gravel ocean, no one wants to continue to guard the entrance of the first-line sky. Because they are very likely to be taken away in one pot here. Biting Kiba, everyone reluctantly retreated to the position of Sunagakure village. Lord Kazekage, Elder High, is there really nothing we can do? At the same time as they dodged and stepped back, everyone felt like crying when they saw that the whole world was about to be filled up. They were shocked and angry, but there was nothing to do. Yes, there is only one way. Ebizo and Maki are almost in unison. The surrounding high-level officials of Sunagakur village also looked at each other with ugly expressions, obviously thinking of being together. That's right now. Agreeing to Gong Yi's conditions, we will double the compensation to Konoha village. Chapter 454. Konoha Compensation Clause. 4th. What? Hearing the cage of their own house and the top management finish speaking, the rest of the Sunagakur village ninjas showed a trace of unhappiness on their faces. Obviously, everyone didn't think that the final outcome could only be a compromise, just thinking about this. After that, the huge noise had brought them back to their senses. That originally belonged to one line of heaven had long since disappeared, replaced by a pile of gravel ahead. And the Shukaku Ichitail, who stepped on the towering desert hills, had also continued towards them. Beside the huge body, at this moment, there are endless gravels floating in the air, like a protective barrier. It has a pair of 11-character yellow eyes, and has been staring at the people in Sunagakur village, as if afraid that they will run away. Gong Yi, do you really want to destroy our Sunagakur village? Maki's eyes looked around, and the whole person immediately. Drink. Shukaku is about to enter Sunagakur village, so the nightmare has just begun for each of them. Obviously, now he knows that although Gong Yi has disappeared, he must still be there. But, when Maji's words fell, what was waiting for him was quietly. Except Shukaku's angry roar, the desperate cries of the surrounding ninjas. It seemed that they were forgotten by Gong Yi, and it seemed that Gong Yi had really left. Damn. Maki and Ebizo et al. 320 secretly cursed. Now if one hate can kill, then Gong Yi is afraid that he will die countless times. On the other side. While they were still there, in a time of inner confusion, Gong Yi stood silently on the towering building behind him. For Maki's words, his powerful spiritual perception can naturally hear it clearly. However, he did not speak, nor did he reappear. A simple punishment is still essential. After all, if you want to ask for peace, ask for peace. If you want to turn your face, you turn your face, so Gong Yi naturally feels very uncomfortable. Although the future of Sunagakur village can already be controlled, but this is just the beginning, it is better for them to suffer a little. Soon, Shukaku has officially entered the village of Sunagakur. Because of the timely retreat before, all the civilians were evacuated cleanly. Apart from their buildings, there is no one left here at all. Front, the ninjas from Sunagakur village almost halfway across the village, all handed hand seal to release ninjutsu. They are all trying to stop Shukaku's footsteps, but they are ineffective and have no effect at all. What they are doing now is actually angering Shukaku more. Gong Yi. 5 generations of Hokage, what do you want? Ebizo was completely speechless. When he saw that Shukaku had stepped into Sunagakur village, he began to destroy wanton. He knew that now except Gong Yi, they wanted to seal Shukaku as successfully as possible, but the loss would definitely not be small. And as a person of the older generation, he is quite aware of one thing in his heart. The tailed beast's tricks are not only these. If the tailed beast bomb that destroys the world is used by Shukaku, half of the Sunagakur village will probably be gone. So he didn't wait for someone to agree to anything, and immediately. I want to compromise. Gong Yi's tactics were too unexpected. He didn't expect Gong Yi to be so tough. Hee, of course I don't want anything. Just as everyone was biting on Kiba, a sneering voice appeared and echoed in their ears. I saw that Gong Yi had already stood behind them without anyone noticing. Tall and straight man in the white robe gave people a feeling of being unspeakable. Above the chiseled handsome face, the expression is indifferent at the moment, more full of ridicule. I just want to hear it now, do you agree with my previous compensation terms? Gong Yi smiled unabated, and looked at Maki and the others who were standing at the front. It's almost time to look at it now, and naturally he is no longer silent. If the real Sunagakure village is destroyed accidentally, it is not what he wants to see. After all, the future after this also belongs to you. Compensation conditions. What compensation conditions do you want? Ebizo and Maki looked at him and asked again. Quote. Gongyi naturally knew that they were playing stupid, so he didn't respond at all, just took out a scroll and threw it at them. So long, Gongyi didn't bother to talk nonsense with them anymore. Looking at the people in Sunagakure village, he really didn't have any good feelings. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Ebizo was confused. That's the compensation clause. If you agree, I'll be very willing to help you seal it as a village. Seeing Ebizo's appearance, Gongyi raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly. Hearing the words, open the scroll. When Ebizo, Maki and the others took a brief look, their faces turned pale. And the whole body is obviously shivering with anger, the kind that can't be suppressed at all. There is indeed a compensation clause. Originally they heard the term, compensation conditions. After that, it was indeed a foolish act. Now that it has reached the current state, they feel that Gongyi will definitely lower his requirements. In other words, it will definitely not be as big as the lion's mouth before. But now, when the scroll is opened, it is still the ninja pension for casualties and various training expenses in the village that were needed last time. The construction of Konoha village lost materials, labor costs, and post-war losses, as well as miscellaneous expenses. At the same time, the most important ninja mission in Sunagakure village, the total amount of funds that Gongyi gets every year, is actually higher than before. Originally, Konoha village had to take 10% of it, for a total of 5 years. Now I have to take away 15%, a total of 10 years. Various conditions have intensified, and they are not even as good as those mentioned before. Under such circumstances, how could all the senior officials of Sunagakure feel so comfortable? Lord Hokage, are you really deceiving people like this? His anger, Ebizo lowered his voice and looked at Gongyi. Now people have to bow their heads under the eaves. For this situation, he even started to call him, respect. Although angry, he knew that if Gongyi really didn't care, the Sunagakure village would only suffer even more. It's just the end of self-eating. Gongyi shrugged his shoulders and smiled unabated. He looked at Shukaku in front of him, and continued lightly, you can think about it, I may leave after a while, this Shukaku is returned to you, and there is nothing to do with me. Boom, boom, as if to cooperate with Gongyi again, just after his words fell, the buildings in front of them were immediately destroyed. All the ninjas of a squadron that resisted Shukaku were killed, not even screaming. See the situation in front of you. They have been forced to do so. Everyone seems to have made a decision, and a group of high-level executives look at Gongyi. Chapter 455. Future Case Cage. Good. Our Sunagakure village promises your compensation terms. Forced to be helpless, everyone chose to compromise. Watching Shukaku destroy several buildings in just a short while, they no longer have any intention of bargaining with Gongyi. Through this matter, they already know that if they play some clever tricks, the price they will bear will only be heavier. If Bitkiba had agreed to Gongyi's conditions, rather than framed Konoha village behind the scenes, maybe all this would not have happened today. Hehe, this will be the most sensible choice for your Sunagakure village. With a faint smile, Gongyi didn't show any surprise when he heard that Sunagakure village agreed to this. He had already thought about these things. In fact, such a transaction. On the contrary, Sunagakure village is more suitable. If the entire village was destroyed by Shukaku, it would be far more than his own compensation clause. Then ask Mr. Hokage to take action and seal this tailed beast. Ebizo's face had turned black, and he looked at Gongyi in shame and said. Although Gongyi clearly took advantage of the situation, everyone in Sunagakure village now dare not to show their dissatisfaction. From top to bottom, there was a look of suffocation on his face to the ultimate, and he almost suffered from internal injuries immediately. There is no way, now that Rasa, who can really resist the tailed beast, has died, but the remaining group of people can only be helpless. There's no problem with the old guys coming out to preside over politics again. But now to deal with tailed beasts like this, even if they are them, they are more powerless. Of course there's nothing wrong with that. Gong Yi smiled unabated, glanced at Maki and Ebizo, and said, although there is a misunderstanding between Sunagakure village and Konoha village, since you have already apologized so sincerely, as in Alliance village, this seal-tailed beast is simple. Of course, I am also doing it by hand. Quote. After Gong Yi said these words, many people fell silent. Sealing the tailed beast is just a simple matter, and it is even more difficult for them to twitch the corners of their mouths, feeling even more uncomfortable in their hearts. Especially the old guys in Sunagakure village are also quite unwilling in their hearts. There are many levels of tyrannical monsters like Konoha village, but why can't they cultivate such existences here? The huge noise is constantly heard, and the buildings in the Sunagakure village in front have been destroyed a lot. Although in the Sunagakure village of Nuoda, the buildings in the front row did not hurt the muscles too much. It still looks uncomfortable. Mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are, not to mention these pieces of buildings. The later stage, the manpower, material resources and funds to repair them will definitely not be less there. It's you. But this time, Shukaku didn't destroy it. It stared, looking at Gong Yi who appeared below it. Little civet cat, you're doing well. Gong Yi raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Shukaku with a playful expression on his face. Quote. An involuntary shiver made Shukaku seem to have forgotten the name Gong Yi had just called him the most annoying. It will not forget the scene where it was taught a terrible lesson by this powerful human before. Damn humans. The hostility in Shukaku's eyes slowly appeared. However, when he felt the power of Gong Yi's body, which also burst out slowly, his face was actually quite ugly. After the previous confrontation, Shukaku knew clearly in his heart. He couldn't compete with this human being in front of him at all, even though he was very insignificant to himself. But at a certain moment, Shukaku seemed to see that old guy's feeling in him. Thinking of this, Shukaku actually wanted to return to the body of Jinchuriki, column force for the first time. Where it feels, it may be a lot safer. Immediately, the meaning of chakra, the tailed beast that had just been violent, began to gradually disappear and was taken back by it. This huge blue patterned claws slowly retracted from one of the broken buildings. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, just one tail's simple action caused everyone in Sunagakure village behind Gong Yi to retreat again. They looked up at Shukaku nervously, as if they were waiting. In the entire Nuoda field, there was only Gong Yi standing under Shukaku. Oh. Soon, Gong Yi's face wrong showed a hint of surprise. When he just wanted to do it, Shukaku didn't talk to himself anymore. It actually took the initiative to return to Gaara's body, without the slightest sign, in the eyes of everyone in Sunagakure village. They thought that Gong Yi and Shukaku would have a big fight, and then the two would consume a lot of each other. But now, Shukaku took the initiative to go back. The huge fat body, turned into pieces of gravel, disappeared in the blink of an eye, and soon Gaara's whole person was revealed. What is this? The tailed beast ran away when he saw him. Retreat without fighting, is this still Shukaku? Seeing this scene, everyone in Sunagakure village felt like vomiting blood. While they were shocked, they really wanted to beat their chests and feet. Just now they killed and injured countless ninja powers, and they tried their best to stop the tailed beast. It actually chose not to fight because it was afraid of Gong Yi, so it naturally chose not to fight. And the price that their Sunagakure village had to pay because of Shukaku would be unprecedented. At the same time, everyone was surprised and uncomfortable when they saw Gong Yi. The dispute is settled without doing it. They felt that it was a blood loss, but despite this, since they chose to agree, it was naturally impossible to go back on it. The ghost knows if they go back on their word now, will the 5th Hokage of Konoha village do something out of the ordinary? The last thing a group of people can do now is to bite Kiba into pieces and swallow it. At the same time, standing in front of Shukaku just now, Gongyi shook his head with a helpless smile. Shukaku has a moody personality, and he is the most unpredictable of the nine-tailed beasts. So, now that it sees itself choosing to leave, Gongyi also feels that it is not unexpected. Unlike Yaokyubi, Ninetails, who has a strong personality, Aikyo Shukaku is actually more of a brain. Now that it left voluntarily, Gongyi didn't try to stop it. Anyway, my goal has been achieved, and Aikyo Shukaku has saved me a lot of trouble. Senses, Gongyi looked at Gaara who was lying there. After sealing him before, Gongyi also moved a little. For the future 5 generations of Kazekage, Gongyi naturally couldn't just let him go. Enter. Chapter 456. Bold Decision. Slowly putting down the sealed book in his hand, Gongyi got up and walked to the window behind him. Quietly watching the wide main road of Konoha village, where people come and go. The whole towering building has unknowingly increased a lot in this period of time. It's been a week since I came back in Sunagakure village. After Sunagakure village agreed to the compensation terms, Gongyi returned Gaara to them. As a pawn after him, his role can be crucial. Of course, now he doesn't pay attention to these anymore. Basically, the matter in Sunagakure village has been settled, and I just need to wait for their compensation. The contrary, Gongyi took advantage of his rare free time to study the Book of Seals by himself. I had watched it a few times before, but because of Sarutobi Hiruzen, I definitely didn't have 3-2 and 2-0. The law is very comprehensive. Different now, and now that I am Hokage, the Book of Seals can be read at will. Are all mastered here, and there is no need to worry about any problems. After a simple research, Gongyi has included all the ninjutsu useful to him on the scroll. Now as I look at some ninjutsu, certain thoughts pop up a lot in Gongyi's mind unconsciously. For the senior management of the entire Konoha village, this decision is very bold. Once implemented, it will definitely be an invisible enhancement to the ninja power of the entire Konoha village. Of course, the current plan needs to be implemented after the ceremony of taking office is over. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door brought Gongyi back to his senses in his thoughts. Turning around slowly, Gongyi responded lightly, "Come in." Lord Hokage, the compensation clause in Sunagakure village has actually been implemented. Nara Shikaku, who opened the door in response, had a face full of disbelief. Said the document in his hand and handed it to Gongyi. Now Nara Shikaku never thought that Gongyi actually kept Shukaku in Sunagakure village. And Sunagakure village also actually agreed to Gongyi's conditions. Now that Nara Shikaku still feels such a coercive situation, Sunagakure village will come back again, and there is a possibility that it will become an endless situation with Konoha village. The entire Konoha village, as well as Kaharu Yuditane and Homura Mitokado did not speak, but when they got the news, they all felt that it was inappropriate. Some people even felt a hint of war in their hearts. Today, when Sunagakure village has set the date and is ready to send people to deliver the supplies, everyone is completely stunned. Gongyi's might method, he actually succeeded. And it is clear that Sunagakure village has no tricks anymore. This kind of news, in fact, caused 1,000 waves with one stone, so that the entire shinobi people didn't even think of it. Especially here in Kumogakure village, the 4th generation of Reikage Aichi has not been involved in political affairs for 2 consecutive days. He didn't think that his own secret help, but he actually helped Konoha village in turn. Became a fig leaf to promote Gongyi, and he imposed a strong fig leaf on Sunagakure village. This time, with the lessons learned from Sunagakure village, the rest of the ninja villages really dared not speak out. They don't want to be airborne last time with the tailed beast. After all, although Gong Yi's methods are unpleasant, at least he has put the tailed beast outside the village in principle. So apart from the loss of buildings and ninjas, normal civilians were not affected. No one can guarantee that if Gong Yi is angered, he will quietly remain in the center of the village. So what awaits everyone is not a catastrophic disaster, but what should be called a village annihilation. Gong Yi's style is moody, and they know that the era of Konoha village controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen is over. This guy is completely beyond the means of the third-generation Hokage, the fourth-generation Hokage. Rarely quiet under such a turbulent situation. They don't want to touch Gong Yi's bad head at this time. After all, he has just become a Hokage now, but he is waiting for the emerging guy to do the surgery. Well, Shikaku-sensei, you should take full responsibility for this matter. A brief look at the document handed over by Nara Shikaku, Gong Yi said lightly. His face did not show a look of joy and excitement, but was still as plain as water. It seems that he can achieve such an achievement now, and it doesn't make him feel anything. Well, Lord Hokage, you can rest assured. This, Nara Shikaku nodded. He seemed to be used to Gong Yi's appearance. Gong Yi with such a mentality, Nara Shikaku is quite admired. No matter what it is as stable as Mount Tai, content with the state of motionless. Such a guy is indeed a real hero. At the same time, when the two were talking, there was a sparsely populated place in Konoha village. This is a quiet artificial jungle with a river next to it. The azure water inside is extremely clean, and it is quietly flowing forward. The boat floating on it keeps swaying, making people feel inexplicably comfortable. Akatsuki, how dare you come to my Konoha village so blatantly? What on earth are you trying to do this time? The aisle by the river bank, Sarutobi Asuma frowned and looked in front of him. In black robes with a big hat on their heads, covering their faces. Although it is not clear who they are, the eye-catching Yui-color clouds in their clothes reveal their identity. Akatsuki. As Akatsuki who nearly destroyed Konoha village before, their members' characteristic costumes are all one. 6 are all in acquaintance. Of the whole Konoha village actually hate Akatsuki. Wasn't Gong Yi at the time, I'm afraid it was difficult for Konoha village to survive Akatsuki's destruction. The loss of that battle was vividly remembered by everyone and would not be mentioned again. So the current Sarutobi Asuma, when they found out they appeared, immediately. With his eyes fixed on the two, Sarutobi Asuma was tense, ready to attack at any moment. He didn't believe there would be people from the village who would disguise themselves as Akatsuki for fun. Time flies, long time no see, Mr. Asuma. One of the people in front of him lifted the hat on his head and said lightly. I saw that on his finger at the moment. He was also wearing a pen with Zoo written on it. The ring is very conspicuous. Chapter 457. Well, you actually know me. Sarutobi Asuma frowned and took a slow step back cautiously. Now he doesn't feel that he has anything to do with Akatsuki's people. Since their name is known to them, maybe they came for themselves. After Sarutobi Asuma finished speaking, the man did not speak anymore, but silently took down the hat he was wearing on his head. You are. Sarutobi Asuma's eyes widened. He looked at the man's pair of Yui-colored eyes. It was actually the 3 Tomo Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. For a moment, he seemed to have guessed who this guy was in front of him. The next second, it seemed just to confirm Sarutobi Asuma's speculation, the man slowly loosened the collar that covered half of his face. Uchiha Itachi is actually you. Seeing that he really guessed correctly, Sarutobi Asuma's pupils dilated, and the whole person immediately took out the ninja finger tiger from the ninja kit. Hee, it seems that there are really people here who are familiar with Mr. Itachi. Here, another man smiled coldly and took off the hat he was wearing on his head. Kisame Hoshigaki. You guy is here too. Sarutobi Asuma bit Kiba and continued. Kisame Hoshigaki, a former Kurigakure ninja, wanted for daimyo murder and state sabotage, and who also stole precious ninja tools from the village of Kurigakure, is now the top missing nin. Although Konoha village was attacked by Akatsuki last time, he didn't have time to come back. But for the entire Akatsuki information, he deliberately collected a lot of information. Especially after Gongyi told himself that Sasori of the Red Sand, who killed countless ninjas from their Sarutobi clan, was also Akatsuki's. More for its members, Sarutobi Asuma has done enough preparations. Uchiha Itachi, you have caused such a serious incident, and now you dare to return to Konoha village. Sarutobi Asuma returned to his senses, looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked, and you actually joined the notorious Akatsuki? I don't need Mr. Asuma to talk about this matter. I hope you are at least not blocking me for now. Uchiha Itachi had an indifferent face, without the slightest emotion, but looked at Sarutobi Asuma and said coldly, otherwise I think I will kill you uncontrollably. I don't need you to stop it. Now I'm going to kill you all. Although Sarutobi Asuma was afraid of the strength of the two, he was not afraid at all. His eyes were full of fighting intent, and with a hum, his hands were covered with blue chakra. Ah, this guy really talks a lot. Mr. Itachi, let me kill him. As soon as Sarutobi Asuma finished speaking, Uchiha couldn't listen anymore. Said that, he banged, took the shark muscle behind him, and smashed it on the ground. In front of Asuma's eyes, cracks appeared on the entire ground. Kisame Hoshigaki's face is very casual, and from this simple look, he can tell that his power is amazing. Then let's fight quickly. Uchiha Itachi's indifferent face paused for a while, and then continued to speak again. If you want to walk out of the village safely and not be discovered by that man, you should not use those large-scale ninjutsu. Cut, I get it. When Kisame Hoshigaki heard Uchiha Itachi finish speaking, there was a hint of complexity on his face. Obviously, Gongyi's shock to him here is also very deep in his heart. He still did not forget the battle with Gongyi at the beginning. I'll kill you first. His senses, Kisame Hoshigaki immediately swung his sword towards Sarutobi Asuma. Oh, this chakra power. Not long after Nara Shikaku left, Gongyi, who was still studying the sealed book, suddenly raised his head. A faint smile appeared on the expressionless face just now. It seems that there are guests in the village. The words fell. Gongyi's whole body immediately dodged and left the office. When it reappeared, Gongyi, who seemed to sense something, suddenly stopped walking. I saw below me, the whole commercial street of Konoha. And the position he was looking at was the most popular ramen shop in the entire Hokage Ninja. Ichiraku Ramen. Now Naruto wearing an orange jacket, he is running out of it. Obviously he was thinking about something, so he didn't notice Gongyi on the eaves. Have you begun to make contact as in the plot? Faint smile, Gongyi saw Jiraiya coming out right behind. He naturally knows that now as the plot progresses, Jiraiya will naturally go to contact Naruto. Especially after he agrees, then Jiraiya will not be afraid of anything. That's fine. When Naruto returns from his studies here, it can be regarded as an extra tyrannical battle force for the Konoha village. As for Jiraiya now wanting to bring Naruto, it is completely impossible. Presumably even if he didn't agree before, Jiraiya wanted to steal Naruto's words. Then it is estimated that Naruto will find himself first, and then decide whether to agree with Jiraiya's practice. After all, Naruto has come to find himself in many major decisions since he was a child. Well, Naruto completely treats Gongyi as his closest person. Of course, Gongyi naturally did his duty, so that Naruto's childhood did not have too many shadows. Gongyi. Did something happen in the village? Jiraiya, who just walked out here, seemed to feel Gongyi's gaze. Immediately. He looked up at him and asked immediately. After all, he observed carefully, Gongyi appeared here, maybe not for himself. Well, since he left in the office, maybe there might be a problem in the village. After all, if there is no situation now, Gongyi will not leave the Hokage building easily. It's nothing. Seeing that Jiraiya found himself and asked, Gongyi did not remain silent, but smiled. It should be regarded as a visit to the younger generation whom I haven't seen for a long time. The words fell, Gongyi immediately. Dodge out of here. The junior I haven't seen in a long time. This, Jiraiya's face froze, and the whole person also immediately followed up. Although his speed can't match Gongyi's, he can barely keep up. Hearing Gongyi speak like this, Jiraiya did not choose to leave. The meaning inside and outside the words, obviously this can't be the people in the village. Maybe it's really the enemy, maybe. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT, otherwise collection will be banned. IP. Chapter 458. Sweetened water style, water shark bomb jutsu. Sweetened water style, water shark bomb jutsu. 2 identical voices suddenly sounded on the river bank. Hula, Uzumaki suddenly began to appear on the surface of the water that was flowing quietly, and then 2 streams of water, Jinchuriki column, rose into the sky. Not over. When 2 water Jinchuriki column appeared, the water flow guided by chakra in the air began to condense into a huge shark shape. A bang, almost instantly, the same ninjutsu on both sides collided. Next second, everything collapsed into a turbulent stream of water, splashing all around. Ninjutsu like me, is that guy? Kisame Hoshigaki immediately dodged back, away from the battlefield with Sarutobi Asuma. When he returned to Uchiha Itachi, he raised his head and looked in front of him. I don't know when, Hitaki Kakashi actually appeared here. Tomo above his right eye, staring at Uchiha Itachi. He actually appeared, we may be in some trouble. Kakashi spoke lightly and said to Sarutobi Asuma behind him. But you can't let them go. Sarutobi Asuma bit Kiba, stopped the blood from the wound on his arm, bit Kiba and said, they must have a purpose in coming here. After several fights just now, Sarutobi Asuma naturally marveled at the power of Kisame Hoshigaki. This is still in the case that Uchiha Itachi did not shoot. Otherwise Kakashi is estimated to have not come here, then he will be killed by the 2 directly and quietly. It's from Akatsuki. At this moment, when Kakashi Asuma was facing off against the Oni and Itachi. In the dense artificial jungle, on a towering tree, Jiraiya stood beside Gongyi and said in surprise, can you easily bypass the guards of the enchantment class? Hehe, it's not difficult to enter Konoha silently. Gongyi looked at Uchiha Itachi who was standing there, and smiled softly. After all, there is a person who was born in Konoha village since childhood, and is still there, and who used to work. Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction Gongyi was looking. The only second survivor of the Uchiha clan. Thoughtful, he could not help muttering to himself. As the high-level executive of Konoha village, he naturally knew about the night of the genocide. And more or less, also know some obscure secrets. Although I don't know all about it, I'm not unfamiliar with Uchiha Itachi. Boom! Just as the 2 were still talking, a huge noise appeared. Kisame Hoshigaki has already played against Sarutobi Asuma again, and the 2 are inseparable. Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi were silent and started quietly. Do you want to stop them? When Jiraiya saw this, he went to take the 2 of them at once. Stay. After all, since they came to Konoha village, there must be. No. Gongyi raised his hand and pressed Jiraiya. His smile was not diminished, and he said lightly, it's a good choice for the 2 of them to practice now. For the current battle situation, Gongyi didn't have any fluctuations in his heart at all. He knew that Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki came to Konoha village, probably to inquire about the news. As for now, it is estimated that Uchiha Itachi did not use demonic illusion to solve all this. Then it is estimated that it is also a procrastination in disguise, to convey the Akatsuki news to myself. Futon, wind style, Sui Lan Gale. In the fierce battle between the two sides, Sarutobi Asuma puffed out his mouth, chakra condensed to create a whirlwind, and went towards Kisame Hoshigaki. Phew! Seeing the violent whirlwind attacking, Kisame Hoshigaki swung the shark muscle sword forward. Almost just a face-to-face, Asuma's futon, wind style, hurricane was immediate. Collapsed and split into two halves. It has amazing chakra in its body and is known as the tailless beast. Kisame Hoshigaki, of course, will not be threatened by such a futon, wind style, it's kind of interesting. Kisame Hoshigaki put the shark muscle sword on his shoulder, and looked at Sarutobi Asuma in front of him with a smile. Now the two seem to have fought each other for a few rounds, but in fact, they are also exhausting each other. After Sarutobi Asuma learned about Akatsuki from Gong Yi, he turned hatred into motivation, and he continued to practice almost day and night. Especially after Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, he is more so crazy to improve himself. It is because of this that although Kisame Hoshigaki is powerful now, he wants to give Sarutobi Asuma immediately. It's impossible to do it easily. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Here, Kakashi also started to shoot, not talking nonsense with Uchiha Itachi. He was a lot more serious, and Kakashi didn't dare to despise Uchiha Itachi. He spit out a large piece of flame forward, heading towards the overwhelming shroud of Uchiha Itachi. Although it's just a normal Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu, with Kakashi's use, the power is indeed much stronger. Now Kakashi knows such ninjutsu, but he can't pose a threat to him at all. But he was just a simple test. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi didn't hide from Kaden, fire style, at all, but still looked at himself indifferently. Kakashi's Yuhi-colored 3-tomo Sharingan moved, and his heart sank. It's a clone. When did he get the seal? With a bang, Uchiha Itachi, who is standing there just now, has disappeared and turned into a cloud of white smoke. It's really unexpected. At this time, an indifferent voice came from Kakashi's side. When he turned his head to look, Uchiha Itachi was standing there quietly and said, "You who are not from the Uchiha clan can actually use Sharingan to such an extent. It is clear that your body does not belong to the Uchiha family, and it is impossible for it to be suitable for Sharingan." Uchiha's good Itachi seemed to see through something, and continued, "Using Sharingan forcibly like this will make you quickly become passive." Damn. Hearing this, Kakashi frowned, and the whole person couldn't help but secretly said, "Is it actually found out? If you keep going like this, then you will be exhausted immediately." You who can't fully use Sharingan now, how do you want to beat me? Uchiha Itachi walked towards Kakashi step by step, although he didn't make any movement at all. Kakashi didn't dare to take it lightly. How terrifying Uchiha Itachi's strength is, he has long known it. No more now. In the past, the two of them might not be able to hold on anymore. Jiraiya saw that Gong Yi had not yet wanted to shoot, and he reminded him aloud. Okay then. As if he had sensed something, Gong Yi twitched the corner of his mouth with a smile, and disappeared. Chapter 459. Just when Jiraiya heard Gong Yi finished speaking, his eyes froze. Speed was very fast. Gong Yi, he dodged and left. When he looked towards the front, Gong Yi actually came to Kisame Hoshigaki. Boom! I saw the current Kisame Hoshigaki. He just wanted to use the gap to sneak behind Sarutobi Asuma. His arm just waved down, but it was immediately. The shock was painful, as if he was not slashing on a person, but on a steel wall. The next second, Kisame Hoshigaki fixed his eyes, and he was a little stunned. Because I don't know when, my shark muscle broadsword was actually stopped by someone. Deep Blue Devil. Kisame Hoshigaki, pupils dilated, and after looking at this handsome man, he secretly exclaimed. He would never admit his mistake, the man who almost killed him last time. After all, now that he can be so elusive, he can easily take a blow from himself. Seems to be no one else at all except this, the 5th Hokage Gongyi of Konoha village. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Asuma also saw Gongyi, but there seemed to be no surprise on his face. Apparently Sarutobi Asuma should be conceivable for the appearance of Gongyi. After all, Gongyi's strength is terrifying right now, and someone who enters Konoha rashly like this will definitely feel it. And here at Kaka 320 West and Uchiha Itachi, they also looked at Gongyi. The current Gongyi appeared, it has become the focus of the audience. Jiraiya, who wanted to help Sarutobi Asuma and Kakashi, shrugged his shoulders and didn't move. He knows that now that Gongyi has passed by himself, it seems that neither of these two guys can leave. In this way, if he is in the past now, it is very likely that the two of them will feel the pressure and choose to escape. It would be better for Gongyi to pass now and hide behind him and wait for the opportunity to shoot. Jiraiya is not brainless, on the contrary, he thinks very carefully about many things. Unfortunately, although he wants to catch Kisame Hoshigaki and Uchiha Itachi, Gongyi has no such idea. I saw a position far away from the battlefield, here is the low point of a bridge hole. Gongyi, who was standing in front of Kisame Hoshigaki just now, actually appeared here. What's the matter, why do you suddenly choose to meet in this place? Looking around, Gongyi murmured with his smile unabated. I saw that there was no one beside him, and it was just like he was talking to himself. Congratulations to Mr. Gongyi for becoming the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. Soon, an ethereal voice came out, and Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of Gongyi's eyes. Looking at it this way, neither of them stayed on the battlefield at all. There they are nothing but each other's. Itachi, did you come to Konoha today to congratulate me? Gongyi looked at Uchiha Itachi who appeared and asked with a smile. Just not long ago, when he wanted to help, Gongyi knew that Uchiha Itachi used the clone technique. Because he did not restrain the breath of chakra, it was far away, and Uchiha Itachi must have found himself long ago. Therefore, since he chose to leave the battlefield, it means that he must want to use this opportunity to convey some news. So Gongyi also used Mokuden's wood-style clone and chose Jin-chan to escape. Lord Gongyi, I am offended. Uchiha Itachi heard Gongyi finish his 3-tomo Sharingan immediately. Slowly turn the link. In the next second, a pair of Yuhi's eyes turned into a pattern of darts. Mangekyo Sharingan Tsukuyomi. When Uchiha Itachi unleashed demonic illusion, Gongyi found his position changed. This is a towering mountain peak, and the huge moon in front of me is very close to me, looking at infinite sadness. Tsukuyomi. Gongyi didn't show any panic, instead, the corners of his mouth raised and he couldn't help but praise. Yes, demonic illusion is so superb. 4. Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi demonic illusion. Although Gongyi has not studied it, he has a general understanding of it. It is the pupil technique that resides in Itachi's left eye, Mangekyo Sharingan, hypnotic eye. Play to one of Ultimate's pupil techniques. It also belongs to demonic illusion of the visual system, and it can only be activated after looking at it. Ability of this demonic illusion is to transfer the spirit of the opponent to the Tsukuyomi, created by the caster. The world. Not only that, the Tsukuyomi world here, regardless of time, various images and quality, is completely dominated by the caster of Uchiha Itachi. And if ordinary people get hit with Tsukuyomi, they will be bound and unable to resist. Then they'll see a lot more. The sight created by Uchiha Itachi. Although such demonic illusion can't really cause physical damage, it can cause serious mental damage, and all the damage suffered in Tsukuyomi will be returned to the opponent's spirit. Because of this, it is also known as demonic illusion, the strongest spiritual attack. Of course, although Tsukuyomi is very strong now, it does not pose any threat to Gong Yi, who possesses 3 powerful seeds of spiritual consciousness. Even Gong Yi can do it right away if he wants to. Smash everything here. Thank you Gong Yi for your compliment. Countless crows came flying, slowly condensing the appearance of Uchiha Itachi. His entire face was no longer indifferent at this moment, replaced by a kind of respect, and I saw him continue, in front of Lord Gong Yi, such demonic illusion is nothing at all. Uchiha Itachi is not really flattering Gong Yi. But he could clearly feel that Gong Yi's strength was very strong in front of him. Especially, in terms of spiritual power, he felt that he couldn't even influence Gong Yi. Now the reason why I can completely pull Gong Yi's spiritual power into Tsukuyomi space. There is only one possibility, and that is that he is completely voluntary. Tell me, what brought me here now? Is there something wrong with Akatsuki? Gong Yi didn't go to talk to Uchiha Itachi, but asked slowly. Now that Uchiha Itachi is now, he cautiously uses demonic illusion to communicate with himself. Apparently he was afraid of the mask Obito, and the surveillance of black-white Zetsu. After all, the two were elusive, and Uchiha Itachi, a cautious guy, must be on guard against them. It's really about Akatsuki. Uchiha Itachi nodded and responded to Gong Yi. Now they have started a big operation, and it may even be related to the entire ninja continent, not just the village of Konoha. Oh. Then let's hear it. Hearing Uchiha Itachi finish speaking, Gong Yi's face, the color barely changed. He seemed to already know what Uchiha Itachi was going to say next. Since it is already related to the entire ninja world continent, it may only be that one thing. Chapter 460, Infinite Tsukuyomi Project. Now inside Akatsuki, the plan to collect the tailed beasts has begun. Uchiha Itachi didn't say more useless words, but immediately mouthed and responded to Gong Yi. Akatsuki's leader, a golem summoned by his spirit, seems to be related to the tailed beast. When all the 9 tailed beasts are really caught, the entire ninja continent is likely to experience turmoil. Seeing Gong Yi listening quietly, Uchiha Itachi didn't stop and continued. It must be that everything went smoothly for them, and the first to be impacted will be Konoha village, and Gong Yi, Samayu. Hehe, it seems that since the last time both and Hidan failed to capture the tailed beast, it has been delayed until now and then started again. Hearing that Uchiha Itachi finished, the smile on Gong Yi's face did not diminish, and he murmured inwardly. Gong Yi naturally knows all about Akatsuki, collects the tailed beasts, resurrects the 10 tails, and finally executes the infinite Tsukuyomi plan to achieve the ultimate peace. Of course, the seemingly beautiful wish of the ultimate peace is just a pure fantasy of Nagato, Uchiha Madara and Obito. Because they were all used by Ju, the ultimate goal of Ju. It was just to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya. Whether or not the entire ninja world is peaceful or not, actually doesn't care at all. Of course, Gong Yi has not researched the matter of Otsutsuki Kagaya. But Infinite Tsukuyomi, this rather interesting thing, Gong Yi still knows something. Infinite Tsukuyomi, it is a large demonic illusion with a very wide range, which can also be called a world-destroying move. However, if you want to activate this technique, you must also possess a reincarnation Sharingan. Simply looking at it from memory, it was triggered by the owner of the Sharingan, who mapped the pupil power on the moon, causing people all over the world to fall into demonic illusion. Then, it is wrapped by the divine tree to collect chakra, thus giving birth to a new chakra fruit. If it is not unpacked in time, the wrapped person will become White Zetsu, which will lead to the end of the world. As for those who are hit by Infinite Tsukuyomi, they will naturally no longer have any perception, but will enter a dream without warning, where their wishes will come true and become the most beautiful sight. And as long as Infinite Tsukuyomi has been turned on, then its scope is very wide, and it should be said that people all over the world cannot avoid it. After all, no matter where you hide, the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi can penetrate, and without even knowing anything about the recruiter, you will be trapped in the illusory world constructed by the caster. In this way, it seems that after Infinite Tsukuyomi is really activated, the ninja world may be completely destroyed. It seems that there is really permanent peace, but in fact this way is too extreme. After thinking of this, Gong Yi's idea of unifying the ninja continent became stronger. If you really want peace to come, then only unity is the most perfect solution. Rather than using such demonic illusion, to bring everyone to peace above the surface. Of course, for such a peaceful or not, the spirit has not yet reached that level. He only thinks about it from the point of view of his own interests. Unifying the ninja world is naturally his ultimate goal. As for peace, it is but one of the benefits that come with unification. Soon, suppressing his thoughts, Gong Yi came back to his senses again. The current Uchiha Itachi did not speak, but quietly waited for Gong Yi to speak. For things like, now, he also understands that Gong Yi will definitely need thoughts. Of course, Uchiha Itachi didn't know, and Gong Yi was not thinking of these superficial plans. Since they want to collect tailed beasts, what's the situation now? Gong Yi pretended not to know at all, looked at Uchiha Itachi and asked. In fact, Gong Yi now also vaguely knows that Nagato and Obito may not fully tell them the content of the whole plan when the initial stage just started. The core of these matters, only the master is in the hands of Nagato and Obito. The rest of the Akatsuki guys have very limited estimates. Obito, he is very cautious now, and he is still agitating behind his back, so naturally he will not easily reveal too many things about their future. They all know that people like Uchiha Itachi are not fuel-efficient lamps. If it's exposed too early, then it's very likely that it will only become a stumbling block in their plans later. I'm not catching a tailed beast now, but simply investigating. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, not hiding anything, and quickly answered Gong Yi. Then you are here today to investigate the Kyubi, Nine Tails People Jinchuriki column force. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's answer, Gong Yi nodded and asked again. He knew now that what Uchiha Itachi said, and didn't deceive himself. Although I knew Akatsuki's movements for a long time, but because of my appearance, the plot changed more or less. It is very important to remaster Akatsuki's information. After all, Gong Yi didn't want Akatsuki's group to suddenly jump out when he was carrying out some plans. No, it's not really here to investigate Kyubi, Nine Tails. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, and he continued, this should be the second thing I want to say, and that is about you, Lord Gong Yi. That's right. Uchiha Itachi nodded and said lightly, the main purpose of my coming here now is to investigate you, Lord Gong Yi. Now that you have become the 5th Hokage, and you have taken control of Konoha village, your power have become very large, so Akatsuki has begun to be very jealous. Without stopping to wait for Gong Yi to speak, Uchiha Itachi stared at Gong Yi. Sir Gong Yi, your current situation is a bit dangerous, and Akatsuki basically has a plan against you. Oh, it's kind of interesting. Gong Yi's smile was even stronger, and there was no trace of worry on his indifferent face. The contrary, it is the current Gong Yi. He thinks Akatsuki's attitude towards himself is actually quite normal. Their next coup, Infinite Tsukuyomi, is very important. He controlled Konoha village by himself, and he has been fighting against them, so it is naturally the biggest obstacle on their way. Then, with Akatsuki's character, it is indeed very likely that there will be a big cleaning for the rest of the people before catching the tail beast. Thinking of this, Gong Yi looked back at Uchiha Itachi. Enter. Chapter 461. The Spirit of Self-Sacrifice. Then besides these two things, do you have anything else to do? Without Lord Gong Yi, this time I came here, basically. That's all. Hearing Gong Yi's question, Uchiha Itachi shook his head and continued with a thoughtful expression on his face. Such a thing is conveyed through a crow. I am afraid that there will be unexpected deviations, and then there may be some serious problem, so I just came right here. Although Gong Yi knew these things for a long time now, he didn't feel how precious and important this information was. However, if nothing is clear, what Itachi just leaked to him is enough to cause a sensation. To collect tailed beasts and create something. Still being pegged by several missing nins, and will be attacked at any time. But they are all a little, 3220. Not careful, you will die. It is because of this that Uchiha Itachi took the initiative to invite Ying back to Konoha village. Because he felt that he had to communicate it himself, which would be safer. Yes, Itachi, you are still cautious. Gong Yi smiled faintly, looked at Uchiha Itachi and praised. Gong Yi naturally knew all his concerns. Itachi is indeed a rare genius. When he was very young, Gong Yi found that he was wiser and more thoughtful, and he was calm no matter what he encountered. Especially, that spirit of self-sacrifice makes Gong Yi feel that it is rare. The somewhat taciturn man in front of him, if his life could last longer, Gong Yi would be reluctant to let him continue to be an undercover agent in Akatsuki. But now the reason why he doesn't want to let Itachi come back is naturally for the sake of Sasuke's side in the future. It is estimated that although he has become the 5th generation of Hokage, Uchiha Itachi will still not choose to return to Konoha. Well, that's fine. Akatsuki can't be completely eliminated by himself now. Wherever Uchiha Itachi is in the short term, at least he can completely master their movements. As for what happened on Uchiha Itachi's side, I will wait until the future to see if there is a chance to save his life. Thank you, Lord Gong Yi. This kind of thing, since I made an agreement with you at the beginning, naturally I won't break my promise. Uchiha Itachi didn't show any smug expression, but returned to him respectfully. Well, it seems that your physical condition is not very good now. As a very skilled medical ninja, Gong Yi can feel that Uchiha Itachi's body has entered some kind of pathological change. It seems that due to the long-term use of Mangekyo Sharingan and some physical conditions, Uchiha Itachi's life has been greatly overdrawn. It doesn't affect the serious problem, and it can last for a while. Uchiha Itachi didn't open his mouth to deny it, for Gong Yi knew that he couldn't escape his eyes. Don't worry, Sasuke has made great progress. It won't be long before, when the dust settles, I will give him the previous things. When the time comes, all the facts will be revealed. Gong Yi smiled faintly, he naturally knew what Uchiha was. Sasuke. With the guidance of Lord Gong Yi, he was able to make rapid progress, which is indeed unsurprising. As the most concerned relative, Uchiha Itachi is naturally very happy to hear his good news. A moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi looked at Gong Yi again and said respectfully, the truth doesn't matter, it's all about the future of Sasuke. I need to trouble you, Lord Gong Yi. Regarding his current illness, Uchiha Itachi knew that he should not last long. In the future, Sasuke will naturally rely on Gong Yi. Don't worry, I will never forget what I promised you. Gong Yi smiled and looked at Uchiha Itachi, and he agreed. Okay, since there's nothing left, then you should quit demonic illusion. Yes. Hearing Gong Yi's reminder, Uchiha Itachi didn't want another Tsukuyomi. His eyes did sting, and his whole body was very uncomfortable. Maintaining Tsukuyomi's space for such a long time is also not small for him. Blood and tears slowly flowed down. For a tyrannical existence like Gong Yi, he forcibly pulled him into the illusion, so the backlash that Uchiha Itachi suffered was not small. By the way, you can leave Konoha village directly now. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi was about to leave, Gong Yi immediately said to him, but the battlefield is there. Do you think my Konoha village comes in when I want to come in and leaves when I want to leave? After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, Gong Yi's smile did not diminish, but there was a faint hint of killing intent. If you leave now, there's still something to say to Akatsuki. Gong Yi seemed to have thought about it for a long time, and continued, "After all, before I came, you used demonic illusion and your clone to leave, which is not in conflict with each other. Instead, the two of you are now safe and sound in my Konoha village, which will only make Akatsuki's place more suspicious. After all, with my character, they should know everything well." Saying that, Gongyi turned his back and looked towards the battlefield. "I see, Lord Gongyi." Uchiha Itachi seemed to understand Gongyi's meaning, and he also took a last look at the location of Yuhi's Sharingan. Immediately afterwards, his whole person was immediately turned into countless black crows and separated towards the scattered surroundings. Feeling that Uchiha Itachi's chakra has completely disappeared, Gongyi also dodged and left here. The surrounding area, Gongyi was actually using his divine sense to cover him. And Obito can't actually get close to him. Of course, he naturally won't disclose such things to Uchiha Itachi. This will be kung fu, Gongyi thought. 1-6, I just need to get rid of Kisame Hoshigaki first. From Uchiha Itachi, since it is confirmed that Akatsuki has targeted himself. Then Gongyi started the same way, with a plan to deal with them in his mind. Before they did anything, Gongyi had already decided to kill them one by one. Well, Kisame Hoshigaki unfortunately became the first one to sacrifice. Of course, after killing him, he received news that Terumime was coming during the Hokage inauguration ceremony. His death, as well as the shark muscle broadsword, could be considered good news for the village of Kurigakure. Gongyi can just use it as a benefit for the alliance of the two villages. Swish. Now that the thoughts have come, Gongyi uses the technique of Hiraishin to blink back to the battlefield. Chapter 462. Well, as expected of a guy who can suppress the ninja world. On the battlefield by the river bank, Kisame Hoshigaki looked at Gongyi ahead with a face full of fear. Although there is only Gongyi's avatar here, but Kisame Hoshigaki has not found any flaws. After all, Gongyi's Mokudan wood-style clone also possesses a small amount of his chakra power. In this way, just after a few rounds of fighting, Kisame Hoshigaki is still there. Some feel that their strength has increased. After all, after a long period of training, Kisame Hoshigaki's power has long since become much more tyrannical than before. Well, it doesn't seem to be too difficult to deal with Gongyi in front of him now. It is because of the way he is now that he has slowly started to get excited. The shark muscle broadsword on his shoulder, he felt incomparably interested in the power within. Gongyi. Although you are very powerful, you don't know that I will also become stronger according to the strength of the enemy. The words were over, Kisame Hoshigaki slashed towards Mia 29 feet's clone again. Oh, this guy is still interesting. After using the Hiraishin technique to return here, Gongyi quietly looked ahead from the dark. I saw that Kisame Hoshigaki's chakra power is indeed very strong. Although it is a bit exaggerated to call it a tailless beast, I have to say that his strength is indeed very strong. However, no matter how strong he is today, as long as Gongyi wants to keep him here, then Kisame Hoshigaki naturally cannot leave Konoha village. Bang! A loud noise came out. I saw that the position where Gongyi's clone was standing just now started to crumble. The entire street that was flat and clean before was full of cracks and pits. Obviously, Kisame Hoshigaki's destructive power is still very powerful. The quiet bank of the small river, which was originally reserved for people to enjoy the scenery, has long since become a ruin. Countless cracks are like spider webs, spreading thousands of meters away. Now that Gongyi has appeared and is fighting against himself, Kisame Hoshigaki has no fear. Besides, Kisame Hoshigaki now knows that it is impossible to leave Konoha village unharmed. Only by defeating Gongyi in front of him can the two of them leave Konoha village. Otherwise, no matter how careful you are now, it will be in vain. Ha! The huge shark muscle sword made a roaring wind. When Kisame Hoshigaki saw that Gongyi's clone had evaded his attack, he continued to move forward. If you continue to destroy like this, it will indeed be difficult for me to deal with it later. Forget it, let's kill you first. Next second, when Kisame Hoshigaki was about to continue swinging his sword, an indifferent voice came from behind him. Was stunned when they heard this familiar voice. Because it's from Gong Yi. How is it possible? Sarutobi Asuma, Hitaki Kakashi was stunned. Standing on the thick branch behind him, he was also stunned. Especially still, the smug Kisame Hoshigaki, too. Everyone present didn't expect that what they saw was actually Gong Yi's avatar. Bang! As if to verify everyone's answer, Gong Yi, who had fought with Kisame Hoshigaki for several rounds, immediately disappeared and turned into white smoke. When is it? Jiraiya stood at the back, her heart sank. Could it be that at the very beginning, he was using a clone to come here? Jiraiya swallowed her saliva and thought to herself, it seems like this is the case. For Gong Yi's methods, Jiraiya felt some deep fear. He thought he had guessed everything, and apparently only this explanation could make him feel comfortable. Gong Yi that I saw from the beginning was nothing but a clone. The one who appeared now is the deity who came out of Hokage's office. Otherwise, Jiraiya, he couldn't explain it at all. When did Gong Yi use Shadow Clone? After all, he didn't notice at all those little actions of Gong Yi before. Even Sarutobi Asuma and Hitaki Kakashi thought the same thing as Jiraiya. Well, is it actually a clone? Kisame Hoshigaki turned his head, clenched the sharp muscle sword in his hand, and muttered to himself. He was a little angry in his heart now. More, the current Kisame Hoshigaki feels the shame. Because just now, I actually fought with Gong Yi's clone for so many rounds. This is undoubtedly the most shameful thing. Especially Kisame Hoshigaki also had the illusion that he might kill Gong Yi himself. But now, when looking at Gong Yi standing in front of him now, the chakra all over his body fluctuated. Kisame Hoshigaki thinks too much, he's still very domineering. Damn it, forget it. Kisame Hoshigaki bit Kiba, immediately. Both hands hand seal. Now that things have come to this, he is still very decisive. Sweetened water style, water bursting shark dance. Almost instantly, the whole quiet flowing river began to become turbulent. Not only that, the water flow condensed by chakra also burst out suddenly. The destructive power of this Kisame Hoshigaki is indeed great. Seeing him unleash the sweetened water style ninjutsu, Gong Yi shook his head and immediately thought. Om! The golden light shot out into the sky, and the big hand transformed by 32 Jin-dun appeared out of thin air. When it condensed behind Kisame Hoshigaki, it was immediately caught him. Kunai with AC trait was thrown out immediately by Gong Yi. The technique of Hiraishin starts. Kisame Hoshigaki, who has not had time to fully release his ninjutsu, now teleported out of the village by Gong Yi. Wait, if someone speaks again, Gong Yi will immediately dodge out of here. At the same time, here is the location of the Konoha village dozens of miles away. In the blink of an eye, a piece of Wongyang suddenly appeared here. In an instant, the entire dense jungle was swallowed up and turned into a land of flowing water. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was transferred out of Konoha village by Gong Yi, has landed here in a state of embarrassment. The entire large-scale Suiten water-style ninjutsu was completely released when it arrived here. I saw that around now, there were turbulent currents constantly appearing, and it continued to spread to the surrounding. In a short time, the land was no longer visible. Around the jungle, it turned into a world of sea. It can be seen that Kisame Hoshigaki just now is ready to fight with Gong Yi. Through everything before, he naturally knew once again how terrifying Gong Yi was. He and his clone actually fought for so many rounds without winning. Now when he knows his true body is coming, Kisame Hoshigaki naturally uses all his powers. And LT, collection, please keep this paragraph, otherwise you will be banned from collecting IP. Chapter 463. Going Against Common Sense. Outside the village of Konoha. This should have been a dense jungle, but unfortunately such a scene has long since disappeared. It was replaced by a flood of Wangyang water, which directly submerged all here. Seen from a distance, now here, only one person is standing there quietly, as if waiting for something. Tisk tisk. In this case, I don't think you want to kill me, but more to destroy my Konoha village. Gong Yi dodged and appeared in front of Kisame Hoshigaki. He stood quietly on the water, looked around briefly, and smiled sarcastically. Huh. Kisame Hoshigaki saw Gong Yi's abusive expression. He bit Kiba and snorted, "It's useless to talk too much, go to hell." Now this situation is really not very friendly to him. Uchiha Itachi doesn't know what's going on. It's hard to leave here anyway. Gong Yi, the dark blue demon of Konoha, has already set his sights on him. Now that he has faced such a life-threatening moment, he cannot remain as indifferent as Gong Yi. Next second, hand seal with both hands again. Sweden, water style, shark prison. Hula. When a chakra force emerges frantically, the surrounding water begins to gather again. As if they had become alive, they were wrapped towards Gong Yi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Oh. Gong Yi, who was standing above the water, didn't make any movement, but was looking at the gathering water around him. While Gong Yi was covered in water. As if suddenly entering the water, it makes people feel that the darkness has a sense of suffocation. Now someone can see from a distance, then the position where Gong Yi and Kisame Hoshigaki are located has been occupied by a huge semicircular water polo. Hehe, you are strong, yes. Kisame Hoshigaki saw that the ninjutsu around him had been successfully created, and he knew that he was the master in this water prison. As if finding confidence, Kisame Hoshigaki showed a murderous smile and continued, "So here in deep water, I don't believe that you can still exert your strength." Exclamation mark quote. Is it? Gong Yi's smile didn't diminish, even though he was inside the water polo where ninjutsu was condensed. But he didn't feel any discomfort at all, on the contrary, it was still as if he was outside. Kisame Hoshigaki didn't even notice that there was something around Gong Yi's body that was blocking the flow of water. The white clothes he was wearing were not even a bit wet. Shark muscle, come and devour as much as you like. Kisame Hoshigaki saw that Gong Yi still had the same face, and a disgusted expression appeared on his face. Without waiting any longer, he immediately preemptive attack. The shark muscle sword in his hand, the white bandage that bound it immediately. Unwrap. I saw a whole body covered with bayonets, immediately manifested. Although it is called knife. But people, no matter what, actually have nothing to do with knives at all. Very fast, swing forward. Kisame Hoshigaki, who is in the water, is completely different from before. Before he had time to swing the shark muscle sword down, Gong Yi's whole body immediately left the place. Ignoring the obstacles of the high pressure of the water, the speed is actually much faster than Kisame Hoshigaki. Yes. Kisame Hoshigaki saw his own blow and was dodged by Gong Yi without warning. He couldn't believe it. Now Gong Yi, he can actually move freely in the water. This is completely different from what he thought before. It is only because of the special ability of his body that he can move in water like this. But what about Gong Yi? He's totally, Kisame Hoshigaki can't believe it. Damn, I don't believe that your chakra is really infinite. In this water prison, you can't hold on at all. Kisame Hoshigaki saw that Gong Yi had come to the other side. He bit Kiba and turned his head to the side and said, "In its own hand has the ability to absorb other people's chakra and then supply it for its own use." Gong Yi is, no matter how strong he is, he still needs to rely on chakra to exert his abilities. Thinking of this, he saw Gong Yi's look of ignoring him again. Kisame Hoshigaki naturally didn't hold back at all, immediately. Hand seal again. Mystery shark muscle fusion. Almost in an instant, the shark muscle in Kisame Hoshigaki's hand instantly integrate with each other. The appearance that belonged to Kisame Hoshigaki just now has long since disappeared, and replaced by a half-human, half-shark form. Come on. When Kisame Hoshigaki changed completely, the power of his whole body was completely different. He punched out and blasted towards Gong Yi. A strange force that swallowed chakra burst out. Is it because of the fusion of the shark muscle, so that he can absorb chakra himself? Gong Yi twitched the corners of his mouth and muttered to himself, it is estimated that the chakra in the object he touches will be absorbed by him, and then filled into his body. Gong Yi naturally has a new understanding of Kisame Hoshigaki's strength. No wonder he was able to capture the tailed beast several times by himself. Its strength is indeed one of the few in the ninja continent. Especially the shark muscle he has fused. In fact, Gong Yi also knew about it when he studied the tailed beast before. It is the best thing that can increase the strength of the ninja. The shark muscle, originally a small fish following the three tails, is responsible for helping the three tails absorb and consume chakra. In the beginning, the shark muscle was quietly attached to the belly of the rock, responsible for cleaning up the residue, and sucking food from the belly of the rock, extracting a large amount of chakra, and at the same time returning the refined chakra to the body of the rock. The strength of the shark muscle lies in that it can extract 5 times as much chakra from food as normal and good chakra. The chakra stored in the shark muscle will continue to be sent into the body of the shark during the battle. Basically, there are still many uses for the shark muscle. In addition to the other party's chakra can be sucked away for your own use. You can also use the large amount of chakra stored in the shark muscle to stimulate the regeneration of body cells. And the current situation on Kisame Hoshigaki's side is also due to the particularity of the shark muscle, so that the shark muscle can also be used to merge with himself to become a murloc. Well, if the current Gong Yi hadn't been able to use the shark muscles at all, his abilities would still be quite attractive. Pity that Gong Yi's power no longer needs to be enhanced by external things. All he needs now is to cultivate his own strength. Foreign objects are, after all, only foreign objects. Returning to his senses, Gong Yi saw Kisame Hoshigaki kill again, and his indifferent face drew a smile. Chapter 464. Konoha Village's top beam Jinchuriki column. Golden escape. Seeing Kisame Hoshigaki rushing towards him again, Gong Yi didn't speak at all. He has no interest in this pointless waste of time. Just as Gong Yi's voice fell, a ray of light burst into the sky. When this golden light was reflected, it had already appeared outside the semicircular water polo. With a bang, people can feel the dazzling light. It has condensed AC long sword and slashed down automatically. As if it has spirituality, its falling speed is faster than that of Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame Hoshigaki, who wanted to attack Gong Yi when he saw the golden long sword coming, immediately. His face changed drastically. That kind of destructive power, he could clearly feel it. In particular, Kisame Hoshigaki felt uncomfortable with the terrifying coercion. Meanwhile, Gong Yi was still standing there with a smile on his face. He didn't move at all, just swung the golden long sword behind him. A mere Kisame Hoshigaki, though strong, is still under Gong Yi's control. Since Gong Yi wanted to kill him, he naturally did not hesitate. Boom! Almost in the blink of an eye, the golden sword touched the semicircular Sweden water-style prison. It was calm immediately. Chaotic that it couldn't bear the pressure at all. Before Kisame Hoshigaki left Gong Yi's eyes, the entire prison of the huge Sweden water-style collapsed. The water of Wangyang, which had just gathered in countless numbers, completely once again became a puddle scattered around. However, although it was destroyed, the Jinden long sword did not stop at all. It still slashed vertically towards Kisame Hoshigaki's position. Are you kidding me? Kisame Hoshigaki, who quickly retreated, widened his eyes. He had no idea that his impregnable water prison was disintegrated so easily. Moreover, This terrifying Jin-dun power was not counteracted by its own ninjutsu at all, but still carried a terrifying coercion to kill itself. Heartbroken, Kisame Hoshigaki's previous confidence has long since disappeared. He had already used his strongest state, but he didn't even have the chance to touch Gong Yi's body, and then he was about to be killed. Damn it. Situation has become very serious, and Kisame Hoshigaki has recovered from a state of shock. He continued to hand seal with both hands again and again, trying to resist Gong Yi's Zeon strike. Sweetened water style, thousands of sharks. Hula hula. In an instant, thousands of sharks appeared in the sea at once. Rush out. As if they were not afraid of life and death, they faced the golden giant sword released by Gong Yi and walked away. The current Kisame Hoshigaki, who just wants to use ninjutsu to delay him, has no intention of fighting again, and doesn't want Gong Yi to fight at all. From the beginning to the present, the two seem to have gone through a long time. However, it was only a matter of minutes. Victory or defeat was already a foregone conclusion, and he couldn't defeat Gong Yi at all. Kisame Hoshigaki knew that the fifth Hokage was standing there smiling. He is too strong. Sweetened water style, great exploding water colliding wave. As if uneasy, Kisame Hoshigaki opened his mouth and spit out a stream of water again after he hand-sealed thousands of sharks. Like the Wangyang tsunami, as soon as they appeared, they stopped in front of Kisame Hoshigaki. Although this is already an offensive sweetened water style ninjutsu, its defensive power is not weak, completely better than the water formation wall. Ordinary defensive ninjutsu. This time, I can only see that people have a feeling of watching a strange scene. There was a tsunami wave that surged forward in the sky, like a huge waterfall flowing backwards. Looking at the thousands of sharks in front of them, they were huge, and they all rushed forward with their big mouths full of kiba. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, Kakashi and others also immediately dodged and rushed here. There are dozens of Anbu squads behind him. Even Nara Shikaku is here at this moment. Gong Yi's strength is naturally very terrifying, but when Nara Shikaku knew about this, he still chose to immediately come to support. After all, Akatsuki's methods are weird. Who knows if Kisame Hoshigaki is a bait, just to attract Gong Yi. For such a situation, Nara Shikaku dare not let his guard down. Gong Yi is already the person that Konoha village cannot lose, and he now completely belongs to the Jinchuriki column of the whole Konoha village. This young Hokage of the 5th generation really had an accident, then the whole Konoha village would probably be doomed. Look, where is Hokage-sama? Soon, when a group of people came along with the loud noise, there was an Anbu member immediately. Point forward. A huge stream of water appeared in the sky there, and above it was a golden giant sword that was slowly falling. Radiance of the sky shines all around, and the whole jungle is illuminated golden. No one will admit wrong, for Gong Yi Horror Special, Kekkei Genkei. Jin-dun, they are all just getting to know each other. Come on, let's go and see. Nara Shikaku frowned, and the words fell immediately. Dodge towards there. The same is true for the rest of the people, who did not dare to delay at all. On the field. The golden great sword did not stop at all, it was still there, falling. As if Gong Yi's will was taking hold of it. I saw thousands of huge sharks in front of them, and they didn't have any effect at all. The sound of puff, puff, and puff kept appearing, and blood rained continuously around the whole film. Although they were numerous, they couldn't even block the Gong Yi Jin-dun great sword for a second. Sensing everything in front of him, Kisame Hoshigaki showed despair on his face. The golden brilliance in front of him seemed to be impossible to stop with ninjutsu. Hula. The whole thousands of psychic sharks have been wiped out in the blink of an eye. The tsunami-like blue water in front of the whole piece, they were all dyed by Yuhi's blood, and now it makes people look cold inside. The art of Hiraishin. At this moment, when Kisame Hoshigaki was still focusing on the golden giant sword in front of him, Gongyi had already dodged away. When he reappeared, he was already behind Kisame Hoshigaki. It's time to end. Seemingly not wanting to waste any more time, Gongyi's hand suddenly transformed into a long sword again. The whole body is still gilded, but the size is much smaller than the one in front. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Feeling the terrifying killing intent behind him, Kisame Hoshigaki didn't even have time to speak, but only felt a chill in his chest. Gongyi has penetrated his body. The chakra power that the whole person had just kept flowing has completely disintegrated at this moment. He widened his eyes and couldn't imagine that he would be so easy to be killed by Gongyi. Chapter 465. The two only fought for a few rounds. Gongyi didn't even make a move at all, and Kisame Hoshigaki was already forced to such an extent. And now as his consciousness gradually blurs, Kisame Hoshigaki finally understands. This Gongyi, he is just a monster than himself. With a thud, Kisame Hoshigaki's body fell into the water. Following that, the sweetened water-style ninjutsu above also collapsed immediately. Soon, the golden giant sword that had just been unstoppable disappeared as Gongyi stopped. Roar, and the various pictures of the monstrous water and waves disappeared, and the surroundings suddenly became extremely peaceful. Except, the water surface of Wangyang in the entire jungle has already returned to calm. Lord Hokage. Dark shadow flashed past, and Nara Shikaku appeared here with a nervous face. He saw Gongyi standing there with a smile on his face at the moment, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Master Hokage, are you alright? Something happened. Quote. Seeing Nara Shikaku's appearance, Gongyi smiled lightly. Don't worry, I can do anything. Swish, swish, swish. When the words were finished, many people appeared one after another. Kakashi and Anbu members also rushed here. When they saw Gongyi standing here safe and sound, there was no surprise in his face. The person in front of me and others. The 5th generation Hokage, how powerful he is, everyone knows it well. Nara Shikaku's pointless worry is actually unnecessary. At least every member of the Konoha village now can't think of who can beat Gongyi. Hokage-sama, did that guy, Kisame Hoshigaki, run away too? Looking around at a sea surface made by Sweden, water-style, Kakashi asked Gongyi. Also ran. Gongyi, pretending not to know, replied to Kakashi, you mean Uchiha Itachi has escaped from Konoha? I was careless. Kakashi nodded with an ugly face, and then continued, from the very beginning he was using demonic illusion, and I was fighting with only his clone. Clenching his fists, Kakashi also seemed to feel the humiliation. I think he chose to leave when he found out Lord Hokage, before your clone appeared. This guy, he's still too cautious. Kakashi knew about Gongyi's connection with Uchiha Itachi, so now he blames himself for being careless. Hee, run away and run away. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Gongyi naturally didn't show any blame. He smiled, looked at Kakashi and said, Itachi has been different since he was a child, and his temperament is far superior to his peers, and now with the passage of time, he will only be more scary. So it's understandable that he was able to discover the danger in advance. It's nothing, anyway, now it's enough to just leave one. Gongyi's voice just finished, and he hulas. The whole piece of calm water began to appear behind him, followed by a large golden hand, and the body of Kisame Hoshigaki was caught in its palm. This, a first-class missing nin. Was it killed by Hokage-sama so soon? The number 1 felon in the village of Kurigakure was actually beheaded by Lord Hokage on the spot. We obviously didn't delay for a few minutes, but it happened so quickly. Although all the people did not open their mouths, they were secretly surprised in their hearts. After all, in less than a few minutes, Gongyi managed to deal with a very difficult missing nin in the ninja continent. Although everyone knows that Gongyi is powerful, such efficiency And it does surprise everyone. Okay, let's sort out the battlefield. Gong Yi didn't talk to them. The golden hand threw Kisame Hoshigaki's body directly in front of him. He looked at Nara Shikaku and the others, and said indifferently, "This guy's body and his weapons are well preserved. This time, the village of Kurigakure has come from thousands of miles to congratulate our Konoha, so this is a return gift for them. I understand, Hokage-sama, you can rest assured." Well. Hearing the words, Gong Yi nodded and the whole person immediately left here. By the time he appeared, he had already returned to the village of Konoha. In the entire village now, there are still people coming and going on the streets, and everyone has not been affected. Obviously, the war that just appeared was not noticed at all. Hokage building, inside the office. When Gong Yi has come back here, he has no mind to watch the files anymore. He's thinking about what's next for Akatsuki. The tailed beast naturally wants them to collect, and he will not stop it. After all, after they successfully complete 10 tails, it is also very important to their own plans. Probably didn't even know that, when he thought that the control was playing with the ninja world, he didn't know that it was actually Gong Yi who took full advantage of him. The real driving force behind the scenes is naturally Gong Yi. If you want to completely unify the ninja world, this final war is essential. As for the capture of the tailed beast, now that so much time has passed, the 8 tails and 4 tails that were killed at the beginning should have almost been resurrected. So Akatsuki should not have any obstacles. More of them are probably afraid of themselves here. Now kill Kisame Hoshigaki, and where Uchiha Itachi is the eyeliner, Akatsuki can't threaten himself. The contrary, because of the incident this time, Akatsuki probably wouldn't want to come and find himself. The tailed beast capture plan requires personnel. Losing a Kisame Hoshigaki is enough for them. So now they definitely don't want to send people over and kill themselves. Absolutely. And the masked man Obito, not a stupid guy, they naturally have a balance between the priorities of things. It is estimated that when Uchiha Itachi returns, they should be quiet for a short period of time. And Gong Yi has no time to pay attention to them now. The situation in Sunagakure village has basically ended, and he will naturally have to secretly control it. As for how to control it, Gong Yi had already had an idea in his heart, and this time he was going to take advantage of the Hokage inauguration ceremony to use the visiting Kurigakure village to suppress Sunagakure village. Well as things at the second tail of Kumogakure village, Gong Yi is also slowly paying attention. The research on the force of the small 10 tails Jinchuriki column, he is already short of this tailed beast, so it is urgent, and he needs to start by himself. After all, it will take time for the cell fusion of the 9-tailed beast, as well as various researches. How could he keep procrastinating? Everything has just begun. Gong Yi has not slack off. Enter. Chapter 466. Night falls silently. Jungle birds have returned, and the full moon above the vague sky has also appeared. Although the outline appears blurred, as the sky gradually darkens, the hazy moonlight has become bright. When all the plans were made, Gong Yi had already left at the Hokage building. The leader of the palace, Uncle Gong Yi, you are back. As soon as he walked into the house, Gong Yi heard a loud voice. I saw Naruto sitting there, waving his hand with a smile on his face. Eri Yi and Gong Ling were also sitting across from him. Apparently the 3 of them were talking just now. It's Naruto. Seeing Naruto, Gong Yi smiled and also said hello. Saying that, Gong Yi touched his head and continued to ask, how is your practice going recently? Have you been lazy? Of course I won't embarrass Uncle Gong Yi. 3220. Naruto waved his fist and said with a serious face, I will not fall behind in all my practice. Really? Then how did I hear from Kakashi that you've been slacking off lately? Gong Yi smiled unabated, looked at him jokingly and asked. Cough cough cough. When Naruto heard this, he immediately retorted, Uncle Gong Yi, how could I be lazy? That's right, we Naruto's goal is to become Hokage, so how could we be lazy? Nodding, Gongyi seemed to show approval, looking like Naruto. That's right, I must be a Hokage like Uncle Gongyi. At that time, as long as I become as powerful as Uncle Gongyi, everyone will naturally recognize me. Naruto heard Gongyi finish speaking. A trace of firmness appeared on his tender face. From childhood to adulthood, Naruto and Gongyi have nothing to say. They have long been regarded as relatives, and the two have no restraint at all. And Gongyi also didn't feel annoyed by Naruto's blunt words. After all, this child has always been by his side, Naruto's rise. Ariyi and himself are both witnesses. It seems that the little Naruto at the time has grown up, and he actually said such mature words. Wei Li chuckled, looked at Naruto and praised lightly. I remember back then, he was still a kid who would only play pranks all over the street. Gongling also had a smile on her face, nodded and said. Not bad. Gongyi nodded, feeling relieved as well, being able to find a goal, and use it as the source Izumi to work hard. This is the beginning of your success. Now Naruto has unknowingly begun to gradually resemble the original self. Sarutobi Hiruzen's former philosophy, Kenko did not affect Naruto. Because of his own sake, Naruto has been tied to himself and he has become the successor of his own philosophy. Che, don't underestimate me, you will definitely work hard. And just as Naruto's voice fell, he seemed to suddenly think of something, immediately. Looking at Gongyi, he continued, Oh right, Uncle Gongyi, I have one more thing I want to ask you. When he said that, he also secretly said in his heart, his head is really bright, he clearly came here for this matter, and now he almost forgot about it. What's the matter? Gongyi sat down, looked at Naruto and asked. Although there is no expression on his face now, he can probably guess what Naruto came to him today and wants to say. After all, if there are basically no accidents, it should be that he wants to seek his own opinion. Master Jiraiya, one of the Sanins today, he once came to me. Naruto didn't hide it at all, looked at Gongyi and said. Hee, that's as expected. Brighter smile on his face, Gongyi murmured inwardly. Now that Naruto is here, it does seem that he is here to ask himself. After all, every time a major decision is made, Naruto will find himself. Senses, Gongyi nodded and replied, Jiraiya. Then what happened? Without breaking it, Gongyi continued to ask Naruto. He wants to take me out of Konoha village to practice. I think now this is a very rare opportunity. After all, Uncle Gongyi, you have become Hokage, so of course I can't hold you back. Naruto's face became serious, he looked at Gongyi and continued. Only when I get stronger and stronger, can I help you, Uncle Gongyi, like everyone else. As if he had already thought about it, Naruto was very solemn. Although looking at Naruto usually careless, but his mind is also very delicate. Although Gongyi is extremely powerful now, Naruto still wants to do something for him. After all, Naruto has been blessed by Gongyi since he was a child, so he is naturally grateful. However, he is very weak now and can't influence anything at all. So this time Jiraiya wants to take him out to experience. It is actually a very rare opportunity to strengthen himself. But knowing this, Naruto did not directly agree to Jiraiya, but came here to ask Gongyi's opinion. Are you going out to practice? That's right, Uncle Gongyi. Nodding, Naruto looked at Gongyi and continued. When I got this Konoha forehead guard, I was no longer a student of the ninja school. Please rest assured Uncle Gongyi, this is the recognition you gave me in person back then. Although I can't be as strong as you Uncle Gongyi, at least I'm no longer a child, I'm a ninja now. Alright. Moment of silence, Gongyi showed a loose expression. It's not a bad thing to go out and experience. This may be a good thing for you, Naruto. Gongyi did not reject Naruto's, but agreed. Naturally, I will not refuse these. I had already agreed with Jiraiya, so I will not let Naruto give up this idea. It is actually a good choice to let Jiraiya take Naruto away. Go and practice, and after that, you can teach him better. Sasuke, Gong Yi is now thinking, should he be sent to Orochimaru 1? 6. Teaching and experience are not the same thing at all. It's also good for children like them to have more experience. Wait until later to carve yourself. They will be more powerful. Just like Kimimaro and Hyuga Neji at the beginning, they have been protected by themselves for a long time, so the flowers in the greenhouse can only be simply watched. Only after the wind and rain can really hone good things. Naruto saw Gong Yi nod, and his face became more excited. Uncle Gong Yi, do you agree? This is a good thing, and I will naturally support you. With a smile on Gong Yi's face, he looked at Naruto and encouraged, stick to what you think, and then make it your goal, and work hard. Chapter 467. Renovation of Konoha Village. Gong Yi, now that Naruto is so young, is it really okay to let him leave the village? Eri Yi and Gong Ling asked Gong Yi worriedly. Now that Gong Yi has agreed, the two women naturally did not show their denial. But now that Naruto is no longer here, they just said what they thought. You are a little too worried. Although Naruto's identity is a bit special, but it's like this right now, so he should be asked to practice more. When Naruto saw the expressions on Aili and the others, he shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, Naruto will be fine. When I was as big as him, I could already decide the victory or defeat of a war. Gong Yi shrugged and continued. Look at the beginning, even though we weren't born in peaceful times, we still didn't live very well. Soon, hearing what Gong Yi said, Eriki and Gong Ling also nodded. Gong Yi taught 29 students and naturally has a unique method. Whether it's Kimimaro or Hyuga Neji or Sasuke, he's all like that. Now the two women also trust Gong Yi very much. Since he said there is no problem, then there is really no problem. Time flies, time flies. The morning of a new day has come. The silver-white dawn gradually revealed the brown yuhi, and the morning sun reflected on the window bars of thousands of households in Konoha village. Lord Hokage, the supplies from Sunagakure village have been delivered. Now that we have reached the junction of the land of fire and the land of wind, they hope we can send someone to take over. In Hokage's office, Kimimaro is standing here reporting at the moment. Haha, is it already here? Hearing Kimimaro finish speaking, Gong Yi, who had come here early, asked. It looks so. Hearing that, Kimimaro nodded and continued. However, it is still unclear whether the Sunagakure village has really delivered the supplies. I haven't sent anyone there yet, but I have just received the news, so Hokage sir, what do you think we should do next? You can bring someone over in person and receive it directly. Gong Yi didn't show much expression on his face, and slowly replied, now they don't dare to play tricks in Sunagakure village, but you have to pay attention to the situation in the other outer villages. Knocking on the table, Gong Yi continued thoughtfully, especially in the current village of Iwagakure. Iwagakure village. That's right, it's Iwagakure village, although it seems to have a bigger hatred with us, and the fourth generation of Raikage has a very hot temper. Seeing Kimimaro's bewildered face, Gong Liao smiled and said again, at the cusp of this current situation, even if his Kumogakure village is suffering, I don't think he will choose a time to shoot. At the critical moment, it will never be taken lightly. But Iwagakure is different. Gong Yi seemed to have seen through the situation in the entire ninja continent, and said in a whimper, that Tsuchikajinoki, the third generation of Iwagakure village, is not a fuel-efficient lamp. He has now created the most prosperous era of Iwagakure village, and he will definitely not let it rest now, and watch our Konoha village continue to grow stronger. Especially, Onoki is the grandson of the first-generation Tsuchikage Shihei, so he grew up in the education of the first-generation Tsuchikage and the second-generation Tsuchikage since childhood, and his temperament has already reached a very terrible level at his current age. Saying that, Gong Yi stood up with his hands behind his back, then turned his head to look out the wide window, and smiled faintly. So the current Iwagakure village is more dangerous than the Kumogakure village. I understand, Hokage-sama. Now I'll bring someone over immediately. Nodding, Kimimaro seemed to understand and answered him immediately. Well, let's go. Gongyi didn't ask anything, just nodded. For Kimimaro, he is very relieved. So long, Kimimaro is no longer the child he used to be. Through Gongyi's recent days, as long as it's not for those who have super shadow power, very few people can take advantage of Kimimaro's hands. Especially these days, after I handed over some of the forbidden techniques on the sealed book to Kimimaro, his strength has become a lot stronger. Whether it is self-protection, or to perform certain tasks, there is no problem at all. At least those cage-level ninjas that a lot of people look up to, they want to beat Kimimaro. That's basically a very difficult thing. Because of this, Gongyi naturally dared to hand over this important task to Kimimaro without any worries. Well, in a disguised form, Gongyi will feel relieved when such things are handed over to Kimimaro. Aside from being loyal to himself, his ability is now the best among Anbu and even Konoha ninjas. The delivery of supplies to Sunagakure village this time is not. Just kidding, although Gongyi's face doesn't seem to change. But for these, he is still very concerned about it. A large part of the future development of Konoha village will be the material supply from Sunagakure village this time. After all the materials and funds are in place, Gongyi will be ready to renovate Konoha village drastically. Directly below the Hokage building, this is the headquarters of Anbu. When Kimimaro left at Gongyi, he went back to 320. Because this task is very important, Kimimaro does not dare to be careless. After all, the supplies in Sunagakure village are not a small number. The entire ninja continent, whether it is those big villages or some small villages, are all staring at them. Despite Gongyi's prestige, none of them showed any blatant ambitions. But now I have seen the meat in my mouth. There will always be people who want to take a risk and choose to gamble. The fourth generation of Kazekage Rasa in Sunagakure village was such a pity. After all, he also failed and paid a heavy price. Village of Sunagakure where he is located will be at a loss from now on. However, on top of these attractive interests, some people will eventually choose to go against some of their original intentions. Gongyi knew this, so he sent Kimimaro to guard this time to deliver the supplies. And Kimimaro also knows this. So the members selected this time are all elites. They are all excellent in various fields. Only under the current arrangement, Kimimaro can feel relieved. Well, what he wants is not to protect anyone's life, but more to bring a lot of these materials to Konoha village. Chapter 468. Orochimaru and Kabuto. Ninja Continent, in a dense jungle. At this moment, the surroundings here are extremely quiet, and the whole prosperous trees are endless. Weather was fine, but the sun was hard to come in. Therefore, some people who are on the road will pass through this jungle and will never enter it rashly. They will feel that it is very strange. And in its depths, no one knows that a hidden underground laboratory has been built here. Asshole, this damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. An angry low voice came from the laboratory. I came to the laboratory. It was dark and incomparably dark, with only faint candlelight shining around. It can be clearly seen that research instruments and various utensils are also placed on the tables. Who just made the sound was Orochimaru, who escaped from Konoha village. His face was a little angry at the moment. A pair of golden snake pupils looked at his hands tied with white bandages, full of hatred. Lord Orochimaru, it seems that the shadow is not so easy to kill. Standing in front of Orochimaru, Kabuto pushed the round-framed eyes on his face, and continued, after all, the opponent is the Hokage, known as the strongest of the 5 kingdoms. But Orochimaru-sama, you are also very powerful. Kabuto said this, paused for a while, and then smiled. After all, he killed 2 of the 5 major shadows. Enough. Orochimaru immediately interrupting Kabuto, he slowly raised his head and looked at Kabuto with murderous eyes. Don't say such words of comfort to me. Brows, Orochimaru exuded a coldness all over his body, and said without any joy, because this will make me feel very uncomfortable. And if I'm not feeling well, I'll want to kill you. The golden vertical pupils made people feel chills and trembling unnaturally. And Kabuto was silent after hearing Orochimaru say this. In the darkness, only yellow candles flickered, and Kabuto's round-rimmed glasses were also slightly reflective, making it difficult to see what his eyes looked like at the moment. After a long time, Kabuto saw Orochimaru's gloomy face and didn't speak anymore. He slowly opened his mouth. Master Orochimaru, you misunderstood, I didn't mean that. Although you didn't capture the village this time, your other purpose has been achieved in disguise. Kabuto didn't seem to show any fear, and said indifferently, after all, you have already been in contact with Uchiha Sasuke. How can you get in touch? Orochimaru's hoarse voice came out, making people extremely uncomfortable. Now that Guy Gongyi is here, it's hard for me to contact Sasuke at all. And with my hands and all. In exchange for such an ending, it seems that I am at a loss. In this situation, Gongyi has become, for the 5th generation of Hokage, my plan is more like paving the way for him. Biting Kiba, Orochimaru's whole face changed a lot, and all kinds of things made him more and more angry. Was unacceptable to Orochimaru that the entire operation, which had been carefully planned for so long, ended in failure in this way. The next moment, he seemed to think of something. Orochimaru said, especially the core plan this time, it is very difficult for Sasuke to implement it. If I want to touch him again, it is not difficult. Instead of risking it like this, I actually prefer to get Uchiha Itachi. Having said that, Orochimaru's face was a little regretful, and he shook his head and continued, unfortunately, this is already impossible to achieve. Lord Orochimaru, your hands now. Kabuto didn't seem to mention it anymore, instead his eyes were fixed on his hands that he couldn't move anymore. I have my own way. Orochimaru didn't seem to show despair, but there was some thought on his face. Maybe there is someone who can help us now. Looking at Kabuto, his grim smile gradually emerged. Master Orochimaru, are you looking for Master Gongyi? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kabuto became serious, with a solemn look on his face. Obviously, when the man's name was uttered, it made him a little cautious. Well, since this problem has already occurred in Orochimaru, the only thing Kabuto can think of in the entire ninja continent is Gongyi. With superb medical ninjutsu, and his various healing secrets, it is also very famous. Basically Orochimaru wants to say something that can hopefully help him, except Gongyi. Kabuto can't think of a second person. Because Gongyi can't heal things, Kabuto also doesn't think anyone else can perform miracles. Hearing this, Orochimaru shook his head. No, it's not Gongyi. Well, Orochimaru-sama, what do you mean? Seeing Orochimaru's denial, Kabuto's face showed a hint of surprise. He didn't understand. In the state of Orochimaru, is there still someone who can help him? There is one more person, maybe also. Although his hands hurt from time to time, sweat dripped from his forehead. But Orochimaru's face still slowly revealed a sinister smile. Lord Orochimaru, who are you referring to? Tsunade. Orochimaru didn't hide it. Now he needs to go with Kabuto and cooperate with him to find Tsunade. So, now he said straight to the point. Maybe Tsunade, she might heal my hands. Tsunade. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Kabuto's heart skipped a beat. Is naturally familiar with Tsunade. As a spy who has been hiding in Konoha village for so long, how could he not know this? The most powerful medical ninja in Konoha village. Who is also called Sanin with Orochimaru, her medical ninjutsu skills are very high. Even Gongyi's medical ninjutsu was instructed by Tsunade. But what about the current Gongyi? His light is too strong, so Kabuto ignores Tsunade. Sir Orochimaru, you are very thoughtful, and now it is indeed possible for Lord Tsunade to cure you. Kabuto's face seemed to reveal enlightenment. Now if Tsunade is willing to make a move, there may be hope. Well, now Gongyi can naturally not contact him, so don't contact him again. Orochimaru nodded, his eyes gloomy, and he said slowly, that guy is very dangerous now. For Gongyi, Orochimaru has always been very jealous. As it is now, he doesn't even want to ask Gongyi for help. The two are already a cooperative relationship, so if it really passes, on the contrary, it may only make Gongyi have different thoughts. Chapter 469. Anbu Psychic Group. The towering trees take root here, forming a large dense jungle. From a distance, it looks gloomy and green, overlapping and overlapping, with no end in sight. The wind blew lightly, blowing across the staggered branches, and scattered the leaves on it and flew into the distance. This is where the land of fire and the land of wind meet. The location of the two countries is obviously only separated by a canyon, but they are two kinds of scenes. In the land of fire, resources are prosperous here, and all kinds of green mountains, green waters and tall trees make people feel relaxed. Now the opposite country of the wind is filled with yellow sand, the wind of gravel is roaring, and the environment is very bad. Damn, these guys from Konoha village are really deceiving people. Now that we are here to deliver supplies, they still make us wait. Opposite the canyon, that belongs to the land of wind, where nearly hundreds of ninjas from Sunagakur village stood there. They were all around, and in the center were several huge psychic beasts. On their broad backs, a lot of materials were piled up at this time. However, because it was covered by a large yellow cloth, it was impossible for people to distinguish what was inside. Enough is enough, don't say any more. A ninja from Sunagakur village stopped them. Now Kazekage-sama has already explained, don't go to conflict with the people of Konoha village again. This ninja from Sunagakur village, his strength can be clearly felt, already has the strength of Penumbra. But now he is not arrogant at all, but has shame written all over his face. This time, Sunagakur village was a big defeat, which made Jinchuriki Column, a group of Sunagakur village's top supporters, feel uncomfortable. After all, the scene where Gongyi released Shukaku was completely vivid in my mind. No matter how tyrannical they are, unfortunately they cannot resist it at all. Therefore, in order to prevent any further incidents, Sunagakur village has preferred to settle down. They don't want to care about anything now. After all, it's true to get through this difficulty honestly first. Humph. In the surrounding Sunagakur village didn't speak anymore after hearing the head ninja finish speaking, they could only snort. Sha. Soon, while they were still upset, Kimimaro arrived with 2 squadrons of Anbu elite. Each of them wore black robes, with anemo masks on their faces that made it difficult to see their faces. As soon as it appeared at this moment, Kimimaro looked at them coldly and said, all the supplies are here. No politeness at all, no enthusiasm, etc. Kimimaro's current state of indifference lets everyone know that he doesn't even bother to talk nonsense with Sunagakur village ninjas. It's all here. Seeing Kimimaro's attitude, the ninja from Sunagakur village, headed by him, bit Kiba and said word by word. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't help it. After all, Konoha village was really too arrogant. However, for the overall situation of Sunagakur village, although he was unhappy, he could only endure it in the end. Recycling materials. Kimimaro did not look at him, but spoke to several Anbu members. Yes. Nodding, several Anbu members immediately. Hand seal with both hands and pat down. The technique of psychic. The technique of psychic. Along with a few bangs, white smoke began to appear around Kimimaro and others. Hula. No wait. A group of ninjas from Sunagakur village reacted, and several huge black shadows broke through the white fog. I saw a sound of eagle chirping. It echoed in the canyon. When everyone saw these dark shadows clearly, they were all vaguely frightened. I saw a few huge giant eagles hovering above the sky. The broad eagle's back is hundreds of meters, and it is more than enough to pack these materials. And because it is flying at high altitudes, it can also effectively prevent many sneak attacks from happening. Apparently, in order to safely transport the supplies back to Konoha village, Kimimaro mobilized the psychic team that Anbu was responsible for transporting. The technique of instant body. When the psychic beast appeared, several strong Anbu ninjas behind Kimimaro also immediately rushed to the opposite side. They began to place the supplies from Sunagakur village on the back of the psychic giant eagle. From just now until now, every link has been orderly and obviously arranged the same. The Anbu ninjas are very calm and show no emotion. Anbu members who were among the hundreds of Sunagakur village ninjas were the same. The elite education of Konoha village middle and high level has begun to fully manifest. Even if it's these Sunagakur village's excellent Jonin saw this, and actually had to admit that Konoha village was indeed stronger than the other 4 major ninja villages in this aspect. Didn't take long, and although there were a lot of materials, they were all successfully recovered. Kimimaro saw this and immediately, along with the rest of the Anbu members, they all came to the top of the psychic giant eagle. There was still no nonsense, and with the sound of eagles. ... Sunagakur village ninjas clenched their fists, all silent. Obviously, the attitude of the Konoha village side is making them really uncomfortable. But there is no way, after all, when they colluded with Orochimaru to invade Konoha village was very angry with them. Of course, this is also Gong Yi's instigation behind the scenes, to make the people of Konoha village begin to feel that the battlefield can change everything. After all, Gong Yi's goal now is to unify the ninja world, so he has to create some hatred so that the people of Konoha village don't have a good impression on the rest of the big village. Only in this way, Gong Yi's goal, for them, is naturally a matter of course. Meanwhile, Konoha village, inside the Hokage office. A black shadow suddenly appeared, kneeling in front of Gong Yi's eyes. What happened to Tianzang? Raising his head and seeing the dark shadow in front of him, Gong Yi asked. Anbu ninja in front of him is Yamato, who was previously subdued by Gong Yi at the root. Hokage-sama, the Orochimaru side has already set off. Yamato raised his head and said respectfully to Gong Yi. Oh, have you left? Gong Yi showed a faint smile and looked at Yamato. Yes, but because Orochimaru is very cautious, I didn't dare to pursue it too much. So now they don't know their specific situation. Yamato nodded, and the whole person responded. That's enough, you go down first. Yes, Lord Hokage. Seeing that Yamato had already left, the smile on Gong Yi's face disappeared, showing a thoughtful look. Orochimaru fled in Konoha village. Gong Yi used a special method to let Yamato track and investigate him. And today, it seems that Orochimaru has made some progress. Chapter 470, A Lifeless Sneak Attack. Originally, Gong Yi was still there before. I thought that Orochimaru was sealed off by Sarutobi Hiruzen using the ghoul, and his hands were sealed, so he would definitely come to him for help. But now with the news from Yamato, Gong Yi also knows that Orochimaru still wants to find Tsunade after all. Well, Orochimaru is prudent by nature, so going to Tsunade now is actually something Gong Yi can think of. Alright, then, let's put the matter on Orochimaru aside for a while. Gong Yi stopped thinking about Orochimaru. During this period of time, he is afraid that he will disappear and will not appear again. As for Tsunade, Gong Yi wasn't worried at all. Aside from the current Tsunade's ability to protect himself, Jiraiya's side will leave after a while. At that time, he should directly get Tsunade back, so Jiraiya can be regarded as a free bodyguard. Well, Gong Yi naturally feels good that Tsunade can come back. Now that I went to find her by myself, maybe Tsunade really won't come back. After all, the relationship between the two had made her very complicated. Outside the village of Konoha, the vast and dense jungle symbolizes the prosperity of a country or not. With the perfect living environment and the development of various resources, people will naturally yearn for it. At this moment, above the cloudless sky, a few giant eagles with pitch-black bodies are soaring. Kimimaro, wearing a black robe and an animal mask on his face, is standing on top of its huge eagle head, with 2 squadrons of Anbu members behind him. Everyone is now looking around, all of them are looking around and underground. Even though they are in the country of fire now, they have not let their guard down. After all, the location here is very remote, and it is still a long way from the village of Konoha. This skill, they brought such a large amount of materials, naturally they did not dare to take it lightly. It seems that these supplies are innocuous to the mighty Konoha village, but it is a big mistake. The reason why Gong Yi took great pains to ask for these, they have a great effect on the development of Konoha village. Supplies are the most important things in the ninja world. No one will think that there are too many supplies and feel troubled. The same way, because these materials are very important, there will definitely be people who want to compete because of Yuhi's eyes. Or want to destroy. If you can enter Anbu, naturally there is no weaker. And these members behind Kimimaro are the best in Anbu. For all kinds of problems like this, everyone is well aware and can guess. So now they are all looking around, and everyone's body is also tense, and can enter the state as soon as possible. The materials of the 5 generations of Hokage, they must be sent back to Konoha village safely even if they are desperate. The current Anbu members' loyalty to Hokage is very high. At the same time, the current Gong Yi has become a strong man after all. Where he is worthy of respect. And while they're still there, above, constant vigilance. The jungle below them, dozens of ninjas are all hidden here. I saw the clothes they were wearing, and they were all hidden from the village. Captain, these guys from Konoha, they actually left in the air. Our plans may have changed. A Kumogakur ninja in charge of perception, he reported in a low voice with a frown on his face. And left in the air. Hearing what he said, the head Kumogakur Jonin was a little annoyed. These guys are really cautious. What should we do, Captain? Continue to follow the previous plan. Kumogakur Jonin bit Kiba and gave a secret order. Even if they are already in the sky, I must complete the task. Having said that, the captain in charge of them looked at the members in front of him and said again, "Do you all understand?" Understood. Everyone nodded and responded immediately. Okay, when those guys come to the sky above us, use ninjutsu to interfere with them. The Kumogakur Jonin looked up into the air. He didn't go to notify the perception ninja to check. 1 is to prevent exposure. 2, that is, these few psychic giants come here. They will definitely be very eye-catching, and they will not lose their goals at all. Hula. Soon, not long after everyone finished speaking, several huge psychic beasts could be seen from a distance. They gradually grew from a small black spot before, and it didn't take long to see their specific appearance clearly. Soaring in this blue sky, several huge psychic beasts are very fast and very conspicuous. Come on. Seeing that when Kimimaro and the others were already close at hand, Kumogakur Jonin immediately. Both hands hand seal. Raiden Thunder Style 1000 Lightning Spear. With a sizzle, the thunder and lightning condensed by chakra burst out. I saw that they were extremely chaotic, and when they appeared, they clapped around. Immediately after being extremely fast, they condensed into the shape of a tens of meters long spear. Wait, to order anyone, the Kumogakur Jonin took the lead and threw it up. The rest of the people also quickly hand seal and released their own ninjutsu. Captain, enemy attack. After feeling the power of a Raiden Thunder Style, the Anbu ninja who was in charge of perception at the rear immediately. Drink. And Kimimaro's side is also immediately. Looking down, I can feel it completely. You go first, I'll deal with it here. Feeling the destructive power brought by Raiden, thunder style, Kimamaro's voice just fell, and immediately. Leap off the psychic eagle. Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, bone blade. Extremely fast, when Kimamaro saw the attack of Raiden, thunder style coming, immediately. Slash away. Although this Raiden, thunder style, spear looks terrifying, it cannot resist the power of Kimamaro at all, and it collapses and disintegrates immediately. While the rest of the Raiden, thunder style, ninjutsu bypassed him, they couldn't break through the defenses of the rest of the Anbu ninjas. A bang, Kimamaro fell to the ground. And the dozens of ninjas from Kumogakure village in front, biting Kiba, rushed towards him. Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, dance of the larch. Seeing the large number of them, Kimamaro was not afraid at all, but charged towards them with an indifferent expression. Almost in the blink of an eye, this group of only Chunin-level squadrons was wiped out. And the only two, Jonin from Kumogakure village, with wide-eyed faces, with disbelief, were also dealt with by Kimamaro. Take their bodies back and let Lord Hokage decide. The white bones all over his body slowly retracted. Kimamaro looked at the Anbu ninja who jumped down to support him, and said lightly. Enter. Chapter 471. Iwagakure Village, little action. The sun is slowly setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun spreads all around, illuminating the Konoha village in golden color. Above the sky, it is no longer clear, but gradually it is about to enter the dark night. Hoo. At this moment, the sound of flapping wings appeared. Accompanied by the sound of eagle chirping, several huge black psychic eagles appeared in the sky in the distance of Konoha village. After successfully passing the defensive barrier, they quickly landed on the empty field behind Konoha village. Hundreds of Konoha village ninjas around, have formed a team to meet them below. All items were delivered safely, and there were no dangers along the way, and nothing happened again. Except, the ninja who attacked before, no one dared to plunder Konoha's supplies. Central Administration Building, inside the Hokage office. When Kimamaro came back, he immediately Gong Yi non-stop to report. How is it, all the supplies have been shipped back? Looking up at Kimamaro, Gong Yi asked. Well, all of them have arrived at the village. Kimamaro nodded and said again, but on the way back just before I came back, I was attacked by a small squadron of ninjas. Oh. Hearing Kimamaro finish speaking, Gong Yi's face froze. He obviously didn't expect that there are people who really want to grab food from the tiger's mouth and take the risk of coming to the land of fire to grab their own supplies. Thinking of this, Gong Yi did not show a very angry look, but still asked indifferently, yes, sent from that village. I am not sure about the specifics. Kimamaro said. At present, based on the combat clothing and ninjutsu alone, it is preliminarily determined that it is a ninja from Kumogakure village. Ninja from Kumogakure village. Gong Yi murmured thoughtfully. Well, these ninjas seem to be pretty good at using Raiden, thunder style. There are many ninjas who are good at Raiden, thunder style, but they can't directly represent their identities. Hearing Kimamaro's words, Gong Yi looked at him and asked again, do you think the ninjas in Kumogakure village will really dare to snatch our supplies? We have always had a hatred with Kumogakure village, and its fourth generation Raikage is the main fighting faction. I don't think it is impossible. Kimamaro thought for a while and then spoke his thoughts. You're right, the fourth generation of Raikage does belong to the main fighting faction, and the entire Kumogakure village is also very belligerent. Speaking, Gong Yi paused for a while and guessed something, but at this juncture, I think it is more likely that Iwagakure will do it. Looking at Kimamaro, Gong Yi showed a half smile but not a smile. Lord Hokage, you mean that the Iwagakure village sent ninjas to deliberately frame it for the Kumogakure village? Kimamaro seemed to understand Gong, and immediately asked him. Very likely. Gong Yi nodded and continued to analyze. Although Iwagakure village's wishful thinking is very good, it's not a frame-up. After all, I don't think Onoki would bother to use such a trick. Their goal this time should be to sabotage our delivery of supplies by pretending to be Kumogakure village ninjas, and then escape from the country of fire. Gongyi seemed to have completely guessed the plan of the Iwagakure village, and continued, but they may never have thought that this time I will send you to receive these supplies in person, so that group of Iwagakure village ninjas are also elites. But it is impossible to escape in your hands. I see, it looks like Iwagakure doesn't want our Konoha village to be too good. And their third generation, Tsuchikage, seems to be secretly targeting you, Lord Hokage. The masked Kimimaro, eyes gleamed coldly, apparently with some killing intent towards Iwagakure village. The current Kimimaro is extremely loyal to Gongyi. Since Iwagakure village wants to be good to Gongyi, he naturally wants to be restless and get rid of those guys. 4. The roadblock on Gongyi's road, Kimimaro's mind has only one thought, that is to kill. Now the meaning of his existence is Gongyi, so he can't allow anyone to destroy Gongyi's anything. Hee, but if all this is really Iwagakure, we'll be fine. There were a lot of ideas in Gongyi's mind. He didn't get angry at all, but it's actually a good thing for him now. Lord Hokage, you mean? Seeing Gongyi's appearance, Kimimaro was a little puzzled. Now if Iwagakure village really secretly made a move and made some small moves behind it, it would undoubtedly make people feel very uncomfortable. The teacher in front of him, Kimimaro, didn't feel any distress in him. Then let's do the trick, and we'll just deal with the Kumogakure village first. Gongyi looked at Kimimaro and said with a smile, it's just that this time, by using the Kumogakure village, we can complete the plan to capture the second and second tails. Before Kimimaro could speak, Gongyi continued, and when the problem in Kumogakure village is resolved, we can settle accounts in Iwagakure village in the autumn. At that time, their last 5 tails will just fall into our hands. I have already thought about everything, and if the 2-tailed beasts that I did not get in the end are really captured successfully, then I can sit back and relax. As for the control of Kumogakure and Iwagakure villages, Gongyi has no thoughts yet. Get tailed beasts by creating wars, which is also a good choice. At the same time, while consuming their resources, it can also be regarded as laying the foundation for themselves to unify the entire ninja world. Such a time seems to be nothing more than a secret movement in the village of Iwagakure, but invisibly brought an excuse for Gongyi. Starting a war is the best way to get the tailed beast justifiably. And now, Iwagakure village has virtually given itself a fuse to implement this plan. Konoha village originally advocated peace, but Gongyi didn't think so. To wage war now will real unification be accomplished. So subtly, Gongyi naturally has to guide the whole village slowly. Then we will take the initiative to take this opportunity to initiate a war against Kumogakure village. Kimimaro kind of understood what Gongyi meant, immediately. Asked. No, we naturally can't take the initiative. Gongyi shook his head and continued. If we take the initiative now, then once there are too many casualties, the whole Konoha village's hearts and minds will be lost, which will make it difficult for us to plan our next plan. The 4th generation of Reikage, I think he already has a hatred with us, just need a little stimulation to him, then he won't swallow this breath. Mouth twitched, Gongyi knew the 4th generation of Reikage very well. Chapter 472. Hanging Knife Kumogakure. In the recent period, I have received a lot of news from the spies of Kumogakure village. They seem to be cultivating and recuperating, and they don't want to pay more attention to the ninja continent. Gongyi said, with a bit more sarcasm on his face, but in fact, they have been secretly expanding their military power, and if they let it go for a long time, it will not be good for our Konoha village. After all, the 4th generation Reikage guy, he won't keep swallowing his voice. An indifferent voice came out of Gongyi's mouth. Obviously, he also wanted to get rid of this long knife hanging in his heart as soon as possible. The Kumogakure village is a scourge after all. If it wasn't for his appearance, the Kumogakure village would be afraid. Then the current Hyuga clan, they are about to hand over Hyugahazashi. After all, the village of Kumogakure, normally speaking, should have failed to kidnap Hyuga and then threatened to start a war for this reason. And it was at that time that the fourth generation of Raikage came to power and began to oppress Konoha village. Unfortunately, with my own existence, such a thing naturally did not happen. But through these, all kinds of things can also show that the Kumogakure village is not honest at all. So instead of waiting for them to be really all ready, and then start provoking war. So Gongyi is naturally better to turn passive into active, choose to strike first, and let Kumogakure village fall into war first. Then Hokage-sama, what are your plans next? Kimimaro heard Gongyi say this, and immediately asked him. Now many of Gongyi's plans naturally need Kimimaro to execute. So some things he also knows. Of course, Gongyi was very reassured about him, and naturally he didn't have too many doubts. But despite this, Gongyi also kept his hand. After all, in the entire ninja world, the most trusted person can only be himself. You just need to go covertly with the ninjas in Kumogakure village now and start creating some friction, that's it. When the real time comes, I'm continuing to plan the next step. Understood, Hokage-sama. Seeing Kimimaro nodded and walked away, Gongyi didn't leave him. Now I have to confirm a few things. After everything is confirmed, Gongyi will choose whether to shoot. Thinking of this, Gongyi also immediately dodged and left the office. When he reappeared, he had already arrived outside the village of Konoha. The art of Hiraishin has long spread throughout the entire Konoha village. Now that he has become a Hokage, Gongyi has arranged a lot of Hiraishin spells without realizing it. One is to prevent emergencies, and the other is to move easily for yourself, thus saving a little unnecessary waste of time. Soon, leave again. After several consecutive pauses, Gongyi has come to the junction of the land of fire and the land of earth. Standing on a towering cliff, in front of the palace, I saw that the location there is only a bare piece, and there is no dense, mostly desolate rock wall. And the border area of the entire land country is surrounded by a lot of huge rocks. That is, their existence, the communication between the country and other countries. Normally, if you are not a ninja, it is very troublesome to enter the land of the land, and you need to go through the route that has been opened up. Well, Gongyi has also heard that when the wind blowing from the north will pass over the mountains, then the small rocks in the land of the earth will be blown to other countries. It is also a very famous natural phenomenon. For rock rain. At this time, Gongyi was still there. While thinking, a black shadow appeared several times in a row in front of him, and came directly to Gongyi's eyes. I saw that his face was expressionless, with patterns smeared on his face. And he is wearing an Anbu ninja uniform from Iwagakure. Master. After seeing Gongyi, the Jonin from Iwagakure looked at him suspiciously. I saw this man, it was the clone created by Gongyi using the second seed of divine consciousness. Usually, both of them communicate through psychic snakes and pass on information. But today, when the avatar of consciousness saw Gongyi coming to find him in person, his face showed confusion, wondering if there was a problem with his intelligence. In the nearest village of Iwagakure, have you sent someone out on a mission? Gongyi looked at the divine consciousness clone and didn't talk too much, but asked directly. That's right, now what Gongyi wants to be sure of, it's naturally the site of Iwagakure village. He wanted to know if what he had guessed was what he thought. If it was done by Iwagakure village, then he could just use this excuse to start provoking Kumogakure village and create war secretly. As for the matter in Kumogakure village after that, then you can also use your divine consciousness clone to expose the whole incident, and then you will settle accounts later in the fall. Such a thing that kills two birds with one stone, Gongyi naturally wants to implement it perfectly. Of course, before the real start, Gongyi still confirmed everything. After all, if it's really a ninja sent from Kumogakure village, then Gongyi will have another plan. There are, and many. The consciousness clone nodded and responded to Gong Yi. A lot. Hearing this, Gong Yi looked at the avatar of the consciousness. Anyone who is good at using Raiden, Thunder-style, ninjutsu, have you? Suddenly disappeared a lot. Well, in Anbu, a few people did disappear inexplicably. Nodded and continued. And he is also very skilled in Raiden, Thunder-style, ninjutsu, but the death rate of Anbu in Iwagakure village is also very high, no one cares at all. Haha, it's kind of interesting. Hearing this, the divine consciousness clone fell, and Gong Yi's face. Wrong showed a sneer. Basically, after too simple communication, Gong Yi can confirm it. It looks like it's really from Iwagakure village, and they want to sabotage themselves. Senses, Gong Yi said, these missing Anbu ninjas, you find their information, and then use the psychic snake to send it to me. In 2 days, I have to get this information. Many things, Gong Yi naturally needs to make decisions and make decisions again and again before they can really be implemented. Although Gong Yi is very arrogant, he still doesn't like to fly around like a headless fly. When their information can be confirmed, then Gong Yi will not have the slightest scruples. Well, although these Iwagakure Anbu members' information is all top secret and is kept uniformly. But with the ability to clone his consciousness, Gong Yi was not worried at all. Understood, Master. When the consciousness clone heard Gong Yi's order, he didn't show the slightest expression of difficulty. As Gong Yi's spy buried in the village of Iwagakure, he will unconditionally carry out any orders of Gong Yi. Life-threatening it will be, then of course it will not hesitate. Chapter 473. Beyond the Four Shadows. Warm sun shines high in the sky, and the entire sunny weather is cloudless. Looking up, the Shirakumo on it floated and moved slowly, making people feel a kind of peace and tranquility. Today, the village of Konoha is very noisy. Everyone was in high spirits, looking forward to the next celebration. A few days, it will be the grandest Hokage inauguration ceremony in the entire Konoha village. And as the new 5th generation Hokage Gong Yi, the voice is unprecedented. His contribution to Konoha village is obvious to all. Particular, Gong Yi's deeds are known to all kinds of ninjas from the core to the high level, and to the commoners of Konoha village. Now Gong Yi has completely become the most symbolic Hokage in Konoha village. There is no falsehood at all in the hearts of all the people. Gong Yi's achievements have even surpassed the 4th generation of Hokage Namikaze Minato, the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 1st generation of Hokage Senju Hashirama. Every new generation of ninjas is undeniable. It is denied that Gong Yi is the most memorable among the 555 Hokages. No matter who it is, Gong Yi has now become the goal of his life. Well, because of Gong Yi's intervention, the students in the entire ninja school were also unknowingly influenced by their own will. It is believed that in a few generations, all the people of Konoha village will completely abandon the original will of fire, and thus inherit their own ideas. Everything is constantly changing, all catering to Gong Yi's ideal. Lord Hokage, Mizukage from Kurigakure village has entered the fire country. Nara Shikaku walked in, looked at Gong Yi who was sitting in the office and said slowly, it won't be long before they reach the village. Well, wait until Mizukage and the others come. Shikaku-sensei, please remember to release the news. Closing the documents on the table, Gong Yi looked up at Nara Shikaku and said, this time Mizukage brought Kurigakure village in person, and he definitely decided the position. This can also stimulate the Sunagakure village, which is also an alliance village, and let them know that although we have already asked them for so many materials, regardless of provoking them, in fact, it doesn't matter whether they are allied or not. And the other big villages, the same is true, let them know that Konoha village is not alone, it is also a good choice. Well, Lord Hokage, you can rest assured. I will handle this matter with full authority. Nara Shikaku nodded, seeing Gong Yi thinking so comprehensively, he said with approval on his face, this time your inauguration ceremony, the arrival of Mizukage, is indeed enough to make the rest of the ninja village feel uncomfortable once. After all, the current state of Kurigakure village. The development is getting better and better, and their strength is naturally not weak. Hehe, after this time is over, look for opportunities to prepare for cooperation with Kurigakure village. Gongyi curled his lips into a smile and continued. It doesn't matter whether Kurigakure is village or not. What matters is to let the rest of the people see that the fate of obeying our Konoha village and disobeying Mai village can only be extreme. Well, seeing that Gongyi already had an idea, he didn't speak for a long time. Now that he has been assisting Gongyi for so long, Nara Shikaku also agrees with some of his views. Although the Ino Shikacho force he represented before has always been based on the will of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But this will be kung fu. After being influenced by Gongyi, in fact, Nara Shikaku doesn't even know that his mentality has changed. Okay Shikaku-sensei, now it's time for Anbu to start guarding. Gongyi stood up slowly, he smiled and said, this time I'm going to greet Mizukage in person. Nara Shikaku saw that Gongyi was about to leave, and he was a little surprised. Master Hokage, you are going to meet them in person. This is totally, surprisingly, Nara Shikaku seems to have heard it wrong. Gongyi in front of him, he was going to greet someone in person was a little out of character for Gongyi. Nara Shikaku has yet to see Gongyi coming out to greet someone in person since he took over as Hokage. It has long been reported that Terumi-Mei, the fifth generation of Mizukage in Kurigakure village, has an unusual relationship with the fifth generation of Hokage in front of him. Now it seems that this is really the case, but this is fine. The relationship between the two villages is closer, which will only make the outside world more jealous. That's right, and the reason why Gongyi chooses to appear in person now naturally has such a reason. The main purpose is to do it for the rest of the ninja Omura. Soon, as Gongyi's side was ready, he had arrived at the gate of Konoha village. He is not alone now, and behind him are two senior Mito Yanman and Kaharu Udatane. As for the surrounding, there are also many ninjas, who are guarding here as if they are waiting. And on both sides of their back, a lot of civilians also began to gather. Now Gongyi is standing here, like a living sign, naturally attracting countless people. Some people are not here to welcome the arrival of Kurigakure village, they are more watching Gongyi. This young fifth Hokage, this Konoha legend, has everyone curious. That Gongyi came to the gate of Konoha village spread quickly. In just a short while, countless civilians gathered here. They scrambled to get to the front, just to get a glimpse of Gongyi. This, the Hokage, who sees the dragon but does not see the end, is difficult to see in normal times. Especially those with certain ideals. The new generation of teenagers then looked at Gongyi with excitement. It seems that only in this way can I be more sure of my direction. At the same time, Gongyi doesn't mind here. He looked around from time to time, and nodded to everyone with a kind smile. For superficial work, Gongyi has never forgotten. It is because of this that his voice in Konoha village is naturally very high. At the same time, now that this group of civilians are gathered here, they can also know one thing. Sunagakure Village Alliance Village exists in name only, but there is still Kurigakure village here. Some ninjas and commoners who felt that the Konoha village was alone, after seeing Mizukage coming in person, would not only appease them all, but also boost their morale. So, now that Terumi-Mei is here, it's a very good thing for Gongyi. As for what happened in Kumogakure village and Iwagakure village, Gongyi also got the news long ago. Chapter 474. The Flattered Mizukage First. The Kumogakure village did not send ninjas, they were still secretly storing their power. Obviously their goal is to do nothing, and one move is to give them the most tyrannical blow. As for the village of Iwagakure, the data sent back through the avatar of the consciousness shows that. Gongyi later asked Kimimaro to compare the corpse, and various investigations were finally confirmed. That entire first squadron of Kumogakure village ninjas all disguised as Anbu members from Iwagakure village. Onoki is also very cautious, choosing almost no name and no record of people in the village of Iwagakure. Even if the mission fails and everyone dies, it won't cause too much trouble in Iwagakure village. Moreover, because they are Anbu, their identities will not be suspected of Iwagakure. If it wasn't for the risk of being almost exposed by the avatar of his own consciousness, to find out their information, it is estimated that Gongyi himself would not dare to be 100% sure whether this was Onoki's ghost. Fortunately, in order to collect the tailed beasts, he put his consciousness clone in the village of Iwagakure. After all the truth was revealed, Gongyi decided to use this excuse to secretly impose sanctions on Kumogakure village. After that, he will settle accounts in the autumn and clean up the Iwagakure village. After a simple circle, you can collect the last 2 tailed beasts according to the trend. Time, the small 10 tails Jinchuriki column force plan can be started. Hokage-sama, Mizukage and the others are here. At this time, Jonin next to Gongyi whispered. Hearing this, Gongyi came back to his senses, and Gongyi had already seen a figure gradually appearing on the horizon in front of him. There are not many people, although there are only a dozen people, but all of them are Jonin's strength. And as one of the 7 members of the Shinobi Sword in the late period of the Kurigakure Shinobi village, Chojuro, he also followed. As for the leader of the walk, and the most eye-catching, is Terumi-mei wearing the Mizukage imperial robe. Although the clothes are very conservative, but his beautiful and hot figure still can't be covered. On the contrary, this kind of collocation is now on Terumi-mei's body, and it has a unique charm. Mizukage-sama, they seem to be welcoming us. At this time, one of the elites, Jonin, said after seeing the gate of Konoha village. It seems to be the 5th Hokage. Chenjiro could also see it clearly, and when he looked closely, he saw the man headed by the center, which made him stammer. That handsome-looking man, who was smiling indifferently at the moment, would not admit his mistake. Every ninja in Kurigakure village will never admit mistakes. At the beginning of Gongyi's battle with the tailed beast, the last scene of the seal is still vivid in my mind. Although the hatred from before is still there, it has gradually faded over time. Well, this guy actually greets people. Here, Terumi-mei said jokingly on her charming face after seeing Gongyi. After all, Gongyi's indifference is notorious. At the beginning, it was rumored that even the embassy from Sunagakure village came to negotiate several times. Gongyi did not even give face, and only sent consultants to receive them. And now that Gongyi can come out in person, this has given enough face to Kurigakure village and Terumi-mei. Especially now, when Terumi-mei and the others saw the crowd of civilians all around, they were even more surprised. Although these people basically came to see Gongyi, they didn't know it at all, and now they thought that Gongyi had specially summoned them to welcome them. Seeing this scene, all the ninjas in Kurigakure village were relieved a lot. After all, a simple comparison at the moment, Konoha village's attitude towards them is better than other ninja Omura. Such an unintentional matter of inserting willows and willows to create shade has made the people of Kurigakure village have a lot of goodwill towards Konoha village. Hehe, welcome everyone from Kurigakure village. Seeing that Terumi-mei had come, Gongyi led Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane to the front and smiled. Lord Hokage is really flattered to be able to greet him in person. Terumi-mei smiled, looked at Gongyi and said softly. Mizukage has come a long way, it's just a way of hospitality, of course. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about it. Gongyi smiled and didn't speak any further. After all, there were so many people watching. Especially Terumi-mei, although not intentional, but her charming temperament is indeed a little unbearable for ordinary people. Is that the Mizukage of Kurigakure village? I heard that their village is very far away from us. Well, it can be seen that they in our costumes are also a little surprised. Everyone in Konoha village is actually quite unfamiliar with the people in Kurigakure village, so naturally they are watching Terumi-mei closely. The village of Kurigakure belongs to the island country, and there is almost no intersection with the inland people. After seeing Terumi Mei and the others, everyone in Konoha village has different thoughts. Blink of an eye, under the gazes of everyone, Terumi Mei and the others were greeted by Gongyi into the Konoha village. There was no embarrassment along the way. After all, there seemed to be a lot of civilians around, but there were also a lot of Anbu hidden in secret. This time Gongyi's Hokage inauguration ceremony was naturally not allowed to be disturbed from the beginning to the end. After simply arranging Chojuro and others into the residence, Gongyi called Terumi Mei to the Hokage office alone. Lord Hokage asked me to come here alone, is there something wrong? Terumi Mei looked confused and asked Gongyi. It was obviously very attractive, but suddenly serious, which made Gongyi feel a little uncomfortable. No, I think you should come in person and ask me for something. Gongyi looked at Terumi Mei with a smile but not a smile, shook his head and said. N. Terumi Mei's face also slowly revealed a charming smile, and slowly replied, it seems that nothing can escape your eyes, Lord Hokage. Gongyi sat on the chair, looked at Terumi Mei and smiled, hee, since that's the case, then you can talk. Actually there is one thing. Terumi Mei also sat opposite Gongyi, a pair of proud twin peaks too, which completely became the focus. But Gongyi didn't pay attention to these, but only listened to Terumi Mei continued. Now I want to use the alliance relationship of Konoha village to establish a mission point in Kurigakure village in the inland location. An inland location becomes a mission point for establishing Kurigakure village. When Gongyi heard this, he looked at Terumi Mei and asked, do you want to come here and share the mission with the 4 great ninja villages? Chapter 475. Establish a mission point. Lord Hokage, your words are serious. Terumi Mei smiled softly, and immediately said, Konoha village is the most authoritative large village in the entire inland, and the mission completion rate is also the highest, so almost all of your mission points are fixed, and you naturally don't care about some small missions. Those tasks that are poor and underfunded, and with flaws, basically Konoha village will not take it. So in this way, our village of Kurigakure has entered the inland, and it is not the quest resources of the Konoha village that are divided, but the other ninja villages. Oh, it looks like you haven't done any research before. Hearing Terumi Mei finish speaking, Gongyi replied with a half smile but not a smile, as you said, normal quest resources can't be taken away from the mouth of Konoha village. Those tasks with some problems, we naturally won't take over. Gongyi said, looking at Terumi Mei, but it's not easy for you to enter the inland now. I will make arrangements for this matter. Terumi Mei nodded and said, now that Kurigakure village is back on track, the required funds are also days, so simply developing in the country of water, it is difficult to fill the current needs of Kurigakure, so the mission resources here in the inland are, although some people in Konoha village don't like it, but it is very important to us. Quest resources, it naturally refers to civilians or nobles who use funds to entrust ninjas to complete what they need. Such as those level and level tasks are also sorted by the amount of funds and the difficulty of the tasks. Generally, they are classified matters related to the national level, and basically most of them are assassinating important people, stealing confidential documents, etc. And these are to protect some important people, or to crusade against the forces of some countries. As for the grades, the corresponding ones are simpler. In the final level, most of them usually arrange their own tasks to train ninjas. Of course, these tasks seem to be very simple, or very easy, but in fact they are also very dangerous. There are many ninjas every day, and they will die in the mission. However, there are also many accompanying benefits, and most of the funds of the entire ninja village are also obtained from these tasks. In this way, the more tasks you receive now, the more funds the ninja village will get, and the development will be even better. Well, Konoha village is so prosperous now, in addition to natural resources, the rate of quests is also quite a lot. Especially now that there is Gong Yi-chung. After Hokage for the 5th generation, many people are also rushing to come to Konoha to entrust the task. As Terumi Mei said, there is no shortage of tasks in Konoha village now, and some tasks with problems or defects, Konoha village will not pick them up. They will take on high-quality tasks. As for the other, ordinary tasks, or those rejected by Konoha village, naturally Sunagakur village, Iwagakure village, and Kumogakure village are in their hands. How about it, Hokage-sama, what do you think of my idea? Seeing that Gong Yi did not speak, Zhao Meiko asked. Her face was a little tangled at the moment, and she didn't know what Gong Yi meant. After all, if you want to build a mission point now, Gong Yi's support is indispensable. After all, after many things, Terumi Mei still needs the help of Gong Yi. It's interesting, I think you're pretty good. Silence, Gong Yi nodded, not rejecting Terumi Mei's idea. Then you are. Agree. Terumi Mei saw Gong Yi let go, and her face softened a lot. Agree is yes, but I have one request. Gong Yi paused as he spoke, and waited. Terumi Mei spoke up, and he said again, Konoha village, need 30% of the annual comprehensive mission funds of your Kurigakure village. 30%. Terumi Mei's face showed shock when she heard Gong Yi's request. She never thought that Gong Yi would dare to open his mouth like this. Don't get me wrong, I naturally won't ask for it on the water countryside, but on the inland side, the sum of the funds of your mission points. Quote. Hearing Gong Yi's words, Terumi Mei's surprised face slowly recovered. She thought Gong Yi was going to exploit her village of Kurigakure just like Sunagakure village. But after hearing this, she felt that it was not unacceptable. Kurigakure is now trying to gain a foothold in the interior, and it would be impossible without Konoha's help. Sunagakure village, Kumogakure village, Iwagakure village here, Terumi Mei will naturally not ask for help. They will only go to the bottom of the hole, where they will give up the few meat. Simply no chance, other than Konoha's wealth. So thinking of this, Terumi Mei also bit Kiba and replied, Master Hokage, as long as you agree to help us establish a foothold in the inland, I will naturally agree to your request. It is still a shadow of a village, Terumi Mei has enough courage. Now that I have promised Gong Yi, of course, 70% of the funds are additionally obtained by Kurigakure village. However, if you don't agree to Gong Yi now, the 70% will be gone. Wouldn't it be a great loss of this simple measure? Terumi Mei also decided to agree to Gong Yi. Deal. Gong Yi didn't say anything more, and didn't choose to embarrass Terumi Mei. He was very happy to agree to the village of Kurigakure, and they would set up a mission point in the inland. Gong Yi had already thought about these things. Just as Terumi Mei was weighing it up, why didn't he know that although there are countless tasks in Konoha village, the number of ninjas that can be performed is very limited. Therefore, various tasks every day are actually lost a lot. Same way, these lost tasks naturally flowed into the hands of Sunagakure village, Kumogakure village, and Iwagakure village. Although the ninja world is peaceful now, they still belong to hostile countries, so Gong Yi can't see that they are not good. Now Kurigakure village suddenly chooses to intervene. In fact, it is a big good thing for him in disguise. You can give all of the quests lost like this to Kurigakure village. At that time, not only can I get additional funds, but I can also effectively suppress Iwagakure village, Sunagakure village, and Kumogakure village. At the same time, when the village of Kurigakure tasted the sweetness, he also caught one of their lifelines invisibly. Simply, this is the best of both worlds. One more resource link was added, and the development of the other 3 big villages was exploited in disguise. In fact, inside and outside, the most profitable, it seems, is only yourself. Well, such a good thing, why did Gong Yi not agree? Not only agree, on the contrary, he will strongly support. Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 476. The ceremony of taking office begins. Good. Terumi Mei was very happy to see Gong Yi, and her smile grew even stronger. I believe this will be our most successful cooperation. Well, when are you going to implement this plan? Gong Yi seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Terumi Mei and asked. I need to go back and make arrangements for this matter, the exact time is uncertain. Terumi Mei shrugged, a look of embarrassment on her face. Apparently the whole plan looks very good, but here Terumi Mei she didn't quite work it out. All of this seems to be just a rough guideline. After all, this time, in fact, Terumi Mei mainly wanted to come to Konoha village to congratulate Gong Yi on his appointment to the 5th generation Hokage ceremony. And this matter, Terumi Mei didn't want to say it now. But since Gong Yi asked, Terumi Mei also told him along the way. This matter itself needs the help of Konoha village and Gong Yi's help, so Terumi Mei did not have a detailed plan. After all, she was afraid that it would consume a lot of manpower and material resources. In the end, if Gong Yi was stuck here, then the whole plan could be declared a failure. But now it's different. Seeing Gong Yi agree, Terumi Mei can't waste this opportunity. So Terumi Mei didn't do anything random, but decided to go back to Kurigakure village to plan carefully. This is related to the future development of Kurigakure village, so she didn't dare to be careless. Hehe, I think it's better to hit the sun if you choose a day, and you will do it right away when my inauguration ceremony is over. Do it. Seeing that Terumi Mei was still thinking there, Gong Yi said with a faint smile. Now Gong Yi is going to use the Kurigakure village on Terumi Mei's side to stimulate the Kumogakure village. Originally, Gong Yi was still, thoughts, just letting out some people from Kumogakure village to come. Interfering with Sunagakure village sending supplies to Konoha village, can't make Kumogakure village decide to go to war. After all, that's all, the Kumogakure village should still tolerate it. But now things are different in Kurigakure village, they have come directly to the inland, and then they will snatch the mission resources of Kumogakure village intentionally or not, and give them directly to Kurigakure village. So two-pronged approach, the 4th generation Raikage of the main battle faction, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold back at all. It's also a good choice to let Terumi Mei come here and stimulate him a little bit. Would it be wrong to be so fast? Terumi Mei was stunned when she heard Gong Yi finish. Of course she didn't know Gong Yi's calculations, but Terumi Mei said it very cautiously. It is still the shadow of a village, she has always considered the whole Kurigakure village as a point of interest. So not really immediately at all. Agreed. Inappropriate. Gong Yi smiled and didn't show any signs, and the entrusted tasks that came from his name would be endless, and there would naturally be lost tasks. While I was talking with the other 3 villagers, Gong Yi didn't wait for Terumi Mei to speak again. He continued with a smile, but it doesn't matter, anyway. The benefit of this is up to you, Mizukage. It was a hard-to-find move, leaving Terumi Mei speechless. Looking at Gong Yi's casual look, Terumi Mei's heart naturally understood. Gong Yi's reputation is well known in the ninja world, and his voice is also very high among the common people. Therefore, Gong Yi's own reputation will naturally attract many people to come to Konoha village to entrust tasks. With such a terrifying guy here, who would dare to feel uncomfortable thinking about it? Terumi Mei also seemed worried that Gong Yi would change her mind later. Her expression changed. She nodded solemnly. I will hold a meeting when I go back to discuss this. If something happens, I will send someone to contact you to discuss specific matters. Good. Seeing Terumi Mei's firm look, Gong Yi knew that his future plans could be carried out normally. But he really didn't expect that Kurigakure village suddenly stepped in, but instead helped himself. Well, this is really a good thing. A week later. The weather at the moment is very sunny, a scene full of spring flowers. Today's Konoha village is lit up and ready for a grand ceremony. I saw the current central Konoha, where the administrative building is located. Now it is surrounded by darkness. Taking a closer look, all the civilians of Konoha village are standing here quietly waiting for something. Each of them had enthusiastic faces, all raised their heads and looked forward. Today is the long-delayed Hokage inauguration ceremony for Gongyi. Almost all the people from the entire Konoha village came. Some civilians even closed their shops to celebrate the event. Even the daimyo and various high-level officials of the Fire Nation came here in person. As for those ninjas, except for those who need to guard and maintain the surrounding, they are all standing below. I haven't seen such a spectacular sight in a long time. It has to be said that with Gongyi in power, it seems we may have made the right decision. As Konoha's most authoritative elders, Kaharu Yuditane and Homura Mitokado, they stand on a high platform. Now the two of them looked at the crowded scene below and sighed a little. Gongyi, he is indeed very popular, as can be seen from today's inauguration ceremony. Regardless of the attitude of the Fire Nation cabinet, the ninja power of Konoha village, and the commoners. These three parties can all be shown in action. They all support Gongyi. Terumi Mei, who was standing in a special position, and the rest of the ninjas of Kurigakure village were amazed. Was the first time for them to see such crazy people in Konoha village. What the hell did Gongyi do for Konoha village? He was able to capture people's hearts like this. Look, it's Hokage of the 5th generation. Master Hokage is out. It's really Hokage-sama. At this time, with the commotion of the crowd below, all the people who were still surprised came to their senses. I saw the current Gongyi, followed by Nara Shikaku behind him, walking to the huge stage. He was wearing a Hokage hat, with his long black hair tied back, and a Yuhi white imperial robe on his body. It can be clearly seen that on the back of the robe, 5 striking 55 Yuhi color characters are also written. 5 generations of Hokage. Seeing Gongyi appear, the crowd below began to cheer. This 5th generation Hokage who has the highest voice in history, when he appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face, bursts of shouts resounded in the sky. Chapter 477. Heavyweight Characters. The Grand Hokage inauguration ceremony culminated in everyone's cheers as Gongyi appeared. Even if you are in the periphery of Konoha village, the ninjas who are guarding the safety of the surrounding area can clearly hear the cheering sound from the village. Although they can't watch it in person right now, just feeling such an atmosphere is actually enough. In front of Nuota's platform. When the ceremony started, Kaharu Yuditane facilitated Homura Mitokado to praise Gongyi's deeds. From the original ninja war, to the solution of the war with the power of one person, bringing peace to Konoha village. After that, they suppressed the tailed beast alone, and finally made the whole ninja world tremble and so on. The record, they have all been sorted out. You don't even need to add or change it out of thin air, it's enough to make everyone feel deeply shocked. Terumi Mei, the name of the country of fire, these heavyweights, also showed some surprises on their faces. They know this, but when all the events come together, it's always shocking. Because of this, young Hokage of the 5th generation, every deed of his is enough to be called a legend. Okay, this, the legend of Konoha in our mouths, our 5th generation of Hokage. Now invite him to appear. Didn't take long, when the 2 senior elders of Konoha village finished speaking, they automatically retreated to the back. With smiles on their faces, the 2 looked at Gongyi who was standing behind, obviously waiting for his next speech. Long live the 5 generations. Master Gongyi. 5 generations of Hokage. When Gongyi just came to the front of the stage, all the people below had already raised their arms and shouted again. The continuous sound reverberated throughout the Konoha village. Right now, before he opened his mouth, everyone was already looking at him excitedly. The atmosphere of the whole ceremony was very hot. Terumi Mei couldn't help looking at Gongyi while standing here and sighed. This guy is really popular. It's not an easy thing to get such support. Her is Mizukage, or the shadow of the rest of Omura. Although they are the strongest who control a village, it is still impossible to achieve such a situation. It is because of this, it can be seen that no one knows how much prestige Gong Yi has accumulated to make everyone in Konoha village reach such madness. Thank you for your support. Gong Yi looked at the dark crowd below, and could no longer see his head. His indifferent face was gone, replaced by a smile. Speaking, he took off the Hokage on his head and said slowly, being able to become a new generation of Konoha village's shadow, naturally all depends on everyone's love. There is only one life in the world, each path is different, and you will be born and die according to your nature. Gong Yi seemed a little impassioned and continued, however, no matter which path you choose, don't forget to protect the people you cherish. And I, after becoming the 5th Hokage, I will be the strongest barrier in Konoha village. You in Konoha village, I will also personally guard. Saying that, Gong Yi put the Hokage hat he took down on the top of his head again, exuding a kind of unbelievable self-confidence from the inside to the outside. Everyone was silent. Now everyone is breathing fast, their faces are flushed yuhi, and they all feel a tinge of pride in their hearts. This man who can suppress the ninja world, this man who makes everyone fear, he has become the shadow of Konoha village. All under his protection, all the people will grow up quietly and peacefully. 5 generations. 5 generations. 5 generations. The next moment, when the silence is over, the madness erupts. All the Konoha village ninjas and civilians, as if infected, have started cheering again. The whole grand inauguration ceremony was once again pushed into a wave of violence because of Gong Yi. The climax. And meanwhile, just when the whole world was celebrating in Konoha village and cheering constantly, on the side of Iwagakure village, it was gloomy. How is the investigation going? Sitting in Tsuchikage's office, Onoki asked Anbu members who were standing in front of him. Lord Tsuchikage, still nothing. It's still the original information. We can only confirm that the Konoha village Anbu who escorted the Sunagakure village supplies was a very powerful guy, and his Kekkei Genkei is also a very famous guy in the entire ninja continent, and now he may be Hokage, a capable man. Shaking his head, the Iwagakure Anbu ninja saw Onoki's gloomy face, and then continued, but now the 5 generations of Hokage in Konoha village are already holding their inauguration ceremony, and they don't seem to care about the previous. Are we thinking too much about that matter, Tsuchikage-sama? Thinking too much. Onoki's eyes were cold and he responded, the entire squadron of ninjas we sent before were all killed, and even the corpses were brought back, how could they ignore them? No, Gong Yi, very well, Onoki said again, especially now that they have a Hokage who is not willing to suffer, that Konoha's dark blue demon. I don't believe he will really just let it go and continue to work on other things. We destroy their delivery this time, although it seems like a small matter, but in their eyes, it can be infinitely magnified. Unknowingly, Onoki thought of something, and he said, I think now they only have the possibility. They want to wait until the inauguration ceremony is over, and then come to solve this matter. After all, that guy is constantly looking for trouble in the rest of the big village, just for his political achievements and the development of Konoha village. The unlucky guys in Sunagakure village are a living example. Then what shall we do? Hearing that Onoki finished analyzing this, the Iwagakure Anbu ninja standing here sank inwardly. Obviously, on my own side, it is definitely not a wise choice to provoke Gong Yi when he is in the limelight. Who knows if that lunatic will give his village the last-tailed beast. There is no solution, we just have to wait and see. Onoki thought about it for a while, and a gloomy smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, we had prepared well this time. Although they were sent by us, they were dressed in Kumogakure village clothes. It's okay to admit it or not. Anyway, there is no evidence at this point that they are from my Sunagakure village. Chapter 478. A drastic reform. Morning, white clouds float above the pale blue sky. The breeze gently blows the leaves by the roadside, and the warm sunlight has already illuminated the whole Konoha village golden. A new day has begun. Lord Hokage, Now there is news from Kurigakure village. The central administration building. Nara Shikaku came to the Hokage office and said to Gongyi. Oh, so fast. Taking the document handed by Nara Shikaku, Gongyi turned over 2 pages and said. Several days have passed since the ceremony of taking office. Terumi Mei discussed with herself. She returned to the village immediately. Arranged. 1. Because here, as the Hokage position is completely settled, there will definitely be many people who come to Konoha village to entrust tasks. 2. Terumi Mei is also afraid that Gongyi will regret it later, or change the conditions, then she will lose a lot. So when returning to Kurigakure village, Terumi Mei also immediately arranged a core high opening meeting to study the next thing. Plan went smoothly without any deviations. This time Terumi Mei extended the hand of Kurigakure village into the inland. She took advantage of several locations along the coast and used it as a map to start building mission points, and at that time, Konoha village was responsible for mission delivery. Those areas were purchased by Kurigakure village with countless resources. It also belongs to them, and there is no problem of encroaching on the territories of other great powers. Well, with this convenient condition, the 2 villages will soon form a new bond of interests. Now that such a good thing is happening, the village of Kurigakure must not dare to linger. Nara Shikaku smiled and responded to Gongyi. When Terumi Mei went back, Gongyi naturally informed him about it. Establishment of task points, and the selection and delivery of various tasks afterward, etc. These things still need Nara Shikaku to be responsible. So Gongyi didn't hide it from him at all, but spoke out his thoughts. Of course, in the final result, Nara Shikaku naturally strongly agrees and supports. This benefited the Konoha village and also weakened the hostile country things. How could he disagree that over time, Nara Shikaku was also under the subtle influence of Gongyi, and some things gradually took for granted. Well, although his IQ is very high, he can think of many future situations. But every time Gongyi's plans are implemented, they are all huge results. Over time, Nara Shikaku stopped thinking too much about impossible things. But if Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, he would definitely not agree to such a thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is a pacifist, thinks it is very dangerous to offend other great powers in this way. Gongyi doesn't think so. He has already changed his mind and chose to take the initiative. Wait until they are strong, and squeeze them as much as they can now while Konoha is strong. Waiting until the final stage is the constant exploitation and weakening of them, nips in the bud all possible defying Konoha. Gongyi and Sarutobi Hiruzen are totally 2 extremes. Nara Shikaku, now he also thinks clearly. If you can't resist, then it's better to just obey. Under the premise of giving proper advice, Konoha village has also developed better, which is why he is not happy with, they naturally dare not hesitate. Gongyi put down the document in his hand, looked at Nara Shikaku and said, now is a good time to let their Kurigakure village develop for free. I guess Terumi Mei is still there. I can't sleep at night, for fear that we will regret it. Well, that's true. Nara Shikaku nodded and continued. It seems that this time, Kurigakure village has made up its mind to make drastic reforms. This is better. Gongyi smiled and replied lightly, the stronger the Kurigakure village is, the better it will be for us. Anyway, the most important financial link is now under our control. If they will be bad for Konoha one day, we will just a little pinch and they're going to be very uncomfortable. When the task point is completed, Kurigakure village will be our master without knowing it, and also must be on the same side as us. Gongyi seems to have thought a lot, he said lightly. That's fine, at least we still have an alliance in Konoha village. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief. Of Kurigakure here, at least a balance can be achieved in the ninja continent. If Sunagakure village, Iwagakure village, and Kumogakure village are all these big villages, all of them are hugged together. Then it's not a good thing for Konoha village. Although Konoha village is very strong now, it will be very difficult to deal with the joint crusade of the other large villages. Fortunately, in the current Kurigakure village, Gangyi used the mission point to completely control them. As for the rest of the ninja Omura, they didn't have this idea. After all, everyone was thinking of watching the jokes of the other Omura. After all, like Sunagakure village, after being severely exploited by Gangyi, the rest of the ninja village also took advantage of it. After that, you don't have to worry about Shikaku, sensei. Seeing that Nara Shikaku was thinking a lot, Gangyi looked at him and said, now you just need to properly arrange the current affairs of Kurigakure village. Don't worry, I'll prepare now. Hearing Gangyi finish speaking, Nara Shikaku nodded, and immediately ready to go out. Helping Kurigakure village to build a mission point is not an easy task. Many situations now require Nara Shikaku to deal with. Time dazzles. Night fell, the sky was full of stars, and from time to time there were flashing meteors. The village of Konoha, now the broad streets are lit with dim lights. Of Nuoda's village, Jiraiya and Naruto have already walked out of here. After attending Gangyi's inauguration ceremony, Jiraiya and Naruto prepare to leave the experience. He will also use this trip to try to find Tsunade back to Konoha village. Okay Naruto, let's go. Looking at Naruto behind him, who was looking back at Konoha village, Jiraiya said with a smile. Are you ready to go? At this time, an ethereal voice appeared. I saw Jiraiya and Naruto, and when they heard this somewhat familiar voice, they all immediately turn your head to the side and look the other way. Gangyi, wearing the Hokage royal robe, did not know when he appeared here. With a smile on his face, he was leaning against the huge gate of Konoha village. Chapter 478. Jiraiya and Naruto. 5 generations. Uncle Gangyi. When they saw Gangyi, the two looked different. Jiraiya was taken aback, obviously not expecting that Gangyi would come to see them off in person. And Naruto's face became more excited after seeing Gangyi. Uncle Gangyi, are you here to see me? Carrying a backpack, Naruto ran to Gangyi and asked with a smile on his face. What do you think? Gangyi stroked Naruto's golden hair. He also smiled and said, since I chose to go out this time, I must study hard. Saying that, Gangyi turned his eyes to Jiraiya. On the way, Naruto will trouble you, Lord Jiraiya. Was a hint of politeness in his tone. After all, on Jiraiya's side, Gangyi doesn't want to be evil with a rare fighting force in Konoha village in the future, especially now that Naruto still needs his care. Next, I have to do the rest of the plans, and naturally I have no intention of taking care of the rest. It's not troublesome, you can rest assured, Lord Hokage. Seeing Gangyi being so polite, Jiraiya smiled and waved his hands a little uncomfortable and said, Naruto is here, I will definitely take him well. Regarding the importance of Naruto, Jiraiya clearly understands that he can't just deal with it. Especially now seeing that Gangyi trusts him very much and let him take away the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column, then Jiraiya naturally knows the world. Jiraiya is such a person, since he trusts me, I will also treat him well. Although Jiraiya is usually carefree, her mind is very delicate. That is to say, Gangyi knew him very well, so he naturally gave Naruto to him to take away. As for the will, Gangyi naturally won't be afraid that Jiraiya will change Naruto. Now that she has come here in person, Jiraiya understands more about the importance she attaches to Naruto. In this way, Jiraiya basically knew that he had brought Naruto by himself since he was a child. It's impossible to completely change Naruto's will with just a few years' time. Especially Naruto has inherited Gangyi's thoughts for a long time, and Jiraiya has already felt it. In this way, Jiraiya doesn't want to do it when he asks for trouble and has nothing to do. Taking Naruto away this time, I just want to do a little bit for the development of Konoha village. After all, his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, and Jiraiya is trying to make up for some regrets in disguise. Well, Lord Jiraiya, your promise, I naturally believe it. Although your values are somewhat different from mine, the ideas are the same. When Gong Yi heard Jiraiya finish speaking, he nodded, and his face did not show indifference anymore. The value of a ninja's life is sometimes weird. Looking back at the past, compared to yours, my life was actually full of failures. Jiraiya looked at Gong Yi and smiled helplessly, but this time, I hope I can succeed because of this decision. Okay, it's getting late, we're leaving too. Back some sighing emotions, Jiraiya waved at Naruto and said, yes. Naruto nodded heavily, and finally glanced at Gong Yi. Uncle Gong Yi, don't worry, I will stick to my own way of forbearance, and will never go against my beliefs, wait for me to come back and shine. Okay, I'll be waiting for you in Konoha. The corners of Gong Yi's mouth rose, revealing a smile. Soon, there was a gust of cold night wind blowing. The shadows of Jiraiya and Naruto gradually disappeared, their shadows under the moonlight stretched longer and longer until they disappeared on the horizon. Sending Naruto and Jiraiya away, Gong Yi also looked back. Starting now, it is natural to move on to the next plan. Build Konoha, develop ninja power, start targeting Kumogakure village, and capture the two-tailed brigade. The leader of the palace. When Gong Yi just came back here, Hyuga Neji has been waiting here. Neji has been away from Konoha village for a long time because the previous Might Guy took them on a mission. He didn't even have time to attend the Hokage ceremony when Gong Yi took office. But this time, when Hyuga-Neji's mission was over, Gong Yi immediately leave him in Konoha. Now, I have entrusted Nara Shikaku to set up a mission point in Kurigakure village. But some things, Gong Yi is naturally still not at ease. So he decided to send Hyuga Neji to the inland seaside location to participate in this operation. 1. To ensure the smooth progress of Kurigakure village. 22. It is also possible to indirectly monitor the people in Kurigakure village. Since Gong Yi already has a plan, he naturally doesn't want to be ruined. Now the mission point here in Kurigakure village is not only critical to them, Gong Yi is also very concerned about it. Hard to find good things to exploit the three major ninja villages like this, and to enrich their own Konoha village. Konoha village now wants to develop as expected, and it needs a lot of funds. Moreover, now he has many other plans, and the money consumed is not a small amount. Now, with the free quest thugs from Kurigakure village, Gong Yi is much more comfortable. Some dangerous tasks, as well as flawed tasks, can be given to them. Not only the funds are obtained for free, but also the casualties of the ninjas in Konoha village can be reduced. From this, it can be seen that the benefits obtained by him are very precious. Well, Gong Yi naturally needs to pay attention to the construction of the mission point in Kurigakure village. It will not take long. Well, it's basically these things. Sitting in the house, Gong Yi arranged many of his next affairs to Hyuga Neji. I understand, Mr. Gong Yi, I will handle all this naturally. You can rest assured. Hyuga Neji doesn't talk nonsense and doesn't have a difficult face. He just nodded now, with a serious look on his face. Apparently, Hyuga Neji is very concerned about Gong Yi's matter. 4. Gong Yi, Hyuga Neji and Kimimaro are all very loyal. Even with the Hyuga clan, Neji never leaked anything about Gong Yi. With the passage of time, Hyuga Neji is no longer the childish child he used to be. Correspondingly, he has been in the ninja world for so long, and he has even made a lot of fame long ago. Studied with Gong Yi since childhood, and with Byakugan's Kekkei Genkei, his strength has long been very strong. Although it is not as good as Kimimaro, it is difficult for several Jonin and even Penumbra powerhouses to defeat Neji. Particular, Hyuga Neji's head bears the reputation of being a disciple of Gong Yi, which makes people even more fearful. Chapter 480. Raikage's Wrath. The new dawn has come. The dawn that broke Akatsuki swayed a golden light, covering every corner of the ninja continent. As Gong Yi's plan has begun to be implemented, the entire ninja continent, which has just seemed to have settled down, has once again fallen into unrest. When Gong Yi arranged for Nara Shikaku to spread Mizukage to participate in his inauguration ceremony, all the rest of the Omura had begun to be afraid. Every shadow knows about the alliance between the two villages. Now that Mizukage actually went to Konoha village to congratulate Hokage, it is not difficult to understand the meaning. Terumi chose to stand in line and chose to board the big ship of Konoha village. When this happened, everyone was heartbroken. Because they wanted to use all the villages to jointly boycott Konoha village completely shattered. With the sudden prong of Kurigakure village, a balance began to appear on both sides. Of course, when this matter has not completely passed, the Konoha village side also issued a statement. It's about the Kumogakure village. At the same time, it is also a serious condemnation of the immoral things in Kumogakure village. Through the rapid spread of news, everyone also learned the ins and outs. The reason for this is simple. The last time Sunagakure was paying for supplies to Konoha, their delivery team suffered damage. Later, after resisting and killing them, they found that all these people were ninjas from Kumogakure village. So, after Hokage's inauguration ceremony was over, they issued a statement slamming the Kumogakure village for this behavior. Well, a big black pot was held on the head of Kumogakure village by Gong Yi without mercy. If you want to start a war, you need a reasonable excuse and a reasonable fuse. Now with an assist from Onoki from Iwagakure village, he has a good reason for Gong Yi. It's a bit far-fetched, but at least most of the people in Konoha believe it. The two ninja villages themselves have hatred, especially they have been secretly fighting each other all the year round. Now that Konoha village is getting stronger and stronger, it is conceivable that Kumogakure village wants to destroy it. It is because of this that few people doubt it. On the contrary, it tickles Kiba in Kumogakure village. At the same time, Kumogakure village is also here, and he also hates the ninjas in Konoha village. Some sword slaves have begun to be domineering on both sides, and they are about to fight. Boom! Kumogakure village, inside Raikage's office, a loud noise came out. The fourth generation of Raikage, when he heard the news, the whole person was furious, and he almost completely demolished the entire office. The desk that was just now has become two halves. It can be seen that the fourth generation of Raikage hates Konoha and Gong Yi. Obviously there is nothing to do with Kumogakure village, but Gong Yi's Konoha village is just like asking for guilt. This is the fourth generation Raikage who has an explosive temper, and he can't hold back his anger. The Konoha village provoked them time and time again, and this time it's even more nonsense for no reason at all. Lord Raikage, you must be impulsive. Now maybe all of this is a trap for Konoha village. A white-haired Mabui, she stood beside Raikage and said helplessly. She really didn't expect that the battle in Sunagakure village has just ended, and Konoha village has not been honest, but the war will spread to Kumogakure village. Kumogakure village is a village that is everywhere, and all are combative. Character. Now that the Konoha village is so provoked, the people who had an unforgettable hatred in the past are about to explode. After all these years of rest, everyone feels confident in their own strength. Especially, the fourth generation Raikage. He felt that as long as he faced Gong Yi in the duel, he might have a chance to win. After all, time has passed, and I am making progress. The military power of the entire Kumogakure is also developing very well. No matter from that point, the village of Konoha and the village of Kumogakure are not afraid. It is because of this that the entire Kumogakure village is naturally moving, and it is completely unaccustomed to Konoha's provocation. The fourth generation of Raikage lost his mind. Mabui and other high-level executives are not stupid. They have seen it. The fifth generation of Hokage is obviously playing their minds. HMPH. Now this is not what our Kumogakure village did at all. I think they just want to go to war. The fourth generation Raikage heard Azabui's dissuasion, and he sat down again, biting Kiba and saying, "Now this matter, we still need to investigate." Azabuye saw that the fourth generation of Reikage gradually calmed down, and she continued, "After all, under the current situation, if we act rashly, we will only fall into the trap of Konoha village. Then what do you want to do?" The fourth generation of Reikage looked at Azabuye, and he asked with a gloomy face. "I'd suggest to endure a little longer. It's not a good time to start a war with Konoha village." Azabuye seemed to have thought about it for a long time, and she said again, "Let's make a statement first and say that Konoha village is spreading rumors for no reason, and then just keep silent. I think Konoha village will also know that it is self-indulgent, and slowly instead, we are leading us by the nose. Then do it first." The fourth generation of Reikage Cheng suppressed his anger and said to Mabuye, "I leave this matter to you." When the words fell, he left the office angrily, obviously going out to vent. For Gong Yi, the fourth generation of Reikage is unbearable. After all, the two have been secretly fighting each other for several years, and now this matter seems to be very small, but it has been magnified by him infinitely. Hey! Watching Reikage leave, Mabuye who was standing here could only shake his head and sigh softly. Blink as this thing continues to ferment. The Kumogakure village is not lightly angry, but the Iwagakure village is the opposite. Tsuchikajinoki now has a lot of smile on his face. He had no idea that his unintentional actions might cause Konoha village and Kumogakure village to go to war. Originally, he was still worried that there would be problems on his side. But now, when the Anbu members on his side sent the news back, his heart completely calmed down a lot. Hehe, fifth Hokage, you are still too young. Onoki had a sneering look on his face, looking at the document in his hand and couldn't help sneering. He now thinks that Gong Yi, in fact, has been completely carried away by power and victory. Such a simple frame can't be seen, and Onoki also gradually felt that Gong Yi was not. Maybe his power is very strong, but he can't talk about some political struggles. Onoki naturally didn't know, all this was planned by Gong Yi long ago. It's going to work, and he's still complacent, feeling that maybe all this, but it's a good time for Iwagakure village to develop vigorously. Now that Sunagakure village has fallen, if a war really breaks out between Konoha village and Kumogakure village, both sides will inevitably suffer. At that time, on the inland side, the village of Kurigakure will not be able to intervene, so the truly dominant family may become its own village of Iwagakure. When thinking of this, Onoki even wanted to start secretly adding fuel to promotion. The war between the two villages is over. Chapter 481. Create hatred. Hehe, there really isn't any reaction. Yes, Hokage-sama, it's business as usual in Kumogakure village. In Hokage's office, Kimimaro stood in front of Gong Yi and nodded. It has been several weeks since Gong Yi secretly spread the news. Originally, according to the temper of the fourth Reikage, he should have started to want to start a war without restraint. Although this matter may seem small, it is different for Konoha and Kumogakure. Single spark can start a prairie fire. Now this false accusation is like a little spark, but it can set the entire grassland on fire. However, things are not as simple as they thought, and Kumogakure village doesn't seem to want to go to war now. After all, the power they secretly accumulated has not yet been fully formed. Hehe, that's as expected. Gong Yi sat on the large chair and smiled faintly. He had already guessed before that Kumogakure village would react violently, but he would not act. Well, after all, such a thing is not enough to make Kumogakure village decide to turn against Konoha village. Even if the fourth generation of Reikage wants to start a war, the old people at the top don't think so. Once the ninja power, which has been secretly prepared for many years, is exposed, even if Konoha is defeated, it will attract the peeps from the rest of the village. And if they lose to Konoha village, the strength that Kumogakure village has managed to accumulate will also be destroyed. Put the Kumogakure village in a passive dilemma just because of this trivial matter. Then, Lord Hokage, what should we do now? Kimimaro looked at Gong Yi and asked. Continue with the plan I made earlier, to make the ninjas of Konoha village and Kumogakure village ninjas have more hatred. Gong Yi thought lightly, and continued, since the war cannot be started in an instant, then we will slowly and subtly influence the ninjas to make them hate each other. When this hatred accumulates to a certain level, it will naturally occur. Outburst. Smile, Gong Yi looked at Kimimaro and said, and now that Kurigakure village has established a mission point, I have already let Neji go there, and when the things over there are completed, we will intervene in it, and the amount of missions in Kumogakure village will definitely increase. It has an impact, and I don't believe they can still sit still. Besides, the leader of this war is us, but the starter must be the village of Kumogakure. It's not good for people who have a heart to make articles wantonly after the uncontrollable situation arises in this matter. It seems that these have been thought of for a long time. Gong Yi is not in any hurry. I understand, Hokage-sama. Kimimaro nodded and heard this. After that, he naturally understood what Gong Yi meant. Now it only needs to develop slowly and secretly, anyway. This will naturally restore the Kung Fu Konoha village. Konoha collapse, not long ago. The damage to the Konoha village is also not small. Although Gong Yi made a timely move, it was still impossible to live in Konoha village. So, now is the best time to take advantage of this short period of time to cultivate your life. The wind blows gradually. Time is fast, spring and autumn come. When the gentle breeze with warmth disappeared, it was turned into a piercing cold snap. In just a few weeks, the weather in the ninja continent has already begun to change. In the same way, the pattern of the entire ninja continent has also changed with it. This change made the villages of Sunagakure, Iwagakure and Kumogakure very unbelievable. Believable. Because the village of Kurigakure actually reached inland and started to establish mission points along the coast. Of course, everyone knows that with the limited location of the village of Kurigakure, it is very difficult to get a foothold. Moreover, because their real base camp is far away from the inland, it is impossible to succeed at all. When they hadn't comforted themselves for long, they all got bad news. Because Konoha village actually helped Kurigakure village in it, and at the same time gave them a lot of commission tasks from their own side. Konoha village is the most powerful and reputable Omura among the 5 great ninja villages, and it receives a lot of requests every day. However, because there are too many tasks, there will naturally be loss from time to time. Those that were lost naturally flowed into their hands. With the appearance of the village of Kurigakure, it is completely different. Because of the tasks that came out of Konoha village, he actually gave them all to Kurigakure village. Although the other three major villages have a lot of commission tasks, it is very uncomfortable without the fat in Konoha village. Particular, Konoha village is still authorized here, and the two are originally an alliance. Although the base camp of Kurigakure village is not here, but there is a guarantee from Konoha village, many people also choose to go to the mission point of Kurigakure village to entrust tasks. This time, with the forcible help of Konoha village, the remaining large villages suffered very heavy losses. Especially the village of Kumogakure. They found that the village of Konoha has been targeting them continuously, including the mission here, and they are constantly being obstructed by it. Although there is no evidence to show that, with the reduction in the number of missions in Japanese dramas, it is all because of Kurigakure village and Konoha village. Because of the several seaside mission points in Kurigakure village, the construction location is far from their land of thunder. Not far from the border. Friction has intensified, and now the ninjas of Konoha village have a very big opinion on the ninjas of Kumogakure village. And the ninjas from Kumogakure village did the same to Konoha village. With Kimimaro constantly intervening in the dark, neither of the two will feel good about going there. But now Gong Yi naturally didn't care. The entire Konoha village has now been continuously reformed by Gong Yi. Using the resources sent by Sunagakure village, the overall strength of Konoha village has begun to rise to a higher level. And because of the transactions in Kurigakure village, the funds of the entire village are much more abundant. Now, he continues to aggressively adopt war orphans to fill the ninja power of Konoha village. Although the strength of such grassroots ninjas is not high, it also symbolizes the absolute power of a village. Although Konoha is very rich now, under such changes as Gongyi, he will soon be used up. Various towering buildings have appeared in a short period of time, and the surrounding defensive walls are also stronger. At the same time, the number of personnel is also increasing, and the ninja's power reserve is showing a linear upward trend. The entire Konoha village, in Gongyi's hands, is no longer the same as before. Now that it's this time, all the Konoha village executives have shut up. Because they saw the village of Konoha, there was prosperity like never before. It's still 5 watch today, the weather is getting colder, everyone pay attention to adding clothes, don't catch a cold. Filu reminds you. 3 things to read, collection, push the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 Novel Network and LT. Collection. Please keep this paragraph, otherwise you will be banned from collecting IP. Chapter 482. A major decision. Konoha village, inside the Hokage office. There was a loud knock on the door. Enter. Lord Hokage, you are looking for me. Gongyi raised his head and looked at Nara Shikaku, who pushed the door in front of him. Well, go and inform the rest of the senior management that I have a meeting that needs to be held. Nodding, Gongyi said lightly. Is something wrong? Nara Shikaku's expression became tense. Now the situation in Konoha village, he is naturally clear. During Gongyi's short tenure at Hokage, Konoha's steps were a little too big. And because of the Kurigakure thing, he completely offended all the ninja villages in the inland. Even some small villages are not having a good time. Of course, Nara Shikaku and Gongyi said these things, but they were completely ignored. Fortunately, everything is thriving at the moment, Konoha is getting better and better, and no one dares to come to trouble. Today, after hearing that Gongyi wanted to hold a high-level meeting, Nara Shikaku couldn't help worrying that there was something wrong with Konoha village. Haha, Shikaku-sensei, you think too much. Gongyi looked at Nara Shikaku's appearance, he shook his head and smiled and said, Konoha village has reformed a lot this time, and I naturally have plans for the next step, but this needs to be notified to everyone. After all, this is not a small matter. Well, Nara Shikaku's face froze, and he thought a lot in his mind. Now the Konoha village is being developed in an orderly manner by Gongyi, and many things are gradually improving, and not long after, Gongyi actually said that he still has ideas, although he really wanted to ask, but Nara Shikaku still held back. Gongyi wanted to hold a meeting, naturally because of this. Instead of wasting time, I might as well do it now. Just get ready. Gongyi doesn't. Hey, nonsense, Nara Shikaku knows it well after so long. Soon, Nara Shikaku came back to his senses and nodded, I'll do it now. Well, let's go. Gongyi didn't have much expression on his face, he just replied lightly. Today, Gongyi is ready to implement a major decision. In fact, he had already thought about it before. Now that he sees that the time is ripe, he also begins to prepare for the official launch. Plan is very simple, that is, now he is ready to hand over a lot of low-level ninjutsu of the master in his own name, thereby fully strengthening the Konoha village shinobi. Of course, this plan seems to be normal, but for these ninjas are crazy. Because don't look at some low-level ninjutsu, these ninjutsu are often masters in the hands of limited people. Basically ordinary genin chunin, their master's ninjutsu is only 2 or 3 kinds, which is very good. Therefore, most of their battles are not ninjutsu duels, but rely on the throwing of ninja tools. That's why there is a big gap between ninjas and ninjas. Generally speaking, ninjas with resources and ninjas from large families are superior to ordinary ninjas from birth. All kinds of family secrets, as well as all kinds of ninjutsu books, they can check it out. But ordinary ninjas are very limited and completely unable to obtain these things. Therefore, although some people are talented, it is a pity that they are slowly lagging behind because of the issue of identity. That is the case, most people only have the fate of becoming cannon fodder. Same is true of Gong Yi at the beginning, he was an orphan without any identity background. Well, if I didn't rely on my hard work and calculation, I don't know where I would have died now. It is estimated that even the corpse would have been dried and turned into ashes. But because of this, Gong Yi's plan completely cut off the superiority of some people. Therefore, it is estimated that there will be many people who will deny their own idea. After all, in such a situation, a balance will be broken. But Gong Yi doesn't care so much, this meeting is just a passing scene. Then asking for their opinions, Gong Yi is just informing them. Improve the strength of the entire Konoha village afterward and help him unify the ninja world. Gong Yi wants to use this change to completely gather the hearts of all Konoha village ninjas. Especially those civilian ninjas, who are now receiving such favors as themselves. They will naturally work harder to be loyal to themselves. At present, it seems that some benefits are lost, but in fact, in the long run, this is a very worthwhile investment thing. Well, it's not just for long-term consideration. Now that Gong Yi can smell it, the Kumogakure side can't help it. Vehemently condemning the Konoha village before, had begun to slowly become silent. It was like the calm before the storm, and now the village of Kumogakure is clearly a volcano about to erupt. There are a lot of ninjas in Kumogakure village. Although he has made drastic reforms to increase the power of ninjas, most of them are children who need to grow up. Most of the ninja powers that can be used now are almost the same as when Sarutobi Hiruzen was there. This way, in order to ensure less losses, Gong Yi wants to fully enhance the power of the ninja. Then cast these. The effect of low-level ninjutsu is even greater. Although I can't use but two ordinary ninjas duel, it is very likely that they will die on the spot because of a gap in ninjutsu. Now Gong Yi didn't come up with these things in a hurry. He naturally also thought of things in Kumogakure village. Using qualitative change to suppress quantity, this is the most perfect solution Gong Yi can think of. Of course, Gong Yi's main purpose this time is to weaken the Kumogakure village in disguise and destroy the power they secretly accumulated, so it is not really to destroy the Kumogakure village. The real battle is at the back, but it is far from the small fights in this early stage. Soon, as Gong Yi's side notified Nara Shikaku, his efficiency was very high. The second floor of the administrative building, a large conference room, was filled with people at the moment. At a glance, all of them are the core high-rises of Konoha village. Basically the heads of every family were there, along with the defunct Hokage advisors Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado. Because of being called over suddenly, everyone is whispering now. No one knows why Gong Yi suddenly started the meeting and called them over. Even if I asked Nara Shikaku, the military advisor beside Hokage, he shook his head and said he didn't know. Hearing such an answer, everyone had no choice but to give up, and all sat here quietly waiting for Gong Yi. The current Konoha village has changed a lot, and everyone benefits a lot from Gong Yi. So now, despite some abruptness, no one has shown any unhappiness. Crunch. At this time, while they were still thinking, Gong Yi pushed the door and walked in. Chapter 483. Power and Rights. I called everyone over today, nothing special. After Gong Yi walked in, he slowly sat at the top of the conference table and said, I just want to announce the plan that I am about to decide. The plan to be decided soon. Any plans? The surrounding Konoha executives, when they heard Gong Yi finish saying this, all looked confused. They are in the same mood as Nara Shikaku just now. No one knows, under the current situation, what plans can this fifth generation Hokage have. At present, various buildings in the village are constantly being built, and the surrounding defensive high walls have also been strengthened. And the entire ninja power is also being reserved in an orderly manner, and the development of Konoha village has been very comprehensive. I'm going to send out a lot of low-level ninjutsu that the master has in hand, in order to strengthen the ninja power of the entire Konoha village. Gong Yi didn't talk nonsense. After slowly taking down the Hokage hat on his head, he looked at the crowd and said, "All." When Gong Yi finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent, and everyone immediately silent. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. Whether it's Nara Shikaku, Kaharu Udatane, and others fully openly hand over the low-level ninjutsu in the master's hands, no one has even thought about it at all. Although low-level ninjutsu is not precious, it is also a resource for every high-level person. They master these limited resources, naturally, also to suppress the lower-level ninjas. But Gong Yi's current practice has undoubtedly broken this balance. Once those grassroots ninjas have learned these ninjutsu, they have indeed strengthened themselves, but they are also more threatening to them. The ninja world is like this, it seems peaceful, and all are prosperous. But this is only the surface. In fact, the truth is often not so beautiful. Everyone has selfish thoughts too, especially for guys with high power like them. If you want to sit here safely, you need to constantly oppress people below them. Only then can their rights be protected. Just like these low-level ninjutsu, although they can't use it, they would rather rot in their stomachs than release them. They are just afraid that once some balance is lost, something bad will happen. Were caused by the lack of ninjutsu learning, they also felt that it was nothing. After all, the entire ninja continent is like this, and they are tacitly aware of each other. Today Gong Yi wants to reveal these ninjutsu to the public. It is undoubtedly a very important matter. 5 generations, is this something wrong? Kaharu Udatane was in disbelief. She looked at Gong Yi and spoke first. Public these low-level ninjutsu, although it can enhance the strength of the ninja. Homura Mitokado pondered, but also echoed, but no one has ever tried to implement such an attempt, and it may be a little troublesome. Yes, Lord Hokage, I think this matter is a bit abrupt, so let's reconsider it. Here, once again, a core executive of Konoha village said. Lord Hokage, although this low-level ninjutsu is very useful for some civilian ninjas, once it is made public, I don't think it's a good thing. The rest nodded, all feeling that Gong Yi's plan was inappropriate. He. Seeing the people sitting on both sides in front of him, Gong Yi's face wrong smiled. Sure enough, he could have guessed the scene now. Everyone is naturally at ease in the prosperous Konoha village. To make such a thing public if he didn't have ambitions like himself and wanted to use the Konoha village to unify the ninja world. These low-level ninjutsu masters are in their hands, not just ninjutsu, but rights. He abandoned all their rights and interests, so how could anyone agree to it? However, Gong Yi is naturally unable to wait for their willing consent for the future plan. Suppressing his thoughts, Gong Yi said slowly, to hand over these ninjutsu, of course, is not all, but only what I have mastered. I will not forcibly collect the ninjutsu of your respective families and individuals, and then make them public. Go out. Well, now that the situation in Kumogakure village, I think you should have some news. Knocking on the table, Gong Yi didn't. When someone spoke, he continued, the 4th generation of Reikage has secretly reserved military forces for a long time, and my Konoha village is growing so fast now, and it is about to open a gap with them. I think they're not really going to let it go. After these days of Anbu investigations, I think there's a good chance they will go to war with Konoha. Although I'm not afraid of them, in terms of the overall number of ninjas, we are not as good as Kumogakure village. Saying that, Gong Yi face sternly said, so as long as you don't want Konoha village to be defeated by Kumogakure village, the strengthening of ninjas in the village is essential now. Crowd heard the words, they did not refute. Hearing Gong Yi's words, although some of them were unhappy in their hearts, they were all weighed down in their hearts. No stupid guy who can sit in this position. While Gong Yi was remodeling Konoha here, they kept sending people outside to find out. Basically what Gong Yi is talking about now, everyone has thought about it. Indeed it is. The village of Kumogakure has already begun to move. I believe that they are belligerents, and it is absolutely impossible to watch Konoha pull them down. Although I have Gong Yi on my side, the ninja power in the village must also be strengthened. Otherwise, Gong Yi alone might be able to suppress Kumogakure village. After that, if Kumogakure village joins other villages, Konoha village will be much more dangerous. Therefore, strengthening the power of ninjas may be the most direct way to protect Konoha village. Long as the quality has changed, it may be a lot easier in the face of quantity. Especially with the existence of Gong Yi and these old guys, Konoha village will hardly be threatened. Well, just thinking about it like this, it seems that Gong Yi's opinion is a very good choice. As a layer of insurance in advance for the problems that may arise in the future. Soon, when some people started to nod, there was no objection from the rest. They actually know that now that Gong Yi has decided, they probably don't have the right to speak out. It's just a simple cutscene for Gong Yi, they know that. Chapter 484. Ninja Library. No. PFF'd, in a dark room, Orochimaru looked at the corpse under the bed with a grim expression on his face. Breathing heavily, he was in pain, completely ignoring the gorilla Yuhi's blood splattering on his sheets. His hands still shrugged in front of him, unable to be as free as before. Crunch. At this time, the door in front of Orochimaru was opened with this scream. Coming in from outside illuminated the darkened room around. Hey, it looks like I have to clean the room again. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru helplessly, shrugged and said, Lord Orochimaru, you still have to keep taking medicine. Stop talking. Orochimaru's hoarse voice came out, and he raised his head to look at Kabuto. Such comforting medicine has no effect on me at all. Cough, this is a medicine I specially prepared, maybe it will relieve your pain. Kabuto pushed the round-framed eyes on his face, and he opened his mouth in confusion, but Orochimaru-sama, your hands are already like this, and it is unbelievable that your hands are still so painful. It's Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's the cursed scar he left behind before his death. Orochimaru bit Kiba with a gloomy face, and his hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen reached its peak. These. Don't talk nonsense, did you find that guy Tsunade? Oh, just now, I wanted to come and tell you about this. Kabuto nodded and said slowly, I heard that Tsunade-sama, she is in a place called Tansoji. Short Book Street. When Orochimaru heard this, a grim smile slowly appeared on his hideous face. Just find her. But the other party is also Sanin like you, Orochimaru-sama. She may not agree to your request. After all, something bad happened before. There was a hint of worry on Kabuto's face, and it was clear that things weren't going well. Hehe, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Lord Orochimaru, I think you still need to pay attention. Seeing Orochimaru's indifferent look, Kabuto said with a worried look. After all, her relationship with Lord Gong Yi is probably not shallow. If we are so rash, will we be killed? Kabuto did a lot of research on Gong Yi and Tsunade's information. If Orochimaru is going to be bad for Tsunade this time, the two of them are likely to be targeted by Gong Yi. By that man is not a good feeling. Kabuto especially recalled in his mind the previous scenes of encountering Gong Yi, and he felt shivering. You are telling me what to do. Or, you want to arrange the next thing for me. Orochimaru sat on the bed, his whole person was gloomy and terrible, and his hoarse voice echoed around the room at this moment, making people very uncomfortable. Quote. Seeing Orochimaru a little displeased, Kabuto stood there and didn't speak any further. As if used to Orochimaru's moodiness, Kabuto didn't mind. You do it now. To arrange. Moment of silence, Orochimaru looked up at Kabuto and continued, I need to see her as soon as possible. I see, Orochimaru-sama. Bending slightly, Kabuto did not refute anything, but immediately turn around and leave. Konoha Village, Ninja School. At this moment, Gangyi is sitting in the principal's office. In front of him stood several elite ninja teachers. Of the ninja schools in the past generations were all held by Hokage. So now that it is Gangyi's turn, he will naturally be in charge of this place as well. Nuota's table is full of scrolls. The records in it are all low-level ninjutsu earned by Gangyi. Of course, there are only some very ordinary Doden, Earth Style, Suiten, Water Style, Kaden, Fire Style, and so on. Elementary ninjutsu. Although Gangyi wants to increase the strength of the ninja, it is right to win the hearts of the army. But he is not stupid. Some obscure things, naturally it is impossible to really hand them over. But in fact, these alone, it is enough to be crazy. Several elite ninja teachers standing in front of him felt a deep shock in their hearts. Because despite them, the master's ninjutsu skills are far from that many. Now Gangyi's substantial reforms have benefited all the middle and low-level ninjas in Konoha Village. What I want to say is basically these. Looking at the elite ninja teachers in front of him, Gangyi said slowly. Not long ago, he had informed them of his thoughts. From today onwards, the low-level ninjutsu that I distribute can officially begin to be fully popularized. And those ninjas who have graduated normally, Gangyi naturally has another idea. Build a ninja library. And in this ninja library, there are also all the ninjutsu scrolls that I handed over. Of course, there is one more condition now. If you want to check and learn these ninjutsu, naturally there are some requirements. It's good that Gangyi wants to strengthen the ninja, but he doesn't want to teach traitors. So there are some requirements, which are also necessary. Understand Hokage-sama, you can rest assured. Several elite ninja teachers standing here nodded and responded. Well, as for the ninja library, I will make other arrangements. When the time comes, Uruka, I will tell you something. Gangyi nodded and stood up. Uruka's expression froze when he heard Gangyi finish. Obviously did not expect that he would be entrusted by Gangyi to do something. Okay, I will inform you when the time comes. Walking to Uruka, Gangyi patted his shoulder and left. Well, this time as the curator, Gangyi wants to choose Uruka. Although he is only a chunin, his strength is far inferior to the others. But he is very suitable for education. After all, he never favors any student. Well, if I didn't exist now, Naruto would be led by Uruka. Of Naruto in the original book can be attributed to Uruka. He was also one of the first Naruto guides. After all, Uruka, who knows how to teach students according to their aptitude, always encourages and guides rebellious students. Well, this is an important aspect of education. I have to say that he is a very good teacher. Gangyi believes that with his experience in management education, it is a good choice to be the curator. If you gradually change him over time, you can also leave the ninja school here to him. After all, I've been staring at this now, and Gangyi doesn't have much energy. Chapter 485. Encounter of an Old Friend. 2nd. Short Book Street. The country where it is located is a very remote location. Looking from a distance at this moment, it can be clearly seen that it is built in the basin like a big bowl. It is estimated that if there is a flood here, the whole country will be filled up. At this moment, Jiraiya has taken Naruto and strolled here. The two have traveled a long way and experienced a lot of things. The only difference is that now Jiraiya is not teaching Naruto Rasengan. After all, Rasengan was invented by Gangyi. Even the 4th generation of Hokage Namikaze Minato, he and Gangyi took the initiative to open up and want to learn. Well, now if I want to say that the one handed over to Naruto Rasengan can only be Gangyi. Lord Jiraiya, where are we going? Naruto was carrying a backpack and a popsicle in his hand, and he was a little bored. This was completely different from the experience he had imagined, and nothing thrilling happened. I'll take you to meet an old friend of Gongyi and me. Jiraiya also had a popsicle in his mouth. He smiled and said, "Long time no see, Orochimaru. Come to me now, what's the matter?" It won't be simply wanting to catch up. Just as Naruto and Jiraiya had just arrived here, Orochimaru and Tsunade met. I saw that Tsunade's appearance at the moment has not changed, and his proud and attractive figure is still expected. But now, she didn't feel so happy because she met her old friend. Shizune, who was beside him, was even more tense, making a gesture that he would attack at any time. Hehe, reminiscing about the old is only one aspect. Orochimaru smiled coldly, and he looked at Tsunade and said, "Actually, I really have something to do, and I want to ask you." The heartbeat is disordered, and judging from his face, he has a high fever and has been in a state of exhaustion. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru quietly, and murmured to himself, especially the pair of hands wrapped in straps. You have seen Tsunade-sama, and now Orochimaru-sama's situation, you can only need your help. Standing beside Orochimaru, Kabuto said lightly, after all, there shouldn't be anyone who can heal Orochimaru-sama's hands. Is it? Tsunade's face was expressionless. She smiled sarcastically and said, I'm afraid Gongyi's medical ninjutsu skills have already surpassed mine, so I'm not as amazing as you said. Also, Tsunade doesn't wait. Kabuto speaks to Orochimaru, her face turns cold. You don't think naively, I'll pretend I don't know anything and go and heal you the hands that killed Sarutobi, sensei. Well, the whole thing before Konoha village has been widely spread, and even though he is in this small and remote country, Tsunade still knows Akatsuki. Even Gongyi has successfully sat in the 5th generation position, Tsunade has also heard. In recent years, Gongyi has been in the limelight, whether it is Konoha village or people in every street and alley are talking about it. Although Tsunade has not returned to Konoha village, there are some things she knows. Hehe, then you mean it to me. Orochimaru, who had been standing there in silence, had a sneer on his face. As if he could have guessed it long ago, he said lightly again, if this is the case, then Tsunade, I will always have a way to get you to agree. What do you mean? Shizune dodged in front of Tsunade at this time, wanting to do it right away. Hands left Orochimaru. She could make a move, Orochimaru and Kabuto immediately disappeared. This bastard. Shizune bit Kiba and cursed, obviously a little angry. Okay Shizune, let's go back and talk about it. Tsunade patted Shizune on the shoulder, and as she walked away, she slowly muttered to herself, I am afraid there will be no more peaceful days to come. At the same time, outside Konoha village, inside the palace. Day is dazzling, and the night always makes people feel that it is coming quickly, and the surroundings have returned to peace. Around the entire Nuota's house, except for the sound of cicadas, there was no longer any noise. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya and Naruto are about to meet Tsunade-sama. Yamato wearing Anbu uniform, he came to Gongyi and said quietly. Well, have they arrived? That's right. Nodding his head, Yamato continued, and I also found Orochimaru and Kabuto. I guess I want Tsunade-sama to heal their hands for them. Hehe, it seems that everything is as expected. Gongyi smiled with no expression on his face. Jiraiya and Naruto find Tsunade, Orochimaru and Kabuto also find Tsunade. These things, Gongyi knew long ago. He has the ability of a prophet, and these things that haven't changed, he knows Akatsuki. So when Yamato finished saying this, Gongyi was not surprised. Contrary, now he is not worried about this matter, but is preparing to focus all his energy on Kumogakure village in the next step. After thinking for a while, Gongyi looked at Yamato and said slowly, you can continue to monitor them secretly, otherwise you don't have to interfere. Yes. Seeing Yamato leave, Gongyi didn't think much about it. Tsunade has Naruto's mouth, and should come back. And with Jiraiya there, Gongyi has no worries about Tsunade's safety. Furthermore, when Naruto and Tsunade return, Akatsuki's side should have already started. So, Kumogakure village can't be delayed here. I must be ahead of the masked man Obito and complete the plan of the small Ten Tails man Jinchuriki, column force in advance. After all, there is not much time left for me now. The village of Kumogakure is being oppressed miserably by themselves at the moment, and I believe they can't stand it anymore. So what they need next is to finally give them an excuse to start the war. Thinking of this, Gong Yi immediately. Use the psychic snake, immediately. Message to Kimimaro. Teacher Gong Yi, you are looking for me. Didn't take long, when he saw Gong Yi's psychic snake, Kimimaro immediately. Come. In private, Gong Yi naturally did not ask Kimimaro to always refer to himself as Lord Hokage. One is that he feels a little awkward, and the other is that Kimimaro is not an outsider. On the contrary, he is more comfortable with the title of Teacher Gong Yi. How are things in Kumogakure village now? Looking at Kimimaro, Gong Yi nodded and asked. It's still the same, they're probably still, patience. Kimimaro shrugged and responded somewhat helplessly. It's running out of time, it looks like we need to change the plan. Gong Yi did not look disappointed, but thought about it for a while. Chapter 486. The Era of National Development, Third More. Changed plan Teacher Gong Yi you mean? Kimimaro was a little puzzled, looked at Gong Yi and asked. The spy I planted in Kumogakure village seems to be able to come in handy. Gong Yi thought lightly, as if he had already made up his mind and continued. If we don't want to delay this war, it seems that we need to pay some more. Teacher Gong Yi, what do I need to do? Seeing that Gong Yi had a solution, Kimimaro didn't ask anything at all. It's very simple, without the price of blood, I don't think Kumogakure will make up their minds. The old guys in the cabinet are very good at bearing humiliation. I think the fourth generation of Raikage has been suppressed by them. Gong Yi smiled and said lightly, then this time, I will let them make up their minds completely. You stop all the tasks at hand now, and I will arrange for the spies of Kumogakure village to cooperate with your next affairs. Soon, Gong Yi had made up his mind and didn't want to delay any longer. After all, now that I am here, I don't have much time to waste with Kumogakure village. This time Gong Yi's main goal is only the second and second tails. Of course, it is also a disguise to weaken the power of Kumogakure village. The end, all of this is also a preparation for the unification of the ninja world continent in the future. Well, basically the time is almost up, and I can start implementing it myself. Short Book Street, Izakaya. At this moment Tsunade's face is a little bit like Yuhi, he is sitting here drinking suffocating wine. Shizune stayed by the side quietly, looking at Tsunade helplessly. I said Tsunade-sama, don't drink anymore. The one crawling on the table. The pink pig also seemed a little speechless. I saw that it was still wearing a Yuhi-colored dress with a string of white pearl necklaces around its neck. The overall feeling is a bit funny, but Tsunade and Shizune seem to be used to it. As Tsunade's pet, it was dressed up like this, and it seemed no surprise to those who knew her well. Tsunade, you are indeed here. Just walking into the izakaya, Jiraiya pointed at Tsunade immediately. Surprised. This is the one who taught Uncle Gong Yi ninjutsu once. Although Naruto didn't know Tsunade, he probably knew Akatsuki after the occasional reveal through Jiraiya. Even Naruto knew that the woman in front of him, the hot body, should have a very unusual relationship with his Uncle Gong Yi. At least in Jiraiya, Naruto can clearly feel it. Jiraiya, why are you here? Tsunade saw that Jiraiya also suddenly appeared. Today is really a wave after wave of acquaintances. Of course there is something for you. With Naruto sat her. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with a smile on her face. Gong Yi has become the 5th Hokage, you know that. Have you become the 5th Hokage? When she heard Jiraiya mention Gong Yi, Tsunade stopped the wine in her hand, and her face showed a complex look. I know, everyone in the entire ninja continent should know it. Saying that, Tsunade threw the wine in his hand and smiled. He is very good, and he is indeed a guy who can inherit Sarutobi, Sensei's will. That's for sure. Tsunade's voice just fell, and there was no waiting. Jiraiya spoke, and Naruto immediately interrupted her. Seeing that the current Naruto still had two small fish in his mouth, he vaguely said with a somewhat excited expression, Uncle Gongyi is the greatest ninja in Konoha village. The greatest ninja. Tsunade looked at Naruto. She shook her head and cursed. This stinky brat. How about it? The position of the director of the ninja hospital is now vacant, and the two advisors told me to find you to take over. Here Jiraiya just calmed down the excited Naruto. He asked Tsunade, after all, you should already know about Gongyi, so he doesn't have time to care about it. Ninja hospital. Tsunade shrugged and said indifferently, forget it, I don't want to go back yet. Indeed, the current Tsunade really doesn't want to go back. Especially when she felt that she didn't even know how to face Gongyi. Although it has been so long, when Tsunade thinks about it, he still doesn't know how to describe it. Hey, aren't you a ninja from Konoha village? Naruto saw Tsunade's seemingly irrelevant appearance, and he continued, Uncle Gongyi is working hard for Konoha village, but you are here to relax. It's really unacceptable. Naruto suddenly stepped on the table with one foot, and he glared at Tsunade immediately. Tukao. Because Naruto, you give me enough time. Jiraiya saw that the eyes of the people around him had gathered, and he grabbed Naruto's collar immediately. I want to pull him off. This guy Gongyi is really popular. Tsunade saw Naruto being so unreasonable, and she didn't get angry at all. The contrary, the whole person's face is full of smiles. She is really happy that Gongyi can achieve such an achievement. After all, being able to sit in the Hokage seat is the lifelong dream of every Konoha ninja. Time is fast. Just as Jiraiya takes Naruto, still, and Tsunade to spend here, a major change has ushered in the village of Konoha. Gongyi handed over all of his master's low-level ninjutsu to the ninja school after saving some. And also additionally funded the establishment of a ninja library. Can be used for ninjas who have graduated to learn these ninjutsu. When this story spread, Gongyi's popularity among ninjas had reached its peak. In the history of Konoha village, no one has ever received such love and support. They all think that Gongyi is a Hokage from a commoner, and now such a generous donation is undoubtedly a welfare for everyone. The high-level elite ninjas in Konoha village are still a minority, basically 90% are grassroots ninjas. When this news was deliberately promoted by Gongyi, his voice was already very high. Every ninja in Konoha village has regarded Gongyi as a god to save them. After all, there are more and more tasks and the mortality rate is getting higher and higher. If you can learn one more ninjutsu, you may be able to survive the difficult task. Gongyi doing this will undoubtedly strengthen their strength and ensure everyone's survival rate. Therefore, although Gongyi seems to have lost a lot of low-level ninjutsu this time, he has indeed gained more than these. At this moment, after Konoha village has officially entered the national development, Kumogakure village is not in a better place. Chapter 487. Both sides suffer. The fact that Kumogakure village was able to keep calm this time was completely unexpected to Gongyi. So in order to speed up the progress of the war, he naturally needs to change his plan. The wind blows gently. Although it has entered the season of cold winter, the sun hanging in the sky is still warm, and people do not feel that the cold wind is too biting. Swish, swish, swish. Several ninjas from Konoha village dashed through the jungle quickly. They were carrying out their tasks in the village, and everyone looked around nervously. At present, it seems that the ninja world has entered an era of peace, but dangerous situations may still occur at any time, so no one dares to take it lightly. Okay, just take a break, we're on our way. At this time, after traveling for a while, Konoha Jonin, who was in the lead, stopped and spoke. At the same time, while they were resting, one side was in the dark. Kimimaro is hiding here at the moment, wearing a patterned mask on his face and not wearing Anbu's clothes. He is now staring at the small group of Konoha village ninjas in front of him, as if waiting for something. Boom! Enemy attack, defend quickly. In a short while, there was a huge explosion in front of him. I saw countless shuriken tied with detonating talismans, rushing towards them as if the sky was raining down. Two of them, Konoha Jonin, reacted very quickly, and immediately left the place using the telekinesis technique. However, several genins with poor strength were drowned in the ocean of explosions with panic on their faces. Damn Konoha village ninja, go to hell. With a burst of anger, a ninja in the uniform of Kumogakure village appeared. He held a long sword condensed by lightning in his hand, and now stared fiercely at Konoha Jonin in front of him. Next second, no wait, the two reacted, and now there are several Kumogakure village ninjas around again. A whole squadron, each of them has the strength of Jonin and Chunin. Obviously, this team of ninjas is also very elite in Kumogakure village now. Haha, it seems that these guys were really brought out. Kimimaro hid in the dark and couldn't help sneering. Long before, he had communicated with Gong Yi's spy in Kumogakure village. This time, in order to speed up the progress, Gong Yi had to resort to such a tactic. Now he is to make the ninjas of the two villages die, and then use this as an excuse to oppress the village of Kumogakure, so as to achieve the effect of angering him. Well, the Kumogakure village is very sensitive at this moment, and will definitely fight, and will never endure it any longer. Damn, those guys from Kumogakure village. Two Konoha Jonins pulled out the ninja swords behind their backs, leaning back against each other and yelling angrily. This is a no-man junction between the land of fire and the land of fire, so the location is very sensitive. And because of this situation, if they were killed, they might not know who did it. Captain, get out of here now, go back to the village and report to Lord Hokage. This Jonin from Konoha village looked at another old Jonin and said, the guys from Kumogakure village, it seems that they can't bear it anymore and want to start a war with our Konoha village. With the character of Lord Hokage, now that I know this, I will never let it go. Don't talk nonsense, you should get out of here first. The old Jonin immediately threw the ninja sword in his hand, and immediately both hands hand seal. Doden Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. A Doden Earth-style Dragon buzzed, immediately appeared in front of the eyes, and then killed the nearest Kumogakure village ninja. There are only two Konoha village Jonin in this district. The Kumogakure team here, his face showed a hint of confusion. This is completely different from the previous information. Captain, what are you talking about? I think it's better to kill them first. Another Kumogakure Jonin, biting Kiba, clearly has a grudge against Konoha village ninjas. They've been aggressive and really thought we, Kumogakure village, were afraid of them. Yes, then kill them first. Speaking of which, several of them nodded in agreement. Konoha village and Kumogakure village fought in secret, but no human life has been reported. Now that he has been killed, naturally he can no longer leave alive. Thinking of this, the ninjas around Kumogakure village immediately run towards them. Go. This time, Konoha's old Jonin immediately drinking loudly, then he has rushed over. The young Jonin bit Kiba with only an unwilling expression on his face. Dodge away. However, the situation had already developed, and half of the Kumogakure village ninjas had already chased after him. Everyone knows that if this Konoha Jonin is allowed to leave now and successfully escape back to Konoha village, then there will be a lot of trouble. With their Hokage methods, it will definitely not be easy. Futon Wind Style Slashing Blade. Kaden Fire Style Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. However, just as they were still chasing, several ninjutsu techniques suddenly appeared around them. Oops. It's Anbu from Konoha. Konoha Anbu members of the entire team standing in the surrounding trees, the expressions of several Kumogakure ninjas changed greatly. Not long ago, when these Konoha Anbu were on a mission, they discovered the battle here, so they came to support. Well, everything is arranged by Gong Yi, and everything is going on in an orderly manner. Just a few moments, the Anbu ninjas here have eliminated half of the Kumogakure village ninjas. The escaped Konoha Jonin was also very lucky to be rescued. But on the other hand, the rest of the Kumogakure village ninjas, after the old Jonin had been dealt with, were all immediately turn around and go. They did not go to a stalemate, but chose to leave. After all, Konoha's Anbu strength is unpredictable now, and fighting recklessly here will only cause more casualties. However, each of them is also at the bottom of their hearts, and they secretly say that they may be finished. Because of them, it is very likely that it will become the fuse that ignites the war between the two villages. Didn't take long, and the whole battle only took a while, and it was completely over. The end, both sides lost, and neither side gained any advantage. Of course, this time, after all, it was the Kumogakure village ninjas who took the lead, so naturally it was them who were at fault. It looks like it's finally all right now. Seeing the end of the situation in front of him, Kimimaro secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole person immediately flashed away. So far, it has reached this stage, so just wait for Gong Yi's next arrangement. Kumogakure village has already killed the ninjas of Konoha village, Gong Yi will let it go. And because of this incident, Konoha village's hatred towards Kumogakure village is expected to explode as well. Gong Yi just needs to be guided. The last line of defense in Kumogakure village is stimulated to collapse, and the war will come naturally. Chapter 488. Kumogakure declares war. Kumogakure village, Reikage office. Why did you kill the Konoha village ninja? Stupid. Really stupid. Mabuyi, who was standing beside Reikage of the fourth generation, drank with a bad expression on her face. Obviously, when she knew what had just happened, some felt that something was wrong. Humph. What is there to fear? But before the Kumogakure Jonin could speak, the fourth generation Reikage said angrily, now that they have killed so many of our elite ninjas with Konoha, I have to settle the account with him, and we have an excuse to officially start a war. Reikage, but enough. We have endured too long. The fourth generation Reikage interrupted Azubui's words and continued, although the ninja power reserve is incomplete now, we don't need to be afraid of Konoha village at all. Besides, Konoha's fifth Hokage is powerful, but Niyugito and I can restrain him. It's been a long time since I've practiced, maybe I won't be able to fight him. An air of belligerence all over his body, the fourth generation Reikage bit Kiba and said, and don't forget, we still have tens of thousands of ninja powers, even if we use crowd tactics, we are still not afraid of him. The fourth generation of Reikage seemed to have already thought about it. He looked at Mabuyi and ordered, let's convene a meeting now, and let's jointly discuss the next thing to do. I don't believe that the fifth generation of Hokage will really give up. At the same time, when the Kumogakure village got the news, the Konoha village was also very excited. After Anbu returned with the surviving Jonin, it was known to everyone in Konoha village. Everyone is completely angry. The ninjas of Kumogakure village have been playing with them recently, and it is enough to be upset. Now that new hatred and old hatred are killing people, they finally can't bear it anymore. There was a whole team of ninjas, and in the end, there was only one person left. The culprit of all this, of course, is Kumogakure village. When Gong Yi quietly spread the news, the hatred of the ninjas in Konoha village towards Kumogakure village reached its peak. Inside Hokage's office, Gong Yi sat on a large chair. He was looking at Kimimaro in front of him. Have all the news been sent? It's all right, Lord Hokage. Kimimaro nodded and responded to him. But immediately, he also had a worried expression on his face, and he hesitated, but Lord Hokage, is there really no problem with all this? Do you need me to arrange it? It doesn't matter, for the sake of future interests, these early small sacrifices are also necessary. Gong Yi stood up. He looked back out the window. The village of Konoha had become more prosperous. The wide street before has become bigger. The buildings around the main road are getting higher, and everything is prosperous. Of course, Gong Yi is not satisfied with all this, because his ambition is not here. The plan here has been very successful today, so if nothing else happens, Kumogakure will definitely declare war on himself. Just now, he has issued an entire statement, all aimed at Kumogakure. Although it is very obscure, it is obvious inside and outside the words. Gong Yi's meaning is very straightforward. Since you Kumogakure village had no reason to kill the ninjas of my Konoha village in peacetime, then we will definitely not suffer. Not only will we also kill your Kumogakure village ninjas, but also ask Kumogakure village to compensate and apologize. If you are unwilling, then use your current prestige to continue to cut off your tasks and continue to oppress you. Financial ties. In just a few days, Gong Yi's actions made all the Konoha village ninjas applaud. Through the accumulation of hatred for a long time, Gong Yi's behavior not only did not cause disgust, but made every ninja in Konoha village proud. They feel that their Hokage is really fulfilling its original promise and protecting everyone. With this man who can suppress the ninja world as a backer, the ninjas of Konoha village naturally have no fear at all, but intensified. Although lords like Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, and Nara Shikaku felt inappropriate here, Gong Yi ignored them. Everything is under their control, and it is naturally not their turn to intervene in this matter. A few days after the event fermented, the meeting room of Kumogakure village. Bang! A muffled sound appeared, and the fourth-generation Reikage sat in the first place with a gloomy expression. Our mission is now severely reduced because of the Konoha village. In just 1 month, the internal losses of Kumogakure village are huge. The fourth-generation Reikage sat on the top and looked at the people on both sides, and continued to shout. Especially a few days ago, the Konoha village has issued a statement that the ninjas of their Konoha village have been colliding with our ninjas, and now there are countless deaths. They still want compensation and apology now. Do you think Kumogakure village still needs to endure? His fists, the fourth-generation Reikage has thought of countless possibilities these days. But without exception, it's totally useless to the Konoha village that Gong Yi now controls. Only when they take the initiative to fight can they solve everything. Humph. I don't care now. What will happen next? I have decided to declare war on Konoha village now. I want them to know that today's Kumogakure village is not what they imagined it to be. The fourth generation of Reikage said and stood up. The whole person's fist as big as a sandbag slammed into the conference table again. With a bang, everyone immediately leaving the seat. I saw that the large conference table was completely split into 2 halves, and there was still electricity flashing across it. All were silent, and no one spoke out against it. Now the 2 sides have begun to lose lives. Many ninjas have died in Konoha village, and many elites have also died in their Kumogakure village. Now Konoha village has a bad attitude, constantly obstructing their mission points, and deliberately cutting off their financial ties, which is very unacceptable. However, now Konoha village has started to be aggressive like this again, and the people who want to make them apologize and compensate Kumogakure village are already aggressive, asking them to bow their heads and admit their mistakes like Sunagakure village, and then go to Konoha village to compensate is impossible. Now every Kumogakure village the high-level faces were extremely gloomy, and they obviously agreed to the war of the fourth-generation Reikage. Even Azabui knew that she wanted to settle this matter with Konoha village, so there was nothing else to do but. After all, it was the ninjas of their Kumogakure village who acted first, and Konoha village has essentially taken the initiative. Now that they want to turn their backs on the passive, there are only tough solutions. Soon, when the Kumogakure village side has decided, it is immediately. The unilateral move towards Konoha village has begun, declaring war. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, Please download Fei Lu Xiaokan's latest chapter. Baidu search 99 Playmates, find 99 NovelNet and LT, otherwise block collection IP. Chapter 489. Onoki's Ambition. With Gong Yi working behind the scenes, it was only a matter of time before the war started when the Kumogakure village started killing the Konoha village ninjas. Gong Yi's oppression and exploitation made the militant Kumogakure village completely unbearable. At this moment, the village of Kumogakure broke out completely and began to officially declare war on the village of Konoha. And the village of Konoha was naturally not to be outdone, and the village of Konoha, which was controlled by Gong Yi, also issued a statement. There is no intention of seeking peace at all, an attitude of hitting if you want to hit me. Just overnight, Konoha village has already begun to fully respond to the next war in Kumogakure village. The Ninja World continent, which has been peaceful for a long time, just didn't stop for a long time, and was once again swayed by shocking waves. This time, with the challenge on Konoha village's side, all the other villages are watching. Naturally many of them gloat in secret. Kumogakure village has been low-key for a long time, and since the strength is very strong. And Konoha village was extraordinarily high-profile after Gong Yi took office. Especially after the extortion of Sunagakure village, the development surpassed the other 444 villages. Now, if these two really lose both sides, they will be the ones who will really take advantage of it. After all, the human and material resources consumed in the war are not a small amount. Result, Onoki in Iwagakure village was secretly excited. He already felt that this time might be the best chance for the development of Iwagakure village. He was already waiting for the moment when his ambitions really began after the decline of the two villages. Meanwhile, in the village of Konoha, after Gong Yi had announced the battle plan here, the ninjas in the whole village had already started to get busy. All the people have been deployed and allocated, and the combat team will be assembled at the beginning. This time, in order to keep the reserve power and the consumption needed in the future, Gong Yi naturally has reservations. There were only 15,000 famous ninjas whom he dispatched to fight. Almost only a few of them are elite, and the rest are ordinary ninjas at the grassroots level. Cruel, but there's nothing you can do about it. Cannon fodder is naturally the most inevitable in every war. But this time, Gong Yi, as the leading force in the charge, is actually a ninja who committed a serious crime in Konoha village. Keeping them will only waste resources and food, so this time they will die instead of normal ninjas. So Gong Yi didn't feel much distress, anyway. Most of them are abandoned sons, staying in Konoha village will only threaten himself. Of course, anyway, his main goal this time is 22 taels, and the consumption of Kumogakure village, so he doesn't need to fight to the death. The departure of the large troops is nothing but plays a role of oppression and deterrence. As for the village of Kumogakure, they also know it well. It's impossible to completely disintegrate Konoha through this war. In Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku took the document and walked in. He looked at the man sitting on the big chair. He handed it over and said, "Sir Hokage, now all the ninja troops have been assembled." "Well, what's going on in Kumogakure village now?" "Open the file for easy viewing, and everything is well arranged." As I had planned before, there was no deviation in the slightest. According to the investigation ahead, Kumogakure village has also started to assemble troops aggressively after getting the news of the challenge on our side, and the speed is very fast. This, Nara Shikaku replied to him, but before Gong Yi could speak again, he continued with a little worried expression on his face. But this time, the number of ninjas sent by their Kumogakure village, I think, is far more than that. It's been a lot for us, so we don't need to add some more. No need. Gong Yi shook his head. His face was very indifferent. He smiled and replied, "Now quantity is the key to victory, but quality is also very important. After so long of arrangement and study, the ones I gave out. Low-level ninjutsu, naturally many ninjas have learned a lot, and I think their strength is far superior to those ordinary ninjas in Kumogakure village. Also, The number of them doesn't have any effect. After all, this time I will take action. A look of no worries revealed. Gong Yi smiled lightly. I'll let them know that in the face of real power, the number is just a futile self-comforting dingxi. Well. Hearing Gong Yi speak like this, Nara Shikaku naturally couldn't refute anything. Apart from admiring Gong Yi's foresight, he doesn't need to talk nonsense anymore. Gong Yi came up with the idea of releasing low-level ninjutsu and strengthening the power of basic ninjas in an all-round way. And at the original meeting, there were still many people who denied it. Today when the war has come, don't look at these ninjas just strengthened a little bit. But just like that, it is very likely that this war will bring about a different result. Of course, the reason why Nara Shikaku has put his heart down now is because Gong Yi has decided to do it himself. As a legend of the entire ninja continent, who can have the doubts that countless battles have proved that Gong Yi definitely has the advantage of turning the tide of the battle. So, now Nara Shikaku knows that the most important thing for him at the moment is he will do his best to mobilize and arrange deployment in the rear. Gong Yi in front, there shouldn't be any problems. Okay, Shikaku-sensei, go and make the final arrangements. Today is the last night of rest, and tomorrow we will start immediately to face Kumogakure village. Seeing that it was almost done, Gong Yi didn't have any more scruples. My plan has been pushed to this point, and it is coming to an end. The incident in Kumogakure village is resolved and the 22-tailed chakra is obtained. The next Sunagakure village will not be a problem. At that time, the next thing I have to do is deal with Akatsuki at ease. After all, Naruto and Tsunade may be returning, and Akatsuki should also be ready to capture the tail beast and resurrect 10 tails. Tianjiguo. It is a small country sandwiched between the land of fire and the land of thunder. Now here, there have been scenes of civilians dragging Li away. Which was not prosperous before, is also in chaos now. There is no way, the two countries go to war, and they are the center here, so it is the most fierce battlefield. As long as they don't want to die, then they all have to get out of here. Without any ability to refute, as a small country, they already knew how to see the situation clearly. Now even the daimyo of Tianjiguo has also begun to move away. The country of fire and the country of thunder, they can't be provoked, but they can hide. Before the war, Tianjiguo seems to have begun to gradually become quiet. Chapter 490, Sanin gathers together. Kumogakure village. At this moment, there is already a serious atmosphere. The empty field outside the entire village, as far as the eye can see, is all a crowd of black people. I saw that they were wearing ninja combat uniforms, with a stern aura on their faces. When the ninjas in Konoha village had assembled and were about to start their journey, Kumogakure village had long since finished their preparations. As the initiators who took the initiative to start this war, they naturally entered the state early. When the Konoha village had no fear at all and had decided to start the counterattack, the Kumogakure village had already begun to prepare to set off. War in the land of thunder or the land of fire, they will all choose a small country sandwiched in the center. After all, although the place was destroyed, at least it couldn't hurt the vitality. It seems to have become the default rule, and no one has taken the initiative to cross this Yuhi line. Just like the wars in Sunagakure village, Iwagakure village, and Konoha village, almost all of them were provoked in the land of rain. No one went to their respective territories at all, and they really destroyed it like this. I have to say that wars are always unfair to small countries that are not powerful. Unfortunately, in addition to secretly sad, they can only endure silently. Reikage-sama, you have already decided to go to the front line together with the two-tailed people Jinchuriki column force. In Reikage's office, Azubui stood in front of the fourth generation of Reikage and asked worriedly. Bring me Yugito, it's just for insurance. The fourth generation Reikage looked gloomy and said, if I can't suppress the fifth generation Hokage unilaterally, it may be easier to have Niyugito. But, now in the village, do we need to have some left behind? Asabuye looked at the fourth Reikage and continued. After all, if the fifth Hokage of Konoha village, like the Sunagakure village before, came to our Kumogakure village to make trouble, then the loss would be great. No, I don't think he will. The fourth generation of Reikage had a sneer on his face, and responded, if he really did that, then these Konoha village ninjas will definitely not be able to resist us. Niyugito's tailed beast power is enough to destroy everything. If the fifth Hokage was not stupid, he would not have come to our Kumogakure village easily. Besides, it's enough to keep the Samui team in the village this time. As if he had already made a plan, the fourth generation Reikage slowly continued. Furthermore, now that his fifth generation Hokage has really come to Kumogakure village, I can also directly teleport back here through your heaven-sending technique. Hehe, only the fifth generation of Hokage will be really tangled by then. After all, Niyugito is killing wantonly, and he needs to entangle me in Kumogakure village, so the final result can be imagined. Fourth generation Reikage finished speaking. Mabuyu nodded, and the whole person agreed. That's true. Now, maybe the fifth generation Hokage comes to Kumogakure village as the best situation, but it is the best situation. Let the victory of the war be in our favor. That's right. Fourth Reikage sneered and stood up. So it's nothing, now order the troops to go. Well. Mabuyu nodded, immediately. Left here. Great, I can finally go back to the village. Just a few days, Naruto and Jiraiya have left in Tonjin Street. The short experience has ended, and Jiraiya also imparted a lot of experience to Naruto. Although there are not many life and death tests, it has also made Naruto mature a lot. This kid is really full of energy. Tsunade followed behind, complaining to Shizune next to him. Holding the pink piggy, Shizune shrugged and smiled awkwardly. Well, through Naruto's various mouths, he finally persuaded Tsunade to return to Konoha village. Of course, the reason why she chose to go back now is also because of the war between Konoha village and Kumogakure village. The same is true of Jiraiya. The sudden outbreak of war caught them a little off guard. Therefore, in the end, because of the impetus of this matter, Tsunade chose to return to Konoha village. As a student of Sarutobi Hiruzen, now with his death, Jiraiya is ashamed, and so is Tsunade. Konoha collapsed the plan. They can't help anything, but now that Konoha village and Kumogakure village are at war, they can't stand idly by. Especially Tsunade. Konoha village was founded by her grandfather Senju Hashirama. If not to fill her guilt, then she has to protect it again. After all, with the level of Gongyi, Tsunade has completely loosened his heart under the persuasion of Naruto and Jiraiya. At this moment, the four of them have left the short book street and are heading towards the land of fire. Whoosh, 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 watch out. A loud shout made everyone stop. At this time, I saw Jiraiya and others flying in front of several kunai. It can be clearly seen that the detonating charm that is burning is still tied on it. Doden, Earth-style wall. Jiraiya responded quickly, and immediately pressed the hand seal with both hands to the ground. The end, he was still one of the Sannin who was famous in the ninja world. With countless practical experience, he didn't show the slightest panic at this moment. The powerful chakra power quickly condensed, and a tall wall rose up from the ground, blocking Jiraiya's eyes. Its appearance completely isolated the kunai flying in front of it from its. Boom, boom. There was a burst of violent explosions, and the huge Earth-style wall couldn't help shaking, and a lot of stone residues fell. Who is it? Jiraiya bit Kiba and looked around. Tsunade who followed was also tense all over and began to prepare to counterattack. Although she had not fought for a long time, her whole body was a little stiff. But now this is a kung fu, and she can always enter the state quickly. Hehe, as expected of Jiraiya, she is still as fast. A sneering voice appeared, and Orochimaru and Kabuto were standing there on the tall tree ahead. Obviously, it was the two of them who had just attacked them. Orochimaru. Jiraiya bit Kiba and looked at Orochimaru in front of him, His face was very complicated. Damn, this guy is really difficult to deal with. Tsunade looked gloomy and cursed. Sannin, who is also in the Mega Ninja world, gathered again today. But they are no longer the ones who fought against the enemy together, but now they are hostile to each other. Especially now Tsunade clenched his fists and wanted to kill Orochimaru with his own hands. Chapter 491. The Symbol of the Spirit. Not long ago, Tsunade refused Orochimaru's request. On the Jiraiya side, they also want to capture Orochimaru and bring it back to Konoha village. Pity that Orochimaru is extremely cunning, and the two of them didn't succeed at all. Now even Orochimaru is making a comeback, wanting to sneak attack on them. How about Tsunade, don't you think about my conditions? Wait, Jiraiya spoke, and a hoarse voice came out of Orochimaru's mouth. People still haven't given up, and now he doesn't want to go to Gongyi unless he has to. Besides, Gongyi's ambitions are getting bigger and bigger, and Orochimaru has begun to deeply fear him. That's why he's still focused on Tsunade. I've already said that, no matter what, I won't accept your request. Tsunade bit Kiba, and she looked at Orochimaru angrily. On the contrary, now I have decided to kill you with my own hands. As the voice fell, Tsunade raised his fist towards the front and bombarded the towering tree in front of him. There was a loud bang, and a cloud of smoke billowed out from the front, and the huge tree that had just been extremely thick was extremely fragile under Tsunade's fist. Which was only able to be surrounded by several people, was still vulnerable and collapsed completely. The power is still as strong as ever. Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and he came down below. If you get punched by her, you may be dead. The round-framed eyes Kabuto was wearing were gleaming backwards at the moment, making it hard to see what his eyes were like. But in the next second, he shrugged his shoulders, looked at Orochimaru and continued, "It's still Sannin, Lord Orochimaru, should we?" "Shut up. Now this is the last chance." Kabuto didn't wait to finish his sentence, but immediately interrupted by Orochimaru. I saw that his eyes were extremely gloomy now, and he was obviously very annoyed by this tricky thing. "You are the murderer who killed 3 generations of Grandpa. Damn bastard." At this time, Naruto naturally saw Orochimaru's appearance clearly as the smoke scattered out. As the creator of the last Konoha collapse plan, his appearance is still fresh in the memory of all Konoha villagers. Even the new generation of ninja Naruto immediately recognized him. Hehe, Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Kid. Orochimaru's face was a little weak, but he still sneered. Saying that, he also borrowed Kabuto's help immediately. Performed ninjutsu. Orochimaru, I advise you to stop. Pulling Naruto behind him, Jiraiya also tied both hands. And Tsunade rushed out again, and the two of them were preparing for the next wave of bombardment. Blink. Right here is Sannin's Tsunade. While the battle is going on, the battle between Konoha village and Kumogakure village has also started. The 2 men and horses all started to set off. As the vanguard commander-in-chief of the large army, Hyuga Hiyashi has led 10,000 ninjas to march towards the land of the land. The other 5,000 elite ninjas were disrupted by Kakashi, Might Guy, and Sarutobi Asuma and others, then left here alone and spread out in the surrounding area. Gongyi's battle this time is only for the second and second tails, and to destroy the ninja power secretly accumulated in Kumogakure village. But he also pays attention to it. This time, Nara Shikaku is behind the layout, planning, and dispatching ninjas. And Yamanaka Inoichi, Akamichi Choza, a general of the older generation, followed Hyuga Hiyashi. After so many years of development and accumulation, Kumogakure village is not easy to beat. Therefore, the battle that has just started in the early stage cannot be taken lightly. Gongyi has seen many boat capsizes in the gutter, and he doesn't want to be one of them. Just dawn, and the darkness above the sky seemed to have not been dispelled, and the large army in Konoha village was about to leave the country of fire. Their marching speed was fast, and each ninja had a chilling look on his face. 4. The hatred of Kumogakure village. They have been guided to ultimate by Gong Yi, and every ninja in Konoha village is full of resentment in their hearts. All of them are waiting to face the people of Kumogakure village and vent their anger well. It is because of this that the ninjas of the entire Konoha village have high morale and are all looking forward to the start of this war. Each of them knew that in this war, the 5 generations of Hokage Gong Yi will also come and lead them to resist Kumogakure village together. Older generation of ninjas did not forget the pictures of Gong Yi turning the tide at the beginning. They were all confident and completely felt that there would be no failure in this battle because of the existence of Gong Yi. And the new generation of ninjas are even more excited, because they are going to fight with the 5th generation of Hokage. Over the years, Gong Yi's prestige has reached a very high level, especially after becoming the 5th generation of Hokage more and more to win people's hearts. Now he is more like a spiritual symbol. He can inspire every ninja in Konoha village to go crazy and even dedicate his life to it. Although the current Gong Yi did not follow, they all knew that he would appear at the most critical moment. Well, after all, the commander-in-chief this time, Gong Yi has already been handed over to Hyuga Hiyashi, so he doesn't need to worry about the whole thing. More, Gong Yi is waiting for the 4th generation Raikage and the 2nd two-tailed Jinchuriki column force in the back. After getting their news, using the Hiraishin technique, you can naturally come to the battlefield quickly. The Patriarch really can't imagine that now we have 1 day, and we can also sit in this position. Walking in the forefront, a man beside Hyuga Hiyashi said with excitement on his face. Looking at the mighty team all around, this person who also belongs to the Hyuga clan is full of pride. The Hyuga family is a famous family. They have never reached such a peak again. As the commander-in-chief of the battle of 10,000 people, this kind of glory is not something that anyone can get. Especially this time Gong Yi took the shot personally, so they already knew whether the battle was won or not. Gong Yi is giving them the Hyuga clan credit for nothing. Of course, Hyuga Hiyashi is not stupid. In addition to his excitement this time, he even sent out several strong men from main clan. Normally speaking, when going out to fight like this, all the ninjas from the branch are usually separated, and no one from main clan will go to participate. Today is different. Hyuga Hiyashi personally selected the members of main clan and followed him to the front line. And everyone did not resist. On the contrary, they all feel very honored now. There are not many moments like this, and they are naturally more supportive of Gong Yi. Because after Gong Yi came to power, he did keep fulfilling his original promise. Chapter 492. Raid Ninja Squad, 3rd. Konoha Village, inside the Hokage office. Just when the whole big team has left, Gong Yi is also preparing for the next step. Because under the current circumstances, he does not need to rush to the battlefield immediately, and is naturally preparing for the next capture plan. What's going on? Did the two-tailed people Jinchuriki column force leave Kumogakure village? Seeing that Kimimaro had come out of the way, Gong Yi looked at him and asked. Have already left. According to the intelligence information of the previous spy, the 4th generation Raikage and the 2nd two-tailed man Jinchuriki column force are all with the main force of Kumogakure village. Kimimaro nodded and responded to Gong Yi. Well, that's fine. Hearing this, Gong Yi's face seemed to soften a lot. Now that the two tails can appear on the battlefield, it naturally reduces a lot of trouble for Gong Yi. If she is left behind by the 4th Raikage in Kumogakure village, she will have to change her plans. After all, if she didn't show up, her battle this time would be meaningless. Everything went as expected. So Gong Yi, don't have any worries. Lord Hokage, now both of them are on the front line, the defense in Kumogakure village is empty, should we? Kimimaro seemed to be thinking. He looked at Gong Yi and asked. No need. Gong Yi shook his head. He naturally understood what Kimimaro meant. After finishing the matter of the 2nd and 2nd tails, if you want to end the war quickly, then, If you lightly disturb the Kumogakure village, the people on the front line will immediately leave. However, Gong Yi didn't want to do this. Back in front of him, Gong Yi opened his mouth and said, "Now the secretary Mabuyi next to Reikage of the 4th generation, I think she must also be on the front line. If we send someone to Kumogakure village, I think she will use the technique of heaven to send. Will be 4 generations of Reikage immediately. Transfer back to Kumogakure village. In this case, as long as Reikage returns to Kumogakure village, the people we sent will most likely be wiped out." Gong Yi seemed to have guessed the thoughts of the 4th generation of Reikage, and he smiled lightly. Such a sacrifice without the slightest meaning is simply a waste. If I want to end the battle quickly, I have my own way. As long ago, Gong Yi couldn't waste this war in vain. 4 generations of Reikage, he absolutely cannot let it leave alive. There is no problem in Sunagakure village, and I can actually become a master in secret. Well, here in Kumogakure village, as long as you remove the 4, it will be more convenient for you to control it. Getting 2 two-tailed chakras is only one aspect, and the other aspect is laying the foundation for a unified ninja after himself. Lord Hokage, the art of sending from the sky in your mouth actually has such an effect. Kimimaro froze when Gong Yi finished speaking. Although he knew some information, Kimimaro didn't study it too much. Well, the technique of sending from the sky is a kind of space ninjutsu. Gong Yi nodded and continued. It can move the target at high speed, and then teleport to the designated location in an instant. But, having said this, Gong Yi paused and said again, it's actually not that magical, because it moves at high speed, so it will have violent friction with the air. If the transmitter is an ordinary person, then he will be because of the body couldn't keep up with the too fast teleportation, and the body fell apart and died. So this kind of ninjutsu is limited. It can only transmit guys like Reikage of the 4th generation, because his body is strong enough to withstand the violent friction generated from the air, so it gives Kumogakure village a chance to support quickly. Otherwise, this ninjutsu can only be used for the transmission of objects, not humans. Seeing the essence of this ninjutsu for a long time, Gong Yi also taught Kimimaro a lesson. For such interesting ninjutsu, Gong Yi would have studied it at the beginning. Such various ninjutsu and experiments, Gong Yi is not worse than Orochimaru. On the contrary, he is also very keen, but not as pervert as Orochimaru, to study some anti-human things. It turns out that the flaws of this secret technique are so big. When Kimimaro heard Gong Yi finish speaking, he murmured thoughtfully to himself, if this kind of secret technique is really useful, I think Kumogakure village can organize an elite force and use teleportation to carry out a surprise attack. Oh, that's a good idea. As soon as Kimimaro finished speaking, Gong Yi suddenly said, if space ninjutsu is modified, such a surprise force will make all ninja Omura scared. Now Kimimaro's words, but suddenly let Gong Yi have a new idea. Time and space ninjutsu, its essence is actually the caster makes himself or an object free to travel between real space and different dimension space. If one's own Hiraishin technique can be transformed, then using its long-range mobility, it may be possible to cultivate a surprise ninja team. In this case, their effects will be very terrifying in the future wars. Attacks behind enemy lines, friendly support, and various systems can be perfectly dealt with. Not bad. Gong Yi seemed to have thought of something and kept the idea in his mind. Although this plan seems to be very good, it is estimated that if you really want to complete it, the time and energy consumed will not be small. So, after this matter is resolved, Gong Yi will consider these. The most important thing at the moment is to strengthen one's own strength, not to shift the focus to Konoha village. Territory of the land of the land. The country is a little quiet at the moment, and there is no usual noise. Knowing that the war between Kumogakure village and Konoha village was about to spread here, all the commoners and nobles had no choice but to leave here. Do not want to be affected, or the tragedy of casualties, they can only leave their homes. Although the ninjas on both sides will not target them, some large-scale ninjutsu do not have eyes. Every time such a large-scale battlefield, some unlucky people will be affected. After a long time, everyone knew that it would be better to stay away from the battlefield if you wanted to survive. Blink of an eye, it took only half a day, and now the troops of the two sides have begun to enter the territory of Tianjiguo. No matter what. It was Konoha or Kumogakure, their marching speed was not slow. Everyone wants to quickly occupy favorable terrain, and also to prevent some kind of accident. Of course, they are more afraid of each other entering their respective territories. In that case, the loss can be very huge. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the latest chapter of Fei Lu Shaokan Baidu Search 99 Playmates Find 99 Novel Network and LT, otherwise the collection IP will be banned and GT. Chapter 493 Secretly Accumulated Power. The Country of the Field. The cloudless weather above the sky disappeared, and the thick dark clouds covered the top. It was supposed to be sunny weather, but now because of its appearance, the surroundings have become a little dark and depressing. As if it knew a big war was coming, so it deliberately catered to the scene. Resident of Kumogakure village. They have set up camp here as they marched day and night. A huge plain ahead, not far from them. Where they're going to fight later. And the camp of Konoha village, at this moment, is also looking up to them, almost in a state of opposition to each other. Inside the central tent. 4 generations of Reikage are sitting here, and Azabui is standing beside him. Lord Reikage, all personnel have been readjusted. At this time, a Kumogakure Jonin walked in and reported to the 4th generation Reikage. The team can set off at any time to meet Konoha village. Well, don't worry now, all continue to rest, and every ninja must take good care of their bodies. This, the 4th generation Reikage nodded, showing a confident look on his face. For this battle, the 4th generation Reikage used almost all the elite ninjas in the village. Except, a very small part stayed in the Kumogakure village, the rest were all brought out. Gong Yi is fighting this war at the moment, and his purpose is very obvious. Same is true for the 4th generation of Reikage, who wants to use this war to take revenge, and at the same time to wash away the shame of the last time. So he knew that he had to win the war this time, so that the village of Kumogakure could rise again and be proud. This war is of great significance to the village of Kumogakure. They all showed their full strength, just to really defeat Konoha village and take the #1 position in the 5 great ninja villages. At the same time, let the arrogant Konoha village know that their Kumogakure village is not afraid of anyone at all. Lord Reikage, the frontline position has also been arranged. The Kumogakure Jonin had just left, and Azabui also got the news from a distance through the small psychic beast. War is changing rapidly, and it is very vague for time. No one knows what will happen in the next second. So all the various arrangements are all fast and efficient. Especially now that the war is about to break out, the layout on the front line is even more important. Okay, wait until all the ninjas are officially accumulated. The 4th Reikage had a look of excitement on his face, and he stood up. We will officially attack Konoha. 4. Everything is ready now, the 4th generation Reikage has no scruples. He was fully prepared. Waiting to deal with Gong Yi next. Gong Yi can be contained, the victory of this war will definitely belong to them. Konoha village has spies in Kumogakure village, so on the contrary, there are naturally Kumogakure spies in Konoha village. Although Gong Yi is strictly guarded and secretly attacked, these spies can't get any useful information at all. But at present, such a problem of troop deployment, they naturally have some rumors. So when the 4th generation of Reikage knew about this, after that, he naturally felt that Konoha village was no match for them at all. The ninja power that has been secretly accumulated over the years is no joke. Konoha sent a team of only 10,000 people this time, and it is difficult to defeat his Kumogakure village. Only the 5th generation of Hokage is the real worry. As long as he can contain him alone, then the 4th generation of Reikage can also use the two-tailed man Jinchuiki column is in charge of cleaning up the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, Just when the Kumogakure village is ready and waiting to start a war. The village of Konoha has also reached the frontier, and preparations for setting up camp are completed. Hyuga Hiyashi, sitting in the tent of the commander-in-chief, was waiting quietly. Obviously, he did not take the initiative to attack, but was also arranging the deployment of ninjas to rest. Patriarch, do we want to strike first and attack in the dark? Standing next to him, a strong man of the Hyuga clan main clan, he said to Hyuga Hiyashi. Now they have the special Byakugan Kekkei Genkei, which also has the advantage of operating at night. Hyuga clan was finally able to prove themselves on the battlefield, so they couldn't wait and wanted to make extraordinary achievements. It doesn't have to be. Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head, looked at the main clan strongman and said lightly, now that Hokage-sama has explained, we just need to wait quietly for the Kumogakure village to attack, and then use the various barriers arranged on the front line. Trap, we just need a simple counterattack. Our main goal is to get the 4th generation Reikage and the second two-tailed Jinchuriki column to take over. Hyuga Hiyashi seems to have received Gong Yi's order long ago, and he continued, as long as the two of them are eliminated, the entire army of Kumogakure will naturally be defeated without a fight, so such a meaningless sacrifice in the early stage is not allowed by Hokage-sama. We do it. So it is. The strong main clan nodded when he heard the words, and couldn't help but secretly said, it turns out that Lord Hokage has already made arrangements. Well. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at the main clan strongman and continued, so we just need to arrange everything and wait for the Kumogakure village to do it. The 4th generation of Reikage is very confident and feels that the victory will eventually be their Kumogakure village. But everyone here in Konoha village actually thinks the same way. After all, their 5th generation Hokage hasn't come forward yet. Unconsciously at this moment, the two sides also began to think that each other would lose to themselves, so there was no impatient battle scene after arriving here overnight. A quiet and peaceful night, the men and horses on both sides were recovering the strength of the ninja. Dazzling, the sky just dawned. Here in Kumogakure village, they couldn't bear it any longer. Originally, they were still thinking, waiting for the people from Konoha village to take the lead. Here in Konoha village, people are more indifferent than the people in Kumogakure village, and they don't seem to want to send troops at all. HMPH, there's been no movement this night, I think they're stalling for time. Stepping out of the big tent, the belligerent character of the 4th generation Reikage can't wait. Kumogakure that had been prepared all around, and continued, we have far outnumbered them this time, and it is very likely that Konoha village is continuing to send reinforcements, and we will do it right now. Go, take the initiative. Just when their numbers are low, wipe them out in one fell swoop. Chapter 494. Genin's Lament. The piercing cold wind whistled past. The dark clouds over Tianjiguo have not dissipated, but they are still so heavy, making people feel very depressed. On an open plain, this is an uninhabited green location. At this moment, its green scene has long disappeared, and the air here smells of blood. And on the top of it, it can be clearly seen that a lot of blood has been splattered. Looking around, in the center of the entire plain, there are already many corpses lying here. There were a lot of kunai falling around, and the shuriken was also scattered all over the place. The corpses on it are of Kumogakure village ninja and Konoha village ninja. Just now, both sides have launched the first round of impact. The sacrifice of the first column was exactly. Everyone knew it. Of the nature of the death squad is just a test for each other. Of course, the only difference is that Gong Yi uses heavy-duty ninjas here, and Kumogakure village is an orthodox genin. But even so, there is no distress here in Kumogakure village. Wars are always very cruel and cold-blooded, and that's what they do. Everyone's death can't be called a waste, but a death well-deserved. Their use is often speaking, that is, it can only be exerted at this moment. I have to say that in the cruel world of ninjas, their final ending can only end in such a sad way. The wind was still blowing constantly. The whirring sound was like a horn, filling the entire battlefield, accompanied by the serious atmosphere all around, as well as the incomparably slaughtered atmosphere. On both sides of the open plain, the large troops of the villages of Kumogakure and Konoha were looking at each other. They all had a tacit understanding and regarded the huge plain in front of them as a battlefield. When the cannon fodder of the first column has finished the test, the genin of the second column will continue to move forward. It can be clearly seen that the combat teams of the two villages are arranged in an orderly manner. Genin all stood at the front, followed by Chunin, and Jonin stood at the end waiting for the harvest. The dark places around, there are Anbu ninjas hiding each other, and they are hostile to each other with indifferent faces. Anyone breaks the rules of this war, they will immediately shoot, and counterattack as well. Hyuga Hiyashi, with the main clan strongman and the older generation generals of Konoha village, stood quietly at the back. They were looking at was the fourth generation Reikage and the second two-tailed Jinchuriki column force. Although they were far away, they were still watching. The progress of the war is very fast, and the hatred between the two sides is very huge now, so there is no waste of words at all. When the two sides met, they experienced a small-scale collision first. It's going to be hard work, and it's just beginning to quiet down. Jonin and Chunin are precious powers. They also belong to the middle and upper ranks in every village. Therefore, until the critical moment, ordinary people will not know them. The dominance of this war is that Genin's team is the only one, and they are constantly being placed on the battlefield. And with Gong Yi's arrangement, since Genin's side is mixed with a lot of serious criminal ninjas, it is even more distressing. Anyway, all he wants is to consume the current power of Kumogakure village. In such a situation, both sides seem to lose both sides, but the real loss is the Kumogakure village. Continue to let the Genin column attack. The fourth Reikage looked gloomy, and he was also staring in the direction of Hyuga Hiyashi. HMPH, I don't believe that Konoha village can really consume it with me. Through several waves of collisions, the confidence of the four generations of Reikage has become stronger and stronger. Gong Yi's side didn't really want to go to war with him, so he just used the felon ninja to make up the number of people. Of course he didn't know. For a short while now, what Reikage of the fourth generation thinks is continue to consume the power of Konoha village, and finally use the power of Chunin Jonin to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Anyway, I have the power of Jinchuriki column here. No matter what, I am not afraid of what is in front of me. These Konoha village guys. Rush. Kill. Ahead, when the Genin column of Kumogakure village received the order, they all held kunai in their hands and headed to the front, shouting loudly. They naturally knew their own destiny, and no one was timid. On the contrary, a group of people with more hostile faces rushed towards the ninja in Konoha village. Keep running Genin, don't let them cross the line too much. Here, Hyuga Hiyashi saw that the Kumogakure village in front of him activated Genin again, and he immediately followed. Order was given. Just a short while, the column of Konoha village was also dispatched. At the moment, there are retaliatory ninjas mixed in, and they are all Yuhi's eyes desperately. Gong Yi promised them at the beginning made everyone excited. As long as they survive this war, then they don't have to live that dark day. Thinking of this, they worked harder and charged towards Genin, the Kumogakure village ahead. Kaden fire style, fireball technique. Kaden fire style, fireball technique. At this moment, the Genins of Konoha village in front suddenly stopped, and then hand-sealed with both hands. A whole team of thousands, they all use the same ninjutsu. Super large compound ninjutsu is very common on such battlefields. Nowadays, with so many ninjas, it's hard to see them using such ninjutsu together. At this time, the benefits of Gong Yi's popularization of low-level ninjutsu have begun to appear. Almost at the same time, all Konoha village genins puffed out their mouths and spit forward. By Kaden fire style, chakra and bombarded forward. Although it is only the most common low-level ninjutsu, it is very terrifying when it is disintegrated into a whole under the use of thousands of people. It seems like a flaming beast. It opened its mouth and charged forward. The ninjas coming from the village of Kumogakure suddenly devoured. What is this? Quick! Defense! Seeing this sudden large-scale compound attack, the ninjas in Kumogakure village, who were at the forefront, were at a loss. And the latter, Genin, is a quick two-handed hand seal, releasing defensive ninjutsu. Sweetened water style, water wave wall technique. Sweetened water style, water wave wall technique. Small defensive sweetened water style ninjutsu appeared one after another. But, for reasons no one thought of, only a few in the rear. Genin reluctantly condensed a small composite defensive ninjutsu out. Hula. When the huge flaming beast came, there was a piece of miserable screaming. Even the defensive compound ninjutsu in the rear made a squeaking sound and kept blowing white smoke. Obviously, it is difficult for them to stop the compound attack ninjutsu released by so many ninjas. Chapter 495. Konoha Village, inside the Hokage office. Lord Hokage, the Kumogakure village has officially launched an attack. Immediately after Nara Shikaku got the message from Yamanaka Inoichi on the front line. Came to Gong Yi here. Well, has it begun? Gong Yi, who was waiting quietly, heard the words and asked, how is the battle now? Very good, we have a great advantage. Nara Shikaku looked a little more excited, and responded, now that Genin's strength has been fully improved, they use the combined tactics of surprise attacks, causing heavy losses to Kumogakure village. Now our Genin column has almost succeeded in suppressing the Kumogakure village. ... Some exclamations. At the beginning, Gong Yi's decision, looking at it now, is a very correct decision. The battle situation ahead was always communicated in real time, so although Nara Shikaku did not see it with his own eyes, he could clearly analyze it. Now that Genin's exploratory confrontation with each other in front of him, his side has completely occupied a huge advantage. Although my side is at a disadvantage in terms of number of people, it can already be seen because of the strengthening of ninjas this time. Throughout the battlefield, their Konoha village ninjas are no longer the same from the previous encounter with the short blade. All of them let go of distance, and started to use compound ninjutsu collectively to carry out a surprise attack. In fact, Gong Yi had already made arrangements at the beginning, and all the Genin columns seemed to be nothing but all cannon fodder general arrangement. But if you think about it like this, then you are very wrong. The real cannon fodder is actually just a repeat offender ninja mixed in it. The rest, Genins, Gong Yi has long since arranged them according to their chakra attributes. Who are good at Kaden fire style are all in a column. Who are good at Sweden water style are all in a column. So, and so on, the genin of each column is a chakra attribute. It is because of this that when they all use ninjutsu, they can infinitely magnify the power of low-level ninjas. Although it is impossible to resist a guy like Reikage of the 4th generation, it is easy to defeat genin of the same level. Haha, it's good to have a great advantage. Gong Yi smiled, as if nothing was out of his expectations. Kumogakure village is a little arrogant now, and after years of adjustment for the 4th generation of Reikage, the scars have been healed and the pain has been forgotten. From their tough attitude at the beginning, it can be seen that they are no longer afraid of themselves. The end of arrogance is often miserable these days, and the village of Kumogakure is no exception. 4. The sudden outbreak of Genin's side, it is estimated that they are in chaos. Thinking of this, Gong Yi turned back and looked at Nara Shikaku. After that, Shikaku, sensei will leave it to you. Putting the Hokage hat on the table, Gong Yi said, the clearer the situation is, the more I think the Reikage side of the 4th generation will be unable to bear it. It's almost time for me to go. Lord Hokage, you are going to the battlefield now. When Nara Shikaku saw Gong Yi, he was about to leave, he asked with a condensed expression. If you want to minimize losses, it is the best way to kill them in the bud before they have any signs of making a move. Gong Yi smiled and looked at Nara Shikaku. Although the battle has only just begun, if the consumption continues like this, there is no way that Kumogakure village will be able to gain any advantage. Especially now that he didn't show up on the front line, the 4th generation Reikage would be even more annoyed. Basically, the final result should be that he and the other Jinchuriki column force broke out, so as to quickly end the war, so as to catch himself by surprise in the rear. Well, even with the Hiraishin technique, he couldn't get there in an instant. The 4th generation of Reikage really has to decide that way, and this time his loss will be big. Next, there is the matter of Iwagakure village. Gong Yi, the overall power of Konoha village, does not want to lose too much. Although I didn't really want to fight Kumogakure village this time, but the power of the ninjas on the front line was wiped out, and Konoha village would be equivalent to losing a lot of power. For simple interests, Gong Yi naturally does not allow such a thing to happen. Soon, just as the two of them had just finished discussing, Gong Yi was leaving. Standing behind the Kumogakure village's main force, and Azabuyi next to him were also stunned. Apparently, I didn't think about the compound ninjutsu surprise attack on the genin column of Konoha village. Not to mention the two of them, the Kumogakure village battlefield is also like this at the moment. Their genin never imagined that these guys would be able to release ninjutsu so neatly. And they are the ninjas of the entire column, they are almost all of them. The Konoha village released low-level ninjutsu and comprehensively improved the bottom ninjas, and they have heard about the high-level Kumogakure. But most of it was taken as a joke, and felt that Gong Yi was a bit digging his own grave. But looking at it this way, almost all of the genins, who are learning low-level ninjutsu, are completely stronger than their genins. Especially the compound ninjutsu composed of thousands of people and hundreds of people. Even though the ninjas of Kumogakure village resisted desperately, it was difficult to win. This time, although he was not killed to the point of annihilation, he was still in retreat. For such a situation, this is far from what Reikage had in mind of the 4th generation. Hehe, Lord Hokage really has foresight. Hyuga Hiyashi laughed and saw that the situation had gradually become clear. Indeed, it looks like our Konoha village has a huge advantage now. Yamanaka Inoichi, who was standing next to Hyuga Hiyashi, nodded and couldn't help agreeing. Ryo, you show me the power of Jonin and Chunin from Kumogakure village. As soon as Yamanaka Inoichi finished speaking, Hyuga Hiyashi also reminded the strong main clan next to him. Don't let them interfere with the battlefield at the moment. Understood. The strong main clan saw that the situation was good, and naturally did not dare to take it lightly. Now as they gradually have an advantage, the natural momentum has gradually risen more and more. Other hand, Kumogakure village has gradually declined a lot. Now they know that with the character of the 4 generations of Reikage, naturally they will not allow such a thing to happen. So now in the current situation, he is likely to use the power of Chunin and Jonin to attack. Damn, give me an order, order the genin column and the jonin column to enter the battlefield. Sure enough, now that Gong Yi has not appeared, the 4th generation of Reikage no longer wants to wait. The war can go on for a long time, but it can also end quickly. Now he has made up his mind. Phylou reminds you, an LT, otherwise the collection IP will be banned and GT. Chapter 496. Konoha S heyday. With 4 generations of Reikage S orders, during the war no one was going to dissuade them, they just had to obey the orders. Even Azabuyi, who was standing beside the 4th Reikage, didn't say much. Lord Reikage, let me also enter the battlefield. At this time, Niyugito on the other side of Reikage of the 4th generation, she immediately said. It's not time yet, you are waiting. Immediately denied, Dao, and the 4th generation of Reikage did not get carried away. Everything has just begun, and he will throw the power of Chunin Jonin into the battlefield, which is actually very fast. Jinchuriki column force joins at this moment, it is very likely that some kind of out of control will occur. The fourth generation of Reikage was a little embarrassed at the sudden outburst of genin in Konoha village, but he was still reasonable. When the battle in the middle and late stages is almost over, the fourth generation Reikage is deciding to let Jinchuriki column force the shot. Konoha village, which had already been consumed a lot by themselves, would definitely not be able to resist the power of the second and second tails. It is time to launch the main attack. The fourth generation Reikage does not want to drag on for a few more days. He decided to fight Konoha village today. The war is changing rapidly, and now it may start 1 second and the next it's over. For example, on this battlefield, no one would have thought that it would be so intense just at the beginning. Before the fifth Hokage comes forward, I will destroy his army first. When the time comes, I'll see if he can hold his breath. 4 generations of Reikage sneered, looked at Hyuga and unconsciously thought a lot in his mind. In the field. After the 4 generations of Reikage gave orders, the Kumogakure village genin, who was forced to retreat, has begun to completely leave. They are no longer on the battlefield with the Chunin column and the Jonin column. Although their number is not large, their strength is naturally different from genin. When they appear, they are immediately hand seal with both hands, release ninjutsu. A simple face-to-face, the difference between the 2 different power systems immediately appeared. Patriarch, now the Chunin and Jonin columns of Kumogakure village have all arrived on the battlefield. Byakugan here, the main clan powerhouse who is in charge of monitoring the battle situation in Kumogakure village, immediately reported. HMPH, it looks like they can't wait any longer and want to end this war quickly. Hyuga frowned, immediately. A big wave of his hand, order, all the Chunin columns and Jonin columns in Konoha village set off, and all the genin columns retreat to the rear. Understood. Hyuga's main clan strongman nodded and walked away. Didn't take long, Chunin and Jonin on the side of Konoha village also moved. Konoha, who was suppressed by Kumogakure village, began to retreat in the same way. Boom, boom, in the plains of Noah, the rays of light of art continue to appear. Kaden, fire style, versus Doden, earth style, versus Sweden, water style, versus Raiden, thunder style. All kinds of ninjutsu are constantly being released at this moment. The real war between Konoha and Kumogakure, with the addition of Chunin and Jonin to each other, has officially started. The roaring sound keeps coming, and there is no perfect place to see on the spacious plain. All are ruins of Mukuro, deep pits appear one after another, and countless cracks like spider webs are all over the plain. Between ninjas is not the killing of ordinary people, and the destructive power of each of them is extremely powerful. Especially the existence of Jonin is even more terrifying. At this moment, the elite teams led by Kakashi and Might Guy are constantly appearing on the battlefield to harvest. Although those ninjas in Kumogakure village are not weak, Kakashi and others can always achieve extraordinary achievements. Gong Yi's use of the modern thinking and tactics of his previous life is naturally far more powerful than the current tactics of the ninja continent. Just a short time, the number of ninjas in Kumogakure village is indeed a lot, but there is no disadvantage in Konoha village. Damn, the overall strength of their Konoha village is so strong. 4 generations of Reikage cursed. He looked gloomy at the moment, and now he knew that he still underestimated Konoha village. After so many years of development, and under the leadership of Gong Yi, Konoha village has entered its heyday. None of the scenes that I had thought of before appeared, but now it is just an evenly matched appearance. This caught the 4th generation Reikage by surprise. Without hesitation, the 4th generation of Reikage seems to have made a decision. He didn't want to drag on like this. After all, if Kumogakure and Konoha were in a stalemate, only Kumogakure would suffer. The 4th generation Reikage needed a quick solution, not the current situation. At this moment, he decided that while Gong Yi was still in the rear, he would first destroy the army of Konoha village here. There are not many opportunities like this. If Gong Yi came over, under such circumstances, he would be in Kumogakure village. It is very likely that he will be passive. Thinking of this, the fourth generation of Reikage came back to his senses and looked at the high-level officials around him. The rear of this place is presided over by you. I will go over and meet the guys from Konoha village. Reikage is absolutely impossible. We should go there first. The rhythm is going fast now. Why don't we enter the battlefield first? That's right, Lord Reikage. It's too early for you to take action now. Several high-level officials saw that Reikage wanted to enter the battlefield in person, and they immediately discouraged aloud. Said that, several high-level executives who should have considerable strength have already wanted to leave. No, although the war has just begun, the longer this situation drags on, it will only be detrimental to us. Fourth generation of Reikage seems to be powerful and brainless. His mind is still meticulous, and he just listened to him continue. It is better to take advantage of the fifth generation of Hokage before it arrives, and we are in the initial stage of the war. Directly let the Konoha village army disintegrate and fight. He was caught off guard. After all, under normal circumstances, no one would have thought that this is just the beginning and I will take action. Sneer, the fourth generation Reikage said sarcastically. Then this time, I'll let Konoha village suffer a heavy loss by letting it play out of the way. Even if the 5 generations of Hokage come over then, our Kumogakure village will still have an advantage. Sure enough, now in this situation, the situation Gong Yi thought of has finally happened. The fourth generation of Reikage doesn't want to wait at all. Immediately, the whole person dodged away. Without waiting for the other high-level executives to speak, he has already left here. Bastards in Konoha village, take your life. Angry shout, he immediately appeared in the center of the battlefield. I saw the burly fourth generation Reikage. His face was crazy, and there were thunder and lightning arcs constantly appearing all over his body. Please download the latest chapter of Fei Lu Shaokan. Chapter 497. Powerful Halo, Third More. The spells of Horaishin, art are constantly activated. Here is a steep mountain peak. Gong Yi is wearing the Hokage royal robe. He has come here. Standing on the highest point, Gong Yi looked forward. There is the position of the country of Tien, and at this moment a dark cloud covering it has not spread out. With the sunny weather on this side of Konoha village, it is completely two obvious contrasts. Have you started? Seemingly aware of it, Gong Yi's face revealed a faint smile. Although the central battlefield is located in the country of fire, it is a little far away, but some slight vibrations can still be felt. Gong Yi's speed was very fast, and after explaining to Nara Shikaku, he had already left Konoha village. Now this is only dazzling, and he is about to enter the battlefield. He had already reserved the spell where Konoha village and Kumogakure village were fighting at the moment. Almost as soon as he entered the field of the country, he could quickly reach the battlefield. Oh, not bad. Seeing that everything was going well, the corner of Gong Yi's mouth turned up slightly. The powerful chakra vented out. Just as he finished speaking, Gong Yi's entire body instantly changed. Disappeared. Horaishin starts up again. Boom. Rumble. The sound of roars is constantly heard, and the plains of Nuode are already full of potholes. Now on the vast battlefield, with the addition of the fourth Reikage, Konoha village began to fall into a passive position. The appearance of the fourth Reikage completely shattered the entire balance of the battle. He constantly used his tyrannical body to fight in and out of the battlefield. Are quite a few Konoha village ninjas, and almost no one can resist him. Although there are no heavy casualties, it is not optimistic at all. The destructive power of the fourth generation of Reikage is too strong. This is still in the case of he intentionally retaining chakra and not releasing ninjutsu, otherwise the whole Konoha village will definitely be there has been a huge loss. Hyuga Hiyashi, as well as senior generals such as Akamichi Choza, have also been dispatched. They obviously cannot stay behind the scenes for the current situation. But even so, it's still a little difficult to contain the fourth generation Reikage. Damn, these 4 generations of Reikage are really difficult to deal with. When Hyuga Hiyashi fought against the fourth generation of Reikage, immediately blast back. There were also a lot of main clan powerhouses around, and they all opened Byakugan. And around Kakashi and others, obviously began to show a trend of surrounding the fourth generation of Reikage. Quick, tell Inoichi to inform Hokage-sama that their Kumogakure village has changed their tactics. Hyuga Hiyashi said in a spare moment, the main clan strong man behind him. Haha, your fifth Hokage is here. Hearing Hyuga Hiyashi finish, the thunder and lightning all over Reikage's body became more wanton. I saw him disappear immediately, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Hyuga Hiyashi. You guys are just ruined corpses. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the position where Hyuga Hiyashi stood just now has become a deep pit. The surroundings of the deep pit can be clearly seen, and there are some thunder stars flashing on it from time to time. Reikage, who are irritable and impulsive, now see that they want to notify Hokage, and naturally they have begun to use all their strength to kill them first. Only by killing them, psychologically, I can make the fifth generation Hokage uncomfortable for a while. Raven Thunder Style's chakra power burst out, and the speed of the fourth generation Reikage is naturally not slow. Even the original 4 generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato, he can be comparable to its. Even his speed is like a flash of blue lightning. If it wasn't for Gong Yi's aura being too powerful, the horror of the fourth generation Reikage would be enough to make the ninja continent fear. Of course, as time goes by, all the people in Konoha village here have gradually discovered that the fourth Reikage is indeed very strong. It seems that Gong Yi can easily suppress the fourth Reikage, but it is their turn to be very strong. It's hard to fight, but even so, Hyuga Hiyashi and others are not weak. The fourth generation of Reikage wants to quickly solve them and save the battle. That is impossible. Everyone is very careful, and they are not at all generation Reikages too entangled. They know that if they are inadvertently fighting with each other, if they are touched by the fourth generation Reikage, their lives may be in danger. Soon, at this time, unknowingly, as the fourth generation Reikage gradually became stronger, the morale of the Kumogakure village is also high. Especially since there are many ninjas, the disadvantage of Konoha village begins to appear. Somewhere on the side of the battlefield. Don't be arrogant, you bastards. If our Lord Hokage comes here, you will all die. A blood-stained Konoha village Jonin, he looked at the 2 Kumogakure village Jonin in front immediately. Anger. His face showed madness, and it was obvious that he had lost some physical strength after fighting for a long time. Now, after killing several Kumogakure village ninjas, he is also cornered. Hee, your Hokage may come here. 2 Kumogakure village ninjas, with sarcastic smiles on their faces, but at least until you die, you can't see it at all. Really? Then try it. Seeing that their faces were so playful, the Konoha village ninja bit Kiba and rushed towards the 2, whose hands were covered in the blood of the orangutan Yuhi, clenched tightly. Of course, just when this scene was being staged on the entire battlefield, a terrifying force suddenly appeared. What followed was a loud bang that shook the surroundings, and the ears of countless people were humming. Some people were even more unstable and almost sat on the ground. This sudden change caught everyone's attention. Countless people stared in that direction, and the figure of a man was reflected in their pupils. He has sword eyebrows and star eyes, handsome, like a graceful Kunzi. Long black hair was bundled behind, and above the handsome face at the moment, the pair of eyes seemed to contain infinite stars. I saw that when he came here, the entire battlefield was completely silent. The desperate ninja before Konoha village looked at him with excitement. Kumogakure village ninjas who were just arrogant, they were breathing a little short, and cold sweat appeared on their backs. This man is very eye-catching. Especially on the back of his Yuhi white robe, the 555 Yuhi color characters are strong and powerful. 5 generations of Hokage. That's right, the 5 generations of Hokage Gongyi that all Konoha village ninjas look forward to. He has officially arrived on the battlefield. Phailu reminds you. Read 3 things to collect. push the latest chapter Baidu search 99 Playmate find 99 novels. Chapter 498. Please go to death. Konoha village all boiled when they saw this near-perfect man. Look, it's Hokage-sama. Our Lord Hokage, he's actually here. It really is Hokage-sama. No one can stop our Konoha victory. When Gong Yi arrived, the morale of the entire Konoha village army instantly rose. Their faces were filled with excitement, and all of them were shaking with excitement. This man is here, then they are not afraid of everything that follows. Because everyone knows that the 5 generations of Hokage will eventually lead them to win this war. As if suppressed for a long time, at this moment, the ninjas of Konoha village completely broke out. The arrival of Gong Yi, even if he did nothing, made the ninjas of Konoha village crazy enough. With the emergence of Gong Yi, the advantage that Kumogakure village had pulled away completely collapsed. Every ninja in Konoha village, whether tired or not, suddenly became very motivated, and they were able to fight even if they bit Kiba. A look like, this bastard, has my thoughts already been guessed by him? The 4th generation of Raikage stood there and stared at Gong Yi. His expression was very gloomy. What a tough guy. Gong Yi's sudden appearance made his expectations deviate seriously again. That he finally saved back, and now with the emergence of Gong Yi, the 4th generation of Raikage's heart sinks to the bottom. Now that he has come to the battlefield, he is really worried about his side. 5 generations of Hokage came to the battlefield so quickly. Niyugito stood in the back, also watching Gong Yi. The two have fought against each other before, although they have the ability to perfectly control the tailed beast. Still couldn't compete with him. Even Niyugito clearly remembered that if it wasn't for Killer Bee and the 4th generation of Raikage's shots, she might have died at the hands of Gong Yi. It is because of this that Niyugito has been training himself hard since he came back from the last war. And she has also perfected her tail beast ability, squeezing her advantage to the maximum. Everything, just so that she can make a difference in front of Gong Yi's eyes. Today, the results of my hard practice for many years are about to reach the moment of verification. Although she failed at the beginning, but as a ninja from Kumogakure village, she was not afraid, but took Gong Yi as her slaying target and strengthened herself step by step. Just like the 4th generation of Raikage at the moment in the same way, although he has also failed, and even the Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force, who is close to himself as a brother and is also an important village, has been involved in the last war. I did not fall down, or regarded Gong Yi as a nightmare. Contrary, he is also constantly growing. Now that he sees the emergence of Gong Yi, his fighting spirit has risen to the top. Some ordinary ninjas in Kumogakure village are afraid of Gong Yi, but the 4th generation of Reijing can't wait. He wants to use himself the Raiden Thunder-style Iron Fist, personally sanctioned Gong Yi, in order to clear the shame of himself and Kumogakure village. Hee, I can't think that Tang Yun would do such a despicable and humiliating thing. Seeing the rare quietness around him, Gong Yi smiled lightly. The wind was blowing, and the Hokage royal robe he was wearing rattled. Even though he was facing thousands of troops from Kumogakure village, he still didn't show any embarrassment. Gong Yi's attitude now gives everyone the illusion that he doesn't care about these people at all. Including the 4th generation Raikage who was just on the battlefield and made Konoha village ninjas suffer. HMPH, so what? Hearing Gong Yi's sarcasm not far away, the 4th generation Raikage snorted coldly, and the frequency of thunder and lightning all over his body beat faster. It seems that as long as he has a thought, it will burst out completely. Of course not. Gong Yi shook his head, his sarcastic expression unabated. He smiled lightly, but I don't like this kind of villain very much, so I have to ask you to die. Well, Gong Yi is really right. The 4th generation of Raikage has repeatedly challenged his bottom line. In recent years, the Kumogakure village seems to be honest, but in fact, it has been secretly targeting the Konoha village. And his inexplicable sense of self-confidence, even though he suffered a defeat, he still felt that he could suppress himself. Time goes by, the 4 generations of Reikage, who are fascinated and confident, can give Gongyi some headaches. Because of such a guy, he felt that if he killed him, he would be much cleaner. And after that, facing my master Kumobukar village, it will also save a lot of worry. After all, with 4 generations of Reikage, a knife hanging in his heart, Gongyi is very uncomfortable. Although it doesn't do much damage, jumping out suddenly is disgusting enough. It's arrogant. The only one who will really die now is you. As soon as Gongyi finished speaking, the 4th generation Reikage immediately. The whole person immediately shot. His completely turned into blue lightning, almost everyone just dazzled. A sound of thunder and lightning appeared when they saw the figure of the 4th generation of Reikage. He had already appeared above Gongyi's head. I saw the 4th generation of Reikage at this moment, and he had already wrapped the crackling lightning around his body. The entire burly body was completely wrapped in blue lightning. Now his appearance is completely different from when he dealt with Hyuga and others before. After meeting Gongyi, the 4th generation of Reikage really showed his long-hidden terrifying power. It seems that the 4th generation has long been perceived. Reikage's attack, Gongyi stood there without any panic. Even he was standing here, not busy at all, dodging and leaving quickly. It can be clearly seen in everyone's eyes that Gongyi just looked up at the 4th generation Reikage. Gently supervising, feeling the pressure of the 4th generation of Reikage as if the force of the top of Mount Tai, the smile on Gongyi's face did not diminish. King, in an instant, a golden light burst out. The brilliance of the film reflected all around, and suddenly erupted in the middle of Gongyi and the 4th generation of Reikage. Both of them responded very quickly, but between breathing, the 4th Reikage stared and raised his fists. A loud bang came out, and then a shock wave of Yue was released with Gongyi as the center. Whether it was the ninjas of Kumogakure village or the ninjas of Konoha village, they were all pushed and flew by this invisible force. Back. They didn't stop until they were hundreds of meters away. Next second, when this dazzling light followed the sound of the loud noise, it gradually disintegrated. Was shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Chapter 499. Cultivation Achievements. In the battle between the two, Gongyi didn't make any moves, but he also perfectly defended the fatal blow of the 4th Reikage. On one side a huge shield condensed from Jindun completely enveloped the top of Gongyi's head. The 4th generation Reikage just completed the whole action in one go. It was a bit unpredictable, but he still couldn't shake Gongyi. His attack just now was completely futile and completely hit on the shield of the Golden Escape. Although the power was extremely powerful, the substantial damage to Gongyi was completely zero, and there was not even the slightest crack on this dazzling Golden Escape. The power has indeed increased a lot. As if feeling something, the corner of Gongyi's mouth outlines a smile. The voice fell, and there was no waiting. The 4th generation of Reikage responded again, and Gongyi stopped with hand seal with both hands. Doden, Earth style, sky-changing palm. Hula. Suddenly, a side of the 4th generation Reikage appeared. Xuanwang big hand. When it appeared, it rose from the ground and slapped the 4th generation Reikage fiercely. Past. The incomparably huge palm covered the sky and the sun, making all the ninjas feel chills in their hearts. Just such a blow, if it is placed on them, it is absolutely difficult to resist. Damn. The 4th generation Reikage above Gongyi also cursed. When he saw Gongyi's earth-shattering blow, his expression also changed immediately. Back. His speed is still very fast, and the blue thunder and lightning are constantly blooming out of his body. After being defeated by Gongyi, the 4th generation of Reikage has trained himself like a devil, and it can be seen now that it has indeed achieved results. After the 4th generation of Reikage easily avoided the suppression of the heaven-shattering palm, Gongyi's face still did not change at all, but his sarcastic expression became much stronger. Oops. At this critical moment, when the 4th generation Reikage had left Gongyi's range, he stared at the front. I saw the huge sky-shattering palm. Although the fourth-generation Reikage avoided it, it still shot towards the bottom. In front of the majestic and oppressive palm, is the position of a group of Kumogakure village ninjas. Although he left, the ninjas of Kumogakure village have been fooled here, but they have no time to escape. Come on. When everyone realized that it was about to fall, although they wanted to leave, it was too late. From the beginning, Gong Yi's goal was not actually the fourth-generation Reikage. Bang! No one can going to block it again, only to hear a loud vibration, which overwhelmed everyone's screams. The entire area there has become a deep crack and pit, and the ninjas of Kumogakure village suffered heavy casualties in an instant. Obviously, the fourth generation of Reikage just killed the Konoha village to endure hatred, and Gong Yi used the same method to counterattack invisibly. Lord Hokage is so strong. Lord Hokage has arrived. Let them be arrogant again. Seeing Gong Yi's attack, he immediately wiped out countless ninjas in Kumogakure village, and everyone in Konoha village was excited again. They know that now that Gong Yi is here, Konoha's counterattack has already begun. 5 generations of Hokage, I will kill you. Fourth Reikage's tone was angry, as if he was now biting at the words Kiba spit out here. He didn't know yet that Gong Yi's initial target was not him, but the ninja in Kumogakure village not far away from him. He was tricked. Looking at Gong Yi's smile, he felt like an ignorant clown. Sheila, in an instant, when this hatred rose to its peak, the 4th-generation Reikage's violent chakra vented wildly. Around the entire battlefield, a terrifying Raiden Thunder-style aura swept out. A heavy blow. The 4th-generation Reikage threw a huge fist and charged towards Gong Yi again. I saw that his fist was wrapped in crackling thunder and lightning, and the lightning arcs around the fist kept beating. Now everyone can't help but feel that if they are touched by this punch of the 4th Reikage, then there will be no bones left. Between the surging power of Raiden Thunder-style, the 4th-generation Reikage dragged the afterimage, and it was about to come to Gong Yi's eyes. Just let you see the achievements of this old man's many years of practice. Feeling that his speed has skyrocketed a lot again, the 4th-generation Reikage smiled confidently. He is different now. Gong Yi will never have the power to resist under his violent power. Whether it is speed or strength, he has completely transformed. As long as he is crushed by himself, he will definitely die under his own iron fist today. He has beaten him before. The 4th generation of Reikage firmly believes that he is still the strongest. Hey! Gong Yi could now clearly feel that a devastating force was coming towards him in front of him. He didn't go to stand here again, but began to choose to fight back. Sage mode is on. A shocking power also vented out, covering the entire battlefield. The two seemed to be fighting for a long time at the moment, but in fact it was just dazzling. Next second, everyone around, they just felt that the 4th generation of Reikage had come to Gong Yi's eyes. The heavy violent iron fist was immediately taken by the 4th generation of Reikage. Swing. But, before he had time to get excited, I found that his punch was completely empty. Originally, Gong Yi was torn apart and completely destroyed by himself. The picture did not appear at all. Gong Yi used an incomprehensible speed to dodge his blow perfectly. All seems to have not seen anything clearly. Gong Yi just has come to the back of the 4th generation of Reikage. Before the afterimage did not appear, he had already left here. All eyes and senses, they can't even keep up with Gong Yi. How is it possible? The 4th generation of Reikage's heart sank, and the proud face on his face suddenly changed. He bit Kiba immediately. Withdrawing the fist, the whole person looked back with a bit of embarrassment. Gong Yi, who has turned on sage mode at this moment, looked at the 4th Reikage with an indifferent expression. As if a god, looking at a mortal, his eyes are full of a sense of ignorance. This made the 4th generation Reikage feel that in his eyes, he was not an enemy of Gong Yi, but an ant that he could crush to death at any time. I have been practicing for many years, how could I still not be able to catch up with him? The fourth generation of Raikage's heart is shaking at this moment, and, why, keeps appearing in his heart. The two have not even officially fought once, and Gongyi has already given him a lot of pressure psychologically. The fourth generation of Raikage is even thinking, is it possible that this time, he will still be the same as the last time, not waiting? What is the fourth generation of Raikage thinking about? Gongyi's counterattack has already begun. Philo reminds you. Read collection of 3 things. Push to see the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates to find 99 novels and LT. Chapter 500. Huge hidden danger. Okay, it's a gift for you to simply perform before you die. A smile appeared on Gongyi's indifferent face. Although it was not the same cold appearance as before, the fourth generation of Raikage still saw a layer of cold sweat on his back. He even ignored what Gongyi said, because Gongyi had come before him, leaving him no time to think about other things. It was just an ordinary punch, but Raikage of the fourth generation had to defend himself with all his might. The thunder and lightning surged wildly, immediately covering his whole body. With his hands folded in front of him, the fourth Raikage stared at Kiba and resisted. Now the speed of the two is not at the same level at all. Is one sky and one underground at all, and the gap between the two has long been very obvious. Gongyi can easily dodge his attack, but he has no time to dodge Gongyi's attack. Advanced gravity. When Gongyi's fist touched the crossed arms of the fourth Raikage, he murmured softly. Boom. Under the bonus of Sage Mode, Gongyi, whose physical skills are already invincible, is already very powerful. As Gongyi went to add a layer of gravity after surgery, it became even more terrifying. Bang! A huge muffled sound spread throughout the battlefield. The thunder and lightning wrapped around the body of the fourth generation Raikage completely dissipated, and countless thunder and lightning were on the verge of extinction in the air. And his face didn't even have time to change, it flew out like a kite with a broken string. Bang 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 bang. The huge inertia force made the fourth generation Raikage unable to stop at all, and slammed into a lot of Kumogakure village ninjas from behind. The countless Kumogakure village ninjas were all hit and flew out, and on a straight line of several thousand meters, the countless Kumogakure village ninjas were all scattered to both sides. Some unfortunate Kumogakure village ninjas, they did not die in the hands of Gongyi, but they were killed by the fourth generation Raikage. Until a few seconds later, there was a bang, and the fourth generation Raikage smashed into a one on the huge rock. This made him stop in embarrassment. Sir Raikage. The two fought, but it was a fleeting moment. When everyone fixed their eyes and reacted, Azabui, Niyugito and other high-level officials of Kumogakure village immediately dodge away. They immediately. In front of the 4 generations of Raikage, everyone's face was pale. It was just a short while ago, and they didn't know what happened. They just saw Gongyi, but it was very common to throw a punch. And then the 4th generation of Raikage was unable to parry. Faced with such a situation, everyone in the Kumogakure village fell to the bottom of their hearts. This is completely different from the previous plan. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the 4th generation Raikage to contain Gongyi. They used the tail beast tactics to destroy the army of Konoha village first. But look at it this way. Don't say that the 4th generation of Raikage is holding down Gongyi, he is actually with it. It's simply impossible to do it. It was just a tentative wave of attacks that pushed the 4th generation Raikage into a desperate situation, making it embarrassed. It was supposed to be a war for everyone, but now it has turned into a separate game between them and Gongyi. Damn. The 4th generation Raikage smashed the rocks, got up again and walked out. He looked at Gongyi hanging in the sky with a complicated expression. I was very angry inside, more of a feeling I didn't know how to describe. The fight between the two just now made the 4th generation Raikage hit hard. He has clearly practiced for so long, not only has the distance between the two not narrowed. Contrary, he felt that the distance from Gongyi was getting farther and farther, and he even had to look up gradually. The raging power of Raiden Thunder style appears again. Even so, the fourth generation of Raikage still doesn't want to admit it. As the strongest shadow of a generation, how can he accept such a reality? Especially in front of everyone, he already felt ashamed enough. If he doesn't retreat now, he might as well die. Lord Raikage, let me go. Niyugito saw that Raikage was about to shoot again. She immediately. Go instead of Raikage. I don't believe you actually implement the plan. The 4 generations of Raikage's eyes showed madness, and they didn't wait at all. The rest of the people spoke again, and the chakra all over him surged out again. The lightning that had just collapsed wrapped around his body again. Stepping forward, with the sound of crackling thunder and lightning, the 4th generation Raikage headed towards Gong Yi again. Oh! Seeing the current 4th generation Raikage rushing over again, Gong Yi's face froze. Originally, he wanted to use the suppression of the 4th generation Raikage to force the Jinchuriki column force to take action. The reason why he didn't kill the 4th Raikage directly was because he was afraid to scare away all the high-level people in Kumogakure village. It seems that we can only solve the old man of the 4th generation of Raikage first. This will be hard work. When Gong Yi saw this situation, he has already made a decision in his heart. The 4th generation Raikage is not killed, the two-tailed man Jinchuriki column might never be able to take action. Then use the death of the 4th generation of Raikage to stimulate the power of Jinchuriki column. Thinking of this, Gong Yi came back to his senses, and saw that the 4th generation Raikage's eyes were bloodshot, and he was staring at himself. The surrounding air jumped arcs, and the power formed by Raiden Thunder style chakra made a sizzling sound. I saw that the strength of the 4th generation of Raikage has gathered a little. At the same time as he ran, he pressed his thumb on the inside of his palm, and his 444 fingers were close together. When the two have reached this level of strength, there are not too many bells and whistles of ninjutsu. At this point, the 4th generation Raikage bit Kiba and chose the last strongest blow of his own. He stabbed 4 hands in hell. Seeing this familiar scene, Gong Yi moved. The two fighting at the beginning is still vivid in my mind. But the present is not what it used to be, it has long been different from what it used to be. Today, he will naturally not leave behind the huge hidden danger of the 4th generation Raikage. Although he can't really threaten himself, he is undoubtedly a difficult stumbling block in his future plans. Golden escape. Gong Yi stood in the air, he pointed to the 4 generations of Raikage's eyes. Immediately, golden rays of light burst out, like a golden ocean. When it appeared, everyone's face on the battlefield was reflected golden. They opened their mouths wide and stared blankly in front of them at the moment. When a bang appeared, countless golden rays of light quickly gathered and condensed. When the light that could not open the piercing human eyes dissipated, a golden long sword hung above Gong Yi's head. Basics, it makes people feel that it is sharp and terrifying. Was so shocking just now, but now it has transformed and condensed into a small golden long sword. Its power, everyone can't imagine. To see the